This middle-aged man is Song Yunxiang, the last warrior of humanity to possess a Star Soul General. With a single call, his Star Soul armor manifests, ready to face tens of thousands of enemies alone. They swarm the sky like a dark cloud, yet the people below don't feel fear, they feel pure joy. To them, this Star Soul General is their savior, their only hope. For decades, Song Yunxiang has been the lone guardian of humanity, protecting the few survivors huddling in their fortresses. Star Calendar, year 1390. The final battle for humanity's survival had begun. I've lost. That was the only thought in Song Yunxiang's head as he faced an endless tide of enemies pouring through the space-time rift. The gap in power was just too massive. No amount of luck or sheer willpower could overcome these odds. In the end, Song Yunxiang chose to take them all down with him in one final, suicidal blast. But when he opens his eyes again, he is not dead. He is alive, and he looks like a teenager again. He is wearing a martial Mecha Academy uniform. What shocks him most is his location. He is in the Tiandu capital city of the southern province. This place was supposed to have been wiped off the map during the first alien invasion. Song Yunxiang wonders, has he really traveled 16 years back into the past? According to his memories, the Southern Martial Mecha Academy will soon be destroyed when a massive beast tide erupts. They will strike without warning, in numbers no one could have imagined. His classmates, his instructors, so many of them fought to the bitter end, giving their lives just to protect the academy. Back then, Song Yunxiang was nothing but a loser with broken soul meridians. He could only watch helplessly as his friends fell one by one. He was powerless then, but not this time. Fate has shifted. Song Yunxiang has returned with 16 years of combat experience and forbidden knowledge. The mistakes he regretted, the people he lost this time, everything is going to change. A nervous student stammers, asking him who he is. I am Song Yunxiang, he replies calmly. He is back, and his return marks the beginning of humanity's absolute rise. Counterattack. It is the year 1390 on the northern continent, in Swanwu City, humanity's final stronghold. Thick smoke chokes the air, drowned out by the agonizing screams of the dying. Please, save me, run, get out of here. The cries for help never stop. The unlucky ones are snatched up by massive hands, their lives snuffed out instantly as they become nothing more than snacks for the monsters. A beast with a dragon's maw and a body covered in grasping arms is snatching up humans left and right. This is the Zuo Ci, a colossus from the rifts. Using the spatial compression in its gut, it can devour prey 10 times its own size. With a sickening crunch, the people in its grasp are crushed, blood spraying everywhere. After finishing its meal, it immediately begins hunting for its next victim. Against a monster like this, humans are utterly defenseless. They can only run in blind terror. And the worst part? This isn't the only one. The entire city is being torn apart without mercy. The apocalypse isn't a story anymore, it is happening right now. In the middle of the chaos, a young boy trips and falls. Seeing her son fall behind, his mother rushes back, her voice trembling as she begs him to get up. Before they can move, the Zuo Ci is already looming over them. The mother's heart skips a beat. Even though it is a block away, the Zuo Ci's reach is terrifyingly long. Its massive claws slowly close in on the mother and child. They are paralyzed with fear, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Tears stream down the mother's face. In her shock, she can only whisper a prayer for someone, anyone to save them. Just as the Zuo Ci is about to crush them, a golden streak of light slams down from the heavens, piercing straight through the monster and triggering a massive explosion. Against all odds, the mother and son are still alive. Clinging to her child, she looks out at the monsters ravaging the city. As if sensing something, all the monsters stop in their tracks at once. A second later, countless streaks of golden light flash through the air, striking the beasts with impossible speed. The monsters can do nothing but stand there and be slaughtered. After the slaughter, the lights slam into the ground, revealing themselves to be glowing swords. They vibrate in unison before flying back toward the sky. Dushuan swords, return. At his command, hundreds of blades fly back to the Star Soul General, hovering in midair. It is a magnificent sight. The young boy looks up at the Star Soul General, his tears turning into a wide, beaming smile, as if he has just seen. His mother is the same, weeping tears of gratitude as she thanks the savior above. Slowly, the people stop running and look up at the Star Soul General. There isn't a single soul who doesn't recognize their savior. This was their last hope and the only shield left to stand against the monsters. At that moment, the Star Soul General transformed into its abyssal sovereign form, its entire body glowing with a striking golden light. Inside the soul armor, Song Yunxiang gasped for breath, clearly pushed to his limit. The armor flashed an urgent warning. Soul power was critical, only 5% remaining, with less than 1 minute until force decompression. Undeterred, Song Yunxiang pulled a soul-replenishing pill from his belt and tossed it into his mouth. For decades, he had been humanity's final warrior, the only one capable of piloting a Star Soul General. He stood alone, protecting the last remnants of the human race as they cowered for their lives within the fortress. While Song Yunxiang tried to recover his power, the monsters began to swarm, focusing all their malice on him. Suddenly, Song Yunxiang sensed something was wrong. One of the monsters opened its maw, condensing a deadly starlight blast. Below, the people watched in horror, losing all hope of survival. If that blast hit, there would be nowhere to run. From high above, a blinding beam of light tore downward, aiming to wipe out every survivor. Right then, Song Yunxiang moved like a bolt of lightning, throwing himself in front of the beam to block it. He summoned countless swords, forming a massive defensive array to shield the citizens. But the monsters weren't done. Several others fired their own attacks, amplifying the blast until the impact zone erupted into a massive shockwave. After a moment, the area Song Yunxiang was defending was swallowed by a thick cloud of dust and smoke, blanketing an entire section of the city. Beneath the rubble, Song Yunxiang held his ground, his body crackling with leftover electrical discharge. Behind him, the people collapsed to the ground, stunned and unable to believe they were still alive after such a devastating blow. Even though he blocked that insane attack, the Star Soul armor had taken massive damage. With his soul power overloaded, Song Yunxiang was temporarily paralyzed. Inside the armor, he breathed heavily as a desperate plan formed in his mind. He needed to lure the monsters away to an uninhabited area. With a wave of his hand, he deactivated the gear, and the Star Soul armor dissolved into data particles and vanished. The people below watched in a daze. Song Yunxiang activated the Star Master system, summoning a replicated Star Soul General. As he spoke, the space behind him distorted, and the Star Soul gear materialized from the void. 2 layers of Star Soul cores enveloped Song Yunxiang, locking into place as a brilliant light erupted. He transformed into a radiant figure, his silhouette sharpening as a powerful aura surged, and the components of the Star Soul General began to take shape. From head to toe, the Star Soul General Cao Ren materialized in an instant, but it looked completely different from before. This armor looked like white bone, incredibly tough and solid, but this was only the beginning. Song Yunxiang pushed his spirit once more, and the white armor began to shift into a shimmering gold. Seeing this, a child in its mother's arms looked up with eyes full of awe and admiration. Before today, the boy had only seen this in old recordings. This was the first time he had ever seen it with his own eyes. Now, Star Soul General Cao Ren was in its phoenix form, a specialized state known for high-speed flight and incredible agility. The soul components shifted elegantly, forming the majestic wings and sharp talons of a phoenix. Lightning crackled around him as the wings flared up, looking like they were forged from pure fire for a brief moment. The beast mode Star Soul General streaked through the sky at blinding speeds, launching a relentless barrage of attacks on the monster swarm. They couldn't even react. That's the true power of a Star Soul General. But facing that intense heat, the monsters quickly fought back, spitting out a thick, black substance from their maws. The soul system blared a warning. Sneak attack detected from the rear at the 8 o'clock position. Song Yunxiang's expression turned grim as he scrambled to dodge the incoming strike. The monsters simultaneously spat out countless massive hands, trying to snatch the Star Soul General out of the sky. Let's talk about the Star Master system, a mysterious power Song Yunxiang discovered within an ancient civilization decades ago. It didn't just allow him to inherit the abilities of other Star Soul Generals. It also provided him with crucial guidance during life and death moments, helping him turn the tide of battle. Between the power of the Star Master system and the combat experience he had gathered from other generals, Song Yunxiang had managed to cheat death time and time again. But after a frantic evasion, those black hands finally caught him, wrapping around his frame. Trapped, he let out a cold snort and immediately deconstructed the Star Soul General into the void without hesitation. The physical soul form dissolved into a stream of data, leaving the monsters confused and looking at each other in bewilderment. Just as the phoenix's tail faded, Song Yunxiang instantly performed a soul fusion, switching to the Bai Qi form. A razor-sharp soul spear materialized in his hand, and he launched a counterattack, once again shifting the spiritual data stream. Wherever the scan goes, the Star Soul General transforms. Behind the cloud of dust, the long spear reshapes into a lethal halberd. He shifts from the General Bai Qi form to the legendary Lu Bu. His entire body overflows with murderous battle intent, glowing in a deep, blood-red aura. This is the most powerful Star Soul General form in existence, far surpassing any of his previous transformations. After a grueling battle, Song Yunxiang's soul power is running on empty. Without a hint of hesitation, he pulls out a recovery elixir. The effect is nearly instantaneous as the pill is crushed. His mental energy surges, the transformation completes, and the general's eyes flash with light. His gaze is sharp, with an insatiable bloodlust. Gripping his spear tight, he charges straight toward the horde of beasts. When Song Yunxiang first acquired the Star Master system, he also gained classified knowledge about an ancient civilization. The humans who once ruled this planet had built a technological civilization that reached absolute peak heights. They launched hundreds of millions of artificial satellites around the globe, creating a massive star web. This star web provided them with an endless source of energy. Through it, the ancients mastered matter-energy conversion and spatial manipulation. Back then, moving mountains or draining seas was as simple as a flick of the wrist. But the ancients were never satisfied with just that. Their bottomless greed and desire for expansion led them to try and control time and space itself, which ultimately triggered a planet-wide apocalypse. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and that ancient civilization has been forgotten by the world. The forbidden wind and killing sea has split the planet into. Song Yunxiang hails from the Thian Do Kingdom on the eastern continent. Unlike the bunker-dwelling survivors in the north, the Star Soul Masters of the East use their soul power to fight the monsters head-on. However, the Eastern nations were plagued by constant civil wars. Those internal conflicts eventually allowed the monsters to wipe them off the map. The Thian Du Kingdom fell, and the Eastern continent became a wasteland. Song Yunxiang was lucky enough to escape, spending the next few decades. As the dimensional rifts grew in number, the monsters became more numerous and far more powerful. Having reached his absolute limit, Song Yunxiang has been fighting this lonely battle for far too long. Right then, a monster fires a devastating blast from above, obliterating everything in the area. In a split second, Song Yunxiang deconstructs his soul to dodge, instantly shifting into the Longju general form. His soul power is reaching for his belt. Song Yunxiang's heart sinks. He is completely out of soul recovery pills. Meanwhile, the monster is charging a massive orb of light to throw right at him. With no room to dodge, Song Yunxiang, he spins his weapon and hurls it forward. The spinning blade creates a brilliant ring of light that clashes violently with the energy orb. A terrifying explosion ripples through the air. Before the smoke can even clear, a massive tentacle bursts through the haze and impales the Star Soul General's arm. An agonizing pain sears through Song Yunxiang's entire body. To make matters worse, a whole pack of monsters begins a coordinated pursuit. Multiple tentacles spear through the general, lifting him high into the air. Using every last ounce of strength, Song Yunxiang activates a soul release. The Abyss mantra completes its charge, and Song Yunxiang unleashes a barrage of origin swords, cutting a path through the monsters in the sky. As he hits the ground, he immediately begins converting his mental energy. Suddenly, the Star Master system blares a severe warning. It detects a massive spatial distortion approaching. It warns Song Yunxiang to evacuate the combat zone before the countdown ends, or he will face certain death. With only 5 seconds on the clock, Song Yunxiang's heart drops. 4 seconds left, and the sky begins to tear open with countless rifts. Enormous claws reach out from the cracks, ripping the fabric of space. Massive, high-tier monsters begin crawling out of every single rift. Thunder and lightning illuminate the swarm in the sky. Their numbers are so thick they blot out the sun, covering every corner of the horizon. The surviving citizens scramble toward the evacuation ships. As soon as the ships are packed to capacity, the pilots are ordered to take off immediately. The little boy who had tripped earlier finally makes it onto the ship. He looks up at his mother and asks if the Star Soul General can actually win against so many monsters. Just as the boy feared, the sky is crawling with enemies. Their sheer numbers alone are enough to crush the general. Looking at the nightmare unfolding before him, Song Yunxiang struggles just to keep his footing. He missed his best chance to evacuate. Against an army of this scale, even the Star Master system is running out of options. The system continues to analyze the battlefield, searching for any possible exit for its host. A moment later, a notification pops up. The system has identified several transport ships that have caught the monster's attention. It coldly suggests that Song Yunxiang lure the enemy toward those transport ships to create a window for his own escape. Since those ships are already targets, it wants him to lead the horde toward the civilians just to save his own skin, then take the chance to escape. It was clear the Star Master system put the host's survival above everything else. On the nearest transport ship, Song Yunxiang saw the mother and child he had just saved. A flicker of hesitation crossed his face, but he quickly found his answer. Use them as bait just to save his own skin? Song Yunxiang chose to tell the Star Master system, "Sorry, not happening." A real man knows what he should and shouldn't do. This time, Song Yunxiang wasn't going to listen to it anymore. Besides, after fighting alone for so many years, he was just tired. As long as humanity keeps the flame alive, they'll rise again sooner or later. Once he cleared his mind, his fighting spirit surged back with a vengeance. If there was no way out, he'd choose to do something for the survivors. As he burned his life force to unleash his soul power, Song Yunxiang remembered his old comrades. To those who had entrusted the future to him, he could only apologize for failing their expectations. The Star Master system kept blaring life-threatening warnings. Ignoring the noise, Song Yunxiang chose to sacrifice his life. In that moment, the surge of soul power was so intense it made the Star Soul armor vibrate violently. Inside the cockpit, Song Yunxiang roared, burning away every last drop of his life force. The Star Soul armor suddenly turned into a blinding ball of light, firing hundreds of attacks that filled the entire space. Before the monsters could even react, they were blown to bits by the barrage of light. Each beam carried a terrifying power that was impossible to resist. Song Yunxiang's life flared up like a dying candle, giving off one last brilliant spark. The entire sky turned into a sea of fire, sweeping away countless space monsters. When it was all over, the spot where the Star Soul armor had stood was now a giant crater filled with thick black smoke. The sky that was once swarming with monsters was now clear, silent in the darkness of the void. Song Yunxiang kept hearing someone calling his name. He slowly opened his eyes, seeing a blurry figure urging him to wake up. "Who are you?" Song Yunxiang asked, confused. In a small room, a young man was sleeping. He slowly opened his eyes and sat up with a start. His head was spinning with questions. "Where am I? What's going on? Didn't he just blow himself up along with the enemy? Why isn't he dead?" Suddenly, the boy froze, staring ahead in shock. The mirror by the bed reflected a young man. He realized he was wearing a Mecha Academy uniform. What made him break into a cold sweat was his appearance. He looked exactly like his 18-year-old self. He was Song Yunxiang again. He had just been in a death match with those beasts. Song Yunxiang immediately stood up and looked at the calendar on the wall. The date was star calendar year 1330. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Stepping outside, Song Yunxiang realized he was back in the celestial capital nation, on the eastern side of the continent. He wondered, could he have really traveled back 16 years in time? Yuanding City was a mid-sized city on the border of Southview Province, in the celestial capital nation. It was said to have been founded 400 years ago by the very first principal of the Mecha Academy. Nanzhou Mecha Academy was one of the 3 best schools in the nation for training Star Soul Masters. Right now, a battle between students was taking place on the Academy's performance stage. 2 Star Soul armors were locked in a fierce melee, their blades clashing with a sharp metallic ring. Around the ring, countless students were cheering and shouting. You could hear that this was a match between Class 10 and Class 7. In a quiet corner, a young boy was watching intently with wide eyes. He recognized it, the blue-colored 2-yuan Star Soul General, a specialized combat suit for the Mecha Academy. This was the first time he'd ever seen it up close. The more he watched, the more excited he got. He thought it looked incredibly cool. His name was Liu Yan, 18 years old, an early yellow-tier Star Soul Master, and a hot-blooded youth from the Liu family. On the stage, the 2 Star Soul Generals were still fighting intensely. Dual swords slashed down, forcing the red armor to use its shield. Soon, it had to retreat to keep its distance from the blue suit. Seeing the opponent try to run, the pilot of the blue armor grew even more confident. As it backed away, the red armor activated its shoulder cannons for a long-range attack. Seeing this, the crowd started booing, calling it a cheap move. Undeterred, the blue armor leaped high to dodge, launching the Hamulu sword style. The dual blades began to spin, one after the other. By the stage, the audience whispered in anticipation. This was the ultimate move of Class 7. No way Class 10 could block this. Flying Hamulu, wind blades began to form in mid-air as the blue armor turned into a whirlwind of twin swords. But unlike everyone else, Lu Yan shouted, thinking the red armor was actually baiting the blue one into using its ultimate move, and that the blue one might actually lose. People nearby heard him and immediately started arguing back. Thinking he's just talking trash, the crowd notices Lu Dian isn't wearing a student uniform and immediately jumps to conclusions. Suspecting he might be a spy, their fury boils over. With a massive boom, a devastating finishing move explodes across the arena. Pieces of spirit soul armor fly everywhere as they hit the ground. Only then do the students snap out of it and turn their attention back to the match. They're cursing their luck that Luke Dian distracted them, making them miss the most crucial moment of the fight right under their noses. That armor had just ended the match, pinning a blade against the blue armor's neck and completely flipping the script on what had been a desperate struggle. The spectators from Class 7 clutched their heads in pure confusion before spinning around to vent their lingering rage on Luke Dian. But he's already vanished into thin air. By now, Luke Dian has slipped out of the arena and is circling around to the back of the academy. He knew if he stayed another second, he'd become the perfect punching bag for their frustration. He'd asked the old gatekeeper for directions earlier. But now, he has absolutely no clue where he is. Every path he takes seems to lead to another dead end. There's no sign of the big red gate anywhere. After walking a bit further, Luke Dian finds himself staring at yet another wall. He's completely speechless, wondering what kind of idiot designed this place. His head is spinning as he tries to figure out a way out. Having no other choice, he taps into his soul power to reinforce his body. The wall is pretty high, but he figures he can clear it in one jump. Luke Dian's entire body erupts in a golden glow, and with a powerful thud, he lunges dozens of meters into the air, soaring right over the wall. He sticks a perfect landing on the other side, feeling pretty proud of himself. But as soon as he looks up, Luke Dian is greeted by the sight of a group of girls in the middle of changing their clothes. He freezes on the spot, his eyes wide as he stares at them. Lu Dian accidentally catches a glimpse of a girl, undressing, and she immediately spots him. This girl is Ha Yen. She is 18 years old, the class president of Class 10 at the Mecha Academy, and a late-stage yellow-rank soulmaster. The steamy sight causes Lu Dian to have a massive nosebleed. Caught between embarrassment and pure rage, Ha Yen immediately rallies her group of friends to hunt him down. In their eyes, Lu Dian is nothing but a pervert who was caught peeping on girls in the shower. As he runs for his life, Lu Dian desperately tries to clear his name, but it is completely useless. He dashes through every alleyway he can find, but after a few sharp turns, Lu Dian runs straight into a dead end. He looks like he is about to lose his mind. This is at least the 10th time he has ended up in a mess like this. Ha Yen and the others quickly catch up, radiating a murderous aura as they close in on Lu Dian. They are definitely not in the mood for talk. Their plan is to beat Lu Dian half to death and then drag him to the dean. From a corner of the academy, the sounds of his suffering never stop. Blood-curdling screams echo through the air. A little while later, inside the administrative office, Lu Dian is dragged in, tied up, and battered. His face is a mess of bruises and swelling from the merciless beating he just took. This is where he finally reveals who he is. He is Lu Dian from the Lu family on the Namchao border, a new student who already passed the entrance exam. He insists he had no intention of peeping. Sitting across from him are Ko Tu Din, the academy dean, and her secretary, Tio Nguyet. Tio Nguyet begins reading Lu Dian's file aloud. Talent, A rank, level 2. Martial arts score, 97. He passed the Mecha Academy exam with flying colors. His father is a retired soldier who reached the peak of the yellow stage. His dad even earned a third-class merit during his service. Ko Tu Din realizes Lu Dian is a rare talent who could potentially reach the black stage. A mischievous thought crosses her mind, and she decides to send Lu Dian to Class 10. That is where all the problem children are kept. Once she makes up her mind, Ko Tu Din tells Tu Nuyet to finalize the enrollment. Lu Dian is officially accepted into the academy. However, the way Ko Tu Din is looking at him makes him shiver. He has a bad feeling about this. Next, Ko Tu Din orders Lu Dian to be untied, making Ha Yen jump in protest. She is clearly not happy with such a light punishment. Despite her frustration at Lu Dian's explanation, Ha Yen has no choice but to suck it up. She is practically steaming with rage. A moment later, Ko Tu Din officially assigns Lu Dian to Ha Yen's class. To make matters worse, handing him over to Ha Yen left him completely speechless. Before Lu Dian could even get a word in, the deal was sealed. Gu Ziding ordered Ha Yen to give Lu Dian a tour of the campus and then take him to go pick up his uniform. Ha Yen's entire body was shaking with rage, but she didn't dare talk back to the dean. reluctantly agreeing to his orders. Once that was settled, Gu Ziding told Xiao Yue to hand Lu Dian's files over to Ha Yan. Xiao Yue pulled out the documents. With a mystical flick of her wrist, she compressed the files into a single card and handed it over to Ha Yan. She warned her that all of Lu Dian's information was stored inside, so she had to keep it safe. Ha Yan snatched it away. Ha Yan shot Lu Dian a look so full of murderous intent, it felt like she wanted to tear him limb from limb, her voice cold as ice. "Follow me, classmate Lu Dian." Every single word she spat out was heavy with spite and resentment. Lu Yan could only sigh in frustration, not wanting to say another word. Ha Yan gave her respects and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Lu Yan followed her lead. The dean and his secretary remained silent, watching them walk away. A moment later, Xiao Yue suddenly remembered something. According to the reports, a student had gone missing. It was student number 16 from class 10. Song Yunxiang had been missing for 3 days, and no one could get a hold of him. Hearing this, Gu Ziding looked puzzled. Xiao Yue suggested reporting it to security, but he cut her off immediately. Gu Ziding remembered this kid. He was that useless brat from the Song family in Vingen City, who only got in because of his family's connections. Xiao Yue confirmed it. According to the students who last saw him, Song Yunxiang had been acting weird, asking if today was April 9th. Apparently, he muttered to himself that there were only 3 days left before vanishing into thin air. While listening, Xiao Yue started coughing from the cigarette smoke. She glared at Gu Ziding, scolding him for smoking in the office again. Gu Ziding just smirked and took another long drag, blowing the smoke right in her face just to mess with her. After a bit of bickering, they decided to handle the Song Yunxiang situation, just as Gu Ziding suggested. Since the kid's family background was complicated, they had to contact his relatives outside the academy first. Meanwhile, Ha Yan was showing Lu Yan around the campus. The building on the left was for alchemy and experiments, while the path on the right led straight to the main teaching hall. She explained that tomorrow's classes on Star Soul General Anatomy and Formation Programming would be held there. Walking behind her, Lu Yan asked where they were headed now. Ha Yan replied that she was taking him to the performance stage for this afternoon's Star Soul combat practice. Realizing Lu Yan hadn't changed yet, she warned him not to forget his uniform, because the Class 10 instructor absolutely hated students who dressed sloppily. When Lu Yan didn't follow, Ha Yan turned back, annoyed, only to find him staring blankly at something. Lu Yan's eyes were wide as he looked up. Ha Yan immediately understood why he was so mesmerized and began explaining the statue in front of them. This was the mecha of a legendary hero from 400 years ago, the Star Soul general known as Zuo Ci. Over time, the armor had become this massive monument, standing here since the very beginning of the Qiwu Academy. Legend says that thousands of years ago, on the eastern continent, colossal ferocious beasts appeared in the human world. These cold-blooded monsters slaughtered humans, devouring every intelligent life form and destroying entire civilizations. Mankind was powerless against them. They were on the brink of extinction. But at their most desperate hour, celestial beings descended from the heavens. Using stars as bones and souls as shells, these celestials summoned powerful manifestations. These Star Soul generals possessed divine powers and wiped out the hordes of beasts. Before leaving, the celestials left behind the power of the Star Soul generals in the form of soul jades, which would choose heroes destined to inherit their strength. They also taught humans the secret art of Star Soul cultivation. Those with the talent to master these arts became known as Star Soul Masters. With the combined might of Star Soul Masters and Generals, humanity finally began to rise again. 1,000 years ago, a human sage managed to replicate the divine methods of the Celestials, creating countless new Star Soul Generals. From that moment on, many Star Soul Masters followed the path of the hero. They reclaimed the lands ravaged by the beasts and built a new world. The first dean of this academy was the hero chosen by the Star Soul General, Zuo Ci. He piloted Zuo Ci to conquer Namchao for the Heaven City Kingdom and founded the Namchao Qiwu Academy 400 years ago. Star Soul General. After he passed, his general turned back into a soul jade, sealed within this statue to protect the academy and wait for the next hero. As Lu Yan listened to the story, his eyes sparkled. He felt a strange, surging power deep within his body. Full of determination, Lu Yan felt like he finally found his purpose in life. He swore right then and there to become a hero. He aimed to be like the first dean, setting his sights on the 8 generals of Heaven City to become the strongest Star Soul general. Suddenly, the statue of Zuo Ci began to tremble, and the soul jade inside released a blinding, powerful light. Lu Yan was completely frozen in shock. Ha Yan stood beside him, her jaw dropping as she stared at Zuo Ci in disbelief. She realized this was a soul power resonance. She wondered, could Zuo Ci's soul jade actually be acknowledging Lu Yan? It took a moment for Lu Yan to snap out of it. He frantically asked Ha Yan if she saw that light and what the heck was going on. Before she could answer, he rushed over and placed his hand on the statue. But the strange energy from before was already gone. Ha Yan's mind was racing. How could the first Dean's Star Soul General resonate with an idiot like Lu Yan? Was he really Zuo Ci's next host? She immediately shook the thought out of her head, telling herself it was just an illusion. A legendary Star Soul General like Zuo Ci would never choose someone like Lu Yan. Meanwhile, Lu Yan just stood there, staring at the statue in deep thought. Trying to find that weird energy from before, Lu Yan licked his finger and rubbed it on the Soul General statue to see if anything happened. Right then, a pissed-off Ha Yan marched over and smacked Lu Yan upside the head, barking at him to keep his hands off the Zuo Ci statue. Just like that, she dragged him off to report to the instructor. Even with a bump on his head, Lu Yan couldn't let it go. He was certain Zuo Ci had reacted earlier. From high above, a young man had been watching the whole scene play out. He was a bit surprised that 16 years ago, people on the Eastern continent still believed in the legends of immortals. This guy was none other than Song Yunxiang, who had been missing for 3 days. His preparations were mostly in order now. This time, he wouldn't let them die for nothing. Meanwhile, at the training arena, waves of loud cheering filled the air. The atmosphere here was always electric. On the stage, 2 soul generals were locked in a fierce battle. Sparks flew from their weapons in blinding flashes. After a few moments, the blue mech successfully suppressed its opponent. The red mech claimed victory, and the crowd went wild, their faces full of admiration. For those watching from the stands, as the match ended, Cheng Yi, the assistant instructor for Class 10, asked if they should give the blue mech driver an extra point, since they didn't handle it too badly. Next to him, Wu Pei didn't look impressed at all. In fact, she trashed the performance, saying the fight was a chaotic mess and that on a real battlefield, they'd be dead in seconds. Hearing that, Cheng Yi didn't dare talk back, his face twisting into an awkward grimace. Just then, Ha Yan arrived with Lu Yan to report in. Wu Pei had already heard rumors about a new student named Lu Yan, so she looked over with curiosity. Lu Yan immediately introduced himself at the top of his lungs, looking completely stressed out in front of the instructor. Ha Yan was honestly at a loss for words. Even the instructor had to tell him to knock it off. When Lu Yan asked a question, Wu Pei just gave him a cold stare. She wasn't in the mood for nonsense, so she ordered the next match to be Ha Yan versus Lu Yan. Lu Yan stood there with his jaw dropped, about to say no, but Ha Yan wasn't having it. Her eyes showed she'd been waiting for this. She really wanted to give Lu Yan a piece of her mind. Hearing the news, the other guys were hyped, wanting Ha Yan to teach the newbie a lesson. A few guys laughed and warned him, "Lu Yan, you'd better watch out for the class rep. She's definitely one of the top 2 strongest in the whole school." Cheng Yi felt a bit uneasy about this and asked Lu Yan if he was even used to controlling a soul general yet. Lu Yan replied that he was doing all right. He'd studied it back when he was a trainee, and his dad in the military had taught him a thing or two. The only problem was he hadn't received his own soul general yet. Hearing that, Cheng Yi lent him a Wei Yuan-style soul talisman. "Just use this for today's lesson," he said. "All you have to do is channel your soul power into the talisman to manifest the soul general." Grabbing it, Lu Yan shouted in excitement, "Whoa! So this is the Wei Yuan-style soul general from the Jiwu Academy." The design, the patterns Lu Yan felt, everything about it was extraordinary, way higher quality than his father's jade pendant. Seeing his reaction, Cheng Yi was even more speechless. Stepping onto the stage, Ha Yan pulled out her soul talisman to summon her soul general. Lu Yan followed suit, and lines of data flashed in the air, merging into a blue mech and a red mech. Inside her cockpit, Ha Yan couldn't help but let out a satisfied smirk. She was confident she'd beat Lu Yan so hard he'd forget all about that peeping incident. Not backing down, Lu Yan told Ha Yan she'd better give it everything she had. From the stands, the crowd cheered for her, wanting Ha Yan to slash Lu Yan's mech to pieces with one swing. It was almost dark, and they didn't want to miss dinner. With a huff, Ha Yan stomped her foot hard, launched into the air, and charged straight at Lu Yan. Lu Yan backed away to dodge the blade, but Ha Yan stayed right on his tail. Her speed was incredibly fast. After trading a few blows, Lu Yan kept running. Ha Yan taunted him from behind. "You were talking so big just a second ago, So where'd all that fighting spirit go? Ignoring her, Lu Yan focused entirely on dodging. Anyone could see that Ha Yan was completely dominating the fight. Even Cheng Yi was disappointed by this style of fighting a freshman's first battle, and he was just running and hiding. Suddenly, Wu Pei told him not to underestimate Lu Yan. His footwork looked messy, but he managed to dodge every single one of Ha Yan's attacks. Cheng Yi was shocked. Was Lu Yan really that good? On the stage, Ha Yan switched to dual blades for her assault. Lu Yan was forced to use his shield to defend, his feet sliding back as he clearly struggled. His entire red mech began to vibrate from the impact. Inside, Lu Yan was gritting his teeth, struggling. His senior was seriously powerful, a two-realm difference between soul masters. It was proving to be a huge obstacle. In the stands, a few people were getting impatient, shouting at Lu Yan to finally hit back. Honestly, everyone thought the outcome was a done deal. Lu Yan was just a rookie at the early yellow grade, while Ha Yan was already at the late yellow grade. You just can't win like that. A two-realm gap means a massive difference in both strength and combat intensity. With at least a 4-rank gap between their mechs, Luke Dian knew he couldn't win a head-on clash, so he focused on keeping his distance. Seeing Luke Dian's plan, Ha Yan fired from afar while using her shield to block his movements. Luke Dian took the moment to size her up. It looked like Ha Yan wasn't great at crowd control. Her long-range attacks didn't feel threatening at all. Feeling insulted, Ha Yan's temper flared. Oh, so it doesn't even sting? Then don't regret it later. Her rising anger made her even more focused. She unleashed her strongest move. In the stands, the students went wild, unable to believe Ha Yan was actually using that technique. This time, Luke Dian is a dead man. Even Thon Yi watched with wide eyes, certain that Luke Dian couldn't possibly survive this. Ha Yan leaped high into the air, crossing her twin blades for a strike. Her soul power surged like never before as she closed the gap. Ha Yan swung her twin blades, creating 2 streaks of light across the sky before slamming them straight down onto Luke Dian. Luke Dian's mech was smashed into pieces, and he started screaming in pain. The watching students couldn't help but wince at the sight. They felt his pain. Just arriving at the academy and getting wrecked by Ha Yan like that, talk about bad luck. Only Ao Boy remained expressionless. She declared that the newcomer had actually won. Thon Yi couldn't believe his ears and strained his eyes to see what she meant. A student nearby couldn't help but speak up, thinking instructor Ao Boy was just joking around. The rookie was clearly beaten to a pulp. In response, Ao Boy told them to look closer. Although the red mech was severely damaged, its blade was pointed directly at the blue mech's weak spot. According to the rules, Luke Dian won. Ha Yan's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe the outcome. On the other hand, Luke Dian had a triumphant smirk despite being a total mess. Inside her mech, Ha Yan looked like she'd lost her mind, stuttering as she repeated the result. The watching students were just as stunned. No one thought a newcomer who was 2 realms lower could beat class president Ha Yan, who was known for being elite. Even the cold Ao Boy let out a small smile. Then, she and Thon Yi walked down, calling the fight between Ha Yan and Luke Dian the best match of the day. She then asked Luke Dian to share his combat strategy. Having waited for this, Luke Dian excitedly started explaining. He thought the whole thing was thrilling. Ha Yan's attacks were so intense that he basically had no chance to hit back. Her accuracy was better, and her mech's power and speed were way superior to his. But as Luke Dian watched her movements closely, he noticed she rarely used soul power to boost her speed. He guessed she either lacked soul power, or it was just a bad habit. Hearing this, the way Ao Boy looked at Luke Dian completely changed. Being able to stay calm and analyze an opponent who is much stronger is quite impressive. But Luke Dian wasn't finished yet. He explained that by keeping his distance, he confirmed she wasn't good with soul power, and noticed she had quite a temper. So, he intentionally provoked her to lure her into a trap. Hearing this, Ha Yan was both embarrassed and furious, trembling as she tried to keep her cool. Unable to take it anymore, Ha Yan turned and snapped at Luke Dian, claiming he just got lucky. Luke Dian didn't care about that, but he suddenly started panicking about something else. Since his mech was just destroyed, he was terrified he'd have to pay a fortune to fix it. This forced Ha Yan to give him a frustrated explanation. Spirit mechs summoned by spirit masters don't actually get broken in the physical sense. Thinking back, Ha Yan realized mech number 16 belonged to Tong Van Tuong. At the mention of that name, Thon Yi's expression soured. Tong Van Tuong was that 3-minute loser who had been skipping class for 3 days. If he didn't show up soon, Thon Yi was going to report him as missing. Out of everyone there, Only Luke Dien didn't know what that 3-minute nickname meant, and he was curious. Does that nickname have something to do with bedroom performance? He was quickly corrected by the other students. Word was, Tong Van Tuong's soul was defective, and he could never rank up. Simply put, he was the lowest of the low, a loser whose summoned spirit mech only lasted for 3 minutes. He only got into Kovu Academy because of his family connections. Tired of the gossip, Boy shouted for everyone to clear out and go get some dinner. A second later, the sky above the academy suddenly turned pitch black. Yin's body shivered involuntarily. It was far too early for it to be this dark. What on earth is happening? Before anyone could react, countless rifts suddenly tore open in the sky. From within those cracks, hordes of massive beasts began crawling through. Emergency sirens blared throughout the entire city. That sound immediately made Boy and her assistant turn deadly serious. Slowly, the rifts came into full view of the students. One by one, the beasts began falling from the sky right onto the academy grounds. Some people were so terrified they collapsed, staring in horror at the scene. Chaos erupted everywhere. The monsters are here. Run, the beast outbreak has started. The giant monsters slammed into the ground one after another, obliterating everything in their path. Lightning crackled in every direction. Like starving wolves, they began hunting the humans scattered across the ground. Total chaos has swallowed the city. Gathering its power, the beast opens its massive maw to condense a blinding sphere of light. Those caught in its sights are plunged into pure despair, realizing they are as good as dead. Sure enough, wherever that light sweeps, people simply vanish into thin air. Not even massive skyscrapers are spared, ruthlessly leveled in an instant. The beam fired by the monster is unstoppable, carving a path of destruction straight toward the academy. Relying on his sharp combat instincts, Boy barks out a command to Than Yi. Understanding the signal, Than Yi summons his soul general, using his shield to block the beam and save the academy from total annihilation. Even so, the resulting shockwave is enough to— It takes a long moment for the relentless attack to finally stop. Just blocking that one hit caused 73% damage to Than Yi's mech, leaving him with only 20% soul power. This caught Than Yi off guard. This beast is far stronger than expected. Slowly, the rest of the monster swarm begins to descend. These are the most gluttonous of their kind, with stomachs like pocket dimensions that allow them to devour prey several times their own size without hesitation. Boy quickly scans the battlefield, seeing at least 10 monsters already closing in. Nearby, Than Yi shouts at the students to find cover immediately. This isn't an enemy they can handle. At the same time, Than Yi fights for every second to replenish his soul power and repair his shattered mech. Despite being told to retreat, Yin and Luke Dien step forward, offering to help. Before they can even finish their sentence, Boy shuts them down, ordering them to follow their instructions and get out. Before Than Yi can fully recover, a monster lunges at him with its jaws wide open. In that split second of life or death, Boy streaks forward at high speed. With a single strike, she obliterates the beast, a display of power that leaves both Yin and Luke Dien completely stunned. This is the White Commander, Boy's personal, specialized mech. No one expected it to be this incredibly powerful. These monsters aren't mindless either. They begin using coordinated tactics to ambush from all sides. But thanks to her overwhelming combat prowess, Boy easily detects the threats and strikes back. However, she notices something strange. The monster's movements seemed a bit sluggish just now. Behind her, Than Yi insists on joining the fight as more and more enemies appear. 2 of them might not be enough to hold them all off. Fed up, Boy snaps at him to shut his mouth. They have to pin these monsters down until reinforcements arrive. Right before Boy and Than Yi, the monster swarm continues to pour in like a tide. The city is nothing but smoke and ruins. Looking at the carnage, a terrified Luke Dien asks Yin what they should do next. With no other choice, Yin decides to listen to the instructor, urging Luke Dien to move. With their current strength, staying would only make them a liability. Despite his hesitation, Luke Dien has to agree, and they quickly head back toward the academy interior. As they retreat, he notices countless streaks of light appearing in the sky. Simultaneously, Boy receives a signal from the command center. Tunegiet reports that reinforcements are on site, ordering Boy to form a platoon and take command as captain. The mission is to defend the arena and ensure not a single monster escapes the perimeter. With those orders, Boy's resolve hardens. As she begins her counterattack, dozens of other soul generals drop from the sky. These aren't instructors, but members of the student council arriving to back them up. Exhausted as she is, Boy pushes through to take command, ordering all mechs to form a 12-unit tactical array. The Blazing Tiger formation is deployed instantly. The Soul Generals move in perfect harmony, creating an unbreakable wall in front of the monsters. In this formation, the central commander lures the enemy while the two wings provide cover fire, maximizing the terrain's advantage. It's perfect for a long-term defensive battle, earning Boy high praise from the Dean, who remarks that she truly lives up to her name as the White Fox of the battlefield. Below the command platform, Tiu Ngyet handles the combat monitoring reports. Now that the defensive line is established and reinforcements have arrived, Tiu Ngyet asks Ko Tu Din for the next set of orders. Without hesitation, Ko Tu Din's voice booms over the comms, commanding the Academy mechs to defend their positions with their lives and trap the beasts within the circle. They must hold out until the monster wave breaks. Hearing this, Boy and the students double down on their defense. They don't need a total victory, they just need to stand their ground. One by one, the monsters throw themselves at the students, forcing them into a desperate struggle. One student's longsword is snatched by a monster, which uses its multiple limbs to launch a brutal assault. Claws glowing with lightning-charged energy slash down, sending a Soul General flying. Before anyone can process the chaos, another massive explosion rocks the Academy, sending smoke and debris flying into the air. As the dust settles, a colossal monster standing dozens of meters tall emerges. Right in its path, Ha Yan and Luke Dian are running for their lives. The arrival of this giant makes things even worse, as falling boulders threaten to crush them both at any second. At this rate, the beast will catch them in no time. Realizing there's no other way, Ha Yan tells Luke Dian that she'll stay behind to distract the monster. Hey, tell Luke Dian to sprint toward underground entrance number 9 right now. Luke Dian was drenched in a cold sweat. He had absolutely no idea where that was. Ha Yan stopped in her tracks to summon her mecha, shouting out directions to Luke Dian at the same time. Head toward the Zuo Ci statue, the entrance is right behind it. In the blink of an eye, Ha Yan summoned her Star Soul General to hold back the ravenous beasts, buying every second she could for Luke Dian to escape. As he ran, Luke Dian cursed his own helplessness. He looked back and saw Ha Yan being ruthlessly attacked by the monsters, making his heart sink with worry. Even as Ha Yan was knocked to the ground, she screamed at the top of her lungs for Luke Dian to keep running and not look back. Luke Dian kept his head down, teeth gritted and fists clenched tight as he poured every ounce of strength into his legs. He was drowning in self-loathing. Why was he so damn useless? Why was he always the one running away? Why did he have to just stand there and watch others sacrifice their lives for him? If only he had the power. If only he had a Star Soul General of his own. Right as that thought crossed his mind, a bolt of realization struck him. He remembered the Zuo Ci statue. Maybe, just maybe, that statue held the key to changing this nightmare. If he was the one chosen by the Zuo Ci Soul Jade, he could obtain the power of a legendary Star Soul General. With that hope driving him, Luke Dian pushed himself. He prayed that Ha Yan could hold on just a little longer. After a frantic dash, the Zuo Ci statue finally came into view. A faint smile flickered across his face. He shouted out as he ran, begging the Academy head to lend him strength and hoping the Star Soul armor would finally accept him. But suddenly, Luke Dian skidded to a halt, his eyes widening in pure shock at what he saw. There was a figure standing on top of the Zuo Ci statue. What the hell was going on? The person had just smashed the statue and pulled something out from within. If he wasn't mistaken, that object was the Soul Jade of the Star, Soul General, Zuo Ci. The figure looked down at Luke Dian and flashed a mischievous smirk. Luke Dian was so stunned he could barely find his voice, pointing a finger and demanding to know who they were. The young man atop the statue replied in a calm, steady voice, "I am Song Yunxiang, and I have returned." A flood of memories rushed through Song Yunxiang's mind. He thought of all the people he couldn't save, the instructors and students of the Mecha Martial Academy, those who had once looked down on him, the elders who had loved him, and his brothers in arms from the Ebon Guard. He remembered those precious to him and the enemies he could never defeat. Everyone Song Yunxiang had ever met flashed before his eyes, including the inner demons that had haunted him for decades. They felt like invisible hands trying to drag him down. With a sudden burst of will, Song Yunxiang's eyes snapped open, glowing with a sharp light. A blinding radiance exploded from his room before abruptly vanishing. Song Yunxiang sat on his bed, his entire body radiating white steam. He had finally broken through to the peak yellow stage. It had only taken him 3 days to break through 4 realms in a row. It was an insane pace. especially for a body with a defective heavenly soul. It was beyond legendary. Unfortunately, he was still running out of time. In his past life, faced with tens of thousands of unbeatable enemies, Song Yunxiang chose to self-destruct to take them all down with him. He never expected to be reborn 16 years in the past. Back then, 16 years ago, he was nothing but a trash outcast, abandoned by his family because of his soul defect. His father had sent him to this academy just to keep him safe. Back then, Song Yunxiang didn't understand his father's intentions and lived a reckless, spoiled life as a young marquis. But then the academy was overrun by monsters, the Song family was wiped out, and the celestial capital fell. Thanks to the Star Master system, Song Yunxiang had cheated death countless times. The system was a creation of some ancient genius that he had stumbled upon in his previous life. Not only did it grant him incredible abilities, but it also allowed him to copy the Star Soul generals of others. To his surprise, the system had followed him through rebirth. Song Yunxiang immediately commanded the Star Master system to scan his current condition. With a sharp ping, the scan was complete. He was still stuck with a defective heavenly soul and didn't have a Star Soul general yet. Although he didn't know how the system came back with him, all the progress and power he had accumulated in his past life was gone. He had to start from scratch. The date of his rebirth was September 11th. That meant the Mecha Martial Academy would be attacked tonight. During these past 3 days, he had used alchemy techniques learned from the southern continent to rapidly advance from the early yellow stage to the peak yellow stage. In his previous life, he didn't manage to get a reformation pill to fix his heavenly soul until he was 50 years old. Even though it healed him back then, it left behind terrible side effects. He was stuck at the saint stage, unable to progress any further. He could only use 20% of his true combat power and had to rely on soul-sustaining pills just to keep his strength up. But now, if he could just refine a single perfect reformation pill, he could fully restore his heavenly soul without any side effects. Song Yunxiang headed toward the central eastern district of Yuanding City and stopped at the South Province medicine shop. He had pre-ordered a heavenly dragon root, but after checking, the clerk told him the new shipment wouldn't arrive until noon. This delay caught him off guard, but he had no choice but to wait outside. 16 years ago, skilled alchemists were truly a rare breed. Alchemy is surprisingly primitive in the southern continent. While the heavenly dragon root is worth a fortune elsewhere, it is actually quite easy to find here. Once I find that last ingredient, I can finally heal my heavenly soul. Even if I can't fully fix the soul general, using it with the Wei Yuan style should be enough to drive back the monster. With a few hours to kill before the dragon root arrives, Song Yunxiang heads to the arena to set up some defensive arrays. He is determined to keep casualties at Jiwu Academy to a minimum. Drawing from his memories of his past life, he starts laying down complex arrays everywhere. This is northern knowledge, stuff that is easily 100 years ahead of anything people in the East have ever seen. Unfortunately, his cultivation level is still too low. For now, he can only create arrays that slow down and hinder the monster's movements. Just then, he overhears a conversation below. It is He Yan and Lu Yan. They were on their way to report in when the Star Soul General, Zuo Ci, caught their eye, and they stopped to take a look. He Yan starts recounting the legends, from the descent of the immortals to the very origins of the academy. Looking at Zuo Ci, Song Yunxiang can't help but laugh at his past self. On this day in his previous life, he crawled to this statue like a stray dog, begging for power, and got absolutely But this time? This time is different. Song Yunxiang summons his Star-Lord system and scans the statue standing before him. Ping! The system detects an ownerless soul jade inside the statue and confirms it can be forcibly extracted. The process causes the statue to shake, confusing He Yan and Lu Yan. Meanwhile, Yunxiang asks the system if it is possible to copy Zuo Ci's Star Soul. The system replies that ownerless jades cannot be copied directly, but they can be stored in the system inventory. He can only copy it once he finds a host. To avoid causing a scene, Yunxiang decides not to rush it. He plans to snatch the soul jade right when the monsters attack. Just then, a message pops up. The heavenly dragon root has arrived. With his preparations complete, he heads back to the pharmacy to pick up the goods. He needs to refine the rebirth pill immediately to restore his heavenly soul. This time, he won't let anyone die for nothing. On his way, he spots a familiar figure. He is curious for a moment, but quickly brushes the thought aside. There is no way that person would be here, right? Still, just to be safe, he has the system run a scan. A second later, his expression completely changes. He can see the target's soul power. It is concentrated in the Dantian area of the chest, a cultivation method used exclusively in the northern lands. They are from the Dilun Kingdom. He knows that place well. It is a neighbor bordering the north of the Tiandu Kingdom. It is also one of the 3 major nations that inherited the core culture of the East Continent. In his past life, about 3 years from now, the warmongering Dilun Kingdom shattered the peace and launched an all-out invasion of the Tiandu Kingdom. The entire region was dragged into the conflict, which eventually led to the total destruction of the East Continent. Yunxiang wonders why someone from Dilun would show up here so early. Is there something going on behind the scenes that he didn't know about? At the Namchao Pharmacy in Yuanding City, a maid greets him warmly, eager to show off their exclusive products. He simply tells her he is there to pick up a pre-order. Realizing who he is, the girl politely invites him to wait in the VIP lounge. The total comes to 130,000 Tiandu yuan. After subtracting the 20% deposit, the balance is Yunxiang cuts her off before she can finish. He reaches into his bag and tells her quite bluntly, "I don't have enough cash." The girl looks embarrassed and replies, "I am so sorry, Mr. Yunxiang, but we only accept cash here." Undeterred, he pulls out a handful of pills and tells her he wants to sell them to the shop instead. The waitress tries to politely decline with a forced smile, but then her eyes go wide as she sees the pills. She lets out a gasp of pure shock. Is this a soul-sustaining pill? A level 3 pill? And these star-gathering pills. The quality is incredible. They are even better than the ones their own master refines. She examines them in awe, realizing there are some she cannot even identify. Not wanting to make the wrong call, she asks to take them to the head manager for a second opinion. Yunxiang happily agrees. He also asks if he can borrow their alchemy room for a bit. She confirms they have one, but since they don't have a resident alchemist, it has been empty for a long time. That is fine. All he needs is a place that can contain the fluctuations of soul power. He follows her down to a secret chamber. Just like she said, the cauldron inside is covered in thick spiderwebs. Yunxiang cannot help but scoff in disgust. Man, this thing is total junk. It is a 60-year-old antique, and a broken one at that. If it were not busted, he would have given it a shot. With a heavy sigh, Van Tuong decided to use a method from the future. Luckily, back when he was in the southern continent, he had studied void refining with the Spirit Clan. Combined with a smelting array, he could concoct pills without needing a cauldron at all. Once everything was set, Van Tuong waved his hand to activate the 4-direction smelting array. A series of overlapping glowing rings flickered into existence. Next, he pulled out the materials he had purchased from a storage card. The most vital ingredient among them was the heavenly dragon forehead. Just like that, he tossed them into the center of the array. From the outside, the strange phenomena happening within were completely invisible. Even when intense beams of light occasionally leaked out, they did not draw any unwanted attention. Meanwhile, the clerk had already made her way to the general manager's office to report everything that had just happened. A customer wanted to trade pills for medicinal herbs, and there was one pill she could not even identify. Holding the pill in his hand, the manager did not look very impressed at first. He slowly counted through them, but the moment he recognized the blaze fire pill, his face twisted into an expression of utter shock. With his eyes wide in disbelief, he asked the girl if she was absolutely certain the customer wanted to sell these pills. Before she could even finish her sentence, he was already scrambling out the door to find that guest. The girl suddenly remembered that the cauldron in the room was broken. She tried to play it down, figuring someone as young as Van Tuong could not possibly know how to refine pills. He probably just wanted a sound. At that very moment, Van Tuong was still pouring all his focus into operating the array. With a final command, he produced a pill that radiated a brilliant golden light. This was a grade 6 pill, the reconstruction pill. Seeing it was high-grade quality, Van Tuong figured it was good enough for now. He swallowed it immediately and sat down to meditate. The refining effects of the grade 6 pill kicked in instantly, and Van Tuong's soul veins began to heal, little by little. Outside, the manager and the girl had been waiting in silence for 2 hours, without a single sound coming from the room. Growing impatient, the manager asked again, "Are you sure he is still in there?" The girl could only nod, explaining that some kind of array was blocking the door from being opened from the outside. A moment later, the door slowly creaked open. Van Tuong looked a bit exhausted, but a smirk played on his lips when he saw them. He knew they had taken the bait. The moment he saw him, the general manager greeted him with extreme politeness, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. He stole a quick glance at Van Tuong, sizing him up. Based on his clothes, he seemed to be a student from the Mystic Academy. Since he could casually produce such precious pills, the manager figured this kid was either a young master from a powerful clan or had a legendary alchemy master backing him up. Van Tuong returned the gesture and asked the manager if he was satisfied with the pills he had provided. It was obvious that the man was not just satisfied, he was absolutely thrilled. He then pulled out the red pill, asking if it was truly the legendary grade 5 pill he had heard about. Van Tuong politely praised the man for his keen eye, which helped break the ice. Even so, the manager still could not believe his luck and asked again, "Are you really sure you want to sell these to us?" Van Tuong confirmed it, giving the excuse that he was a bit short on cash and told the man to name his price. According to the general manager, this blood-burning pill could allow an Earth-tier soul master to instantly jump up a minor stage. If used at the peak of a level, it could even trigger a breakthrough into a whole new major realm. If it were taken to an auction, it would definitely fetch a much higher price. But Van Tuong did not care about that. He just wanted the man to make an offer. That was exactly what the man wanted to hear. The manager did not beat around the bush and started totaling the cost of each pill. They agreed to pay $300,000 for the blood-burning pill, and with the others being worth less, it came to a total of $440,000. Once he finished the math, the manager gave a small chuckle. He said he was willing to round that $440,000 up to $500,000 just to be on good terms with Van Tuong. But Van Tuong saw right through him. He knew the old fox was targeting his youth, trying to make him think he was getting the deal of a lifetime. He guessed the old man's next move would be to sniff around for the source of these pills. Thinking fast, Van Tuong pretended to be deep in thought. Noticing his hesitation, the manager quickly added that they would only be able to sell these pills for $600,000 themselves. Paying $500,000 was the absolute limit he had the authority to offer. If he still was not happy, the manager said he could throw in several tens of thousands of dollars worth of herbs as a bonus. Van Tuong let out a soft "oh" and shook his head, saying that was not what he meant. He then introduced himself as Fo Kuan. After saying that, he pulled out 2 more blood-burning pills, handed them over, and told the man to just round the total up to $1 million. As expected, this left the manager and the girl completely stunned. They were now convinced that there had to be a peerless alchemy master backing Van Tuong up. Recalling Van Tuong's mention of the 9-piece mansion, the chief manager subconsciously thought of the Marquis of 9-piece, one of the 8 legendary generals of Sky Capital. Could the guy standing in front of him be a young master of the Song family from South Province? Seeing their stunned faces, Van Tuong felt a smug satisfaction deep down. Perhaps this bait is enough to hook the big fish hiding behind this pharmacy counter. This chief manager, Hong Fuang, is 90% likely a descendant of a branch family of the Hong Merchant Guild, the power backing the great pharmacy in South Province. In Van Tuong's memories from his past life, the Hong Merchant Guild was one of the 3 great merchant guilds of the Eastern continent, controlling 70% of the market for medicinal materials and refining in the Kingdom of Sky Cap. The intricate web the Hong family built in both politics and business over generations meant they weren't just filthy rich, they also had a terrifying network of connections and resources. In this life, to stop the future beast tide, Van Tuong doesn't just need to rapidly boost his combat power, he also has to build his own faction. Money, connections, and resources. He can't do without any of those 3. The Hong Merchant Guild, this big fish, is the one he'll choose to exploit. Sure enough, after he pulled out 2 more bloodburn pills, the manager's attitude shifted completely, and he invited Van Tuong to a private room for a serious talk. Inside the management office, Van Tuong received a sum of $1 million. On top of that, the cost for the Heavenly Dragon Stem was completely waived. When Van Tuong asked about it, the chief manager insisted on refusing any payment, saying it wasn't anything valuable. It was worth $30,000, yet he took it upon himself to give it to Van Tuong for free. Since he was being so insistent, Van Tuong accepted the gift without being polite. Next, the chief manager told an attendant to bring out a gold card with the number 3 engraved on it from under his desk. Seeing Van Tuong's confusion, the manager mentioned that their South Province Great Pharmacy was a business under the Hong Merchant Guild. This card is a platinum membership jade talisman. With this card, he'll get platinum-level treatment and discounts at any shop owned by the Hong Merchant Guild. This was the manager's way of showing his sincerity to Van Tuong. After chatting a bit longer, Van Tuong said his goodbyes and left. Once he was gone, the waitress finally spoke up. Seeing the chief manager act so respectfully, she wondered if he had figured out the boy's background. In response, he mentioned hearing Van Tuong bring up the Marquis of 9-piece, and that boy's last name is Song. The Marquis of 9-piece, one of the 8 generals of Sky Capital, also has the surname Song. If his guess was right, this was a young master from the Song family in South Province. The 8 generals of Sky Capital are Saint-tier experts, the absolute peak of combat power in the entire kingdom. But even if Saint-tier experts are rare, they aren't nearly as precious as the 5th-rank alchemist standing behind this Song kid. Hearing this, the girl still found it hard to believe, because there are very few 5th-rank alchemists on the entire continent. While 5th-rank pills are seen occasionally, people usually find them in ancient ruins or tombs. To settle the matter, the chief manager explained that earlier, he had inspected those bloodburn pills, and they were of peak quality definitely pills that were refined very recently. At this point, he told the attendant to report to the 4th young lady that they finally had a solid lead on the 5th-rank alchemist she was looking for. Meanwhile, Van Tuong was walking and examining the card in his hand. Suddenly, he passed by a girl, and he froze dead in his tracks. A flood of memories came rushing back like a tidal wave. Without thinking, Van Tuong turned around and grabbed her hand, shouting out, "Atan!" Startled, the girl turned her head to look back. Van Tuong's face was full of shock as he stammered, unable to believe his eyes. It really was her. At that exact moment, the system notification rang out. Target detected. Van Tuong is in contact with a heroic soul host. Replicating heroic soul. Lu Bu. The process was finished in a flash. As for Atan, she's a female assassin from the mysterious Tai Uyen organization. She possesses the heroic soul of Lu Bu. In his past life, Van Tuong didn't meet her until 3 years later, when she was already a pseudo-saint-tier powerhouse. Following the fanatical beliefs of Tai Uyen, and using Lu Bu's unparalleled strength, she forcibly intervened in the wars between various nations back then. She wanted to stop humanity from destroying itself. In his past life, when Van Tuong was at his lowest, he met Atan on the battlefield. After surviving several life-and-death situations together, they became a couple. While they were living together, Van Tuong once asked about her name, Atan. He wondered if it was her real name or, according to her, the great prophet of the Silver Council in Taiyuan had performed a divination. A storm was coming, so Taiyuan named her Tan, predicting that she was destined to be the umbrella that shields the world from the wind and rain. Back in the present, Van Tuong held Atan's hand tightly, and in doing so, he successfully copied the heroic soul of Lu Bu. Looking closer, Van Tuong saw that Atan looked much more innocent and youthful compared to the woman in his memories from 3 years. Van Tuong stared blankly, completely unaware that Atan had already summoned a dagger. She yanked her hand away and demanded to know who he was. She also demanded to know how he knew her name. As she spoke, Atan swung her dagger to attack, but Van Tuong easily blocked the move. He circled behind her and quickly tried to calm her down, telling her not to be so tense because he wasn't a bad guy. This makes Atan even more suspicious. How on earth does Yunxiang know the Tai Uyen assassination techniques? But for now, he decides to brush it aside. Yunxiang notices Atan is being followed, but before he can even finish his warning, she delivers a brutal heel kick right to his lower crown jewels. A wave of pure agony hits him, making Yunxiang's eyes bulge as he collapses to the ground, shaking like a leaf. Just then, the pursuers finally catch up. As they rush past to catch Atan, Yunxiang sticks his leg out, sending one of them into a glorious faceplant right into the dirt. The man scrambles up, fuming and cursing Yunxiang for being blind. His companions are clearly annoyed as well, but they have a mission to finish, so they urge the guy to hurry up. That's when Yunxiang stands up and starts running his mouth. He picks a fight with them, shouting, "Hey, you bump into me and think you can just walk away?" The group snaps back, cursing him out. It was obviously Yunxiang who tripped them first. They quickly conclude that Yunxiang and Atan must be working together. Holding his comrades back, the most composed man in the group steps toward Yunxiang, claiming to be from the Heaven Capital Secret Bureau. He claims to suspect Yunxiang is an accomplice and intends to detain him. Yunxiang's eyes narrow slightly. He can tell right away these guys aren't bureau agents. Still, Yunxiang keeps his cool, acting as if he's just run into fellow members of his own organization. He pulls an ID card from his pocket and recites 5 words, "Shimmering Kill, Yellow Level 2. This leaves the group looking at each other in total confusion. They wonder if this is some kind of secret code used by the Heaven Capital Bureau. Suddenly, their entire attitude shifts. The leader bows respectfully to Yunxiang. In response, Yunxiang plays along, identifying himself as a deep cover agent from the South Province Secret Bureau, agent number 54,188. While they talk, the leader secretly signals his men behind his back. He tells his subordinates to go ahead while he stays behind to handle this. Even though he knows absolutely nothing about the secret bureau, he puts on a professional act, recounting how they saw Yunxiang interacting with their mission target earlier. He demands an explanation. Yunxiang squints his eyes, giving a flawless response. Are you talking about that female assassin from Tai Uyen? He claims the South Province Bureau has been tracking her for a long time, then turns the tables by scolding them for ruining his chance to make the arrest. This makes the leader hesitate. He didn't think Yunxiang would know the girl was with Tai Uyen. Now he's certain Yunxiang is a real agent from the South Province. Their intel never mentioned that she was also being watched by the Bureau. To avoid any unnecessary drama, he plans to lure Yunxiang into their ambush and take care of him there. With his mind made up, he invites Yunxiang to join forces. As they walk, he acts perfectly willing to exchange mission details. Yunxiang suggests reporting back to his superiors, but the leader stops him immediately, claiming they suspect a mole is hiding within the Bureau. He explains that this operation is off the books to ensure they can successfully close the net. That phrase, close the net, catches Yunxiang's attention. He asks if they've already set a trap. As they move, the man explains that they were only pretending to chase the thief, when in reality, they were just herding her into a cage. Hearing this, Yunxiang sighs a bit, but internally, he's mocking them. These idiots. Trying to play secret agent in front of him is like trying to teach a fish how to swim. In his past life, Yunxiang was the commander of the Black Crystal Guard in Heaven Capital. He's dealt with the secret bureau more times than he can count. While on the move, Yunxiang scans the man's body and senses soul power condensing within his core. Just as he suspected, these people are from the D-Lun Nation, exactly like the guy in black he saw earlier near the Jiwu Institute. Yunxiang hadn't realized the D-Lun spies had infiltrated so deeply. Suddenly, his eyes widen as a realization hits him. In his past life, the South Province Jiwu Institute was destroyed during a monster tide, and the Zuo Ci heroic spirit Jade vanished without a trace. Could those D-Lun spies be the ones behind all of it? Along the way, Yunxiang spots a stall selling strawberry candied haws. That's a Tan's absolute favorite. Without a second thought, Yunxiang stops to buy every single skewer they have before continuing on, not forgetting to test one himself to see if it's too sour. A bit further down, the D-Lun spy asks for his name. Yunxiang just gives a faint smirk. He introduces himself as Cheng Yi. Little did he know, back at the academy, Secretary Cheng Yi was sneezing non-stop because of this. Out in the forest outskirts, the mysterious group has finally caught up to Atan. No matter which way she turns, her path is blocked. After a moment, they've completely surrounded her. Atan drops to the ground, frantically looking for an opening. An old man with a devious grin steps out in front of her. He's been waiting here for a long time. According to him, a massive formation has been activated, sealing off the entire area. Then, a wave of men in black emerges right before her eyes. And on top of that, several heroic spirits are slowly approaching, showing that they've planned this mission to perfection. Atan is trapped in the center. There's almost no way out. It seems they've gathered every possible bit of information on her, including the fact that she possesses the Lubu Star Soul. The old man read aloud, letting out a series of gleeful cackles. Gradually, the men in black closed the circle, triumphantly demanding Atan's surrender. This place was completely cut off by a spatial formation. There was no way out. Seeing how beautiful Atan was, they thought it'd be a waste not to have some fun with her first. Before the words could even settle, a dagger pierced through that subordinate's head, killing him instantly. Atan looked over and coldly asked him if he was having fun now. Stunned for a moment, the rest of the gang charged forward in a rage, seeking revenge for their fallen comrade. As for the old man, he stood there silently, watching without making a move. A second later, Yunxiang and that guy from the Diluan Kingdom also stepped into the formation. Once this thing is active, it means the target is trapped. As he walked, Yunxiang analyzed the situation. This spatial formation was a level 5 barrier. It could seal off all sounds and any visual signs of battle from the outside world. Looking at those Uivien-type Star Soul generals, he deduced they were mechs from the city guard. It seemed these guys had smuggled themselves into the Heaven Capital through some shortcuts and managed to forge Star Soul charms just like that. The man leading Yunxiang approached the old man and addressed him as the boss. Up ahead, the battle was becoming incredibly brutal. A wave of the old man's subordinates aggressively lunged at Atan, but they still couldn't break her defense. In the heat of the fight, she caught sight of Yunxiang standing with the enemy and frowned. Just as Yunxiang waved hello, a dagger flew straight at him. Caught off guard, Yunxiang grabbed the guy next to him to use as a human shield. The poor soul's eyes looked like they were about to pop out of his head. Yunxiang shouted, "Atan, you're freaking dangerous, you know that." He definitely wasn't on the same side as these creeps. Atan ignored his outburst, her mind occupied by the mystery of who Yunxiang really was. He clearly only had a yellow realm cultivation, yet he could dodge her attack. Over on Yunxiang's side, he and the old man stood there, locked in a silent stare-down. After a few breaths, the old man spoke in a cold voice. "Who the hell are you?" Immediately, a subordinate leaned in and whispered that the kid claimed to be a shadow agent from the Secret Intelligence Bureau in Nanzhou. Hearing this, the old man dismissed Yunxiang as just some stray small fry, just an unlucky brat. He'd deal with the girl first and then find a chance to take care of him too. The battle dragged on. Atan had wiped out countless subordinates, but the 4 Star Soul generals still hadn't made a move. Watching silently, one of them finally lost his patience, drew his sword, and launched a surprise attack. Atan's eyes turned razor sharp. She leaped high into the air to dodge the powerful strike. Mid-air, she summoned her Star Soul and roared, "Equip!" The Star Soul core manifested from the void, enveloping Atan's body. Shimmering data streams gradually took the form of the Star Soul, each part becoming clearer until it solidified into a physical entity. A majestic Star Soul general appeared, gripping a war spear, ready for action. Atan spun her weapon to build momentum and then delivered a direct blow to the enemy Star Soul general, obliterating him on the spot. This scene terrified the remaining enemies. Even so, they couldn't back down. A moment later, another one screamed and charged at her. Without flinching, Atan swung her spear horizontally, slamming it right into the enemy's waist. Right then, the other 2 lunged forward for a sneak attack. Sensing the danger, Atan suddenly pivoted backward, catching the 2 ambushers completely off guard. They scrambled to switch from offense to defense, but the power gap was just too massive. Despite their best efforts to block, Atan's kick sent them flying like bullets. The sheer force of the impact tore through the forest, leveling everything in its path. Realizing the situation was turning south, all the men in black were deployed. They swarmed forward, summoning their mechs to surround Atan. There were far more of them than before. Inside Lu Bu, warning sensors were blaring, alerting Atan to the extreme danger. On her own, it was practically impossible to win this fight. While scanning the area, Atan's gaze inadvertently shifted toward Yunxiang and the old man. At that moment, Yunxiang spoke up. "You guys are making such a huge scene on the outskirts of Yuanding City. Aren't you afraid the guards will catch you?" The leader of the men in black smirked arrogantly. "This place is already covered by a level 5 spatial barrier. Even if we blow this place to Kingdom Come, the outside world won't notice a thing." Hearing that, Yunxiang found it made a lot of sense, which made him feel much more at ease. Beside him, the man in black secretly pulled out a compressed weapon card. Suddenly, he swung his blade, aiming to cut Yunxiang down. With a tone full of arrogance, he was certain he was sending Yunxiang to hell. But having been on guard from the start, Yunxiang dodged it with ease. He used his high speed to circle behind the man and drove a skewer straight through his neck. "Skill level my ass, you moron." The man in black never expected this to be his end, even in his final moments. As the man's eyes bulged in shock, Yunxiang continued, "When I said I was at ease, I meant I can finish you all off right here without any worries." These words left the old man utterly terrified. He stammered as he ordered his subordinates to kill Yunxiang immediately. A horde of men in black swarmed Van Tuong at once. Without even breaking his gaze, he calmly activated a weapon summon card to launch a counterattack. His skills were terrifying. Every swing of his blade took a life, proving he was on a completely different level than these goons. Suddenly, Van Tuong's eyes sharpened as a thought crossed his mind. Even as the massive crowd of enemies continued their pursuit, he didn't panic. Instead of continuing the brawl, he chose to create some distance, sprinting away while calling out to the Star-Lord system. He asked if it could hack the surrounding formation. Just as he expected, the system could. It immediately began infiltrating and analyzing the structure. The formation had a dual-layer structure. The outer shell was a rank 5 folded space barrier. The inner layer was a rank 4 soul-binding star prison. In no time, the system completed its breach and waited to seize full control. 125 seconds remained. Over on Atan's side, she was still fighting desperately, taking down enemies with ease. However, the enemies had quantity over quality. As the battle dragged on, Atan's soul power began to drain rapidly. She was now gasping for breath, her strength fading. Below, the old man ignored Van Tuong and turned his focus toward the Lubu mecha. Seeing his chance, he ordered his subordinates to activate the formation to capture Lubu. Suddenly, the air around Atan shifted. Intricate glowing patterns appeared all around her. Before she could even process what was happening, a flurry of chains erupted from the patterns. The chains tightly bound the spirit soul general, locking every joint until there wasn't a single gap left. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't budge. Atan cursed the chains in frustration. After failing to break free through sheer force, she had no choice but to try and de-summon the mecha. To her horror, even that didn't work. Watching her struggle, the old man let out a sinister, twisted laugh. This soul-binding star prison was a specialized formation for capturing spirit soul generals, recovered from the ruins of an ancient. Escaping through de-summoning was impossible. With a smirk, the old man ordered his men to begin the forced extraction of the soul stone data. He gave the command to harvest Lubu's data. Following his lead, the mecha units pulled out cylindrical, tube-like weapons. A needle-like tip extended, aiming straight for Atan's back, before firing a strange, eerie beam of light. The light slowly enveloped Atan's mecha as she struggled with everything she had. The enemy pilots couldn't help but mock her. After losing so many of their comrades to her, they wanted to see her rot. But just then, a brilliant light began to gather. It manifested a short distance away, and before the men in black could realize what was happening, a bolt of lightning struck with devastating force. The lightning sliced right through their mechas, killing several unlucky bastards instantly. Simultaneously, the chains binding Lubu shattered into pieces. The extraction device was skewered and destroyed by a spear. The sudden turn of events left Atan in a state of total shock. Standing right next to her was another Lubu spirit soul general, and the person piloting this duplicate was none other than Van Tuong. He playfully urged Atan to hurry up, noting he only had 3 minutes. However, her mecha just stood there, completely frozen. Inside her cockpit, Atan's jaw dropped in disbelief. How was this possible? Why was there another Lubu? Suddenly, Van Tuong's mecha thrust its spear directly at Atan. She let out a terrified scream, unable to react in time. But on closer look, Van Tuong had actually thrust his spear past Atan's waist to hit a hidden assassin behind her. The strike hit the enemy's most vital spot. The pilot inside the enemy mecha was wiped out instantly. Van Tuong then channeled his soul power into his weapon. He caused the enemy mecha to dissolve into data, while the man inside was reduced to nothing but a crimson mist. Even Van Tuong was surprised by the mess, not expecting the guy to literally explode. He figured he should probably go a bit easier next time. Recovering from the shock, Atan manifested her spear and pointed it at Van Tuong, demanding to know who he really was. She bombarded him with questions, asking what kind of spirit soul general he was using. Why did it look exactly like hers? Van Tuong dodged the questions and tried to keep her calm. He told her that he definitely wasn't her enemy, and promised to explain later. But for now, they needed to team up to finish off the rest of the mechas. Assessing the situation, Atan let out a huff of agreement. Before she could even make a move, Van Tuong had already dived back into the fray. Every spear strike was incredibly precise and masterful, slicing enemies clean in half. This sight left Atan even more stunned. This young man's movements were unbelievable. Every single move targeted a weakness with flawless accuracy. With a quick spin of his spear, Van Tuong demolished another mecha, the tip of his blade piercing straight through the pilot. After a few more attempts, Van Tuong finally dialed in the perfect amount of force to kill the men in black without turning them into a puddle. Once he was done, Van Tuong casually tossed a corpse off his spear to continue his path. A fierce battle erupted amidst a hail of bullets and the razor-sharp spear strikes of the two warriors. Van Tuong coordinated perfectly with Atan, making it impossible for the soldiers in black to even get close. He coldly kicked the final corpse to the ground before he and Atan advanced toward the terrified old man. Right at that moment, one of them takes his chance, leaping high to strike down. Van Tuong doesn't even blink. Van Tuong thrusts his spear straight into the man's chest. Another unlucky soul gets tossed into the forest. Things aren't going quite as smoothly for Atan. The ground shakes from the impact as both sides refuse to back down in a fierce struggle. While one enemy pins Atan down, another sneaks up from behind. Seeing this, Atan unleashes her power in a violent spin. Her war-dead spear wipes them both out. The move leaves her gasping for air, completely drained from the effort. Taking a quick breather, she glances over at Van Tuong. He's effortlessly driving his spear through his enemies' chests, one by one. To a Tan, this is impossible for someone at the yellow grade. What's more, Van Tuong is only using the most basic moves. He's hitting their energy cores with surgical precision, controlling his soul power perfectly, and acting like he knows their spirits inside out. Even the way he discards the bodies is cold and efficient. The more she watches, the more Van Tuong looks like a veteran soldier with decades of experience. Van Tuong's voice turns cold, filled with bloodlust. One last one, he says, turning his gaze toward the pilot who's been watching from the sidelines the whole time. The pilot jumps in fright. It's the old leader, and his eyes are wide with pure terror. He never expected to face two Lubus. Worse, they're monsters that have turned all his careful planning into a joke. As he approaches, Van Tuong demands the old man get on his knees and surrender. Driven to the edge, the old man completely snaps. Refusing to accept reality, he charges desperately, trying to run Van Tuong through. Van Tuong grips his spear tight and lets out a double strike, shattering the enemy's arm and sending him off balance. The old man faceplants into the dirt, screaming curses at Van Tuong. But right in front of him, Van Tuong's weapon is already at his throat. These two Lubus are like gods on the battlefield, while he's just an ant waiting to be crushed. His morale hits rock bottom. Keeping the old man alive for now, Van Tuong begins his interrogation, impersonating the Matra Ti to sneak into the Tiandu kingdom, even stealing the spirits of the palace guards. What exactly is a piece of trash from the Diluan kingdom doing here? Hearing therefrom, Diluan catches Atan completely off guard. Van Tuong is left speechless. He can't believe Atan actually thought these guys were Tiandu's own agents. Flustered, Atan scoffs and turns away. The old man, now exposed, boils over with rage. He wants to know how Van Tuong found out, but then he just gives up. "Long live the general," he screams, preparing to blow himself up. Atan flinches, ready to bolt, but Van Tuong doesn't even blink. "You think you can pull that self-destruct crap on Song Van Tuong? Not in a million years." With a wave of his hand, he releases a wave of resonant soul power. Atan has never seen this technique before. To her shock, it completely suppresses the explosion. Van Tuong clenches his fist. "Get the hell out of there," Van Tuong roars. With one massive punch, he literally blasts the old man out of his armor. The mech suit falls apart, and the old man's eyes bulge as he falls from the sky, landing headfirst in the dirt. With the mech dealt with, Van Tuong powers down. The old man lies on the ground, completely still. Not caring if he's dead or alive, Van Tuong grabs him by the head and squeezes his cheek so he can't close his mouth. From his past life, he knows these guys hide poison in their teeth to commit suicide when things go south. And if he's right, this old geezer is one of Night Vale's subordinates. The old man's eyes nearly pop out of his head as he demands answers. "How the hell do you know General Night Vale?" At the same time, Atan gasps, clearly recognizing the name. "Wait, isn't that the mercenary king? The one who leads the 330,000 remnants of Tuknan's Tai Hoa sword city? Tai Hoa possesses the Ganjiang spirit. Based on what Van Tuong knows from his previous life, Night Vale leads those remnants. He used his mercenary status to join the Diluan army, and for years, he was a nightmare on the front lines, invading Thiendo. In his past life as a black armor guard, Van Tuong clashed with him on the battlefield several times. But back then, Van Tuong's soul veins were damaged. He was never a match for the guy. Recalling the sword scar Night Vale left over his left eye, Van Tuong feels a sharp phantom pain. Atan just stares at him, totally confused. There's clearly no scar on his face. Shaking it off, Van Tuong hands the old man over to Atan to take back to Tai Uyen for questioning. Suddenly, Atan's eyes narrow with suspicion. She points her blade straight at him. "Who the hell are you, really?" Not only did he see through Diluan's plot, but he even knows about Tai Uyen. Van Tuong calmly brushes her hand aside. Speaking of Tai Uyen, the secret organization that uses peaceful methods to stop human civil wars. He's not Atan's enemy, and in a way, he's not an enemy of Tai Uyen either. Van Tuong's goal is the same as theirs: unite all of humanity to face the real enemy. Seeing her lost in thought, Yunxiang casually takes Azan's weapon and hands her a stick of candied hawthorn instead. He introduces himself as Yunxiang right to her face. Looking at the sweet treat, Azan just takes it, looking completely dazed. Her head is spinning with questions. Yunxiang mentally apologizes for leaving her there like that, but some things have to wait for the right moment. He'll explain everything to her later. Holding the candied fruit, Azan is totally confused, wondering how on earth he knew she loved these. What a mysterious guy. Yunxiang walks over to the pile of bodies and starts looting. Azan is curious, but she keeps her mouth shut. Suddenly, Yunxiang curses out loud in frustration. These guys are all dirt poor. There's not a single thing worth a dime in their storage cards. Azan is stunned. She points at him and shouts, accusing him of being a total hypocrite for acting so noble just a second ago. She actually thought he was impressive for a moment, but it turns out he's just a greedy opportunist. Seeing her reaction, Yunxiang turns back to her. You're not thinking something rude about me, are you? Caught red-handed, Azan just huffs in embarrassment. She calls him a money-grubbing bastard. Yunxiang stands up and lets out a long sigh before finally responding. He tells Azan she's too young to understand how harsh the world really is. Then he asks if she knows the two most important words for surviving out here. Azan obviously has no clue, so she just answers with a shake of her head. Yunxiang gives a sly smirk and says the words, having money. Once again, Azan's head is full of question marks as he begins to explain. First off, if you want to travel the world and play the hero without asking for anything in return, you need cash to back it up. Second, they say wealth, companions, methods, and land are the keys to power, and wealth is at the top of that list. Without money, you can't sustain your path. As long as you have enough money, there are 100 different ways to rapidly skyrocket your cultivation rank. Azan's eyes light up as if her whole world has just expanded. Yunxiang continues, saying that enough resources and profit can create any kind of trouble. But it can also solve any problem. You don't need permanent enemies, you just need to align your interests. If you offer enough, even your worst enemy can be turned into a tool for you to use. After he finishes, Yunxiang looks at Azan in silence. She stands there like a statue, and it takes her a good while to snap out of it. She thinks it over and realizes that what he's saying makes a lot of sense, even if she doesn't fully grasp it all yet. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appears in the sky. A massive gale sweeps through, and the entire sky turns pitch black. Yunxiang is frozen in shock, while Azan still doesn't understand what's happening. A terrifying thought flashes through his mind. It's a rift! But how is this possible? The monster tide is happening way earlier than he remembers from his past life. Azan finally asks if the rift is causing this strange sight. She immediately suspects that those men in black are the ones behind it. Yunxiang starts to suspect the same thing. The old man leaning against the tree starts cackling. He's thrilled, guessing that his comrades from the first squad have succeeded. Yunxiang ignores him and turns to ask Azan, does Tai Yuan know something about this? Azan's expression darkens, and she stays silent. Losing his patience, Yunxiang raises his voice and begs her to talk. Left with no choice, Azan gives him a quick explanation. According to Tai Yuan's intel, the Dailun Kingdom was exploring a secret realm, and they found a way to create artificial rifts. They plan to use this technology for military purposes. This time, she came to Nanzhou specifically to investigate this, but she didn't expect to be ambushed by them. Yunxiang's face turns grim. Everything makes sense now. The disaster that wiped out the Jiwu Academy was a plot orchestrated by the Dailun Kingdom. All his doubts have finally been cleared. The old man starts laughing even harder and more hysterically. So what if you two know now? You're all going to die right here. Before he can say another word, Yunxiang lunges forward, grabs the old man's head, and hoists him into the air. He channels his soul power into his arm. The old man stammers out a plea for mercy, but a bolt of lightning immediately tears through his body. Agonizing pain surges through him. Azan finally reacts and rushes over to stop Yunxiang. Yunxiang has already shattered every single soul vein in the old man's body. Keeping him alive will be much more valuable. He tosses the man at Azan's feet. He pulls out a pill and forces it into the man's mouth, telling Azan not to worry because the guy won't die. Besides, he gives Azan a storage card full of pills, advising her to take them because she'll need them. He suggests she head back to Yuanding City, but she refuses. She has to get back to the Nanzhou branch immediately. It's not that she's leaving Yuanding City to its fate, but she has a mission that's even more critical. Before she can finish her sentence, Yunxiang cuts her off, letting her know he understands perfectly. Once she's gone, Yunxiang calls out to the Star-Lord system, asking if he can use Lu Bu's Red Flame Fire Dragon Steed. After a few seconds of processing, the system confirms it can force the summon, but there's a price. He'll have to pay 3 times the normal soul power cost. Without a second thought, Yunxiang swallows 3 soul restoration pills. This sight leaves Azan's jaw on the floor. 1 soul restoration pill is worth 50,000 credits, and this guy just downed 3 of them at once. Having absorbed the power, Yunxiang begins the soul construct. A blinding light erupts as pieces of a soul spirit general slowly assemble, quickly solidifying. It is Lu Bu, once again riding the legendary red hare. Atan gasps in shock. It really is the star-grade red flame fire dragon steed. This is a power only those at the heaven grade can unlock, something even Atan herself cannot use. Racking her brain, she suddenly remembers the soul spirit general, Ta Tu. According to intelligence from Tai Yuyan, the legendary Ta Tu has the ability to transform into other soul spirit generals. Atan begins to speculate. Could Van Tuong be the owner of Ta Tu in its configured state? Van Tuong's horse lets out a thunderous neigh. Before he sets off, Atan calls out to warn him that the Diluan nation's objective is related to Ta Tu, and he needs to be careful. Van Tuong gives a quick word of thanks and spurs his horse, soaring into the air at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he is gone, leaving Atan standing there in utter disbelief. A mysterious powerhouse like Van Tuong appearing in the Thiendu nation is massive news. She has to report this to the organization immediately. Someone owning the soul spirit general, Ta Tu, could shatter the balance of power between the three nations and become the spark that ignites a full-scale war. Meanwhile, Van Tuong is pushing his steed to its absolute limit as he rushes back to the city. With every stride, the horse clears hundreds of meters. Inside his soul armor, Van Tuong narrows his eyes, realizing the Diluan nation likely opened the rift to seize Ta Tu's soul jade. No wonder in his memories of his past life, the soul jade went missing right after the beast tide. But one thing bothers him. The beast tide appeared much earlier than he predicted. Could the soul power fluctuations he caused earlier today while interacting with the soul jade have alerted them? Or maybe his interference in Atan's ambush forced them to move their plans up? Regardless, this means Van Tuong can change history and save those people. Snapping back to reality, he pushes for even more speed. Over at Windin City, the place has turned into a sea of fire, with thick smoke billowing from the western district. Screams echo everywhere as buildings crumble, and swarms of monsters pour in, smashing through the mecha defenses. The city guards are spread thin trying to hold back the beasts, but their lead instructor has already taken a brutal hit. He can barely stand even with his teammates' help. Inside the gold mecha is Quach Vien, a teacher from the academy. She had just barely escaped death thanks to Captain Chu and offers him her thanks. Captain Chu thanks her right back for bringing her students to reinforce them. This man is Chu Dong, the captain of the 5th squad guarding the Western District. Looking at the students who have already fallen, his heart aches with grief. They were all brave souls who fought to the death to stop the monsters. Rage boils inside Chu Dong, fueling his hatred for the enemy. Beside him, someone shouts urgently. Fatty reports from inside his mecha that 2 monsters are closing in from the left. A second later, enemies appear on the right as well, and there are a lot of them. As the man watches the screen and starts counting, his face goes deathly pale. Trembling with fear, he reports that there are at least 40 monsters on the right. They are totally screwed. They can't help but suggest a retreat. To Chu Dong, the enemy numbers are overwhelming, and they barely have anyone left who can still fight. Without hesitation, he shuts them down. Their mission is to hold this ground at all costs and stop the beasts from spreading past the perimeter. They can't let their brothers' sacrifices be for nothing. As he speaks, Chu Dong rallies the men around him. Soldiers of Thiendo, we do not retreat, even through a sea of fire. All 3 mechas shout their victory cry in unison. Behind them, Quach Vien and her students are the last line of defense. Severely injured, she can only stand her ground as a final shield. Huddled beneath the rubble, survivors peek out, their lives depending entirely on these warriors. Standing firm before the enemy, Chu Dong calls out to Quach Vien. They will hold the beasts back while she takes the students and the civilians and gets the hell out of there. With that, the 3 mechas charge forward together. Before Quach Vien can even argue, the 3 men face death without a hint of fear, letting out a roar. Seeing this, the beasts let out savage howls of their own and swarm forward like a dark tide. A monster uses its 4 arms to catch a mecha's sword, but Chu Dong doesn't care. He instantly draws a second blade and drives it straight into their guts. One of Quach Vien's students hesitates, asking if they really have to leave. She replies that she's already called headquarters for backup, reassuring her student that they just need to hang on a little longer. Hearing this, the student's spirits lift, and they prepare to jump in and help Chu Dong's group. At that exact moment, one mecha is ganged up on. Completely pinned down by a beast, it can't move an inch. The monster opens its massive jaws and bites down hard on the mecha's arm. Inside, Fatty screams in pure agony. His teammates watch in horror, but they are powerless to help. They are also being swarmed by monsters, with no room to breathe. After shredding the arm, the beast sets its sights on the rest of the mecha. As its massive mouth gapes open like a dark abyss, it looks like Fatty is about to meet his maker. Just in time, two of Quach Vien's students rushed in and kicked the monster back, narrowly saving the big guy's life. But on the other side, Four Eyes had been knocked down and was being dragged away. His desperate screams for help made Chudong lose focus for a split second. Right then, the beast's claws lunged forward, grazing his neck. Luckily, his mecha armor held up and wasn't destroyed yet. The four mechas were slowly getting surrounded by the horde, while Four Eyes remained pinned to the ground, unable to even struggle. A swarm of beasts grabbed the mecha's limbs and pulled with all their might, tearing it apart. The situation was getting more desperate by the second. With no options left, Quach Vien's student demanded to know why the reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. Were they all really going to die here? Things weren't looking good for Quach Vien either. She was already badly injured and had just taken another heavy blow from a monster. The impact sent her weapon flying. Seeing this, Chudong let out a panicked cry, but he was just too far away to help. Now, Quach Vien lay powerless on the ground as the beast raised its fist to deliver the final blow. Her students watched in absolute horror. Paralyzed by fear, Quach Vien sank into total despair, praying for a miracle from above. Anyone at all. Please just save them this once. Tears welled up in her eyes as she gritted her teeth in frustration. She couldn't accept this. The surviving residents watched the scene, paralyzed with shock. Some buried their heads in their hands while others. Chudong collapsed, using every last ounce of strength to try and stand, but his body just wouldn't move. Was he really about to watch Instructor Quach Vien die? The monster locked its hands together and swung them down with crushing force. Quach Vien shielded her face, waiting for the end. But suddenly, a streak of light flashed through the air, piercing right through the monster's body. The power behind it was terrifying. Everyone stood there frozen, unable to look away for even a second. From the instructors to the survivors, everyone watched as the thick smoke began to clear, slowly revealing a weapon. A massive spear was slammed into the earth, glowing with starlight. Even the beasts recoiled in shock, staring intensely into the dust. A massive shadow emerged from the haze. The sound of heavy hooves shook the ground as a mecha arm reached out. With everyone watching, the massive spear was summoned back, materializing into the hand of a crimson mecha. Van Tuong spun the weapon through the air, looking exactly like the legendary Guan Yu as he stepped boldly into the fray. His mount, Red Hair, erupted in blue flames, looking more ferocious than ever. Seeing this, the monsters huddled together, letting out vicious growls. Suddenly, they all charged at once as if they'd finally met a real threat, abandoning their previous confidence. In response, Van Tuong spurred his horse forward. He gripped his weapon tight and unleashed a devastating blow right into the heart of the horde. The impact sent them flying. The power was absolutely insane, but he wasn't done yet. Van Tuong continued to swing his spear, mowing down every enemy in his path. Each explosive strike leveled the entire area. He was cutting through them like grass. Chudong's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and the survivors stood there with their mouths hanging wide open. They couldn't believe a human could be this powerful. All four mechas stood frozen in disbelief, turning to ask Quach Vien a question. Was this the reinforcement she had called for? But Quach Vien was just as clueless as they were. From the ground, Chudong struggled to keep his eyes on the fight. He wondered what kind of heroic soul could be this ridiculously strong. In no time at all, Van Tuong had wiped out nearly 100 beasts. He rode back toward the group with a commanding presence. Once he arrived, he disengaged his mecha and stepped onto the ground under their watchful eyes. He casually mentioned he was just passing by, but his performance just now had everyone breaking out in a cold sweat. Walking over to a fallen soldier, Van Tuong picked up the flag lying in the dirt and planted it firmly. The flag of the Tiandu kingdom should never touch the dirt. Tiandu shall be victorious. Van Tuong's shout ignited the crowd, and they all began to cheer along. Every mecha pilot joined in enthusiastically, and the survivors were no different. Tears of joy fell as they realized they were saved. While watching the young man, Quach Vien suddenly froze. She realized his uniform was from the Mecha Academy. But how could a mere student possess such overwhelming power? Just then, Van Tuong noticed something. He walked over to a girl lying motionless on the ground. After a quick check, Van Tuong saw she was still breathing. Meeting him was her lucky day. He picked up her soul charm, taking it as the price for saving her life. He then popped a medicinal pill into her mouth before carrying her back to the group. The others immediately bowed their heads in deep gratitude. Even Chu Dong humbled himself to introduce who he was. This made Four Eyes feel a bit uneasy, seeing as the person in front of them was just a student. Chu Dong's expression darkened as he signaled for Four Eyes to shut up. He understood that in this world, power is the only thing that matters. The strong deserve respect. Handing the girl over to Quach Vien, Van Tuong told them not to be so formal and explained that she would pull through. He mentioned he'd already given her a rejuvenation pill and was now leaving her in their care. A long silence followed. Finally, Quach Vien couldn't help but ask if he was really a student from the Mecha Academy. Van Tuong didn't answer, instead tossing them a bottle of pills. I'll introduce myself as Tong Van Tuong, just a passerby who happened to be in the neighborhood, but now I'm heading off to check out another spot. Activating his Star Soul armor, Van Tuong spurred his horse forward, racing toward the academy at high speed. Quach Vien watched him go, her expression growing heavy. She could sense that Van Tuong's aura was only at the peak of the yellow rank, yet he felt overwhelmingly powerful. She felt conflicted, wondering if this was a senior hiding his true cultivation level. Remembering the bottle from earlier, Quach Vien turned to Chu Dong and asked about it. He hadn't checked it yet either. The moment he looked inside, Chu Dong was struck with disbelief because the bottle was filled with soul restoration pills. Seeing this reaction, the chubby guy curiously asked what they were. Four Eyes chimed in to explain that soul restoration pills are 3-star items capable of replenishing soul power. They are incredibly rare, and at an auction, a single pill could go for as much as 50,000 yuan. Hearing that, the entire group was completely stunned. Just this one bottle was worth more than their entire annual salary. They never expected this senior to be so incredibly generous. Quach Vien remained silent, her eyes fixed on the direction Van Tuong had disappeared, wondering who he really was. The girl in Quach Vien's arms caught the name through her haze and mumbled it to herself. At Cheng Yuan Ding, the sky was swirling with soot and dust, and the entire city was engulfed in a sea of flames. In one corner of the city, a series of slashes tore through the air. Van Tuong swung his warpike, slicing through monsters like he was carving up meat. As he pulled his weapon back, a massive beast collapsed with a heavy thud, causing the ground to cave in beneath it. Galloping over their carcasses, Van Tuong moved with lightning speed toward the Jiwu Academy not far away. A withered old figure leaped onto the back of a monster, silently observing from the shadows. Watching Van Tuong's retreating figure, to think he's clearly just a kid at the peak of the yellow rank. Meanwhile, the chaos of battle at Jiwu Academy showed no signs of stopping. All students and civilians had been evacuated. Inside the command center, Gu Ziting stared pensively at the combat feeds, his expression more grim than ever. Below him, Xiao Yue delivered her report. The perimeter has been held for 34 minutes. Currently, at the 2, 5, 6, and 11 o'clock positions, our forces have been cut by more than half and urgently need reinforcements. After listening, Gu Ziting asked for an update on the situation inside Jiwu Academy. According to the defense squad's report, at the 7 and 8 o'clock positions within the academy grounds, it's suspected that someone has deployed a slowing array. Even though the monsters are putting up a fierce fight, those two squads have yet to suffer any casualties. Furthermore, there was a piece of news that caught Xiao Yue's attention even more. The student team at the 3 o'clock position reported receiving aid from a mysterious Star Soul general. All monsters at the 3 o'clock position have been neutralized. Gu Ziting gasped, repeating the words, "A mysterious Star Soul general?" Just as he said that, Xiao Yue received more intel. The squads at the 4 and 5 o'clock positions also reported seeing a mysterious Star Soul general mounted on a horse. The images were projected onto the large screen in the command room. Under Gu Ziting's watchful gaze, a valiant Star Soul general riding the red hare was galloping at incredible speed. Gu Ziting recognized the Sky-Piercer halberd and shouted in shock, his mouth hanging open, "That's the Star Soul general Lu Bu." Seeing this, Xiao Yue asked for clarification. According to Gu Ziting, based on classified records obtained from the Tiandu Kingdom ruins, Lu Bu was a fierce warrior with unparalleled martial prowess in the history of ancient civilization. The Sky-Piercer halberd was his legendary signature weapon. Anyone using that name would likely possess a terrifying level of combat power to match. After a moment of calculation, Xiao Yue identified the destination of the Star Soul General Lu Bu. He was heading straight for Jiwu Academy. Gu Ziting was deep in thought, wondering why Lu Bu would appear now. Moreover, with him heading this way, It was unclear if he was a friend or a foe. Outside Jiwu Academy, smoke and fire filled the sky. By this time, Van Tuong had arrived and was assessing the battle unfolding inside. Van Tuong inwardly praised Instructor Wu for deploying the Tiger Blaze formation, noting that there were no casualties inside. It proved that the array he had set up was working perfectly. Instructor Wu and the others should be able to hold out a while longer. With that in mind, Van Tuong set his sights on the Zuo Ci Soul Jade. Amidst this chaos, no one would likely notice any strange occurrences there. Without another word, Van Tuong pulled the reins, making his horse neigh before abruptly changing direction and charging forward at a full gallop. With a massive leap, he cleared the outer wall entirely and entered the academy grounds. Van Tuong shouted, "Red hair, soul release." At the same time, he leaped high into the air, right in front of the Zuo Ci statue. Van Tuong landed with a massive boom, turning the ground into a shattered mess. After scanning the area, he opened his Stargate, and the Star Soul Core slowly emerged. Revealing himself, Van Tuong touched down on the ground and activated the system to scan. Within just a few breaths, the system successfully locked onto the location of the Zuo Ci Soul Jade. Just as Van Tuong had predicted, it was located inside the head. Sensing his chance, Van Tuong leaped back onto Lu Bu and lunged straight for Zuo Ci's shoulder. He triggered the system once more, commanding it to forcefully extract the Soul Jade. A ball of light erupted from Van Tuong's hand, exerting such intense pressure that the Zuo Ci statue began to splinter and crack. The light from within spilled out. "Get out of there," Van Tuong roared, and the cracks finally shattered. A Soul Jade overflowing with energy waves was revealed. Just like that, Van Tuong took control, making it float slowly toward him. This scene was witnessed by Luke Dien. He was so stunned he froze in place, his mind racing with a million questions. What is going on? How could the Zuo Ci statue be destroyed? Looking closer, Luke Dien was even more horrified to see that figure holding the Zuo Ci Soul Jade. From high above, Van Tuong also noticed Luke Dien's arrival. In his past life, this guy had gotten lost and stumbled into the girls' locker room, catching Van Tuong sneaking around in the bushes. Surprised, Luke Dien cried out, getting them both busted by the girls. They ended up running for their lives. Naturally, they took a beating and were dragged to the teacher's lounge. Afterward, they even stood by the Zuo Ci statue to vent their frustrations. To Van Tuong back then, the statue was just a useless piece of junk. Later at the training grounds, Instructor Ao ordered them to spar. Obviously, a loser like Van Tuong was easily defeated by the freshman, Luke Dien. Back in reality, Luke Dien pointed a finger and shouted, demanding to know who Van Tuong was. Looking down, Van Tuong replied softly, "I'm back." Van Tuong smirked inwardly. The first words out of Luke Dien's mouth were exactly the same as in his past life. Hearing the name Van Tuong, Luke Dien paused, feeling like he'd heard it somewhere before. Then it clicked, Song Van Tuong was that 3-minute loser, the guy who had been missing for 3 days. But as soon as he spoke, the figure was already gone. Before he could process it, Van Tuong appeared behind him. He gently knocked Luke Dien unconscious, clutching the Zuo Ci Soul Jade in his hand. Van Tuong whispered a quick apology. According to his memories, Luke Dien went missing during the battle at Jiwu Academy. He later became Subject Zero in the Diluan Kingdom's artificial host project. He reappeared on the Tiandu invasion battlefield as the masked warrior, number 0. Though Luke Dien was eventually rescued and joined their ranks, he ultimately died a hero's death in battle. To the very end, he was a warrior. Seeing Luke Dien's awkward position now, Van Tuong was at a loss for words. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Based on his previous deductions, if the Diluan Kingdom really stole the Soul Jade, then Luke Dien's disappearance must have been because they kidnapped him. Thinking back, Van Tuong remembered number 0 controlling the Wujiao Spirit General and the Zuo Ci statue. It really did fit. So, in a way, Van Tuong was stealing Luke Dien's destiny. In this timeline, number 0 would never exist. Luke Dien might lose his chance to be a hero, but he'd also be spared the agony of being a lab rat for the Diluan Kingdom. In this life, Van Tuong wanted him to just be a normal student. That was enough. Turning back to the Soul Jade, Van Tuong wasn't sure how to handle it, so he asked the system if it could analyze and replicate the Spirit General. With a chime, the system reported that Van Tuong's authorization level was too low. He could store it for now, and wait to find a suitable host before attempting to replicate it later. Without a second thought, Van Tuong followed the system's advice. With the Soul Jade secured, he started thinking about rescuing the instructors and students who were still fighting for their lives. In his original plan, Van Tuong never expected to get Lu Bu this early. Showing up in front of everyone as Lu Bu would be a bit too over the top and didn't really fit his style. After some thought, he dematerialized Lu Bu and went with his original plan, using the Wei Yuan type. To deal with the beasts in the academy, that girl's soul charm had come in handy. An idea struck him, and he asked the system to replicate the Wei Yuan type. Unfortunately, it failed because the data couldn't be found in the StarNet. Reflecting on it, Van Tuong realized the system could only copy authentic items from ancient civilizations. It didn't support mass-produced junk. The system wouldn't even help him understand it, telling him to figure it out himself. Left with no choice, he put that aside and activated the Wei Yuan soul charm. Piece by piece, the data solidified into physical form. This mecha brought back memories of his past life. Its arsenal included 33 light crossbows, a beast head buckler, and a longsword. Not a single one of those weapons impressed Van Tuong, but he'd just have to make do. As for Luke Dien, he was still out cold, face down in the dirt. Van Tuong figured this was for the best. It would keep him out of trouble for a while. Channeling soul power into the armor's legs, Van Tuong leaped high into the air, racing toward the battlefield. At that moment, a mecha was about to be crushed by a monster's massive claws. Inside, Haiyan screamed in terror. The beast's claws suddenly slowed down, giving Haiyan just enough time to raise her defenses. Even so, the impact sent her mecha flying into a wall. The energy shield absorbed some of the impact. Haiyan also noticed the beast had been slowed down by some mysterious force. Thanks to that, she was able to hold on a little longer. Her mech slumped to the ground, its power levels completely drained. Seeing that its prey wasn't dead yet, the beast let out a roar and continued its relentless assault. Just when Haiyan thought it was game over, a barrage of light beams slammed into the beast, drawing its attention. Van Tuong touched down on the battlefield and swapped out his long-range weapons. It was just as he thought. The projectile weapons of this era were still way too weak. It was like scratching an itch for a monster of that size. Ignoring Haiyan, the beast charged toward Van Tuong without a second thought. Van Tuong simply pivoted his body to dodge the strike. The monster's claws shifted direction, but his blade was faster, grazing the beast's underbelly. Despite the hit, the beast was barely scratched. It quickly realized what happened and swung its claws back in a counterattack. But Van Tuong ducked just in time. He followed up with a whirlwind of strikes, carving a series of deep gashes all over the beast's body. The monster could do nothing but cover its head and take the beating. Pausing for just a split second, Van Tuong leaped high into the air and drove his blade downward. He slammed the sword deep into the beast's carapace with both hands. The impact forced the monster's legs to buckle, and it collapsed into the dirt. Purple blood sprayed everywhere, soaking the ground. Watching from the sidelines, Haiyan was speechless. This person is way too strong. His movements were even faster than Instructor U's. Having dealt with the beast for now, Van Tuong took a moment to reevaluate. This standard issue sword for the Wei Yuan model isn't cutting it either. Landing all those hits felt like trying to chop through a heavy log. He quickly called up the system and asked if it could forge a custom weapon, the Phoenix Sky Halberd. As soon as he spoke, the weapon materialized in Van Tuong's hands. The crimson polearm looked 10 times more intimidating than his previous sword. With this in hand, Van Tuong finally felt like he was in his element. Seeing the massive weapon, Haiyan couldn't help but shout, "It's huge!" She was completely overwhelmed with awe. At that moment, the beast recovered and lunged again, even with the longsword still embedded in its back. Van Tuong accelerated instantly to meet it. The halberd and the claws collided in the blink of an eye. The two figures flashed past each other and stood back to back. Then, following the rhythm of Van Tuong's swing, the beast was suddenly split clean in half. Haiyan was once again pushed to the peak of shock by Van Tuong's power. He took down that monster in a single heartbeat. He's just too powerful. Walking over to Haiyan, Van Tuong checked in on her. "You okay, class leader?" Filled with gratitude, Haiyan stammered out a thank you. Van Tuong just waved her off, signaling it was no big deal, and immediately took to the skies. Haiyan didn't even get a chance to ask his name, but that voice, it sounded so familiar. Suddenly, she realized something was off. That mysterious pilot just called her class leader. Meanwhile, back at the academy dorms, Quach Vien and the others had finished setting up a new formation. It was the tortoise shell formation, specifically designed for defense. Everyone's faces were grim as the swarm of beasts grew larger by the second. Suddenly, Thuong Quan broke rank and charged straight into the horde, leaving Quach Vien shouting for her to stop. Acting as if she heard nothing, Thuong Quan used her incredible speed to strike down multiple beasts. She looked like a woman possessed, swinging her blade with zero regard for her own safety. She laughed with pure, manic joy as she fought. One of the students explained to Quach Vien that once Thuong Quan starts fighting, she enters this total berserker state. But you had to admit, in this state, Thuong Quan was incredibly powerful. She dodged the beast's attacks with ease, landing blow after blow. But as wild as the mech looked, Thuong Quan Ingam Kam was 10 times more deranged inside the cockpit. In the heat of the brawl, a beast lunged at her from her blind spot. The others saw it and screamed out a warning. Thuong Quan boosted upward instantly to escape, even mocking the monsters as she went. But another beast was already waiting for her in the air. She barely had time to react before it slammed her into the ground. Inside the cockpit, Thuong Quan Ingam Kam coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her rage only fueled her madness. Shaking, she tried to force herself back up, but with a heavy thud, a beast jumped on top of her and pinned her down. At the same time, the rest of the pack began to close in, surrounding her. Seeing this, the students frantically asked the instructor what they should do. If they just left her there, Thuong Quan was as good as dead. The beast opened its massive maw, preparing to tear into her mech. For the first time, Thuong Quan felt true terror as she stared death in the face. Suddenly, a mech wielding a massive halberd burst through the smoke and pulverized the beast. With a single spin of his weapon, he sent the surrounding monsters straight to the afterlife. The sight left Thuong Quan Ngam Kam completely wide-eyed. She stared up at him, unable to look away for even a second. With just one strike from this mysterious warrior, the entire threat had been neutralized in an instant. Spinning the halberd skillfully before resting it across his shoulders, Van Thuong looked like a true god of war. That one effortless move made Thuong Quan's face turn bright red. She was completely smitten. This guy was just too cool. Back at the defensive line, the students still couldn't believe their eyes. They wondered if Senior Thuong Quan had actually been saved. They all had the exact same thought. This person's strength has to be at least 100 times greater than our instructors. He's slicing through those monsters like they're nothing but fruit. Since when did the Martial Arts Academy have such a powerhouse? Little do they know, Van Thuong is actually running dangerously low on soul power. His mecha form is set to deactivate in just 40 seconds. Inside the cockpit, Van Thuong is already drenched in sweat. The burden of wielding the Sky Piercer halberd on a standard Wei Yuan frame is just too heavy. Nearby, Shangguan struggles to stand, but a sharp wave of pain pins her down. She's only pushing herself because she refuses to lose face in front of her crush. Suddenly, Van Thuong walks over to support her, kindly asking about her injuries. This catches her completely off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. Van Thuong asks if she can still keep fighting. Stuttering through her words, Shangguan manages to say she can and offers a quiet thank you. Back at the formation, the other students are stunned. Shangguan's voice has become so gentle, it's like she's turned into a completely different person. Suddenly, a loud shout breaks the moment. Quach Vien yells at Van Thuong without hesitation, telling him to get over there and provide backup instead of just standing around dazed. This little interaction is totally out of place given the situation. Ignoring the awkwardness, Van Thuong immediately moves out. Charging into the heart of the beast swarm, Van Thuong lets out a cold huff and swings his war spear with immense force. He tears through waves of monsters like a whirlwind. Against him, these beasts don't stand a ghost of a chance. Everywhere Van Thuong's spear lands, monsters are shattered to pieces. Even the beasts attacking the formation are wiped out in the blink of an eye. Quach Vien shouts a quick word of thanks before launching a full-scale counterattack. The tide has turned, and it's time to press the advantage. Every student shares a single thought: follow the classmate with the weapon of mass destruction and kill their way through. Under Van Thuong's lead, the powerful Wei Yuan army creates an imposing eagle strike formation. One student counts the mechas and realizes there's one too many. Before he can react, he's left in the dust, his eyes wide in disbelief that he's the one who got bumped. Who am I? Where am I? Right then, Shangguan runs up behind him, making the poor guy jump. Her face is still bright red, as she tells him to follow her and provide support to the others whenever it's needed. As she speaks, Shangguan dashes off at full speed, leaving the student standing there in a daze. He thinks to himself that Shangguan is actually scarier when she acts this gentle. This is definitely not her normal state. Back with Van Thuong, he leaps high into the air and fires a shot that sweeps across the entire battlefield. Any beast touched by the trail of light is sliced clean in half. Beside Van Thuong, The instructors and students are just as fired up. They swarm every beast that manages to survive the initial blast. Under their combined might, the beasts are hacked into pieces. Looking around, Van Tuong is slightly surprised by the efficiency. 5 mystic rank Wei Yuan frames have a combined combat power that is barely higher than a single vicious class beast. While he's analyzing the situation, the mecha's low soul power warning flashes again. The form will deactivate in 16 seconds. Inside, Van Tuong is panting heavily from the strain. Despite the exhaustion, he cracks a smile because his soul veins have mostly recovered. If he only used standard Wei Yuan equipment, he could theoretically keep this up for over 10 minutes. Lu Bu's power is incredible, but for Van Tuong's current yellow rank level, the drain is just too massive. He has to keep popping pills to restore soul power, but he feels like using them on these low-level monsters is a bit. Looking at the combination of the Wei Yuan frame and the Sky Piercer halberd, Van Tuong realizes he's managed to cut down on the soul power drain. When it comes down to it, the weapons on the mechas of this era are just too weak. A bold idea starts to form in his mind. Once this beast tide is over, Van Tuong wants to completely overhaul the Wei Yuan's armaments. He envisions using Dong Yuan's flying swords for the main force, Ao Bing's heavy fire, and the mobility of Cao Ren and Bai Qi. The more he thinks about it, the more excited he gets. But his daydreaming is cut short by the alarm. He only has 8 seconds of soul power left. Pushing those thoughts aside, Van Tuong focuses entirely on finishing the battle in front of him. Battle cries echo across the field as the powerful Wei Yuan army stands firm, blocking the beast's path. After the relentless slaughter, only 3 beasts are left standing. Even so, no one lets their guard down, remaining tense and alert. After taking down one more, Van Tuong is down to his last 6 seconds. He pushes himself to make every single moment count in these final 4 seconds. He spots the very last beast. Van Tuong narrows his eyes, raises his spear high, takes aim, and hurls it with everything he has. With 3 seconds left on the clock, the Sky Piercer halberd streaks through the air and impales the beast perfectly. Van Tuong then leaps up and kicks the halberd even deeper, triggering a massive critical explosion. At that exact moment, his final second runs out. Van Tuong stands tall as the center of attention. Everyone watching can't help but feel that this guy is insanely powerful. Normally, when soul power is depleted, the Wei Yuan frame deconstructs. Everyone strains their eyes, waiting to see exactly who is inside. Van Tuong slowly floats down from midair and lands on the ground. Immediately, one student cries out, in total shock. How can it be him? The others hear the shout and quickly ask, "Wait, do you actually know this guy?" The student points a trembling finger at Van Tuong and explains, "That's the famous loser student from the first-year class, Song Yunxiang, the guy everyone calls the 3-minute man." As he finished speaking, Guo Yuan glanced at Song Yunxiang once more. Meanwhile, Shang Guan was still staring at him with pure adoration. Exhausted and drained, Yunxiang lowered his head, gasping for breath. Every move he made was being broadcast on the screens inside the command center. Gu Ziding's entire body jolted in shock. At the same time, Xiao Yue let out a cry, shouting Song Yunxiang's name. The dean's expression was a messy mix of confusion and disbelief. She couldn't believe the person who saved them was actually this student. Yesterday, she had reviewed Xiao Yue's report. Every single monster at the 8 o'clock position had been wiped out. Song Yunxiang had personally killed 23 of them and assisted with 9 more. This battle record left even Gu Ziding in awe. She started to wonder, is Song Yunxiang really not a loser after all? He hid his broken soul veins incredibly well. On top of that, his sky-piercing halberd was once the legendary weapon of Lu Bu. Could it be that Song Yunxiang is actually Lu Bu? Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, making Gu Ziding even more pensive. She remembered Zuo Ci. According to legend, Zuo Ci could change his appearance at will and use illusions of many different forms. Wondering if he was deceiving the world, Gu Ziding questioned if Song Yunxiang had become the host for Zuo Ci. Did the old man of the Song family use his connections to get Yunxiang into the academy just to plot for Zuo Ci's soul jade? A bad feeling washed over her. Gu Ziding told herself that, once the beast tide ended, she would arrest Song Yunxiang for questioning. After making her decision, the dean ordered Xiao Yue to confirm the combat status in other areas. Meanwhile, back with Guo Yu, everyone assumed Song Yunxiang was just catching his breath and recovering soul power, so they suggested deactivating their armor. They wanted to take this chance to rest for a bit. Hearing this, Guo Yuan agreed and told everyone to power down their mechs and land. Everyone was completely wiped out, with some collapsing right where they stood. Looking at Yunxiang, we need to rest while we can, guys. There's no telling when the next wave of the beast tide will show up. Yunxiang had already gathered a pile of soul charms in his hands. After a moment, he finished performing a certain technique. Suddenly, someone called his name. He glanced over and saw the male instructor bowing respectfully to thank him. Yunxiang had just stepped in to save them, and the instructor asked for his information. He didn't try to hide anything. Yunxiang introduced himself and mentioned his class. Upon hearing this, a group of students stood there, with their mouths hanging open. It really was the Song Yunxiang they had suspected, but they couldn't believe a mere first year could be this powerful. As for Shangguan Yinqin, she shyly thanked Yunxiang and introduced herself. She told him her name was Yingqin, a third-year student. The moment he heard that name, Yunxiang's face turned pale and he jumped. In his past life, Shangguan Yinqin was the host of the heroic Soul General Longju during the decisive battle 5 years later. The Shangguan family was one of the 4 great clans of Tiandu, but they betrayed the city right before the war began. This woman was Yunxiang's former enemy, and she had put his life in danger several times. If it wasn't for pure luck, Yunxiang feared he would have died at her hands long ago. Suddenly, Yunxiang stood up abruptly. He walked over and grabbed Yinqin's hand with intense determination. This scene made all the other students stare in total shock. They had no idea what Yunxiang was trying to do. In his mind, Yunxiang was celebrating because getting the Longju Soul General was going to be easy. Meanwhile, Yingxin's head was spinning with romantic thoughts. As soon as their hands touched, Yunxiang commanded the system to copy her. Once he recovered, he planned to take this woman out early to eliminate a powerful future enemy. Yinqin was in a total daze, thinking Yunxiang was about to confess, and she was already imagining him joining her family as a husband. She thought they'd make it official so no one could object. But then, something unexpected happened. The target does not currently possess a soul general. The notification sound made Yunxiang's face drop, completely stunned. He kept questioning the system, thinking there must be some mistake. This woman was definitely the host of the soul general, Longju. In his past life, Yunxiang had successfully copied Longju from her before. The system performed another analysis but could only provide theories. Possibility 1. At this point in time, the previous host of the Longju Soul General is not yet dead. Possibility 2. At this stage, the Longju Soul General has not yet manifested, and the Soul Jade is currently masterless. At that moment, Yunxiang remembered that the Shangguan family had obtained the Longju Soul Jade while searching the Xinba secret realm. Based on his calculations from his past life, that secret realm wasn't supposed to appear for another 10 months. His thoughts were cut short by a cough. Looking back at the present, Yunxiang's eyes narrowed as he realized what they were thinking. He quickly let go, laughed it off, and tried to explain. He awkwardly apologized to his senior, Shangguan. She, however, just blushed and didn't mind at all, even asking if he had known her from before. Back inside, the maid quickly brought over the price list for the materials. Shangguan's shy and bashful behavior actually made the other students break out in a cold. This definitely wasn't the senior Shangguan they all knew and feared. Faced with their questions, Van Tuong awkwardly made up a story about how he'd heard so much about her, and meeting her in the flesh for the first time just got him a bit too excited. The other students were fuming when they heard that. They were dead sure Van Tuong had an ulterior motive. He was clearly just a creep who'd lost his mind over a pretty face. Reaching into his shirt, Van Tuong pulled out a vial of medicinal pills and popped one into his mouth. Maybe Van Tuong wanted to keep holding her hand, so he shyly reminded her to be gentle so he wouldn't hurt her. This left Van Tuong completely speechless, and he told Shangguan to turn her palm over. After he spoke, Shangguan was just a bunch of question marks, not understanding a thing. Seeing that, Van Tuong took her hand and poured out a medicinal pill. Looking at the object in her palm, Shangguan asked doubtfully, "Is this a soul-rescuing pill?" Nearby, the male instructor was shocked to his core. He couldn't help but rush over and shout, "Oh my God, it really is a soul-rescuing pill. Just one of these is worth nearly 10 months of his salary." With something so valuable, Shangguan asked to confirm, "Is this really for her?" Van Tuong nodded in confirmation, telling her to hurry up and recover her combat effectiveness. In his mind, Van Tuong was secretly calculating. Based on how things went in his past life, he originally didn't save her at this point. He guessed she probably had some kind of trump card or luck to survive, but the history he knew had already been thrown into chaos by his interference. Van Tuong had to do everything in his power to ensure this girl didn't die before he could get the dragon scripture. After getting her answer, Shangguan swallowed the pill immediately, making the male instructor feel incredibly envious. A second later, Shangguan felt like her entire body was about to explode. She felt an unprecedented sense of comfort as a surge of soul power, both dense and gentle, flowed through her. In an instant, her soul power was completely replenished, and she even made a huge gain. It felt like billions of units of pure energy were being poured into her body. Shangguan's eyes widened and her jaw dropped. She realized the quality of this pill was better than anything she had ever used. They simply couldn't compare. She feared that even the term top tier wasn't enough to describe it. Seeing her reaction, the male instructor couldn't help but run to Van Tuong and beg, asking if he could share some with everyone else. But Van Tuong awkwardly declined, because he didn't have many left. Unexpectedly, the thick-skinned instructor didn't stop, asking Van Tuong to just leave 2 pills for the instructors. If 2 wasn't possible, then 1 would do. Having no choice, Van Tuong reluctantly pulled out something else. Although he didn't have any extra soul-rescuing pills, he happened to have this. While everyone was wondering what it was, Van Tuong tossed it high into the air. A series of soul talismans immediately transformed into an array, drawing in the soul power from the surrounding area. Those who were currently training immediately felt their soul power recovery speed increase several times over. At its peak, it reached 5 times the normal rate. Someone quickly realized this was a level 4 array, the Star Gathering Array. However, a normal Star Gathering Array only increases recovery speed by 2 or 3 times. Seeing it reach 5 times was a first for all of them. Once that was settled, Van Tuong told them to continue meditating while he headed toward the training grounds to check things out. Taking out a soul talisman, Van Tuong continued to equip his Uivian suit. Holding the Heavenly Phoenix halberd, as he leaped into the air, he shouted, "We'll meet again if fate allows." Seeing this, Shangguan called out that she wanted to go with him, without waiting for Van Tuong to respond. She had already equipped her gear and chased after him. The male instructor angrily cursed at Shangguan, but she was already far away. Regardless, this place still needed to be defended. In the central area of the martial arts academy, dust and smoke drifted into every corner. A battle was unfolding at the training grounds, which was the defensive sector for Owlboy's 4th team. They were currently fighting against quite a few ferocious beasts. Under Owlboy's command, everyone skillfully coordinated and spread out, quickly catching a beast that had strayed from the pack. According to Owlboy's orders, numbers 1, 2, 7, 8 were to fall back for defense, while 3, 4, 5, 6 would join her to surround and kill the beast. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone rushed in at once to attack the lone beast. Under the relentless assault, the enemy took a series of slashes to its body. After a final blow from a student, Owlboy leaped high into the air. She delivered a violent downward slash, completely finishing off the beast. Despite her exhaustion, Owlboy still forced herself to praise the students. At the same time, she commanded the formation to spread out on both sides. Everyone acted immediately, shifting the battle line as if they had reclaimed the upper hand. But suddenly, from high above, countless shimmering lights rained down. With just a glance, Owlboy realized those were beasts. "Fire the cannons!" She immediately ordered everyone to scatter, but the speed of the light blasts was too fast, crashing down and hitting the formation directly. The thick smoke and dust from the Uivian suits covered the entire area. After a while, Owlboy and the others managed to pick themselves up, coughing violently. Looking around the formation, Owlboy called out to check on them, but no one responded. Not far from the training grounds, a pack of monsters still had smoke rising from their mouths. It was obvious they were the ones who had just fired that barrage, and the battlefield fell into a brief silence. The entire group of monsters gradually spread out further away from the academy. Seeing this, Owlboy couldn't find any reason to be happy. It seemed the beasts had discovered that close combat would result in their speed being reduced by the array's power, so they switched to long-range attacks. Once again, the beasts began condensing glowing orbs in their mouths. All the students braced themselves for defense, but Owlboy suddenly yelled for them to scatter. This was because the shields of the Uivian suits couldn't block that level of cannon fire. Just as she finished her sentence, a streak of lightning bolted across the sky. It left Owlboy dazed as the lightning shot forward at high speed, piercing through the monster that was about to fire its cannon. Afterward, it gradually dissipated and vanished. Sensing the danger, the monsters let out angry growls, but they didn't give up and continued to charge their light cannons. Owlboy and her squad are freaking out, screaming and demanding to know who just arrived. Van Tuong's expression is deep and unreadable. He's grinning, glad he made it just in time. As the Phoenix Sky Spear glows in his hand, the pack of beasts fires all at once. Massive purple energy blasts streak through the air with terrifying power. Seeing them locked on, Owlboy screams a warning for the newcomer to get out of the way. But Lu Bu's legs ignite with starlight as he glides across the battlefield, leaning his body perfectly to dodge every single blast. He immediately counterattacks, taking down the nearby beasts with a single spear thrust each. Against him, their bodies are nothing more than soft mud. The sight leaves Owlboy paralyzed. This pilot is using such a tiny amount of soul power from his feet, yet he's using subtle, divine footwork to reposition while practically hovering. The more Owlboy watches, the less she can believe it. How can someone have such high-level control? And that massive spear? She's never heard of a Wei Yuan model being equipped with gear like that. Van Tuong slides across the ground at high speed, heading straight for the monsters and slicing one clean in half with a single decisive stroke. The students are all mesmerized by the fight, gasping because even though his mech looks just like theirs, his skills are on a completely different level. No one ever imagined a mech could move like that. Even Thon Ni is losing his mind, wondering what the hell is going on. Who is this person? How can they be so impossibly strong? Owlboy looks at Thon Ni and does the math. This warrior's combat power has to be equal to at least 30 Thoningis. Feeling the pressure, the monsters keep spamming light blasts to hunt Van Tuong down. He doesn't flinch, channeling soul power into his legs to boost his speed. Not a single spark from the beasts can even touch him. They scatter their fire into a web of beams, but Van Tuong's footwork is too fast, and he weaves through the entire barrage. Owlboy finally recognizes it. That's the 7-star star-treading steps, a secret technique of the Black Armor Guards. Leaping into the air, Van Tuong swings the Phoenix Sky, unleashing a wave of energy that sweeps through the monsters. Before one can even close its mouth, it's shredded into pieces. Once again, Owlboy is floored. That move was the Falling Moon Slash. That's a legendary ultimate from one of the 3 great generals. And yet someone is pulling it off using a standard Academy mech. The more she thinks about it, the more curious she gets about this mysterious pilot's identity. By now, Van Tuong has cleared almost everything, leaving only 4 beasts. They fire off 4 more blasts, but none of them can lay a finger on him. He closes the distance instantly, deleting the 4th one. Then the 3rd. He finishes the 2nd one in less than 5 breaths. Thon Ni is watching with pure, unadulterated admiration, unable to stop himself from fanboying. If he could be that strong, he wouldn't just deal with Instructor Owlboy. He might even be able to boss around the dean's secretary. For a second, Thon Ni actually wants to beg this mysterious hero to be his master, but he realizes he just said all of that out loud. Owlboy is fuming and snaps at him to repeat what he just said. Terrified, Thon Ni starts backpedaling fast. He claims he was just saying that to cheer the big boss on so he'd kill more monsters. The final beast fires a heavy cannon shot. A blinding light locks onto Van Tuong while he's midair, but he doesn't give it a chance to connect. He swings his spear, splitting the monster in 2. With the fight over, Van Tuong's soul power hits 0, and his mech begins to force deactivate. Even Owlboy is just standing there staring, admitting this person is way too powerful. In just a few seconds, he killed over a dozen of them. She figures even 50 Thon Ni's working together wouldn't stand a chance. Just then, another Wei Yuan model comes charging in. The pilot is running full tilt, screaming, "Song Van Tuong." The person inside is none other than Shangguan. That name sends a chill through Owlboy and Thon Ni. Could that god-tier warrior really be Song Van Tuong? The students around them are all confused, whispering, "Who's Song Van Tuong? Is that the name of that insanely strong guy?" Owlboy suddenly marches toward him. Before he can even react, she points her sword at him and demands answers. "Who exactly are you?" Right at that moment, Van Tuong's soul power completely bottoms out, and the mech dissolves. A silhouette appears in mid-air, slowly descending to the ground. When the dust clears, the first thing they see is a Mecha Academy uniform. This god-tier fighter is just a student. Nobody could have imagined a student being this powerful. Thon Ni's jaw drops as he screams in pure shock. He can't believe the person standing there is the same kid who's been missing. It's been 3 days, and Owlboy is just as stunned, staring with wide eyes. On the ground, Van Tuong gives a faint smile and says, "Hey there, Instructor Owlboy. I'm back." The entire area goes dead silent for a heartbeat, followed by a wave of screams. Song Van Tuong. How is that possible? Is it really him? Everyone is shouting at once. Thon Ni quickly tries to fix his posture, feeling a level of danger he's never felt before, and dying of embarrassment because he almost knelt to beg for lessons. Van Tuong stands before the two of them and says hello. Long time no see, Thon Ni. Thon Ni points a finger and demands to know where he's been all this time, but that doesn't seem to matter as much as his next question. You want to know why Van Tuong was so strong just now? It makes no sense. His soul vein is supposedly trashed, so he should only be able to fight for 3 minutes tops. Van Tuong just shrugs it off and hits back with a question. Well, didn't the mecha auto-disassemble the second time ran out? Deep down, he is doing the math. His duration in this form just jumped up by about 20%. It looks like his body is finally getting used to his soul vein's recovery. Across from him, Than Ni is staring like he just saw a ghost, convinced Van Tuong is playing him. There is no way. That fight lasted at least 5 minutes. Easy. He turns to Owlboy Nu for backup, but she does not budge. Instead, she glares at Van Tuong and demands an explanation right now. Thon Ni jumps right in, piling on the pressure. Owlboy keeps going. Since you got here, why have you been faking a damaged soul vein and hiding what you can really do? Thon He is about to chime in, but then it hits him something is not right. Wait, if what Owlboy is saying is true, has this guy been hiding his true power this whole time? Ignoring him, Owlboy gets right in Van Tuong's face. Who the hell are you, really? Look. They appreciate the save, but they need answers. And they need them now. Van Tuong is getting bombarded with questions and cannot find the words. Before he can even open his mouth, his eyes dart to the side. Even Owlboy and Thon Ni look over, confused. Suddenly, from the main tower, a spirit soul general rockets into the air and slams down, causing a massive tremor. The shockwave kicks up so much dust that Van Tuong cannot see a thing through the haze. A white-armored spirit soul general emerges and then powers down. It is the principal. Everyone finally breathes a sigh of relief and disassembles their gear too. Owlboy and Thon Ni immediately rush over to pay their respects. Ko Tu Din just gives them a cold nod and walks straight to Van Tuong. Even he gives her a respectful bow. She starts off by thanking him on behalf of the whole academy for stepping up. But then she drops the hammer. She wants to know why he has been hiding his strength. Van Tuong's mind starts racing a mile a minute. In his past life, he did not hide his system from his inner circle, but this Principal Ko is likely a member of the Ko family. He has no idea if she is an ally or an enemy. He keeps his guard up and pretends to think about where he should even begin his story. Ko Tu Din's eyes narrow, and she instantly throws up a light cage barrier, trapping the two of them inside. Everything goes dead silent. Van Tuong realizes she just dropped a soundproof field. With all his experience, he quickly figures out exactly how she is doing it. She is tapping into the Academy's Great Mountain Array to create 2 paper-thin layers of soul force. By trapping the air between them, she has completely killed the sound. He is actually pretty impressed, but his attitude flips instantly. He tells her straight up that his power level is personal business. Does the Academy really have the right to ask me this? Ko Tu Din just shuts down her display and tells him she does not have time for games. He needs to start talking. Normally, she would not care. But since this involves Zuo Ci, things are different. She starts closing the gap, getting way too close for comfort. Van Tuong backs away, totally flustered. Before he can say a word, she keeps going. She has got it all figured out. She thinks Van Tuong was just playing weak the whole time, that he faked his injury and used his family connections just to get into the academy for one thing, the Zuo Ci soul jade. Van Tuong awkwardly looks away. He tries to play dumb, but inside, he is distracted by, well, her massive assets. Man, they are huge. He cannot help but gulp. That reaction is all the proof she needs. She points right at him and tells him to drop the act. She knows he is Zuo Ci's host. That Lubu who showed up in West City? That was just him using Zuo Ci's signature transformation ability. Now Van Tuong is genuinely panicking. This is news to him. He never knew Zuo Ci had that kind of power, since he never managed to copy him in his past life. Outside, the students are all waiting in dead silence, dying to know what they are talking about. A few of the guys have other things on their minds. They are just trying to get a closer look at the principal's legendary curves. Meanwhile, Thuong Quan is working overtime trying to hack into that soundproof barrier. She finally breaks through just in time to hear the principal call Van Tuong the host of Zuo Ci. Inside, Ko Tu Din is laying out the evidence. She has got a ton of footage of Lu Bu in action. According to the ancient records of the heavenly capital nation, Zuo Ci can transform into other spirit soul generals, and even mimic their unique skills. There are even rumors that Zuo Ci can completely mask a master's true power level. Nobody jumps 3 ranks in just 3 days. The fact that his cultivation level looks fake is the ultimate proof that he is Zuo Ci's host. Every word she says hits like a truck, and Van Tuong is starting to sweat bullets. The 2 instructors overhear this, and are not even that shocked anymore. They just feel like total idiots for ever thinking Van Tuong was a loser. Van Tuong was totally speechless, hearing their logic, and honestly, he was starting to believe it himself. He never really planned on hiding the Star Lord system from those close to him, but a system found in such a creepy rift still had way too many unanswered questions. Once this beast tide was over, Van Tuong planned to go back and explore that mysterious place again. But for now, the headmistress had mistaken the system's copying ability for Zuo Ci's illusory powers. Van Tuong figured he might as well roll with it and let Zuo Ci take the fall for the Star Lord system. After a moment, he put on a look of hesitation and finally came clean. He acted like he was shocked they saw through his perfect cover. Just like that, Van Tuong showed his hand. He admitted that he was the one who took Zuo Ci's soul jade. Hearing this, Ko Tu Din felt like he had confessed a little too easily. She assumed that Van Tuong's father must have realized long ago that his son was a perfect match for Zuo Ci's soul jade. So, his father must have plotted for him to join the Mecha Academy, just to snatch the jade when the chance arose. But unfortunately, even the best laid plans can go sideways. This sudden beast tide forced Tong Van Tuong to reveal his true strength while trying to save everyone. If this hadn't happened, he could have graduated 3 years from now without a soul ever knowing. By then, the Zuo Ci Spirit General would have been the ultimate trump card for the Tong family's comeback. Hearing this, Than Ni was actually moved to tears. He truly saw Van Tuong as a man of honor and loyalty. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Van Tuong could only manage a forced smile. This forced logic was so convincing he was almost buying it himself. Ko Tu Din continued, explaining that original spirit generals were nothing like standard machines. Every single soul jade containing an original spirit general is strictly recorded in the Star Observatory. What the Tong family did was a serious violation of the spirit general management laws, and this could be a very big deal. If pushed, it could even be labeled as treason. Van Tuong awkwardly scratched his head, trying to play it off since his father was involved. Before he could finish his sentence, Ko Tu Din cut him off sharply. She wanted to make a deal that Van Tuong never saw coming. She believed someone was intentionally luring the beast tide here, and they had already identified 3 key locations. They suspected sensors had been planted. Over in the East District, they had already called in a heaven-tier expert to handle things. As for the area near the academy, she would personally lead her elite troops to keep it under control. Van Tuong already had a good idea of what was coming next, so he leaned in and asked about the massive weapon the headmistress was holding. Sure enough, Ko Tu Din needed him to head to the key location in the North District. He didn't need to completely seal the rift. He just had to save one person. Van Tuong didn't even have to think twice to know the deal. Whoever needed saving was definitely someone high profile. And he was right. Ko Tu Din confirmed the person was a member of the royal family. It was the second prince of the Tiandu kingdom, Thien Troc Hai. Van Tuong knew the name well. The man was the leader of the pro-war faction in the palace. He was known to be a warmonger who often jumped into battle before getting permission. In the rumors from his past life, the prince had died right here during this beast tide event in Yuanding City. The official cause of death was an assassination by Taiyuan killers. Atan ended up on the Tiandu kingdom's most wanted list because of it. Thinking back to his past life, Atan was never rescued, so Van Tuong guessed she must have used some kind of hidden trump card to escape. But no matter what, he knew Atan wasn't the one who killed the prince. Suddenly, his thoughts shifted toward the Diluan kingdom. Seeing Van Tuong remain silent, Ko Tu Din added that if he accepted, she would represent the academy and petition the Star Observatory for his legal right to use it. To use the Zuo Ci Spirit General, Van Tuong raised a few concerns, noting that the prince surely had elite bodyguards with him. If someone like that was still in danger, the price for a rescue would be incredibly high. Reading his mind, Ko Tu Din cut him off. Once the job was done, she promised to grant him one extra request within her power as headmistress. This made Van Tuong even more suspicious because she was giving in way too easily. On the surface, the Ko family supported the Crown Prince's stable faction. So, she was likely sending him so there would be no record of her family having any secret contact with the second prince's faction. He had no choice. Van Tuong reluctantly agreed to the deal, though he couldn't stop questioning the Ko family's true motives. Were they actually secret supporters of the second prince, or were they playing both sides? And then there was the core rift in the North District. Would he run into a Tan there? A million questions flooded his mind, but Van Tuong decided to just jump into the chaos and figure it out as he went. He swallowed some pills to quickly recover his energy and commanded the system to deploy the Scarlet Flamefire Dragon Orb. A blinding light washed over him. As his spirit gear solidified, the sight of the mighty Lu Bu riding the red hare horse made everyone watching gasp in shock. Their eyes were glued to the transformation. Compared to the standard Wei Yuan models, this thing was like a titan next to a toy. It was an absolute beast and looked incredibly badass. Even Thun Yi couldn't help but stare, breaking out in a cold sweat. But then it hit him. This spirit general didn't look anything like Zuo Ci. Gu Siding had the same suspicion. This thing looked nothing like the evil calamity she knew. Could it just be a phantom of the creature? After double-checking the coordinates, she shouted over to Yunxiang. Once he received the location, Yunxiang gave her a quick nod. Shangguan rushed forward, shouting for him to wait and begging Yunxiang to take her along. In her heart, she was already certain she had to make Yunxiang the official son-in-law of the Shangguan. Without giving Yunxiang a chance to say no, Shangguan leaped onto the horse's back and wrapped her arms tightly around him. This made him furious, and he tried to push her off, but it was no use. She wasn't budging. Thinking back, Yunxiang remembered that the Shangguan family were key supporters of the second prince. He figured if he took her with him, she'd at least avoid dying alongside the principal's group. After a moment, Yunxiang stopped trying to kick her off and instead told her to hold on tight. If you fall off, that is on you, he warned. But his words only made Shangguan more excited, her face beaming with pure happiness. With his warnings out of the way, Yunxiang spurred the horse, leaping over 100 meters into the air and leaving the principal and the others in the dust. Seeing Shangguan's bold move, Cheng Yi turned to Gu Siding and asked, "Are we really just going to let that girl go?" Gu Siding replied that they didn't have time to worry about it, ordering Wu Bei and Cheng Yi to go gather their people immediately. She told them to meet her and the city guards at the core rift in the South District in 15 minutes. With their orders clear, Wu Bei and Cheng Yi set off to execute the plan. Watching the direction Yunxiang had vanished in, Gu Siding wondered to herself, is he really the host for the evil calamity? She truly hoped her words earlier were enough to help Yunxiang deceive the others for now. As for his real secret, she intended to uncover it herself. Across the desolate city, a streak of blue flame tore through the ruins. The fire was erupting from Red Hair itself. Sitting behind him, Shangguan was having the time of her life, firing shots at the beasts on both sides even though her damage was barely a scratch. Still, it was enough to piss off the monsters, causing them to lung at them, but the moment they got close, Yunxiang unsheathed Phoenix Strike. With one clean sweep, he sent those monsters straight to the afterlife. Shangguan kept firing, screaming with pure adrenaline, "Kill them! Kill them all!" Yunxiang continued his rampage in every direction, and not a single beast could break through the absolute defense of Phoenix Strike. After a while, Yunxiang couldn't take it anymore and snapped at her, telling Shangguan to stop aggroing every monster in sight. They were in a hurry, and this wasn't the time for games. Shangguan immediately turned as obedient as a puppy, nodding with a soft hum. Yunxiang's mind continued to race. Logically, with her background in combat mechs, she should be able to survive on her own, even if no one watched over her. But since his regression had already changed the course of history, he felt it was safer to keep her close. Once he successfully copied the Dragon Scroll and ensured everything was going according to plan, he'd get rid of her. But for now, she was a useful human tool. With that settled, Yunxiang told Shangguan he needed her help with something. Without even asking what it was, Shangguan agreed instantly. She even hinted that Yunxiang could do whatever he wanted with her body. Feeling completely helpless, Yunxiang cut her off and laid out the plan. He told her that when they encountered a high-level enemy, he would teach her a few things. If they ran into a heaven-tier opponent, he would pin them down while she followed his specific instructions. Shangguan let out a soft sound of understanding. They soon reached the core rift in the North District, which, like the rest of the area, had been reduced to a pile of rubble. A line of golden mechs stood in formation, protecting the unit behind them, specifically, the second prince. These golden mechs were the elite royal guards. One of the mechs was currently carrying a man and a woman in its massive hands. The man was holding an officer who was in critical condition. Tian Zihai shouted for Commander Liu to hang on, but the old man was fading fast. With his final breaths, Liu apologized to the prince for his carelessness. Overwhelmed by grief, Tianjie began to sob, cursing the Di-Lun nation for what they had done. He realized now he had been far too naive. He had received intel that Di-Lun spies had slipped into the southern province and thought he could bait them out. He wanted to find proof of their conspiracy so he could easily convince his father, the emperor, to declare all-out war. He never expected the Di-Lun people to trigger a beast tide. The more he spoke, the more Tianjie blamed himself for the millions of lives lost in Yuanding City. Now he was trapped in a Di-Lun snare, and if it wasn't for Commander Lu, he'd already be a corpse. Hearing this, Commander Lu tried his best to comfort him, wheezing that protecting the prince was his ultimate duty. He began coughing up blood as he spoke. Seeing this, Tianjie begged him to stay strong, then turned to the girl and demanded to know why the reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. She replied that she had just heard from the principal of the combat academy. The backup was on the way. This girl was Xiao Mai, the prince's personal combat maid. Tianjie immediately told Xiao Mai to give him the last spring return pill. As she pulled it out, the maid hesitated, telling him he should save it for himself in case of an emergency. Even Commander Lu tried to stop him, saying his wounds were far too deep. He argued that using the pill on him would be a waste, but Tianjie didn't care. He snatched the vial and forced the medicine down the commander's throat. Right then, the guards cried out in terror as the beasts began to close in again. Tianjie growled, ordering Xiao Mai to take command of the guards and hold the line. Obeying the command, Xiao Mai leaped into her construct, and a brilliant golden light began to solidify around her. Xiao Mai barked out the command, and 8 mechs immediately formed the crescent moon formation to shield the royals. A thunderous roar echoed through the center of the area, and the tide of monsters automatically parted as if making way for a king. From within the thick white smoke, a massive beast slowly stepped forward, each of its footsteps heavy enough to shake the earth. The weirdest thing about this monster was its giant hands and those huge, bright white teeth. Honestly, it looked like it actually brushed them every day. This was a Qiang Qi, a beast with heaven-class strength, and its overwhelming presence completely crushed the spirits of the royal guards. While everyone was distracted, someone screamed a warning they were surrounded, and the situation was going from bad to worse. A figure wielding a massive phoenix halberd slowly emerged from the mist, leaving the guards speechless with pure terror. No one knew what this monster even was, but in the heart of the South District, a massive rift tore right through the sky. A vortex formed below, turning every building into a pile of rubble. It looked like the literal end of the world had arrived. Right then, Gu Ziding stood tall on a rooftop in her mech, surveying the entire battlefield with a sharp gaze. She began commanding the troops to form up, putting the city guard in front for defense, while the instructors handled the flanks for guerrilla strikes. Below her, row after row of mechs stood ready for battle, their collective aura feeling absolutely massive. Finally, the students took the rear to provide long-range support from a distance. The city mechs looked like an endless sea of steel. They were every bit as intimidating as the monster army, no longer looking weak or outnumbered, and most of them were the white Wei Yuan types. The rift in the center continued to expand, revealing rows of massive, jagged teeth from within the pitch-black darkness. Within seconds, a Qiang Qi beast charged out of the spatial crack, clearly prepared for this full-scale invasion. Gu Ziding didn't flinch as she ordered the entire army to ready their weapons, and the Wei Yuan mechs all locked onto the target at once. Fire! A rain of light arrows poured down, blanketing the entire area. Individually, they were weak, but together, they were a devastating storm. Meanwhile, in the East District's core, a group of Wei Yuan mechs gathered to face off against another massive Qiang Qi. This thing was many times larger than a mech, and the Wei Yuan units were scattered across the surrounding buildings to box it in. A bald old man stood there, calmly observing the monster. He didn't show a single hint of fear, appearing unnervingly composed. After a moment of silence, the beast suddenly roared, creating a shockwave like a hurricane that forced the mechs to shield their faces. But the bald old man just stood there like a statue, completely unfazed by the deafening, bone-chilling scream. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a cracked soul talisman, softly calling it his old friend. He told it they were going to fight side by side one more time, leaving everyone else wondering if they should go help Elder 2. But someone shut that down immediately. Elder 2 was a heaven-class powerhouse who could tear apart Grandmaster-level beasts with his bare hands. They just needed to watch. Suddenly, Elder 2 was engulfed in a blinding light as he began his Star Soul General transformation. The North District was just as devastated, with purple clouds swirling violently across the darkened sky. A monster slammed its fist into the ground, and a pack of dog-like beasts charged forward like a horde of hungry wolves. Their targets were the corpses of fallen beasts. These were huodu, scavengers that were relatively small for combat. They focused on devouring the remains of other monsters, but their sheer numbers were sending the royal guards into a total panic. With massive monsters appearing on both sides, the guards felt like they were completely outmatched and out of options. Sensing the danger, one guard turned and urged Xiao Mai to take the prince and escape while they still had a chance. They planned to stay behind and buy time, so Xiao Mai turned to ask Tian Zihai for his final decision. But she was interrupted by Commander Liu, who was coughing up blood uncontrollably. His injuries were clearly fatal. Using the last of his strength, he looked at Tian Zihai, knowing full well that his life was at its end. He said that by burning his soul energy, he could buy Tian Zihai 20 seconds of safety, but he couldn't even finish the sentence. Tian Zihai cut him off, telling him not to rush. His eyes were fixed on the distance, sensing an aura that didn't belong to a monster. He felt like the newcomer might not be an enemy, which made Xiao Mai wonder if Gu Ziding's reinforcements had finally arrived. The high-level beast began morphing its arms, turning them into razor-sharp blades that glinted in the light. Once the transformation was complete, it let out a roar that sent a shockwave forward, forcing the guards to struggle against the pressure. Tian Zihai was struggling even more, using his own body to shield Commander Liu from the flying debris and rocks. Upon closer look, the guards realized the beast wasn't even looking at them. It was roaring at a dark shadow to the left. It clearly saw that shadow as the only real threat. Suddenly, the massive shadow shouted back, "Shut the hell up." At that exact moment, a streak of mystical light shot out at incredible speed before the monsters even knew what hit them. The weapon slammed down right in front of them with a deafening crash. Luckily, the Qianqi managed to leap back just in time to avoid the impact, but a few huodu weren't so fortunate and were crushed instantly. Staring at the massive weapon that had just pierced the ground before it, even the powerful Qiang Kui felt a surge of pure terror. From the other side of the battlefield, trotting forward with an air of absolute calm, Van Tuong emerged from the thick smoke riding atop red hare, revealing himself. The guards recognized him instantly as a Star Soul general. They looked on in confusion, wondering if he was reinforcement sent by the Jiwu Academy. Even Tian Trokhai narrowed his eyes in suspicion. He had never seen this Star Soul general before, and he was baffled to see a Star General beast mount entering the fray. Van Tuong called out to Shangguan, telling her to get to work. While he kept the big monster busy, she needed to hurry up and loot the corpses of the ferocious beasts they had just killed. Shangguan asked him to repeat that, clearly confused, which made Van Tuong's face twist into an annoyed scowl. He had already taught her this on the way here. Deep inside the stomach, about 50 centimeters from the left rib cage, she could dig out the void crystals. Meanwhile, the Qiongqi was still reeling from the shock of the previous attack, unsure of its next move. Right in front of it, Sky Piercer pulsed with intense lightning, sending sparks flying in every direction. As the beast tried to lunge forward, it was blocked by a wall of light that it just couldn't break through. Watching from the sidelines, Tian Trokhai guessed that it might be some kind of formation. Hearing this, Tu Mai was terrified. She never would have dreamed that such a high-level technique could be used here. Tian Trokhai theorized that the weapon the Star Soul General had thrown was infused with some kind of barrier formation. The guards finally started to understand the situation. No wonder the Qiongqi hadn't been able to do anything this whole time. The entire unit was paralyzed with confusion, debating whether they should seize this chance to retreat or stay and watch how things played out. A few people couldn't believe their eyes. How could someone deploy something as advanced as a formation so casually? Suddenly, Tian Trokhai's expression darkened as he sensed something was off. Judging by how fast the soul power was dissipating, this formation wasn't going to last much longer. He turned his gaze back to Van Tuong. It seemed this man only wanted to buy some time, not actually capture the beast. Tu Mai quickly turned her attention to the other side of the battlefield. On her screen, the Wei Yuan unit was aggressively tearing into a beast's corpse to pull out a glowing crystal. Tu Mai was completely baffled. She couldn't understand the motive behind such a strange move, but Tian Trokhai knew exactly what it was. He recognized it as a void crystal. Tu Mai had heard the name before, but this was her first time seeing one in person. According to Tian Trokhai, void crystals were also known as space stones. They were said to grow inside the stomachs of Taudi beasts and possess the power of spatial compression. Because of these stones, a Taudi can swallow objects 10 times its own size. Hearing that, Tu Mai finally remembered. These were precious materials used for making storage talismans. She couldn't believe such a valuable item came from the gut of a disgusting monster. Even as a prince, Thien Trakhai had to admit just how valuable those crystals were. Storage talismans, soul charms, and star souls all required this material. Tu Mai was stunned as she realized Van Tuong was only stalling for time so he could go treasure hunting. At that moment, the sky piercer embedded in the ground began to fade. Van Tuong was pouring every bit of his soul power into it to keep it active. His stamina was draining rapidly, and he knew the soul prison formation wouldn't be able to hold the Qiang Qi much longer. After popping a soul restoration pill, he called out to Shangguan to check her progress. Pushed by his urgency, she rushed back with 3 void crystals. Her entire mecha was drenched in the blood of the ferocious beasts. Without skipping a beat, Van Tuong reached out and used his soul power to pull the crystals toward him. 3 was barely enough, but it would have to do. The sight left Shangguan screaming in shock. She couldn't believe it. Van Tuong could actually move objects through the air with his soul power. Before the crystals even reached his hand, Van Tuong spurred his horse toward the beast. The guards instinctively backed away to clear a path. To them, this Star Soul general was far too fierce and overbearing. Thien Trakhai was no exception. He stared intensely, trying to get a clear look at the man's face. Inside his cockpit, Van Tuong glanced at his monitor. At such a close range, Thien Trakhai could see him perfectly. His jaw hit the floor when he realized it was the Star Soul General Lu Bu, though something felt strangely off about him. Suddenly, Van Tuong leaped into the air, desummoning Red Hair while calling Skypiercer back into his hand. At that exact moment, the beast broke free from the soul prison formation, finally regaining its freedom. It opened its maw, condensing a glowing purple orb, before firing a massive beam straight at Van Tuong. To avoid the blast, he easily sidestepped in midair. Seeing this, the Qiongqi slammed its feet down and lunged into the air, reaching Van Tuong's height. In that split second, Van Tuong spun around and unleashed a devastating heavy strike. The two forces collided in midair, creating a massive explosion of lightning and thunder. The scene was breathtaking. In that moment of impact, Van Tuong managed to wedge one of the void crystals into the beast's arm, but he paid a heavy price, as the beast's counterattack sent him flying like an arrow, crashing through dozens of buildings. After watching the exchange, Tu Mai cried out to Thien Trakhai. That cool-looking Star Soul general was clearly no match for the Qiongqi. Taking that hit forced Van Tuong to his knees, and the monster wasn't about to give him a moment to breathe. The Qiongqi beast charged forward with a terrifying ferocity, looking like it wanted to devour him whole. Inside the mecha, Van Tuong narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. Right now, he was only at the peak yellow tier. Even while piloting the legendary Lu Bu, going toe-to-toe with a heavenly tier Qiongqi was basically suicide. Suddenly, Lu Bu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "Now, explode," he growled. As soon as the words left his lips, the void crystal in the beast's hand began to resonate violently. A massive explosion erupted instantly, making the beast howl in pure agony. Thien Trakhai was completely blindsided by this turn of events. He stood there, looking like a total idiot. After the smoke cleared, one of the Qiongqi's massive arms had been completely blown off. That wound was no joke. Facing the monster, Van Tuong waved his hand mockingly and offered a sarcastic apology. Look, he was no match for a heavenly tier in a fair fight. He had no choice but to use these underhanded, illogical tricks to get the job done. Even so, the guards erupted in cheers of admiration. To them, this tactic was pure genius, using soul power to overload a void crystal and creating a localized spatial collapse through an intentional explosion. This was something they had never seen before in their lives. Thien Trakhai couldn't help but applaud. In his eyes, the Combat Academy had just moved up several ranks. It was truly a place where hidden dragons dwelt. Hearing this analysis, Tu Mai gasped and quickly asked, "Wait, did he just blow up a priceless, high-value void crystal?" Even the powerful Thien Trakhai broke into a cold sweat. Being able to severely wound a beast of that caliber, while only at the yellow tier. Who cares if he wasted a few crystals? He thought to himself, his mind racing with shock. Those void crystals had over 1,000 years of history. At the very least, in the records of the heavenly capital state, there was no mention of them ever being used as explosives. This guy likely possessed some secret, specialized detonation technique. If this could be applied to the military, his thought was cut short by Tu Mai's scream. She was even more shocked now. After hearing that the pilot was only at the yellow tier, Thien Trakhai nodded, confirming that she hadn't misheard him. During the fight, he had clearly felt the soul power radiating from the pilot. At most, The guy was only at the peak yellow tier. Mai's face twisted in total disbelief. How is that even possible? To her, someone at the yellow tier was nothing more than a tiny ant. To jump 3 major realms and cripple a legendary enemy? She wouldn't have believed it even in her wildest dreams. By now, the Chongqi had retreated to a safe distance, sending a swarm of Huodu beasts to attack instead. They moved with incredible speed and agility. They lunged forward, baring their razor-sharp fangs. Facing the pack, Van Tuong dug his heels in and braced himself for the impact. He gripped the phoenix sky firmly, spinning it in a whirlwind that tore through the Huodu swarm. They were sliced clean in half, dying on the spot. The survivors grew even more frenzied, throwing their lives away in a desperate assault. But in Van Tuong's eyes, they weren't a threat at all. He picked them off easily as soon as they got within range. Inside the cockpit, Van Tuong was popping soul restoration pills one after another to keep his energy up, panting heavily from the strain. Based on his assessment, the Cheongji Ki was terrified by that last explosion. It was sending these dogs in just to wear him down and drain his energy. Once again, the Cheongqi gathered light in its maw, firing a beam of pure destruction straight at Van Tuong. He skillfully lunged to the side, narrowly avoiding the blast. That single movement made Tian Trakai even more terrified. He recognized that footwork it belonged to the black armor guards. Realizing it couldn't touch him, the Cheongqi let out a frustrated roar. Van Tuong snorted coldly and dashed past it. He delivered a direct strike, but in an instant, the phoenix sky shattered into a million pieces. This was all part of the plan. With his current level, he knew the weapon's durability wouldn't hold up for long against such a monster. He couldn't go head-to-head with a heavenly tier, but all he needed was to create one tiny crack in its armored hide near the void crystal. That was enough. Once again, the crystal on the beast's body began to fluctuate. Van Tuong performed the hand signs for the creation green pool technique. "Aura divergence," he yelled. An explosion erupted right on the beast's torso, creating a blinding flash of light. A second later, a chunk of the monster was vaporized into thick black smoke. Having lost all reason, the Cheongqi ignored its massive wounds and lunged at Van Tuong with primal rage. Sensing the danger, Van Tuong scrambled back. He channeled every bit of strength into his fist. The beast opened its mouth wide, creating a massive vacuum of suction. Right then, Van Tuong successfully counterattacked, leaping high into the air to escape. When he landed, however, his mecha had lost its right arm. Without hesitating, he pushed his remaining strength to activate the creation green pool technique one last time. Aura divergence. Purple lightning suddenly coiled around the monster's entire body. Now, blow to hell. Van Tuong screamed at the top of his lungs. The beast's body suddenly bloated, expanding past its absolute limit. A massive explosion rocked the corner of the city, releasing a violent, blinding light. It was so intense that anyone in Nguyen Din City could see it. When the dust finally settled, the beast was nowhere to be found. Only a scorched black patch of ash remained. The Lubu spirit form finally dissipated. Van Tuong landed on the ground, casually brushing the dust off his shoulders. He felt a bit of regret, though that valuable core had been blown to bits along with the monster. The guards were left reeling once again, when they realized the clothes Yunxiang was wearing were actually the uniform of the Martial Arts Academy. Yunxiang's eyes swept across the area, as the royal guards quickly formed a defensive circle, sitting in a meditative formation to hold the line. Tianzihai's massive mech stood tall, slowly lowering its arms toward the ground. Setting aside his status as the second prince of the Tiandu kingdom, he clasped his hands and gave a deep bow, thanking Yunxiang for the rescue. Yunxiang quickly returned the gesture, telling the prince there was no need for. He then asked how they were holding up, but his question immediately made Tianzihai and his guards tense up in suspicion. The prince immediately questioned if Yunxiang knew his true identity. Seeing their reaction, Yunxiang gave a casual laugh to put them at ease. He told them to lower their guard, explaining that Director Gu Ziding was the one who sent him to provide backup. Hearing that name finally allowed Tianzihai to breathe a sigh of relief. No longer hesitant, he confirmed he was indeed the second prince of the Tiandu kingdom. After the formalities, Yunxiang introduced himself. As soon as he heard the name Yunxiang and saw that specific movement technique used by the black armor guards, Tianzihai became suspicious. He wondered if this kid had some connection to the legendary Song family 9 marquises. While he didn't ask out loud, his mind was racing with questions. He figured Yunxiang was just joking when he claimed to be a mere student. Then, Tianzihai remembered a report from the secret. It mentioned that the old marquis of the Song family had used a back door to get one of his descendants into the martial arts academy, even though the kid had broken soul veins. He decided he'd ask Guziding for the full story once things settled down, especially about that mysterious red soul general he'd seen. Seeing a powerhouse like this, Tianzihai couldn't help but think about recruiting him as an ally. Tianzihai remarked that with Yunxiang's strength, not a single instructor at the academy could touch him. This made Yunxiang feel a bit awkward, and he quickly denied it. He claimed he was only at the peak yellow rank, and that he had only won his battles through pure luck. Their conversation was suddenly cut short by the sound of violent coughing. It was Commander Lu. Tianzihai immediately rushed over in a panic, asking Xiao Mai how much longer until the doctor arrived. She reported that it would be another 45 minutes. Tianzihai grit his teeth, knowing Commander Lu didn't have that kind of time. Hearing the urgency, Yunxiang stepped up and offered to take a look. As he approached, Xiao Mai immediately blocked his path. Tianzihai quickly stepped in and told his subordinate to stand down. With the path clear, Yunxiang jumped up and landed right next to the wounded man without hesitation. He gently placed his fingers on Commander Lu's chest to scan him. Within just a few breaths, Yunxiang had already diagnosed the injury. It was a puncture wound caused by the soul power of a heaven-rank expert. While the internal organ damage wasn't fatal on its own, there was a bigger problem. His soul veins had been shattered, meaning he couldn't use his own soul power to heal himself. Tianzihai was stunned by the detailed diagnosis. He asked in disbelief if Yunxiang also knew medicine. Yunxiang just modestly replied that he only knew a few basic tricks. Since he didn't have any medical tools, he decided his only option was to use some rejuvenation pills to keep the man alive. Tianzihai mentioned they had already given him one and it didn't do much. But before he could finish, Yunxiang did the unthinkable. He dumped an entire bottle of rejuvenation pills into the commander's mouth. Tianzihai's jaw hit the floor as he cried out in shock. After finishing the first bottle, Yunxiang tossed another one to Xiao Mai. He told them that if one pill didn't work, they should just use more. He estimated this amount should be enough to keep the general breathing until the doctor finally showed up. Meanwhile, at the core rift in the eastern district, the battlefield was just as brutal as the one Yunxiang had left. More than half of the massive hands on its back had been severed. Facing it was a golden mech, holding a broken sword in its grip. Seeing Zuo Ci trying to rip open a rift to escape, the old man gave a cold smirk. He decided it was time to end this right now. The old man raised his broken sword high, gathering a massive amount of soul power for the third form of the 10,000-mile sword. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of light erupted from the blade. The light surged forward, the sheer pressure clearing out the entire street. From high above, the beam looked absolutely massive. Carrying terrifying power, the strike hit Qiongqi directly, causing the beast to literally dissolve into nothingness. The shockwave of spirit. In an instant, the ferocious beast was reduced to tiny fragments. It took a long time for the blinding light to finally fade away. The attack left behind a path of total destruction. After that devastating strike, Qiongqi was caught in a massive explosion and lost all. The sword in the old man's hand had become even shorter than before. The people watching were left speechless, filled with pure awe. That move was insane. It literally one-shot at a legendary beast like Qiongqi. One of the onlookers recognized it as the legendary one. No one could believe that Elder Shu was able to pull off such a god-tier strike using an old, outdated mech. It proved that you can't compare a true heaven-rank powerhouse to anyone else. But then, someone mentioned an even crazier rumor. One person knew that Elder Shu wasn't just a normal heaven rank. He was likely the closest person in all of Nanzhou to reaching the saint rank. This news sent chills down the spines of the other soul masters. A half-step saint rank was a figure of unimaginable power. While everyone was still talking, Elder Shu had already deactivated his mech, but by the time they looked for him, he was nowhere to be found. The old man had clearly slipped away long ago to avoid the unwanted attention of the crowd. While everyone is frantically searching for him, Elder Tu vanishes into thin air right before their eyes without leaving a single trace. High atop a city building, a strange machine is pulsing with an eerie red light. Judging by their clothes, these are the men in black from the kingdom of Dilun. Their plan failed, so they're making a quick retreat. They're in such a rush to regroup with their other squads that they've even abandoned their expensive equipment. But they only get a few steps before a voice stops them dead. Leaving so soon? Have you asked my flip-flops for permission yet? Seeing the shadow in front of them, the Dilun soldiers immediately snap to attention. They demand to know who he is, but one of them quickly recognizes him as the old man who killed the Qiongqi with a single strike and begins to shake with fear. The leader doesn't flinch, quickly pulling out a spirit talisman. He orders his men to transform and kill Elder Two. But before he can even finish the words spirit soul armor, a flip-flop flies through the air and knocks him flat on his back. He slides across the floor, slamming into a stone wall and foaming at the mouth, completely unconscious. It takes the rest of the crew a second to process it before they start screaming at Elder Two for being a coward. You're already this powerful, and you're still taking cheap shots? Before they can say another word, a scrawny foot stomps the blonde guy into the dirt. The others aren't any luckier. They're all knocked out in the blink of an eye. While stepping on the blonde guy's head, Elder Two grumbles, "If you're going to attack, then just do it. Why do you talk so much?" Next, Elder Two walks over to the leader, grabs him by the collar, and starts dragging him away. Looking off into the distance, he's a bit surprised to see the last beast is about to be dealt with. The progress isn't bad at all. The leader wails in pain as he's dragged along by his cheek, but it's no use. The old man tells him coldly that he's coming along for a little trip. With that, he begins leaping across the rooftops using nothing but his raw physical strength. His speed is just like a superhero in the movies. On the other side of the battlefield, at the core rift of South City, Gu Ziding watches from above, coordinating the final assault on the last beast. In the center, the Qiongqi is covered in blood. Its two massive arms have been severed. The remaining arm isn't much better, with a huge hole blasted through it by the combined assault of 1,000 Uivian-type units. It's on its last legs. Even so, everyone stays on high alert. The Qiongqi's body trembles as it lets out a ferocious growl. All around it, the mecha squads maintain their formation, waiting. Sure enough, a second later, the Qiongqi collapses. For a moment, everyone is stunned, unable to believe they've actually won. The Heaven-tier beast has finally been defeated. Once the victory is confirmed, a massive cheer erupts, echoing across the entire region. Is that all a Heaven-tier beast can do? We could take on 10 more. Heaven City is invincible. Victory to Heaven City. The army's morale skyrockets. High above, Gu Ziding remains as still as a statue, showing no sign of celebration. Unlike the students and soldiers, Gu Ziding's eyes are filled with heavy exhaustion. She realizes that a Heaven-tier beast is truly terrifying. Even with the combined strength of 1,000 Earth-tier units, they barely held their own. They won, but the price they paid was far from small. Suddenly, a figure streaks down from the sky. Elder Two lands in front of Gu Ziding, bringing the Dilun leader with him. She immediately deactivates her soul armor and steps down to greet Elder Two with deep respect. Elder Two, acting like a familiar mentor, offers her some words of comfort. He then tosses the Dilun spy over to her, explaining that he caught him at the East City Rift. Gu Ziding immediately recognizes him as an infiltrator. Normally, a Dilun prisoner would be handed over to the city guard or the investigation squad. But Elder Two cuts her off, suggesting that those groups might have already been compromised. He doesn't trust them, which is why he's handing the prisoner directly to her. A distance away, a flash of light glints on a rooftop. A sniper scope slowly zeroes in on Elder Two's head, but suddenly, the old man looks directly into the lens. This startles the assassin, who realizes they've been spotted. This is the Sufala Spirit Soul General, an early model from Dilun. Looking in their direction, Elder Two calmly asks Gu Ziding if she needs him to handle those brats for her. Gu Ziding responds that she's already made arrangements and his help won't be necessary. Over with the Dilun group, they frantically order their men to open fire on Elder Two and Gu Ziding. But before they can finish the command, their Spirit Soul General is suddenly run through the chest. The leader's eyes widen in terror. What the? From above, a massive net drops down, pinning him to the ground. No matter how hard he tries to activate his armor, it won't work. A second later, an Uivian type appears and pulls a dagger out of the Dilun mecha's chest. This is a scout-type Uivian, a specialized unit responsible for secret missions. Answering the leader's confusion, the Uivian pilot says, "This is a soul-binding net. It disrupts the flow of soul power. Once you're caught in it, you can forget about you." By now, the rooftop has been completely secured by the Uivian units. Xiao Yue sheathes her longsword and reports the situation, stating that all 5 targets have been successfully neutralized and captured. Upon receiving the news, Gu Ziding orders them to bring all survivors back for her to personally interrogate. Only then does Elder Two realize that Gu Ziding had discovered them long ago. Though her cultivation level might be average, her strategic brilliance is truly remarkable. With such brilliant tactics on display, Elder Tu couldn't stop singing his praises. Staying humble, Gu Ziding turned the praise back toward the old man's cultivation. Being able to one-shot a heaven-tier beast, the name 10,000-Mile Sword truly lives up to its reputation as the leader. She brushed off her own skills as mere parlor tricks. Once the job was done, Elder Tu turned and prepared to leave. With the situation settled, he decided to head over to the North District to check things out. He mentioned there was a kid over there who had really caught his interest. Watching Elder Tu walk away, Gu Ziding wondered to herself, just who is this kid that managed to pique the interest of such a legend? Could it be the second prince, Tian Zhihai, or maybe that mysterious Song Yunxiang? Meanwhile, at the core of the North District on the Rift battlefield, holding the pill bottle in his hand, Tian Zhihai was still in total shock, unable to believe this was actually a rejuvenation pill. His reaction made Yunxiang curious. Did the prince actually know a thing or two about alchemy? In response, Tian Zhihai admitted he wasn't an alchemist himself, but as a prince, he had studied under the royal family's 5th-rank alchemist. He had learned the basics of pill making. Even though the quality of Yunxiang's pills reached the peak level, or even the saint grade, he felt there was something more to them. Judging by the pill veins on these rejuvenation pills, they weren't crafted using any techniques or processes he had ever seen. In other words, in terms of manufacturing technology, this was likely decades ahead of the Heaven capital. Thinking about the potential effects, Tian Zhihai excitedly asked Lu Tong how he was feeling. Before the man could even give an answer, Tian Zhihai's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he watched the wounds on Lu Tong's body heal right before his very eyes at an impossible. Sitting down, Tian Zhihai continued to ask Lu Tong for his thoughts. Hearing his name, Lu Tong slowly opened his eyes and answered. He said he just had a dream where he was submerged in the warm, life-giving essence of the world. It was as if he were a seed, or rather, he was the seed itself, soaking in an ocean of pure light. Suddenly, Lu Tong sat up and realized his injuries were completely gone. He was bewildered. How could he have recovered this quickly? Beside him, Tian Zhihai looked even more stunned. This was just too hard to believe. Checking himself over, Lu Tong jumped in surprise, thinking he was hallucinating. The chronic pain in his lower back from years of training had completely vanished. Both Tian Zhihai and Xiao Mai cried out at the same time. What? Xiao Mai's hand trembled as she pointed at Lu Tong, shouting, "Wait, did Lu Tong just get younger?" At those words, Tian Zhihai took a closer look, and sure enough, she was right. A man who was originally in his 40s, with a face that looked 50 or even 70, now looked like he was barely in his 30s. Even the gray hair at his temples was gone. Looking toward Yunxiang, Tian Zhihai became even more serious. A thought flashed through his mind. Was this all because of that pill? At first, he thought Yunxiang was just a warrior with insane combat power, and he had even considered trying to recruit him. But if there's a legendary alchemy master backing Yunxiang, he knew he had to find a way to stay on his good side. That thought was immediately replaced by a stronger one. It wasn't just about being friendly, he had to form an alliance. "Brother Song!" A loud shout suddenly caught Yunxiang's attention. Behind him, Shangguan came running over with sparkling eyes, clutching a pile of crystals. Since they arrived, she had been scavenging through quite a few monster corpses to find all of those. Seeing the sheer amount, Tian Zhihai's jaw hit the floor. He even dropped the pill bottle in his hand, but luckily, Lu Tong caught it just in time, avoiding a disaster. As Shangguan approached, she was blocked by the royal guards. After counting them all, she had gathered 9 void crystals. She didn't care about their actual value. She was just excited and looking for some praise from Yunxiang. Yunxiang thought to himself that this crazy woman actually had some uses after all. For a normal person, even using the extraction technique he taught, it would be hard to have such a high success rate. Out loud, Yunxiang gave a stiff compliment, saying the quality was top-notch and the extraction was perfect. He joked that he didn't expect a high-born lady like her to be so skilled with her hands. Happy to be praised, Shangguan blushed and explained that she had been great at dissecting corpses since she was a little girl. Just holding a knife gives her a sudden rush of excitement. A moment later, Tian Zhihai walked over to thank Yunxiang for the pills, but he also had a request. He hoped Yunxiang would be willing to hand over those crystals to him. Naturally, Yunxiang flat out refused, saying that wouldn't be very fair. Seeing the second prince there, Shangguan was also taken aback. Tian Zhihai quickly added that he wouldn't just take Yunxiang's loot for free. Realizing the prince wanted to make a deal, Yunxiang let out a sly little smile. Then, Tian Zhihai held up 3 fingers to indicate the price. He wanted all the crystals. He explained that even though Yunxiang was the one who killed those Taodi monsters, void crystals were considered strategic materials regulated by the imperial court if anyone wanted to take them out of the zone. Standing his ground, Yunxiang hinted that the second prince probably wasn't planning to buy these crystals through official government channels. Figuring His Highness was using his own private funds, Yunxiang pushed for an even higher price. After all, this deal would stay strictly off the record. Plus, this could open the door for a long-term partnership down the road. While they were talking, Shangguan Yingqian suddenly stepped forward to greet Tian Jihai and introduce herself. Hearing the name Shangguan Yingqian, Tian Jihai guessed she was the daughter of Shangguan Hongchen, and he was right on the money. Yinqin responded by mentioning that her older brother, Shangguan Lengshu, was currently serving under Tian Jihai. Hearing that, Tian Jihai let out a hearty laugh. If that was the case, they were practically family. To show respect to the Shangguan family, he offered a 5-figure sum. Just as Yunxiang was about to haggle, the second prince suddenly pointed toward Yinqin. He promised that as soon as he returned, he would promote her brother by 3 ranks. It goes without saying how thrilled Shangguan was. She quickly thanked Tian Jihai. Then, the prince leaned in and whispered to Yunxiang that this was his entire budget for now, so he would consider the rest a personal favor. With Shangguan practically begging him, Yunxiang let out a reluctant sigh. He agreed to Tian Jihai's request. Once the deal was done, the second prince stepped aside to handle some private business. Watching him walk away, Yunxiang began to think. Based on his memories from his past life and the current situation, the Shangguan family really was on the second prince's side. Could the Shangguan family's betrayal in his past life have something to do with the second prince's death? While he was lost in thought, Yunxiang suddenly noticed Shangguan. She was tugging on his sleeve, pleading for 1 light burst crystal of her own, promising to pay the full price. This confused Yunxiang a bit. He asked her why she didn't just go and harvest one herself. It turned out that Yunxiang had only killed 12 of them in total. She had tried checking the other carcasses, but it was nearly impossible to find a complete crystal. As she spoke, Shangguan put on her most pitiful face. Meanwhile, Tian Jihai returned to discuss things with his subordinates. Xiao Mai held the cash card in her hand, her heart aching. Did they really have to spend that much money just for light burst crystals? That was over a year's worth of her hard-earned savings. The more she thought about it, the more Xiao Mai started eyeing Shangguan Yingqian. That girl knew how to harvest crystals, and the Shangguan family was allied with the second prince. All they had to do was give the order and make her dig up a few more. However, General Liu immediately shot that idea down. He told her she was being naive. While Taodi weren't exactly rare among monsters, their crystals were both rare and incredibly precious. The value wasn't just in the harvesting, but in how the beast was killed. Tian Zihai confirmed this, noting that previous crystal trades always had a low success rate. Usually, they just got lucky, but Yunxiang and Shangguan had managed to pull out over a dozen at once. Every single one was in perfect condition. He suspected that Yunxiang possessed some kind of specialized killing technique. With no other choice, Xiao Mai fought back tears as she handed her money over to Tian Jihai. He recalled the Song family of the Juan Marquis House, one of the 4 great families of Tiandu City. Back then, the previous head of the family was a saint-rank powerhouse. 20 years ago, they even produced a young genius who dominated an entire generation. Unfortunately, rumors said that because of some woman, not only was the entire family dragged down, but their saint-rank ancestor was also heavily injured and died. Eventually, they were exiled to a small town on the southeast border to guard the southern border wall. If his hunch was right, and this was the same Song family, he feared they would make a powerful comeback and rise to greatness because of Yunxiang. A moment later, Tian Zihai handed Yunxiang a compression card. Inside was 500 million in cash, but it was in shui coins. The moment he heard the words, shui coins, Yunxiang's eyes widened in surprise. Tian Jihai had expected this reaction. Yunxiang had just made a massive profit. Currently, the exchange rate for shui coins to Tiandu coins was 5% higher. Since Tiandu and the Yilun kingdom were constantly at war, the Yishui kingdom remained neutral, making its economy much more stable. Because of that, their currency was worth a lot more. Tucking the card into his shirt, Yunxiang laughed heartily and offered his praise. Tian Jihai, on the other hand, was even more impressed by how cautious Yunxiang was, even when being paid in foreign currency. Tian Zihai explained he had no choice. Too many eyes were watching his every move. Then, he asked if Yunxiang was going to verify the amount. Since it was such a huge sum, and considering the prince's status, Yunxiang chose to trust him. With the deal closed, Tianzihai moved to have his soldiers transport the crystals. Suddenly, Yunxiang pulled out an object and activated it. He told the prince that since he had been so generous, he would throw in a free packaging service. Before Tianzihai could figure out what was happening, Yunxiang activated the formation. Glowing rings of light stacked on top of the crystals, creating a magnificent sight. With one look, General Lu realized that this was a spatial formation. Everyone was in shock, and Tumai was no exception. According to Commander Lua, void crystals could never be placed in storage talismans because of their spatial properties. But Van Tuong was using a spatial formation to compress them. This was a move the commander had never even heard of. He couldn't believe his eyes. In the blink of an eye, all the void crystals were sucked into a few compact cards in Van Tuong's hand. He then tossed them to Thien Troc Hai, who nearly jumped out of his skin. These void crystals are a pain to transport, and using a soul general would draw too much attention. This formation charm is a one-time use. The password to unlock it is 666666. Van Tuong added a quick warning, telling him to find a wide-open space before holding the cards. Thien Troc Hai was still reeling from the shock. He never imagined Van Tuong had such high-level tricks up his sleeve. Once the job was done, Van Tuong said his goodbyes and headed back to report. After this battle, the high sides had established quite a solid bond. Van Tuong even earned a huge favor from the second prince in return for his help. Van Tuong felt a smug satisfaction inside, knowing he'd soon need Thien Troc Hai's help. Watching Van Tuong walk away, Thien Troc Hai became even more certain of one thing. He absolutely had to stay on this man's good side. Even if he couldn't pull him into his own camp, he prayed they would never become enemies. Van Tuong felt the same way, lost in thought as he walked. The Beast-Tide event had finally come to an end. He couldn't sense Atan's presence anymore, so he figured she must have successfully made it out of Nguyen Din City. Now that things were settled, Van Tuong wanted to head home and check on things. In his past life, both the Mecha Academy and Nguyen Din City were wiped out in this Beast-Tide. He had followed a group of refugees through the Desert of Death, taking over 20 days to finally return to the Song. However, less than a month after that, the southern wasteland border, where the Song family was stationed, was swallowed whole by a terrifying Beast-Tide. The Song family warriors and the Vin and city guards were almost completely annihilated. The old patriarch and all of Van Tuong's siblings died right there. Back then, he didn't have the power to stop any of it and had to flee all by himself. Later, he ran into the black armor guards who were rushing to provide backup, and he was saved by his female master. There were still 2 months left until that disaster, and Van Tuong was confident he could make it in time. Suddenly, Van Tuong's eyes narrowed in suspicion, and he instantly threw a powerful kick behind him. A thick cloud of dust kicked up and slowly began to clear. Inside the haze, a figure effortlessly blocked Van Tuong's attack and spoke up with interest, commenting on how fascinating the boy was. This scene immediately put the second prince's group on high alert against the newcomer. Very quickly, Thien Troc Hai sensed that the stranger possessed a heaven-grade aura, and a formidable one at that. Commander Lu felt it too, noticing the power was nearing the saint grade. He wondered if this newcomer was actually a semi-saint. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Old Man Shu, looking frail and hunched over, chuckling to himself. He was impressed that a kid who was only at the peak of the yellow grade could actually sense him. He'd spent over a year at the academy without showing his face, hiding his true power quite deeply. Van Tuong's eyes lit up as he recognized the man as none other than the gatekeeper of the Mecha Academy. Without flinching, Van Tuong gave a cold smile and said they were two of a kind. "You've been hiding pretty well yourself, old man. Who would have thought a grand heaven-grade master would be lurking at the Namchao Martial Academy as a lowly gatekeeper?" Standing nearby, Thuong Quan gasped in shock, quickly covering her mouth to keep from making a sound. Van Tuong continued, saying that of the 7 legends at the Martial Academy, one was about Principal Flowing Water and the ironclad gatekeeper. He guessed that the legend was talking about this man. After hearing that, Old Man Shu gave a mischievous laugh and denied it, insisting he was just the head gatekeeper. Van Tuong then cupped his hands in respect, certain that this was the heaven-grade expert the principal. Commander Lu and his men were completely stunned, crying out the name Shu He Ming. When Tumai asked who that was, she got her answer. Commander Lu's expression turned dead serious as he called the man a legendary semi-saint. That's Shu He Ming, the 10,000-mile sword, the leader of the 3 swords of Namchao. He reached the heaven grade at the age of 30 and became famous across the eastern continent for his signature move. One strike to shatter the mountain, all for the sake of a single promise He once launched a solo surprise attack across thousands of miles to reinforce the Northern Guard army. With one move, he sliced down 3 void-suppressing ships and took out hundreds of enemy mechas, single-handedly turning the tide of the war. Word has it that he reached the peak of the heaven grade more than 20 years ago. To shatter the ancient rumor that a normal host without a special constitution could never become a saint, he has spent the last 20 years constantly training his mind and heart in the mortal world to transcend his limits. He did it all to open a path to sainthood for the millions of ordinary soul generals who lacked innate talent. A flurry of thoughts raced through Van Tuong's mind. Something felt off. If Old Man Shu was the trump card the principal could call upon, then if Van Tuong hadn't shown up, Ko Tu Din would have sent Old Man Shu here to save the day anyway. As a semi-saint, he should be invincible against anyone below the saint grade. Then why did the second prince die here? Is it possible this kid is a chosen host of a prime origin spirit general, one of the 108 created by the gods? Word is, once a host awakens, they can reach the saint rank as long as their cultivation is high enough. Normal spirit masters use artificial spirits and are stuck following the laws of this world. Their progress is several times slower than a host's, and they are always hitting walls at every new rank. In thousands of years, no mortal spirit master has ever managed to break the chains of the saint rank. According to Commander Lu, the heaven rank is the absolute limit for mortals. Reaching the peak of that rank means you are basically knocking on the door of the saint rank. That is the pinnacle a mortal can reach through pure blood, sweat, and tears. A half-step saint, also known as a semi-saint. After explaining, Commander Lu walked over and bowed to Elder Shu, showing the deep respect one has for a true powerhouse. He was not the only one. Even Prince Thien Troc Hai followed suit. Meanwhile, a thought flashed through Van Tuong's mind like a bolt of lightning. In this era, the Eastern continent has not developed a system to help mortals break through the saint rank barrier yet. If I could train an entire army of saint rank warriors, would I not just completely dominate this whole era? The more he thought about it, the more devious Van Tuong's smile became. Was this Elder Shu not the perfect test subject delivered right to his doorstep? Right then and there, Van Tuong decided the old man would be guinea pig number 1 for his mortal heaven rank arm. But Van Tuong's expression did not escape Elder Shu's sharp eyes. The old man asked suspiciously, "Why are you looking at me like I am some kind of rare treasure? You are definitely plotting something, are you not?" Caught red-handed, Van Tuong quickly scratched his head and lied, saying he was just in total awe of a legendary semi-saint like him. He played it off, but inside he was impressed. This guy has been in the game for over 20 years. He is a total old fox. But that lame excuse did not fool Elder Shu for a second. He mentioned that Ko Tu Din told him Van Tuong was the host of Ta Tu. As soon as he said that, everyone gasped in shock. Tu Mai's eyes went wide, and she could not help but ask, "Ta Tu's host? But Prince, did you not say that fiery red spirit general was Lu Bo?" Next to her, Thien Troc Hai went quiet, looking like he finally understood everything. This new info made it all click. He had heard that the spirit general Ta Tu could shapeshift into the forms of other spirits. This legend was actually quite famous, appearing in stories told throughout the 16 cities of the South Province. So, the red form from earlier must have been a trick Van Tuong used to throw everyone off. Hearing this, Van Tuong chuckled to himself. "If that is what you guys want to believe, I will just let Ta Tu take the fall for my system's powers." Playing along, Van Tuong put on an embarrassed face and said he hoped they could keep his secret. Thien Troc Hai immediately looked sincere, thinking Van Tuong had risked exposing himself just to help him. He swore he would not breathe a word of it to anyone. However, Elder Shu's gaze remained deep in thought. A second later, he spoke up. "If I am not mistaken, you are the one who took down that heaven rank beast at the core, right?" Once he got his answer, Elder Shu added, "Even with Ta Tu at the peak of the yellow rank, beating a heaven rank beast should have been impossible." He was dying to know how Van Tuong managed to kill an enemy 3 entire realms above him. Elder Shu raised his voice. Or maybe Van Tuong is hiding his real strength, and he is not actually at the peak of the yellow rank. Is there some big secret the Tong family is hiding? Tu Mai was about to mention the rift crystal, but Thien Troc Hai cut her off. But Van Tuong gestured that it was fine. Since Elder Shu asked, he did not mind sharing. Van Tuong then gave a brief rundown of how he detonated the void rift crystal to defeat the Qiong Qi. As expected, the old man was floored. As far as he knew, rift crystals were just materials for making storage charms and soul talismans. Even after processing them, he had never heard of them doing what Van Tuong described. Van Tuong explained that blowing one up was not that simple. It required a very specific technique. Everyone immediately crowded around, ears perked up. Willing to share, Van Tuong told them he had carved an array onto the crystal, using alchemy techniques to force a structural reversal of its properties, which caused the space itself to collapse. It all made sense to Thien Troc Hai now. He never imagined it involved both arrays and alchemy. That meant nobody could just copy him. Van Tuong confirmed it was incredibly difficult, but mid-sentence, he suddenly glanced to the side and shouted, "Enemies!" Elder Shu remained as calm as ever, speaking in a low, steady voice. "So, we have been surrounded, have we?" The most shocking part for Elder Tu was that Van Tuong spotted them even before he did. It completely defies logic. Having received the warning, the royal guards immediately formed a perimeter to protect the prince. In an instant, countless mechs appeared on the rooftops of the surrounding buildings. The enemy captain was slightly taken aback that they had been discovered so quickly. It seemed their experimental cloaking field wasn't quite perfected yet, and without exception, these mechs all hailed from the Diluan kingdom. Even though they were spotted, they didn't see it as a problem. The captain ordered his subordinates to deactivate their cloaking and reveal themselves. The target is the second prince, Thien Troc Hai. Operation time is 15 minutes. Below, the guards began tallying the enemy forces. Van Tuong was doing the same. There were over 20 mechs in total, divided into 8 groups of 3. And there was also one heaven-grade captain mech leading the charge. Elder Tu's evaluation of Van Tuong climbed even higher. This kid's sensory speed was faster than his own, and his accuracy was beyond question. Once he finished counting, Van Tuong turned to Thien Troc Hai. "If the Diluan kingdom is really trying to kill you, then this operation seems a bit overkill." Thien Troc Hai had realized that too. To get this many Diluan experts into the heart of the capital, his older brother, the crown prince, must have pulled a lot of strings. Just as he finished speaking, Van Tuong issued another warning. He could feel a heaven-grade presence still hiding in the shadows. At this point, Elder Tu was thoroughly stunned. Even he hadn't sensed a presence lurking in the darkness above. The enemy captain gave the order to lock onto Thien Troc Hai. The muzzles of the mechs all aimed at a single point, a sight that didn't escape the royal guards. They reacted instantly. Following Tu Mai's lead, they deployed energy shields to surround the prince. Standing in the center, Van Tuong pulled out 2 cards and tossed them into the air. They formed 2 layers of protective barriers around Thien Troc Hai and Ingam Kum. "It is a defensive array," Van Tuong explained. But he wasn't done. He activated another card, forming an additional outer shield to bolster the defense. Watching this, Elder Tu was internally screaming. 3 level 5 defensive arrays. On top of that, they were formed in the blink of an eye, showing that Van Tuong's hidden trump cards were deeper than anyone could imagine. Still not finished, Van Tuong tossed an object to Elder Tu. He told him to keep Ingam, Cam, and Thien Troc Hai safe. "Catch it!" Elder Tu looked at what he was holding, and his composure instantly shattered. At the captain's command, the subordinates opened fire simultaneously, bombarding the royal guard's defensive line. After a long while, the rain of bullets finally ceased. As the thick smoke slowly dissipated, it revealed their defensive line was still standing firm. Tu Mai turned back anxiously to check on Thien Troc Hai. He was perfectly safe inside the glowing circle. He had noticed earlier that the array could actually absorb the soul power from the enemy's attacks. At the same time, Van Tuong leaped out of the formation and activated his mech. He used Tu Mai's mech head as a literal stepping stone, which left her absolutely fuming. Before she could say a word, Van Tuong shouted for Elder Tu to protect the VIPs while he went to take out the trash. "Leave that heaven-grade mech to Commander Lu." Upon receiving the instruction, Lu Thong asked Thien Troc Hai for permission to engage. Without hesitation, the prince agreed. With a half-saint here and the arrays Van Tuong set up, there was nothing to worry about. In fact, Thien Troc Hai hoped Lu Thong could bring the leader back alive. With those words, Lu Thong lunged forward, following Van Tuong's example by stepping right on Tu Mai's mech head, making her blood boil. Van Tuong was one thing, but how could Lu Thong do that to her too? High in the air, Lu Thong activated his celestial soul gear, the Great Might form. The guardian armor solidified in an instant as he descended. He gripped a weapon that looked like a lethal combination of a mace and an axe. In the leader's eyes, Lu Thong was just a heavily injured heaven-grade warrior. He claimed he could take his life in 10 seconds. As he spoke, he summoned a serrated gear shield and hurled it straight at Lu Thong. Ignoring the attack, Lu Thong kept charging, tilting his body slightly to dodge the projectile. To his surprise, the circular shield curved back around for a second strike. Seeing this, Tu Mai quickly screamed out a warning. With a sharp whistle, the mace in Lu Thong's hand swung out, smashing the gear shield away and shattering a large chunk of it. On the other side, the enemy leader solidified his weapon into a massive broadsword. He mocked Lu Thong's golden mech, calling it too flashy and full of useless, gaudy details. He jumped down, swinging his blade with murderous intent. He screamed, cursing the capital as a shallow culture that had grown soft and corrupt. Now, just die for me. Commander Lu didn't back down, choosing to meet the attack head-on. The two sides clashed, sending violent sparks of lightning flying as they struggled for dominance. As their strength locked, Lu Thong spat in contempt. "You think you're tough?" Lu Thong barked back. "You barbarians from Di Luan abandoned your ancestral roots, so you don't know a damn thing about culture. That green and red crabshell armor is way too flashy." Right then, a Dilan soldier was scanning for Yunxiang, but he couldn't find his target anywhere. He saw someone jump out just a second ago. Where the hell did they go? As he kept searching, Lu Bu suddenly appeared behind him, without making a single sound. The phoenix halberd pierced right through the Dilan soldier, taking him out on the spot. Yunxiang said coldly, "I am right behind you." He took out one enemy in an ambush, but the sounds of battle immediately drew the attention of the others. "Behind us! He is behind us!" The moment they spotted Yunxiang, they raised their rifles and opened fire, their shouts echoing through the air. But just as the soul power rounds were fired, Yunxiang leaped high into the air to dodge. In their panic, the Dailun soldiers ended up accidentally slaughtering their own comrades. Seeing Yunxiang closing in, one of them frantically told the others to switch to melee weapons. But their long sabers had not even finished materializing yet. A crimson shadow had already lunged right in front of them. "He is too fast." The Dilan soldiers only had time to let out a cry of terror. Then Yunxiang swung his phoenix sky halberd, slicing through their mecha armor. As he pulled it back, he quickly spun the tip of the spear. With a wide sweep, he wiped out a whole row of enemies around him. Then, he kicked off the ground and soared high into the air, using the momentum to strike down. His speed absolutely terrified the Dilan soldiers, leaving them no time to react. Having no other choice, one soldier raised his weapon in front of him, desperately trying to block. He cursed through his teeth. "Damn it, what kind of Star Soul general is this?" Before he could finish, Yunxiang shattered his saber with a single strike. He sliced the Dilun armor clean in half. The pilot inside only had time for one short scream before going silent forever. Even though he was being that aggressive, Yunxiang was burning through his soul power fast. While popping a soul replenishing pill, he noted that the Yu Fuluo armor was much thicker than the Weiyuan type. Plus, since these guys were all at the Earth grade, fighting them with his current cultivation was incredibly draining. On the other side, Commander Lu and the Dilun leader. They were still locked in a fierce battle. During the fight, the leader noticed the Lu Bu Star Soul General. He could not understand why it was here, having no idea that Yunxiang had actually copied it. Because of that, he assumed the second team sent to capture Lu Bu had failed. It figured those mercenaries were completely useless. The leader got distracted by his thoughts while fighting. Noticing this, Commander Lu saw an opening and launched a heavy attack. He shouted, "Take this, Keeling Tail Whip." As he yelled, Commander Lu swung his mace upward from below. He sent the leader flying. Despite the brutal hit, the leader managed to block with his arms at the last second. Minimizing the damage as much as possible, he hissed, "How annoying." Meanwhile, Yunxiang was still tearing through the Dilun subordinates. One by one, they were skewered by the Phoenix Sky Halberd and tossed aside, their mecha armor undergoing star dissolution immediately. Feeling threatened, the remaining soldiers quickly drew their guns to shoot from a distance. They did not want Yunxiang getting any closer. He kicked a Dilun soldier aside and leaped up to dodge the barrage of fire. Yunxiang wanted to keep some of them alive for interrogation, so he could hand them over to the second prince. Inside the formation, Tianzihai had been watching the whole time, and he was stunned by Yunxiang's incredible skill. Not only could he pierce enemy armor with minimal force, but he could even capture the pilots inside alive. He was moving as gracefully as a fish in water amidst the carnage of the Star Soul generals. After that, Tianzihai gave the order to his men. Switch from defense to offense and give Yunxiang full cover fire. Upon receiving the order, the guards materialized their light crossbows. They all aimed at the Dailun soldiers who were trying to harass Yunxiang. It turned out to be extremely effective. The Dilun soldiers were pinned down and forced to hide behind cover, leaving them powerless to stop Lu Bu's advance. Suddenly, one of them pointed ahead in shock as Lu Bu circled around from the back. There, Yunxiang was seen leaping through a hail of bullets. Right in midair, he closed the distance. With one look, Tian Zihai recognized the technique as those were the 7 steps of the black armor guards. He thought to himself in amazement that during the fight with the Qiangqi, Yunxiang had also used this movement technique to hover in midair. But he had heard the star-stepping 7 steps came from the star-stepping sect. Even within the black armor guards, only a few elites were qualified to learn it. Although the black armor guards had been around for 100 years, the ones who truly reached the peak were the black armor 6 heroes from 20 years ago. Song Lang was the leader of those 6 heroes, an 18-year-old heaven-grade genius, and the third son of Song Yunxiang, the Marquis of Juan. Since Yunxiang was also from the Song family, Tian Zihai guessed there was a connection. Unfortunately, 5 of the black armor 6 heroes. Word was, they all died tragically in the Imperial Tomb War 16 years ago. The position of Commander-in-Chief of the Black Armor Guards remained empty. It took 7 full years before the current Commander-in-Chief took over. Commander Di Longxiang, a saint-grade powerhouse leading the Black Armor Guards. She was one of the 8 generals of Heaven Capital, yet she was a woman who had followed the path of submission for over a decade. He had never heard of her having any dealings with the Song family. From high above, Yunxiang struck down. A crescent of soul power sliced 2 Dailun soldiers right in half. One of them was lucky enough to only be sent flying onto the roof of a nearby building, but he was heavily injured, and he muttered in a trembling voice that Yunxiang was terrifying, a true Star Soul general of Heaven Capital. Where the hell did a monster like this come from? Just as he was trying to scramble back up, Van Tuong lunged forward and drove his spear straight into the guy's back. He captured him alive. Thien Troc Hai watched every move without missing a single detail, realizing that the move Van Tuong just used was the fault. He actually believed the Black Armor Guards had cut all ties with the Song family. But if that's the case, why does Van Tuong know the enemy commander's ultimate technique? This got Thien Troc Hai thinking if he could secure the support of the Song family, the Black Armor Guards might finally drop their stance of absolute neutrality. He really thinks Van Tuong has a massive power backing him up. Back to the battle, Van Tuong used the hill step technique to dodge a hail of bullets, closing the gap before instantly deleting his opponent. On the flip side, he was constantly running dangerously low on soul power. While fighting, Van Tuong kept a close eye on his surroundings, waiting for that hidden expert to make a move. But even now, the guy still hasn't shown his face. As for the Royal Guards, they were doing everything they could to harass the Dilun forces and help Van Tuong break through. Every now and then, beams of light would slam into the formation, but they were all blocked. Thien Troc Hai and Shangguan remained safe inside. After a quick scan, Old Man Shu finally figured out the mystery behind the formation. The outer layer scatters the light beams and then filters them into a small amount of soul power to fuel the inner defensive shield. This absorption method is absolutely brilliant. Van Tuong must have learned from some legendary master because this setup and logic seemed to push way past the limits of the current era. While the Royal Guards were momentarily distracted, 2 Dailun soldiers saw an opening and rushed toward the formation. They knew their shots were useless against that barrier, so they decided to settle things up close. By the time Xiao Mai noticed them, it was almost too late. But right at that moment, Feng Tian zipped in and took one of them down. Ignoring his comrade, the other soldier kept charging. Van Tuong was too far away to help, so he shouted out to Old Man Shu. In the blink of an eye, the Dilun soldier reached the edge of the formation and swung his blade with everything he had. He planned to hack the old man to pieces first. Even though he was facing a direct strike from a mecha, Old Man Shu didn't flinch. Instead, he just gave a faint smirk. Boom! Dust and smoke filled the air, covering everything inside. The Dailun soldier gritted his teeth and pushed with all his might, but something felt very wrong. Xiao Mai's face twisted with worry as she watched. But as the smoke cleared, the defensive formation was still perfectly intact. The Dilun attacker broke into a cold sweat. Right in front of him, that old man had caught the blade with his bare hands, standing tall, as if it were absolutely nothing. After a moment of silence, Old Man Shu finally spoke. The morals of today's world have truly hit rock bottom. To think an Earth-rank warrior would pilot a Soul Star mech just to bully an old man, you really have no shame. Everyone present gasped at Old Man Shu's display. They couldn't believe their own eyes. As the old man kept talking, the Dilun soldier started questioning his own reality. He never imagined a normal human could ever block a direct hit from a mecha. Dense soul power began radiating from Old Man Shu's entire body. His eyes flashed with a sharp glint, releasing a terrifying wave of bloodlust. It was only then that the Dilun soldier felt Old Man Shu's peak heaven rank aura. What terrified him even more was that this power, letting go of the blade, Old Man Shu leaped into the air and slammed his foot down, cracking the mecha's armor. Reaching eye level with the machine, he focused his soul power into his arm and delivered a chop that sliced the mecha's arm clean off. He followed up with a palm strike, knocking the Dilun soldier flat on the spot. As the smoke drifted away, Old Man Shu landed on the mecha's hull like it was no big deal. But the guards were a different story. They were frozen in awe, staring with their jaws dropped. In their eyes, Old Man Shu was both terrifying and an absolute beast. Before this, they thought a half-saint wouldn't be much stronger than a normal person. Now, they were finally seeing what it means to be an unreasonable powerhouse. Even Van Tuong was no exception, cursing under his breath. Old Man Shu is acting way too cool. Still, Van Tuong saw the trick behind it. By avoiding the heavy armor of the Vufula and targeting only the weak joints, the old man made it look like he was slicing through a mecha with his bare hands. It seems he's putting on such a flashy show just to bait the hidden expert out into the open. At the same time, the battle between the leader and Commander Lu was still raging. In a split second, both of them charged forward for a head-on clash. Clang! The Dilun leader was sent flying by Commander Lu, crashing straight through a brick wall. Struggling to stand, the leader coughed violently. He couldn't understand how Commander Lu was still this strong while injured, especially since his power far exceeded their intel. Looking around at the situation, he realized his subordinates were almost completely wiped out. Dealing with Lu Bu was bad enough, but having a half-saint expert here too, this had backed him into a corner with no way out. Suddenly, the leader dropped to his knees, clasping his hands and shouting, "The enemy is too strong. I beg the Holy Envoy to step in and help us." The title Holy Envoy immediately grabbed everyone's attention. A moment later, a figure appeared on the roof of a nearby building. A powerful aura radiated from her entire body. The newcomer was a woman wearing a skull mask. She didn't hesitate for a second to trash the Diluan squad, calling them a bunch of useless losers. "This is Manhwa, the High Inspector of the Bintian sect." Down below, the Intrak High gasped in horror, shouting that the masked figure was from the demon sect. Xiao Mai, completely in the dark, quickly asked him what was going on. Over by Old Two, he clicked his tongue. He knew she was an enchantress from the demon sect, and her presence was a sign of serious trouble, in more ways than one. Van Tuong's expression turned grim as he muttered, "Bintian Holy Sect." In this world, the Bintian Holy Sect is better known as the Demon Sect. They're a powerhouse organization that controls almost all of the Diluan Kingdom's military and political affairs. Based on what he remembered from his past life, the top-tier fighters of the East Continent are two god-rank ancestors. They've lived for 400 years, with one protecting the Diluan Kingdom and the other guarding the Ingia Thui Kingdom. 400 years ago, the East Emperor vanished. The Diluan king then forced the emperor's illegitimate son to be his puppet. He ruled from the shadows as a regent. Meanwhile, the eldest princess, Princess Nia Thui, took control of 3 eastern provinces. She built the Ingia Thui Kingdom and declared herself empress. Once the illegitimate son grew up, he teamed up with the Nia Thui Kingdom to take down the Diluan king and founded the Thiendu Kingdom. But before the Diluan king could be killed, a powerful god-rank expert stepped in to save him. With her help, he established the new Diluan Kingdom on the northern border. The once unified East Empire, located in the Central Plains, was split into 3. The Thiendu Kingdom, Nia Thui, and Diluan. Even though Thiendu doesn't have a god-rank protector, they have more saint-rank experts than the other 2 countries combined. This barely maintains a delicate balance, with the 3 powers keeping each other in check. The god-rank expert who saved the king was the Binthian ancestor, the founder of the demon sect. They say he's an old monster who's been alive for 400 years and still hasn't kicked the bucket, but Van Tuong felt something was off. The Binthian sect was supposed to be a stabilizing force for the Tiendu Kingdom. They never supported Diluan's aggressive expansion. In his past life, during the final battle of Tiendu, that god-rank ancestor never even showed his face. Looking at Manhwa, Van Tuong started to wonder. Could something have changed in the Diluan Kingdom that he didn't know about? Pushing those thoughts aside, Van Tuong shouted out a taunt. "Hey Manhwa, what's the matter? Too ugly to show your face. Standing up that high makes it way too easy for us to see right up your skirt. Why don't you come down here and say that?" Hearing this, Manhwa let out a cold snort. "You're asking for death." She pulled a glowing red soul charm from her chest. She figured today was as good a day as any to test her new mecha on these Thiendu losers. With a light step, Manhwa dropped from the sky, activating her soul gear at the same time. A brilliant red light flooded the area. As the mecha began to solidify, Manhwa suddenly vanished behind the light. A terrible feeling washed over Van Tuong. Xiao Mai is in danger. Before he could react, an explosion ripped through the air, heading straight for Commander Lu. His weapon was sent flying as the smoke and dust settled. Manhwa was already there, pinning Commander Lu to the ground with her foot. This was the experimental mecha model, Y Tri Ta, specifically designed to counter the Ui Vien Thuk style. Inside the suit, Manhwa's voice was ice cold. That's one down. Tien Troc Hai's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe even Commander Lu couldn't block a single hit from her. This woman was definitely no ordinary heaven rank fighter. As for Van Tuong, he had fought this type of mecha in his past life, but it was appearing much earlier than it was supposed to. The entire battlefield fell silent as everyone braced themselves against this demon sect master. A second later, Manhwa turned her head slightly. Her eyes flashed with a piercing red light. She tapped her weapon and suddenly vanished. Her speed was absolutely insane. Van Tuong immediately screamed for Old Two. At the same moment, Old Two broke free from the formation and activated his own gear right in front of Manhwa. She gripped her twin swords, putting all her weight into a massive downward strike. "Die!" she screamed, her chest heaving with the effort. Just as the blades were about to hit, Old Two finished his transformation and raised his short blade to block the crushing blow. Bolts of lightning exploded outward, showing off his raw power. Everyone nearby was blown away by the shockwaves from the two powerhouses. It was like a battle between giants where everyone else was just an ant getting crushed. Even Tien Troc Hai and Thuong Quan, who were protected by the formation, struggled to stay on their feet. What caught Tien Troc Hai's attention was that this enchantress was actually holding her own, fighting on par with a semi-saint thanks to her mecha. In fact, she felt even stronger than Old Two. Slowly, cracks began to appear in the protective array. Tien Troc Hai panicked. Even so, he ordered Xiao Mai to go and save Commander Lu first. Right now, Xiao Mai was also struggling just to stay upright against the raging storm of energy. Things were looking desperate. A moment later, the outer layer of the formation shattered. Tien Troc Hai's face went pale as he yelled, "We're in trouble!" Just as the array completely collapsed, Van Tuong appeared in the nick of time to shield the two of them. He grabbed Tien Troc Hai and Thuong Quan, telling Old Two that he'd leave things there to him since he couldn't help much in this specific fight anyway. He was going to get them to a safe spot first, while keeping a close eye on Old Two's intense battle. Shangguan snapped at Yunxiang to shut his mouth, as the two sides were locked in a tense standoff with neither side willing to back down. Suddenly, Manhwa let out a cold, mocking laugh, ridiculing Elder Two's mech as a centuries-old antique that actually thought it could stop her. Hearing this, Elder Two gave a heavy grunt and poured all his strength into his legs, sending Manhwa flying backward with a powerful surge. However, it did absolutely zero damage. Before anyone could blink, Manhwa launched a sudden, vicious counterattack. She flicked both hands, sending her twin blades whistling past Elder Two and aimed straight for his back. Realizing her play, Elder Two spun around to warn Yunxiang, who luckily managed to dodge the strike by using his 7-step star treading technique. In that split second of distraction, Manhwa closed the distance and slammed Elder Two with a massive, direct blow. He was sent flying like a bullet for several hundred meters before stabbing his short blade into the ground to regain his balance. In a heartbeat, one of Manhwa's swords streaked toward his face, but Elder Two swatted it away with ease. The sword embedded itself into a nearby building as thick black smoke filled the air, and Elder Two realized that Manhwa had completely vanished. With a sharp whoosh, a shadow flickered behind Elder Two. Manhwa suddenly reappeared, swinging her remaining blade at his weak point. Elder Two shifted just enough to dodge and thrust his dagger back, successfully landing a solid hit on her. She missed her strike as he leaned back at the perfect moment, the two of them clashing at blinding speeds in a brutal melee. Before she could recover her footing, he followed up with another slash. With a sharp rip, Manhwa vanished again, only to reappear right beside him. She leaped into the air and delivered a kick that sent Elder Two sliding back a long way. Nearby, Yunxiang and Tianzihai watched the battle intensely. It was hard to believe this witch was actually suppressing Elder Two. Yunxiang knew that while the Elder had higher cultivation, he was losing when it came to the mech's performance. Still, the old man hadn't used his trump card yet, so the outcome was still up in the air. The twin blades stuck in the building dissolved into light and reformed in Manhwa's hands. She charged in to finish him off, but suddenly, Elder Two's entire body erupted with violent bolts of lightning. The sheer pressure of his aura made Manla's face turn pale, while Yunxiang's eyes narrowed as he watched the scene unfold. Knowing the elder was about to go all out, the old man growled from inside his cockpit. "Let's see you dodge this, you witch. Eat this!" Elder 2 roared, unleashing a massive pillar of sword energy that shot straight into the sky. The power was unprecedented, but Manhwa managed to leap back just in time to avoid the direct hit. With the beam missing by a hair, Manhwa mocked him. "That power is terrifying, but it's worthless if it doesn't hit its target." Shengguan cried out in disbelief, worried that a half-saint like Elder 2 had actually missed his mark. Tianzihai shook his head, his expression grim as he denied it, saying a half-saint would never make such a rookie mistake. Yunxiang agreed, reassuring them that the elder's move was much more than it seemed. At that moment, Elder 2's body glowed with a mysterious light, as the sword energy continued to surge without end. It was getting stronger by the second. He had specifically saved this technique for a saint-rank soul general. "Behold, this strike." As he spoke, his short blade began to crumble further, getting even shorter than before. But in exchange, the sword energy exploded with intensity before suddenly vanishing, leaving the sky clear. All that remained were countless floating specks of light. A second later, they rained down like a meteor shower from the heavens. No matter where Manhwa ran, they tracked her, boxing her in until she was completely locked down. And the real show was just beginning. The largest beam of energy locked onto Manhwa and plummeted from the sky. Manla's heart sank as she stood there speechless, pouring every ounce of her willpower into her final defense. The massive pillar of light slammed into the Yajita mech, relentlessly tearing into it. This move was called the Divine Fire Finger. The cataclysmic force leveled a whole section of the city. When the light finally faded, the area had been turned into a complete mess. Shattered skyscrapers were buried in dust, and Tianzihai's guards looked like their eyes were about to pop out of their heads. No words could describe Elder 2's power. As the smoke cleared, the silhouette of the mech was revealed. Manhwa was still standing, but her Yajita mech was mangled beyond recognition, looking like a skeleton. Xiaomai gasped in horror, unable to believe the witch was still alive, and Tianzihai's team felt the same dread. That strike was powerful enough to level the world, yet she survived. Inside Lu Bu, Yunxiang felt his blood run cold. The Yajita was definitely the next generation mech. Not only was its mobility far beyond the Wei Yuan and Wufuluo, but its armor was even tougher than the heavy-duty plating on a Wufuluo. Inside her ruined cockpit, Manhwa let out a twisted laugh. Not bad for a half-saint, not bad at all. To think she could unleash such a devastating strike using a piece of junk mecha like that. She didn't want to resort to this, but Manhwa touched the illusory orb anyway, whispering the activation command under her breath. Her eyes turned a burning crimson as she roared, "Heavenly Demon Dissolution!" In an instant, the Yajita mecha erupted with a violent, murderous aura. Threads of light rapidly repaired the mecha, forcing it to evolve into a terrifying new form. Tianzihai's eyes narrowed in pure disbelief. This pressure, it completely eclipsed Elder Shu's power. This was even more terrifying than a half-saint. Manhwa had fully entered the heavenly demon state. Countless crimson tentacles writhed behind her back. In this form, she was nearly at the saint rank, beyond even a half-saint. You could call her a quasi-saint. Yunxiang watched intently, realizing she was forcibly boosting her combat power by reversing her soul energy. He couldn't believe the Binthian sect had installed a system like this so early on. Meanwhile, Elder Shu was completely drained after his last ultimate move, his breath coming in heavy, ragged gasps. Suddenly, Manhwa flickered into a blur of light and vanished, reappearing right in front of Elder Shu to launch her assault. Caught completely off guard, Elder Shu didn't even have time to shout before Manla's kick sent him soaring into the air. She vanished again, moving at an impossible speed to get right behind him. She slammed him back toward the ground with another kick. Her speed was monstrous, appearing beside him instantly to deliver another crushing blow. Elder Shu was like a soccer ball, toyed with as Manhwa kicked him back and forth. Inside the mecha, he could only grit his teeth and endure the impact, desperately racking his brain for a way to strike back. As Manhwa swung her leg again, Elder Shu managed to reach out and catch it just in time. He wheezed out a taunt, saying that no matter how fast she was, it didn't matter if he caught her. But before he could finish, Manhwa barked out, "You damn fool!" She swung her weapon, piercing through the mecha's chest and leaving Elder Shu critically wounded. Even so, Elder Shu refused to let go, which only fueled Manhwa's rage. She grabbed the mecha's head with one hand and raised her blade with the other. "Just die already." With a feral scream, she sliced clean through the head of Elder Shu's mecha. His grip on her leg finally went limp, and he began to freefall, his combat effectiveness completely destroyed. Manhwa didn't stop there. She channeled her soul power into her leg and delivered one final blow, blasting Elder Shu straight into the dirt. Pushed past its limit, the mecha shattered into pieces, leaving Elder Shu's broken body to slam into the ground, crushing the earth beneath him. As he lay there, battered and broken, Manhwa landed while still clutching the severed mecha head. She glared at it and spat, "Trash." She crushed the mecha head into scrap metal with her bare hands. Looking at her palm, she let out a dark, satisfied hum. This raw sense of power was intoxicating. She threw her head back and laughed maniacally. Now, killing half-saints was as easy as slaughtering chickens or dogs. Even if she had to face a true saint-rank warrior, she felt she could put up a hell of a fight. As the dust settled, Elder Shu lay amongst the rubble, coughing up blood, his life hanging by a thread. His hand shook as he reached into his pocket for the vial of pills Yunxiang had given him. This was the 6-star Super Realm pill. For anyone below the Earth rank, taking this would temporarily boost their power by an entire major realm. It was one of the trump cards Yunxiang had prepared for himself. Now, he was watching Elder Shu's every move. Since the old man was at the half-step Grandmaster realm, the pill's effectiveness would definitely be lower, but it should still be enough to push him up by a minor sub-rank. Yunxiang had given him a pill earlier just as a precaution. Now was the perfect time to see if the Super Realm pill could actually help a half-saint stuck at a bottleneck. Struggling to sit up, Elder Shu looked at the pill in his hand. There was no mistaking it. It was definitely a Super Realm pill. 20 years ago, he had seen this legendary 6-star pill once in Taiwan. He never expected that kid Yunxiang would actually be generous enough to give it to him. Without hesitation, Elder Shu swallowed it and let out a long sigh. He figured he'd owe the kid a huge favor after this. Putting his thoughts aside, he began to meditate as the pill took effect instantly. A brilliant, mysterious light erupted from his body as the medicine began to circulate through his system. Elder Shu suddenly found himself in a vast, mystical void. He wondered, "Is this my mental world?" He saw a reflection of himself beneath his feet. At first, he thought it was just him, but he quickly realized that wasn't the case. He understood that this was the deepest part of his soul, where his greatest obsession regarding the path to sainthood was slowly manifesting. It took him back 30 years ago, beneath the 100-foot-tall walls of Xuan City in the Niathui Kingdom, where he had suffered a crushing defeat. He had been beaten so badly, he couldn't even fight back, and his spirit armor had completely shattered. In his desperation and rage, he had slammed his fists into the ground. Back then, he was only 33 years old, and at the mid-stage of the heaven rank, traveling with his two companions, Truk Kon and Koan. Old Man 2 never expected them to show up here. Despite his warnings, Truk Kon and Koan kept pushing forward. Looking back on the old days, the three of them had sworn a blood oath to stand by each other through thick and thin. This memory moved Old Man 2 to tears. He stopped trying to hold them back. Standing before the three of them were the towering, massive walls of the Water Kingdom. Looming above was the shadow of a terrifyingly powerful soul mecha. In its hand, the mecha held a barrier imprisoning a girl, and he couldn't stand it for another second. Koan urged Truk Kon to attack with him. As soon as he spoke, they both activated their soul gear, ready for a fight. Seeing this, Old Man 2 desperately tried to stop them. He knew that the Soul General, Wen Zhang, was not an enemy they could handle. Suddenly, from high above, Wen Zhang roared, "Insolent!" At that same moment, he unleashed a wave of purple lightning. That single, effortless move was enough to send the brothers, Truk Kon and Koan, crashing down. Their soul armor was instantly stripped away. All three of them were pinned to the ground, crushed by the overwhelming pressure of a warrior at this level. Koan realized that Hoangju Am's soul general, Wen Zhang, was one of the 4 great saints. He was a legendary protector of the Niathui Kingdom. The power of a saint was terrifyingly absolute, the gap between them and the heaven rank. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Despite the pressure, 2 hackmen struggled to get up, helplessly cursing the wretched woman floating above them. High in the air, Huang Duam emerged from her soul armor, revealing her face. She coldly asked Tu Hak Min if he finally understood his place. So what if he was a genius who reached the heaven rank at only 30 years old? To a saint, everyone else is just a lowly ant. In her eyes, she could kill him 10,000 times with a simple flick of her finger. Beside her, the young girl begged repeatedly, promising to follow Hong Duam back to Tuyen Than. She promised never to think of escaping again, as long as Huang Duam spared Tu Hak Min. Down below, Tu Hak Min screamed, Tu Ying's name in total despair. They looked at each other, their hearts breaking as they cried out for one another. Huang Duam spoke with a slow, chilling voice. Tu Ying belonged to their royal family and possessed a rare innate host body, the likes of which appeared only once every 100 years. She was destined to become a saint, a national treasure for the Ngia Thui kingdom, and the key to the royal family's prosperity for a century. Furthermore, an innate host had an incredibly long lifespan, 100, even 200 years from now. While the lowly ants turned to dust, Tungye would still retain her eternal youth. Hearing this, Tungye sobbed uncontrollably. She kept pleading with Hoang Duam to let Tu Hak Min go. Hoang Duam's eyes flashed with a murderous glare. Tu Hak Min had the nerve to seduce a daughter of the royalty and try to run away. He deserved to die, but because Tungye begged, she wouldn't kill him just yet, fearing it would leave a permanent scar on Tungye's soul. But the other two ants were a different story. She could wipe them out with a wave of her hand. Because of that, she proposed a deal. If Tu Hak Min voluntarily left the capital and swore to never set foot in the Ngia Thui kingdom again, she would spare all three of them. Hearing this, Tu Hak Min ground his teeth in rage, his hand gripping a dagger. Tu Nge and his companions watched in terror, fearing he was about to do something reckless. But suddenly, Tu Hak Min raised the blade to his own hair. He cut it off right then and there, holding the lock of hair as he shouted, "I, Tu Hak Min, swear it here and now. Whether it takes 30 years or 50 years, I will find a way for a mortal to reach the saint rank. Until I become a saint, I will not take a single step into the Water Kingdom. But on the day I reach that rank, that is when I will return to teach Huang Duam a lesson." Then, he looked up at Tuinge and shouted his promise. One day, he would tear down those 100-foot walls and rescue her from that royal cage. Looking down from above, Tungye let her tears fall. She happily agreed to wait for him, no matter how long it took. Snapping back to the present, Old Man Tu's eyes flashed with a brilliant golden light. A terrifyingly powerful aura suddenly erupted from him, crushing everything in the vicinity. Even Manhwa had to shield her face and retreat. A moment later, Old Man Tu stood up tall, looking like a Super Saiyan who had just broken through his limits, with power radiating in every direction. Manhwa felt a threat like she had never experienced before, as if her entire body was being suppressed. There was no doubt about it. This was the aura of a saint. She wondered what on earth that old man had just eaten. Lu Thong's group was struggling even more, barely hanging on to avoid being blown away. What shocked him the most was the sheer pressure. Could Old Man Tu have actually broken through to the saint rank? Thien Troc Hai was even more certain. This pressure, which transcended the level of ordinary life, was definitely the aura of a saint. This made Thuong Quan turn her attention to Yunxiang, wondering if Old Man Tu's breakthrough was because of the pill Yunxiang had given him. Yunxiang focused all his attention on Old Man Tu. It was exactly as he had predicted, though he wasn't sure how long it would last. But if the Transcendence pill could allow Old Man Tu to temporarily reach the saint rank, then it proved that hosts were not forbidden from reaching that level. The long-held belief of the Eastern continent could be shattered by outside forces. The gap of the saint rank. It would no longer be an unreachable wall for the soul spirits of the past. Relying only on the few short minutes provided by one Transcendence pill, Old Man Tu probably still couldn't fully grasp the secret to a permanent saint rank breakthrough. He would have to find another opportunity later. Eventually, Yunxiang would teach him the supreme cultivation techniques from the central continent. Yunxiang, I managed to snag quite a few things like this. Back at the scene, Elder Tu could still feel the power surging through him. At this very moment, he finally understood why Huang Duyin used to say that everyone below the saint stage was nothing but an ant. With a slight flex of his will, Elder Tu recalled the soul charms from the ground, his presence utterly overbearing. Looking at the cracked and battered card, he whispered a soft apology to it. He knew this level of power was about to blow past the absolute limit of what his mecha could handle. Across from him, Manhwa couldn't stop herself from trembling in pure terror. She desperately wanted to move, but that suffocating pressure had her pinned to the spot. The more she thought about it, the more she hated how helpless she felt. She knew she had to interrupt Elder Tu right now, but her body just wouldn't budge. Gripping the soul charm in his hand, Elder Tu quickly began the construction process. A brilliant golden light erupted, completely enveloping his body. A soul spirit general, with a totally different look emerged, his entire form draped in shimmering gold. With soul flames flickering behind him and lightning arcing in every direction, Elder 2 finished the construct but didn't rush to attack. This only dialed up the pressure on Manhwa. Feeling this rush of energy, Elder 2 finally realized why the Saint stage was so extraordinary. It was honestly terrifying. No wonder Huangdu Yin could act so high and mighty, looking down on every living soul. So that was how she saw the three of them back then. By now, Manhwa was losing it, screaming at Elder 2 to stay back. "Don't you dare come any closer." Elder 2 simply raised his hand to his chest, remembering how Huangdu Yin had suppressed him years ago with just a casual wave. Following her example, Elder 2 swung his arm, unleashing an invisible wall of force. Watching this, Manhwa had no clue what was about to hit her. Elder 2 vividly remembered being tossed aside like a bug. Now, it was Manhwa's turn. Boom, boom, boom. She was launched like a bullet, breaking the sound barrier and flying over 300 yards. Even when she hit the ground, the momentum didn't stop. She kept skidding, slamming into the buildings behind her with a massive impact. And to think, this was only from a casual wave of Elder 2's hand. Manhwa's entire body was shaking as she struggled to stand, pushing her Heavenly Demon Unleashed mode to its absolute peak. But the moment she looked up, she froze. Right in front of her, Elder 2 had appeared out of nowhere like some kind of immortal. He stood there casually with his hands behind his back. "I don't even need a sword to cut you down," Elder 2 said softly. Right then, Yunxiang shouted for him to stop, wanting to keep her alive. Elder 2 simply gave a light downward flick of his hand. A heaven-shaking power surged out, slicing straight through the mecha. The massive wave of energy reached all the way to the clouds. It was impossibly strong. Inside, Manhwa let out one last agonized scream before going silent. Her mecha was completely shredded, not a single piece left intact. It disintegrated right then and there. Amidst the light, a glowing orb encased Manhwa, slowly lifting her into the air. Without a doubt, this was Elder 2's way of making sure Manhwa kept her life. Just as Elder 2 was about to pull her in, his mecha hit its limit and broke apart, sending him dropping to the ground. Elder 2 was gasping for air. That one strike had completely drained every bit of power the Transcendence Pill had given him. Beside him, the unconscious Manhwa also fell. From a nearby gap, the D-Lun leader cursed in a blind rage. "Even a Saint stage lost? The entire operation is a total failure." He quickly sent out a message to the survivors. "Scatter and retreat. Once you're clear of the battlefield, go into hiding and wait for orders." With that, the leader had only one thought: "I gotta get the hell out of here." But he barely took a few steps before the Wei Yuan force cut him off. His subordinates didn't have any better luck either. They were completely surrounded, forced to their knees at sword point under the watchful eye of the academy. The Heaven Capital army, led by the city guard, had completely broken the siege. This battle was a total victory for Heaven Capital. Up above, Guan Yunxiang watched Gu Ziting, calling her a foxy lady. It seemed her timing for entering the scene was perfectly calculated. After the battle, Yuanding City was a total wreck, covered in smoke and fire. Refugee camps were slowly being set up to care for the lucky survivors. The scene was incredibly busy. Upon meeting Tianzihai, Gu Ziting knelt down in respect. In return, Tianzihai was very polite and formal with her. Still, Gu Ziting remained serious, as she apologized for not arriving with reinforcements sooner. Tianzihai obviously didn't hold a grudge. Luckily, this war was more of a shock than a fatal blow. As he spoke, he turned to Yunxiang, praising the powerful warrior Gu Ziting had sent for his incredible combat skills. His endless tricks and adaptability had given him one surprise after another. In response, Gu Ziting revealed Yunxiang's true identity. He is the nephew of Marquise Ju An, Song Yunxiang, and the master of Zuo Ci. Tianzihai had already figured this much out. On the contrary, he was more suspicious of the faction backing Yunxiang, doubting it was just the Song family. Hearing this, Gu Ziting was a bit startled. She probed him outwardly while thinking, is His Highness starting to suspect him too? She wondered if it was about Yunxiang's connection to the super-ancient civilization, but Tianzihai's next words shattered that thought. He believed that the power behind Yunxiang was actually, it is highly likely that a master of alchemy or formation arrays is making their move toward Manhwa right now. Van Tuong picked up her soul charm, secretly tucked it into his clothes, and then hurried over to help Elder 2 up, asking about his condition. Luckily, Elder 2 was fine. Van Tuong explained that the side effects of the Super Realm pill would cause some temporary weakness. He just needed to rest for about 1 hour. Elder 2 sighed, feeling it was a waste to use such a precious Super Realm pill. If he had used it in better condition, he might have gained enough insight to finally break through his current bottleneck. Hearing this, Van Tuong whispered that he would give him another one later so he could find a quiet place to meditate and break through in peace. Those words left Elder Tu absolutely stunned, and he shouted out in shock, demanding to know what Van Tuong just said, before realizing he was making a scene. Elder Tu quickly covered his mouth and looked around suspiciously, then leaned in close to Van Tuong to confirm if he really had another one of those level 6 pills. Did Van Tuong actually have 2 of them? Van Tuong gave a half-hearted smile and confirmed it, though he was secretly speechless. This kind of pill was something he could whip up an entire batch of whenever he felt like it, so he didn't see why it was such a big deal, but it was clearly a treasure to Elder Tu. The old man sighed bashfully, wondering how he could ever repay Van Tuong for such an incredibly rare and valuable gift. While they were talking, Van Tuong spotted 2 guards and ordered them to come over and arrest the female thief lying on the ground. He told them to hand her over to Ko Tu Din. The 2 guards were taken aback and reflexively obeyed, but a second later, they realized something was off. This kid was clearly wearing a Mecha Academy uniform, so why on earth did he think he could just give them orders? But looking at the enchantress before them, they were more than willing to do the job, unable to help but comment on how vicious she looked. She was so cruel, yet she was also surprisingly well developed. Looking at Manhwa, Van Tuong fell into deep thought regarding the Heaven Peace Holy Sect. He wondered if they could squeeze any valuable information out of that girl. While he was lost in thought, Elder Tu suddenly gave him a hard nudge, making Van Tuong's eyes go wide. The old man flat out told him that he knew Van Tuong wasn't actually the master of tattoo. This caught Van Tuong completely off guard, and he quickly tried to gauge the old man's intentions. Elder Tu replied that he had traveled the entire world. He had spent decades training everywhere, and had explored countless secret realms, so he wasn't easy to fool. He then reassured Van Tuong. He said he had already personally wiped away all the traces and evidence within the academy and elsewhere, so Van Tuong should just keep playing the role of Tattoo's master. Consider this his way of paying back half the favor he owed him. Van Tuong listened but kept playing dumb, acting like he had no idea what Elder Tu was talking about. Internally, he realized Elder Tu was far more sharp and observant than he appeared. Elder Tu continued, suggesting that Van must have stumbled upon some incredible fortune inside a secret realm, but he had no interest in prying into those secrets. Suddenly, a woman walked up to them. It was Tung Yet. Elder Tu didn't hesitate to call her Ko Tu Din's little tail as he asked where the rest of them were. Tung Yet reported that based on the coordinates Elder Tu provided in the Eastern District, they had successfully located the rift-generating device. The fact that the Dilawan Kingdom left it behind immediately caught Van Tuong's attention. It seemed they had indeed applied this technology for military use. According to Tun Guyet, the second prince and the dean had already gone there to take custody of the equipment. Currently, the roads were severely damaged, traffic was a total mess, so if Elder Tu and Van Tuong wanted to go there, she could arrange a sky charm ship for them. Elder Tu wasn't interested. He just wanted to go home and sleep for a week. Van Tuong felt the same way after fighting all day long. He was exhausted. Even though it had only been half a day since he broke through to the peak of the King Realm, it felt like he had lived through half a year. Tiong Wiyet then arranged a sky charm ship to take the 2 of them back to the academy. She also passed along a message from Ko Tu Din to Van Tuong. She told him not to go wandering off for the next few days, as she was preparing to officially reveal his identity as Tatu's master at the victory banquet. According to Elder Tu, although many people were injured or killed in this battle, it was still a major victory that definitely called for a celebration. It was needed to boost everyone's morale. Soon, the sky charm ship arrived, slowly descending into an open space and opening its doors for them. As he was boarding, Van Tuong stopped to look back into the distance. Elder Tu asked if he had forgotten something. As it turned out, he was right. Van Tuong felt like he was forgetting something important, but just couldn't put his finger on it. Eventually, he boarded the ship and headed back, the vessel streaking across the sky before vanishing. At that very moment, Thuong Quan was frantically searching for Van Tuong. When she couldn't find him, she wondered if she had actually been abandoned. Her thoughts were cut short by a loud shout calling for her. She burst into tears, realizing she had been dragged away to help the medical team. 10 days passed after the Battle of Windin City. Many of the destroyed areas were being rebuilt. A massive number of mechas were deployed to assist with the heavy labor. These were the Anvian Awakening Star Soul Generals, a mass-produced model from the Thian Do Kingdom used for agriculture and industry. In the center of the academy, Countless people were furious that the statue of Tatu had been destroyed, but there was nothing they could do. The investigation had turned up absolutely zero clues regarding who was responsible for the incident. Little did they know, the culprit was likely still hiding out right under their noses in the freshman dorms. Van Tuong was deep inside his cultivation room, surrounded by a complex formation. Empty pill bottles were scattered all over the floor. He had burned through every last one of them. After pushing himself through intense training, Van Tuong was reaching his absolute limit, but the results were still just a tiny bit short of his. Looking at the mountain of empty vials, he let out a long sigh and stopped. Even though he used a lot of medicinal boosters, his progress was mostly thanks to his sheer willpower and grueling mental discipline. In just 3 short days, Van Tuong didn't just improve, he vaulted past the mystery rank and smashed straight into the early earth rank. Even for a genius, that kind of speed is unheard of. It was a shame he ran out of pills, so his only choice was to find Manager Hong to buy some more. Van Tuong snapped his watch back onto his wrist. After checking his notifications, he realized he'd missed a ton of calls and messages. Most of them were from one person in particular. It was that annoying lady, Shang Guan. Without a second thought, he blocked her on the spot. There were also messages from Ko Tu-din. He wanted to see what she wanted, so he dialed her back. After a few rings, Ko Tu-din finally picked up. When Van Tuong asked why she was looking for him, she didn't hold back. Ko Tu-din started screaming through the phone, demanding to know why the hell he always kept his phone on Do Not Disturb. Van Tuong shot back, putting the blame right on her. He told her he didn't have a choice after what happened at the celebration a few days ago. Ko Tu-din had publicly outed him as the host of Zuo Ci, which drew way too much unwanted attention. Because of her, he hadn't had a single moment of peace. He had been forced to lock himself in his dorm just to train. As Van Tuong barked back at her, Ko Tu-din realized he was right and calmed down, shifting the conversation to the Astral Bureau. The Astral Bureau had updated their records to officially recognize Van Tuong as the host of Zuo Ci. She claimed she only revealed it at the party because she thought it was for his own good. On the surface, Van Tuong still looked annoyed, acting like he suspected she had an ulterior motive. But deep down, he knew this actually worked out in his favor. He could use the Zuo Ci identity as a perfect cover story, allowing him to openly use his system to copy other soul generals without raising suspicion. Ko Tu-din argued that being famous would actually keep him safer. Then, she told him to hurry up and get down to the training grounds. The training area was right next to the manufacturing plant, and the blueprints he handed over a few days ago had already been turned into a finished product. Even Van Tuong was shocked by how fast they worked. The workshop belonged to Taishuan Heavy Industry. Their original facility in Yuanding City had been destroyed during the Beast Tide, but they had a lot of master engineers who were incredibly skilled. Luckily, those masters had survived the disaster and were currently being housed by the Battle Academy. It was mostly thanks to their expertise that Van Tuong's complex and difficult designs were able to be built so successfully. After hearing that, Van Tuong confirmed he was coming and hung up. He couldn't help but wonder if Ko Tu-din was using him as bait. Or maybe he was actually the biggest predator in the pond? He brushed the thought aside. He was confident that within 1 year, he could reach the saint rank. In this entire eastern continent, the only people who could actually pose a threat to him were the 2 old ancestors. Those were the 2 god rank powerhouses. Although the Battle Academy and Yuanding City took heavy losses this time, they at least managed to successfully suppress the Beast Tide. They had crushed Diluan's conspiracy and, more importantly, saved the instructors and classmates who were supposed to have died in his previous life. Van Tuong felt like he had finally changed the course of destiny. He had already handed the records he took from his assassin over to the second prince. The prince could put those to use once he got back to the capital. It happened last night, when Thien Troc Hai came by at midnight to say his goodbyes. Van Tuong had casually tossed him a bag of items, claiming he'd snatched them from a Diluan squad outside the city. As for Elder 2, Van Tuong gave him a bottle of high-grade pills. Then there was Shangguan Ingam. Cam, she still owed him a lot of money. He realized that blocking her just now might not have been the smartest move. That money was from selling the void crystals, and he definitely wanted his cut. While walking, Van Tuong looked around and saw 2 mechs busy setting up a memorial. He slowly walked over to stand beside them. As he stared at the long list of names carved into the stone, he felt a sting of regret. He had tried his absolute best, yet so many people still lost their lives. After living through so many life and death situations, Van Tuong thought his emotions had gone numb. Suddenly, a hand touched his shoulder. It was Instructor Trin. He tried to comfort Van Tuong, telling him not to blame himself. He said that even as the host of Zuo Ci, Van Tuong was still just a kid at the peak of the yellow rank, and his power was naturally limited. Suddenly, the air between them went dead silent. Instructor Trin narrowed his eyes and took a closer look at Van Tuong, sensing that something was very wrong. He realized he couldn't see through the kid's cultivation level at all. This absolutely terrified him. He demanded to know if Van Tuong had somehow surpassed him and broken through to the middle mystery rank. Van Tuong didn't give him a straight answer. He just let out a playful laugh. Instructor Trin's heart sank as he felt a wave of pure insecurity wash over him. He couldn't stop himself from rambling, asking how the hell Van Tuong was training. He couldn't wrap his head around how, in just a few days, this kid had achieved what took him 5 years of hard work. Obviously, Van Tuong wasn't going to tell him the truth, so he just used hard work and persistence as his shield. Since he couldn't get a real answer, Instructor Trin convinced himself that Van Tuong had been hiding his power all along. He figured the kid was already at the middle mystery rank, but just kept it a secret. Van Tuong didn't bother explaining, and just let him believe whatever he wanted. Then, he decided to invite Instructor Trin to tag along. They headed to the workshop to find the dean, and he teased the instructor about the female secretary he liked being there. Caught off guard, Instructor Trin started desperately denying everything. He insisted that he didn't have feelings for Xiao Yue, claiming that women would only slow down his cultivation speed. He quickly headed out. A short while later, he arrived at the workshop area in the Martial Arts Academy's backyard. Van Tuong met up with the group at the training grounds. There, Ko Tu Dean handed him a prototype built from the blueprints he had provided. Taking the items, Van Tuong felt a bit let down, seeing there were only 3. Ko Tu Din explained she had no choice. The other 2 were having technical issues and weren't finished yet. She then introduced the man standing next to her as Workshop Chief Nam Quah, the current leader of the Tai Huyen Mechanics. His heavy industry team was stationed at the Academy's workshop, and they were the ones who helped build these experimental mecha suits. Ko Tu Dean then introduced Van Tuong to the chief, adding some high praise. She told him that Van Tuong had been a massive help during the recent monster tide, and that he was the one who provided the blueprints for the experimental suits. Hearing that, Van Tuong gave him a formal and respectful salute. Nam Quach jumped in surprise and quickly bowed back, his voice shaky and stuttering. A second later, the old man dropped to his knees right in front of Van Tuong. This left everyone in shock, including Van Tuong himself. He immediately rushed over to help Nam Quach up, feeling incredibly awkward. He couldn't understand why this man would suddenly start kneeling after just one sentence. But no matter what Van Tuong said, the chief insisted on finishing his deep bow. He thanked Van Tuong for saving the lives of everyone in the workshop, which suddenly made Van Tuong remember the massive battle. Had he accidentally saved the workshop while he was rushing to the academy and cutting through the monster's path that day? According to Nam Quach, the workshop had been surrounded by monsters, and they only survived because Van Tuong was there killing them. By drawing the monsters' attention, he gave them a chance to escape, even though the workshop was eventually destroyed. But most of the mechanics made it out alive. Since he couldn't repay such a massive debt, the chief felt he had to bow to Van Tuong on behalf of everyone. After saying that, Nam Quach continued to bow low to show his gratitude, leaving Van Tuong feeling completely flustered. He helplessly urged the man to stand up. After a moment of silence, Nam Quach looked at Van Tuong again, saying he had a rather bold request. Van Tuong got a bad feeling about this and wished the man would just stay quiet, but he still politely asked what it was. Nam Quach looked at him with doubt and asked if the blueprints for the experimental mecha were really Van Tuong's work. Van Tuong confirmed it, though he was surprised by the question. To him, he had only added a few ideas to the existing Uivian type suit. He just turned it into an armored version. It wasn't that mind-blowing, was it? But Nam Quach's eyes were filled with pure shock. Then, the chief hit the ground again, begging Van Tuong to take him on as a disciple. This scene made Ko Tu Ding and Tu Nuyet freeze. They covered their mouths in disbelief and rushed over, telling Nam Quach to stop messing around. Van Tuong was only a first-year student, while Nam Quach was a level 4 mechanic and a teacher at the academy. Even the other mechanics there weren't fit to follow in his footsteps. However, Nam Quach remained dead serious, telling Ko Tu Din that she didn't understand structural mechanics. Based on those blueprints alone, he feared that Van Tuong's skills had already surpassed a level 6 mechanic. A level 6 mechanic was someone Nam Quach wouldn't even be worthy of serving, and just like that, Nam Quach sincerely wanted to nominate Van Tuong to go to the capital to represent the mechanics of the South Province in the upcoming mass production design competition. It was for the second generation of the Star Soul General, happening in 3 months. Van Tuong was no stranger to this event. He vividly remembered it from his past life, the second generation of the capital's "Wait until the big battle is over," Van Tuong shouted as he helped Nam Quach to his feet, telling the old man they could talk more later. But Nam Quach was persistent, begging Van Tuong once again to take him on as a disciple, so he could learn the secrets of structural mechanics. Van Tuong felt awkward and turned him down, claiming his own skills were still lacking. He suggested they just talk as equals instead. He promised to share as many of his design concepts and ideas as he possibly could. Truth be told, Van Tuong refused because Nam Quach's talent was pretty mediocre. He was already up there in years and only a level 4 mech master. She felt Van Tuong's suggestion was fair, noting that since the 3 prototypes hadn't been tested yet, they should see what the machines could do first. After thinking it over, Nam Quach finally agreed. Honestly, he had already learned a massive amount just by building these 3 prototypes from the blueprints. He decided he would stay by Van Tuong's side, even if it was just as a nominal disciple in name only. That left Van Tuong completely speechless. This old guy was incredibly stubborn. Van Tuong then stepped forward and summoned his soul construct. The Great Might Mech appeared, starting with the heavy artillery configuration. Van Tuong was full of anticipation, eager to see exactly how much power those shoulder cannons packed. Once activated, the cannon barrels glowed with a blinding light before firing a devastating blast toward a target dummy. A massive explosion erupted behind a curtain of smoke, leaving a giant crater in the ground. Witnessing this, Kotu Din's jaw dropped in pure shock. She couldn't believe that a single shot could blow a hole over 100 meters wide. That was nearly the power of a main cannon on an aerial battleship. Van Tuong, however, felt it was just barely within his expectations and moved on to testing the honeycomb missile pods on the left. The barrels shifted onto his shoulder and began locking onto the target. Van Tuong roared, "Fire everything!" A volley of warheads slammed into the beast target, but Kotu Din was confused why didn't they explode on impact. From inside the mech, Van Tuong gave the command, "Time to bloom." Instantly, the warheads detonated with terrifying destructive force. Kotu Din broke out in a cold sweat. They were designed to pierce the armor first and then explode from the inside. This was a lethal weapon against armored beasts and would surely be a nightmare for the heavy infantry of the Delon Empire. After the test, Van Tuong began his evaluation. Even though the soul power conversion rate was improved, the drain from the cannons would still be too much for an average student. However, since it didn't require precise control during the conversion, it was perfect for someone with a massive soul pool and fast recovery. Next, Van Tuong pulled out the second soul rune. After refining it, he moved on to the next configuration of the Great Might Mech. This time, the mech had no ranged weapons. Instead, it featured 2 jagged saw blades on its arms. At first glance, Van Tuong wasn't very impressed with this flying sword model. It only had 8 small flying blades. Putting his doubts aside, he funneled his soul power into the machine to test its lethality. With a single thought from Van Tuong, all 8 flying swords shot forward like lightning. Kotu Din's eyes widened in surprise as she realized these were telekinetic weapons, controlled remotely by soul power. Van Tuong clasped his hands into a seal, and the 8 swords began a relentless, seamless assault. It was an almost unstoppable storm of blades. The shockwaves from the attack were felt from over 100 meters away, making it hard for Kotu Din to even keep her eyes open. If an elite pilot handled this flying sword mech, they could fight solo against entire squads and easily take down 2 or 3 teams of the same level. The combat boost was insane. By the time Van Tuong stopped, the target was nothing but a pile of unrecognizable scrap metal. He slowly began to evaluate the performance. Flying weapons like these don't just require a strong mental focus and precise soul control. You also need a deep understanding of the enemy's anatomy. If you can't land a one-hit kill by piercing a weak point with pinpoint accuracy, then it's really just a flashy way to distract the enemy. It looked like the flying sword model was only suitable for the most gifted elites. Van Tuong and Kotu Din were on the same page about that. Putting it aside, he moved on to the final mech type. This one looked heavy and a bit bulky at first, but it radiated a sense of absolute defense. It was the shield artillery model. Kotu Din felt a bit disappointed this time, thinking it was just a shield slapped onto a projectile weapon. The weapons looked pretty standard, and she couldn't see anything special about its design. But Nam Quach disagreed, noting that while the first 2 designs shocked him with their technology, this mech, while not technically groundbreaking, was absolutely mind-blowing in terms of its tactical potential. At that moment, Van Tuong called out to Kotu Dean, asking her to use the formation to bring out some live targets. She was baffled, so he explained he just needed some small, fast-moving monsters. Realizing what he wanted, she immediately got to work and asked if 3 of them would be enough. To her surprise, Van Tuong wanted more, at least 10. Kotu Dean didn't object. She was ready to see what he had planned. Watch out, Yunxiang. That thing is a soul force phantom. It doesn't have a physical form, so its attacks are pure energy. Don't get cocky just yet. Suddenly, a swarm of beast phantoms pour out from the void, charging at Yunxiang with insane speed. Without hesitating for even a second, Yunxiang switches his weapon and deploys his defensive shield, kicking the mecha into melee combat mode. He immediately unleashes a hail of fire at the incoming beasts, triggering a series of explosions that send them flying. A few unlucky ones caught in the direct line of fire are shredded to pieces instantly. Tucked safely behind his barrier, Yunxiang just keeps blasting away, completely ignoring the ones that manage to get close. In no time at all, the beast swarm is absolutely decimated, left with zero room to fight back. The entire area in front of Yunxiang is transformed into a raging sea of flames. Seeing this, Guziting is visibly shaken, finally realizing that this is a weapon built for ultimate defense. It is perfect for counterattacking high-speed enemies and would be a massive upgrade over a standard hand shield. Inside the cockpit on the front lines, Yunxiang is deep in thought. This type of blast shield would be most effective if multiple mechas formed a unified battle line. The mobility of a single unit is still its fatal flaw. Suddenly, his watch pings. It is a call from the Grand Manager. The man informs him that the Yuanding City spaceport is almost back in business, and the flight path to Yong'an City is now open. Yunxiang had asked him to handle the tickets earlier, and they are finally ready. Hearing the news, Yunxiang thanks him, sounding relieved. Then, he asks the manager to buy 100 million worth of various spiritual herbs based on his previous list. That massive amount of money makes the Grand Manager gasp in shock. In just the last 2 days, Yunxiang has already spent 300 million on herbs. He has basically bought out the entire Namchao medicinal market at premium prices. Yunxiang doesn't even blink and adds another 50 million just to rush the delivery. He reminds the Grand Manager that everything must be finalized by this afternoon and delivered directly to the spaceport. The manager doesn't argue further and agrees to the deal. Over by Nam Guo, the man asks with a smug look on his face, "So, Guziting, do you finally understand why I was so hell-bent on making Yunxiang my master?" Guziting is filled with awe and terror, realizing just how much potential these prototype mechas have. If they could mass-produce these for the military, they wouldn't just be stopping beasts, even on the northern frontier battlefields. In the war against the Yi Lun, this tech could completely flip the script. A moment later, Yunxiang disembarks from his soul armor and lands on the ground. He walks over and hands the soul charm back to Nam Guo, noting that it is close to the level he expected, and asks Nam Guo to lead the way. He wants the other engineers to start producing even more of them. Then, Yunxiang turns to Guziting and tells her to start scouting among the instructors. He wants her to pick out the most elite students and star soul masters who are best suited to pilot these mechas. Hearing this, Guziting looks at him suspiciously and asks, "What exactly are you planning?" Yunxiang just gives a respectful salute, intending to keep his previous promise. In about 1 month, the Southern Wasteland defense line is going to need reinforcements. When that time comes, he hopes she can lead these elite forces to provide support. His words leave Guziting even more stunned and confused. The Southern Wasteland Defense is a joint operation between the Tiandu Kingdom and the Shui Nation at Chongqing. Does Yunxiang know something they don't? Yunxiang doesn't give a straight answer, simply stating he has his own private sources. He claims it is still just a hunch for now, but he will notify her the moment he gets confirmation. Since the academy needs to shut down for 2 months for reconstruction, Yunxiang decides to head back to Yong'an first. As he watches Yunxiang walk away, Nam Guo bows deeply in respect, truly seeing himself as Yunxiang's disciple now. Meanwhile, Guziting is still racking her brain. She can't figure out what Yunxiang is really up to. Xiao Yue feels the same way as she quietly watches him at the Yuanding spaceport. The port is massive and imposing, filled with the chaotic noise of travelers. Yunxiang walks silently down the long hallway. His attention is caught by a loud argument nearby. A group of people are furious because their flights were delayed until next week. They are screaming at the port staff, but what catches Yunxiang's eye is a little girl in a red dress. The moment he sees her face, his heart skips a beat. A memory flashes through his mind. It's her. Yunxiang stands there, completely frozen. He remembers the beast tide from his past life, when he was just a refugee fleeing Yuan Ding City, barely surviving several encounters with stray monsters. The refugees were eventually pushed south, straight into the desert of death. Back then, everyone thought the desert was safe because there was no civilization for the beasts to attack, but the desert was a literal death trap with no food or water. One day, while Yunxiang was resting on a cliff, clutching a soul charm, a little girl ran up to him with a curious look. She asked him, "Are you a Star Soul Master?" Before he could even answer, she hopped down and held out a steamed bun to him. With wide, innocent eyes, she told him that if he ate it, he would have the strength to summon a soul general to protect everyone. Looking at the food, Yunxiang instinctively swallowed hard, but he immediately turned away and lied, saying he wasn't hungry. Even though he told the little girl to keep the food for her family, Van Tuong knew deep down that even a small bite was incredibly precious right now. He felt like a total loser who didn't deserve a single scrap, but as they sat there, his stomach let out a loud growl, and the little girls did the same. The two of them looked at each other awkwardly, both realizing they were starving under the scorching sun. She tore the steamed bun in half and handed it to Van Tuong. While she ate hers without a care, Van Tuong just stared at the piece in his hand, lost in thought. A moment later, the girl asked if he was from the Martial Soul Academy. She recognized his uniform. Van Tuong was about to take a bite but stopped. She went on to say that her older sister was a third-year student at the academy. To help her escape, her sister had stayed behind with the instructors and the city guards to hold back the monsters. As she spoke, her eyes began to well up with tears. She tried to reassure herself that they would be fine. She told herself she wouldn't cry, because she was the daughter of a mech engineer. She proudly told Van Tuong that her dad was a lead engineer for Taihuyan Heavy Industry, and that one day, she wanted to be just like him. She dreamed of building a soul general even stronger than the Wei Vien type to wipe out all those monsters. Just as she said that, Tu Van's stomach growled again. They both froze. He asked her to finish the rest for him. Even though she was clearly hungry, she loudly refused. "You are a soul master, Van Tuong. You can't be a picky eater," she shouted. "You need to get your strength back so you can protect everyone." She was dead serious. She insisted on waiting until he finished every bite. Having no choice, Van Tuong gave in and ate. Seeing that, a small smile finally flickered across her face. She stepped up and patted his shoulder happily. "Since you ate my bun, that means you're one of my people now, so make sure you protect your boss well." Van Tuong didn't even try to argue with her. Tu Van kept talking. She promised that once she became a famous engineer and designed a new soul general, she'd let him be the soul master who tests it out. It was a bit awkward, but Van Tuong agreed. Happy with his answer, Tu Van wanted to make a pinky swear. She even called that half-bun a betrothal gift. She realized that wasn't the right word and tried to correct herself. But she couldn't think of anything else. Frustrated, she just shook it off. She told Van Tuong to hurry up and pinky swear on the deal. Right there in the middle of the desert, they made their pact. Then she introduced herself as Thang Tu Van. Van Tuong introduced himself too. Just as they finished their pinky swear, Tu Van's mother called out for her. The little girl waved goodbye and hurried off. But even though the desert was far from civilization, it didn't mean they were safe from the rifts. Hidden beneath the shifting sands were countless monsters, sleeping and waiting since the old days. In that moment, Van Tuong risked everything to stop a monster and managed to kill it. But the cost was high. He was severely wounded. Blood dripped from his arm as he dragged his battered body across the sand. Suddenly, he spotted two severed arms, still locked tightly together. A wave of dread washed over him, and his pupils shrank in horror. He collapsed to his knees in front of those arms. He couldn't even make a sound as he wept. He slammed his fists into the sand in a fit of powerless rage, looking up at the sky and letting out a heart-wrenching scream. The scene shifts. Tu Van's father was fuming, demanding to know why they couldn't board since they had booked their tickets for today. "How can you just push our tickets back to next week?" he yelled. The staff looked helpless, explaining that everything was now under government control. Tu Van's father had used his status as an employee of Taihuyan Heavy Industry to book the flight. But the system showed he had resigned, meaning he was no longer entitled to the priority perks reserved for technical staff. This man was Thang Kim Thui, a level 3 engineer. After arguing to no avail, his wife, Tham Dai, timidly pulled her husband back, suggesting they just let it go. Right then, a young woman named Tham Nuok Vai stepped forward. She showed her soul charm and introduced herself as a soul master from the academy. She was at the late stage of the yellow rank. She hoped her status would be enough to get her whole family on the plane. But to her shock, the staff blocked everyone except her. The clerk said politely, "Only the Soul Master is allowed to pass." The family looked at each other, lost and devastated. Suddenly, Van Tuong's voice rang out, "If I vouch for them, they can get in, right?" He reached into his coat to grab something. The two clerks looked at him with suspicion, but Van Tuong just told them to quit their yapping. He told them to put these people in his private cabin as he flashed a platinum card from the Hong Corporation. The clerks froze in shock. Recognizing him as Mr. Song, they immediately bowed and welcomed him, saying that Manager Hong had already made all the arrangements. Their attitude toward him became incredibly respectful as they watched Van Tuong walk past. Tham Dai whispered to her husband, asking if that was a friend of his. Thang Kim Thui was completely baffled. He recognized that card. It was the supreme level card from the Hong Trade Guild. Even the head of the Tai Huyen factory couldn't get his hands on one of those. How on earth did he know someone that powerful? Tham Nuok V, however, knew exactly who he was. She turned to her aunt and uncle and said, "That is Song Van Tuong." She explained he was a student at the academy. Hearing that, Tiovan's eyes lit up. "Wait, is he your boyfriend or something?" Shen Ruowei was steaming with embarrassment as she tried to deny it, but then she blurted out that Van Tuong had actually saved her life. Hearing that, Tang Jinshui just stood there, completely baffled. Shen Dai, on the other hand, was quietly giggling. Thanks to Van Tuong, the staff greeted Tang Jinshui's family with incredible enthusiasm. They didn't run into a single obstacle after that. Van Tuong was then escorted straight to cabin number 1. It was the room with the absolute best view. As the elevator doors slid open, Van Tuong and the Tang family stepped out like royalty. Staff members were stationed at every corner, ready to welcome them. They quickly arrived at the entrance of Van Tuong's private suite. According to the staff, Manager Hong was already inside, waiting for them. One look at the surroundings, and Tang Jinshui's entire family was completely blown away. You have to understand, this was a heaven-grade suite. Only supreme members of the Hong Chamber are allowed inside. The moment Hong Fang saw Van Tuong, he was incredibly humble. Van Tuong returned the gesture, but Tang Jinshui's family bowed even lower. They showed total respect for the place. Van Tuong simply remarked that it wasn't bad, which actually surprised Hong Fang a bit. He thought to himself that Van Tuong truly lived up to his name as the young master of the 9 and Marquis Mansion. Then, Hong Fang asked about the people with him. Van Tuong introduced them as his friends, and then told his friends that Hong Fang was the manager here. Hearing that, the old man let out a hearty laugh. Actually, he had just been promoted to general manager of the entire Yuanding city branch, and he knew all of it was thanks to Van Tuong. The title of general manager immediately sent Tang Jinshui into a state of shock. That is because a general manager of the Hong Chamber in any city is a powerhouse who stands on equal footing with the city lord. As he invited Van Tuong inside, Elder Hong was secretly celebrating. Just by giving his young mistress 2 level 5 pills, he had climbed all the way to general manager. He decided right then and there that he was going to stick to Van Tuong like glue. Van Tuong didn't forget to tell Little Wen's family to make themselves at home while he went inside to talk business. Though they felt a bit out of place, they agreed. Shen Ruowei couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration for Van Tuong. Even though he was 2 grades below her, he could chat and laugh with such influential figures. He was truly on another level. Van Tuong and Elder Hong headed into a private room. Little Wen playfully tried to follow, but she couldn't hear a single thing from inside. According to Elder Hong, this was a secret room equipped with an array that blocked all sound and soul fluctuations. It was the only cabin on the entire airship that had one. Hearing this, Van Tuong gave a satisfied nod. It was exactly what he needed. The flight was expected to take over 10 hours, so he figured he could spend that time refining some pills to kill time. Then, Elder Hong presented a storage card containing every single spiritual herb Van Tuong had asked for. Van Tuong reached out to pay, but Elder Hong politely waved him off, saying there was no rush and he could pay whenever he wanted. The ship wasn't scheduled to take off for another 2 hours. Elder Hong suggested Van Tuong take a walk in the central garden before leaving. He made sure to say a very polite goodbye to Tang Jinshui's family as well, which left the man feeling quite flustered. After giving a few more instructions, Elder Hong took the elevator down. A moment later, the doors opened again, and a girl with beast ears in a maid outfit stepped out. This immediately caught Van Tuong's eye. He wondered if she was part of the demon race. The maid walked over and knelt beside Van Tuong, using a lot of fancy words to ask if he needed any food or drinks. Van Tuong studied her carefully. He noticed the scarf around her neck and guessed it was hiding a slave collar. His eyes sharpened. She was definitely from the demon race. It had been over 30 years since he last saw one. In his past life, after the crushing defeat at Tiandu City, he had ended up in the Emperor's tomb secret realm. He was sucked into a spatial crack, and the chaotic currents tossed him onto the South Continent, the land where the demon race lived. Seeing Van Tuong lying there motionless, two demon girls had rushed over to check on him. They thought he was very strange since he wasn't a demon and didn't belong to the spirit race either. Races like the demons and spirits find it very hard to become Star Soul Masters because of the natural balance in their energy veins. Very few can ever manifest a Star Soul. On the East Continent, where humans rule, they are seen as inferior and weak. For the longest time, they have been both protected and enslaved by humanity. But on the South Continent, the demons and spirits live together in harmony. Humans are so rare there that they only appear as legends in ancient books. Unlike the East Continent, that place has no knowledge of Star Soul techniques. Consequently, spatial cracks and monsters are also extremely rare. The last monster tide happened over 500 years ago. While on the South Continent, Van Tuong learned unique techniques to temper his body with demon energy and mastered the spirit race's exceptional alchemy. Later, he joined the Combat Peak lineage and was even taken in as the direct disciple of the Combat Ancestor himself. The War Ancestor was one of the few demons who hosted a Star Soul General. It's just a shame his Star Soul General was sealed away by a 5-element array during the Great War 500 years ago. Yunxiang wasn't an expert in arrays back then, so he missed the chance to copy that powerful soul. His flashback is suddenly cut short by the voice of a maid. Coming back to his senses, Yunxiang quickly reassures her, saying that seeing her reminded him of something from a long time ago. Deep down, he wonders if he'll ever be able to return to that continent. There are still so many regrets and unsolved mysteries waiting for him there. Shaking it off, Yunxiang asks the maid to bring him the menu. As he opens the list, he asks Xiao Wen's family what they'd like to eat. Before anyone else can speak, Xiao Wen shouts buns so loud it makes her parents jump. They quickly cover her mouth, feeling embarrassed, and apologize to Yunxiang. Shendai pulls her daughter aside and whispers that she can't ask for buns in such a fancy place. Besides, Xiao Wen still has one tucked away in her pocket. Overhearing them, Yunxiang doesn't hesitate to order 5 portions of buns. This makes the maid feel a bit awkward because they aren't even on the menu. Without blinking, Yunxiang pulls out a money card and tells her that if they don't have any, just have the chef make them specially. He even specifies that he wants radish filling, and if they're out of radishes, they should head down and buy some before the ship takes off. Taking the money, the maid rushes off to get it done. Yunxiang leans back with a sigh. Suddenly, Xiao Wen walks over and tugs on his shirt, asking, "Do you like radish buns too, big brother?" For a moment, Yunxiang hesitates. Then he admits that he didn't like them before. But after trying them once, they weren't half bad. Hearing that, Xiao Wen is thrilled and adds that radishes are actually really healthy. She's exactly like she was in his past life. As her parents watch her, they're shocked and try to stop her. But she's too quick. Next thing you know, Xiao Wen pulls a bun out of her pocket and hands it to Yunxiang. She was planning to save it for the trip, but she wants to share it with him as a thank you. Holding the bun, Yunxiang falls into deep thought before suggesting they split it. Xiao Wen innocently admits she's getting a little hungry too. That's all he needs to hear. Yunxiang releases his soul power to slice the bun perfectly in half and hands a piece to Xiao Wen. But that little move didn't go unnoticed by Shendai. Her eyes widen in shock at how easily he projected his soul power. It was so precise that even an Earth-rank master might struggle to pull it off. They can't help but wonder, is Yunxiang really from the Song family of Juanhao? Feeling like they should be more formal, Shendai suggests going over to properly thank him. Tang Jinshui agrees but looks completely terrified. He has major social anxiety and hates dealing with high society young masters like Yunxiang. After finishing her half, Xiao Wen boldly declares, "Since you ate my bun, you're one of my people now." Realizing that sounded a bit weird, she quickly changes it to friends and asks for his name. With a smile, Yunxiang introduces himself while silently apologizing to her for not being able to protect her in his previous life. A moment later, her parents walk over and awkwardly introduce themselves, thanking him for helping them get on the ship. While the adults are talking, Xiao Wen gets distracted by the view outside. She runs over to the glass window and gasps, "Everyone, come look. The garden outside is beautiful." Seeing her excitement, Yunxiang happily offers to take her out for a closer look. Xiao Wen drags Shenru away along too, whispering that she's trying to play matchmaker. Meanwhile, in the cabin across from the garden, another girl is also admiring the view and tells her companion she wants to go for a. Sitting on the bench nearby is a silver-haired boy. He looks cold and detached, showing absolutely no interest in moving despite the noise and bustle of the airport. The airship slowly lifts off into the sky. Inside the central garden, the maid is chatting with someone else, thanking them profusely. Apparently, the VIP guest in cabin number 1 wants to eat radish buns. The head chef mentioned the central garden had some radishes, so Xiao Meng came here to ask Lin Jinghua for a favor. It isn't a problem at all. On the contrary, she's curious about this guest, someone powerful enough to stay in cabin number 1, yet specifically asking for something as common as radish buns. They sound like an interesting person. Without wasting any more time, Xiao Meng says her goodbyes. Lin Jinghua even suggests a special dipping sauce from her hometown, betting the guest will love it. At the entrance of the garden, 2 teenagers are stopped by a server because the ship is about to take off. For safety reasons, the garden will be closed during takeoff. They're told to wait until the ship stabilizes before coming back. This makes the silver-haired girl furious, and she starts throwing a tantrum, insisting on going in right now. Her name is Nyla, and the boy with her is Phage. Having no other choice, Phage tries to comfort her by patting her head, but it doesn't work at all. Nyla continues to make a scene, demanding to go outside. At the same time, Xiao Meng is heading back to the kitchen with an armful of radishes, mumble counting the recipe so she doesn't forget. As she runs, she thinks about Yunxiang and how strange his tastes are. Just as Xiao Meng reaches the door, it swings open, right where Nyla and Phage are standing. Out of nowhere, Xiao Meng slammed right into Nyla. The radishes in her hands flew into the air, and after the impact, Xiao Meng tumbled to the side, groaning in agonizing pain. The radishes were smashed into pieces. Nearby, Nyla clutched her head and sobbed from the pain. Seeing this, Fei Kach rushed over and hauled Nyla up to check on her. He addressed her as my lady. Looking at her clothes, Nyla's tears fell even faster when she saw they were covered in mud. To her, it was absolutely revolting. Terrified, Xiao Meng scrambled over and knelt, desperately trying to brush the dirt off the guest's clothes. Her mouth was full of frantic apologies. Suddenly, a foot swung out and kicked Xiao Meng squarely, sending her flying across. As the dust settled, Xiao Meng lay motionless on the ground in a truly pathetic state. The scarf around her neck slipped off, revealing a slave collar. Seeing this, the guards immediately went on high alert, reaching for the weapons on their backs. Fei Kach's face was twisted with pure rage. He coldly called Xiao Meng a lowly Yao slave. How could a noble daughter of the Lin family from Sama allow a filthy slave like Xiao Meng to even touch her? Beside him, Nyla asked anxiously, fearing that the kick might have killed the Yao girl. A Yao slave cost at least 2 million lower realm coins. It would be a massive headache if they had to pay for her. Ignoring the concern, Fei Kach brought his foot down and crushed the radishes on the ground. On the other side, despite her injuries, Xiao Meng struggled to stop him. Fei Kach snorted coldly, continuing to insult Xiao Meng as a lowly Yao who couldn't even cultivate the second soul vein. Anyone who couldn't become a spirit soul master was nothing but trash, only allowed to survive under the protection of the human race. With that, he continued to stomp the radishes into the floor. Ignoring the insults, Xiao Meng crawled toward him, begging him to stop. Tears streamed down her face as she clung to Fei Kach's pants, pleading for mercy. But this only fueled Fei Kach's fury. How dare this creature touch him? Without a word, Fei Kach delivered another kick that sent Xiao Meng airborne, and then he heartlessly stomped on her like she was some kind of animal. Witnessing this, the guards tried to intervene, but Nyla blocked them. She pulled out a high-value currency token and held it up in front of them. Fei Kach's family had been murdered during a Yao slave rebellion. The moment he laid eyes on a cat-eared Yao, he completely lost control. She was just a tiny Yao anyway. If he accidentally killed her, they would just pay the compensation. Nyla spat out those heartless words, completely unaware of a shadow flitting past them. Fei Kach was getting even more worked up as he beat the girl. He screamed that she was a lowly Yao. Just as he was about to deliver a finishing blow, Yunxiang appeared and blocked it. This immediately grabbed Fei Kach's attention. He turned around, wondering who on earth could possibly have the strength to stop him. His expression turned serious. He couldn't believe that someone could make him, a profound tier expert, feel completely paralyzed. Yunxiang's face was set in a grimace as he spoke up, saying that this girl was the personal maid for the Heaven tier VIP cabin. Damn it, who the hell do you think you are? Startled, Fei Kach stammered as he demanded to know Yunxiang's identity. He growled at Yunxiang to let go, threatening that he wouldn't be nice if he didn't. Instead, Yunxiang squeezed his hand even harder. With a mocking tone, he said, "Oh, a profound tear? Let's see just how not nice a profound tear can be." Hearing that, Fei Cash pulled a soul charm from his robe. Right then, Nyla rushed over and frantically apologized to Yunxiang. She explained that her little Fei just couldn't help himself whenever he saw a cat-eared Yao. She even took out 50,000 lower realm coins as a peace offering, hoping Yunxiang would overlook their behavior. Taking the money, Yunxiang's anger cooled slightly, and he released Fei Cash's hand. Fei Cash, however, still didn't understand why Nyla was being so submissive. Before he could say anything, Nyla angrily smacked Fei Cash on the head and started scolding him. He was about to summon a spirit soul general right here, which was basically brainless. Furthermore, she could sense that the young man before them was at least an Earth Tier expert or higher. Hearing the words Earth Tier, Fei Cash's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Looking at him, the boy couldn't have been more than 20 years old. The Heaven Capital Kingdom truly was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Realizing the danger, Nyla urgently told Fei Cash to apologize. Though he was reluctant, he crossed his arms over his chest and bowed, calling Yunxiang Sr. Yunxiang didn't respond and instead walked over to check on Xiao Meng. Despite her wounds, Xiao Meng said she was fine and thanked him. Yunxiang's expression darkened. The two behind him, hearing Xiao Meng's words, figured the matter was settled and asked for permission to leave. Though he was fuming inside, Yunxiang agreed to let them go. That was all they needed to hear. The two teenagers quickly scrambled away. Watching them go, Yunxiang began to analyze the situation in his mind. Based on their way of bowing and their skin tone, it was clear they were from the Lower Realm Kingdom. The Lower Realm Kingdom was a small union of tribes to the southwest of the Heaven Capital. In his past life, Di Luan had joined forces with the remnants of the Tai He and the Lower Realm. In response, the Heaven Capital was forced to ally with the Longhai Kingdom, which was led by Yao tribes like the Nereids. The Huyan clan of the Lower Realm had a blood feud with the Lin family, the royalty of the Longhai Kingdom, that spanned generations. The spirit soul generals passed down through their lineages were as incompatible as fire and water. Because of the Longhai nation's interference in his past life, all the way until the final battle at Heaven Capital, he never even caught a glimpse of the Havuk military. Since Havuk is so close to where the demon clan lives on the eastern continent, they have made a fortune by hunting them down and selling them as slaves to other countries. To the people of Havuk, those poor demon clan members are not even seen as living beings, they are just property without any dignity. If Van Tuong had not spent so much time with the demon clan back in the southern continent, he probably would not care about them this much either. Coming back to reality, Van Tuong asks Tu Mong if she can open her mouth. Seeing him take out a medicinal pill, she frantically waves her hands, trying to refuse. She knows a precious pill like that is worth more than 5 or 6 slaves like her put together. She tries to act tough, bragging that since she is part of the demon clan, she has a long life ahead, and that she was just faking it earlier. She says she has been getting beaten like this since she was a kid. Suddenly, Van Tuong grabs her chin and forces her mouth open, stuffing the pill inside before she can say another word. He knows exactly what she was trying to do. Even if they cannot use gear, the demon clan's physical bodies are much stronger than a normal human's. Being forced to swallow it makes Tu Mong panic. She does not know what kind of pill it is, but she is sure it cost a fortune. She is terrified of the debt, but Van Tuong just stands up and reassures her that it is only a simple spring renewal pill. He claims he has plenty of them. In reality, he is running low, but luckily he has the herbs Elder Fuang just bought. He plans to refine some more later. Inside the room, Tu Van and her mother are already waiting after hearing that the central court is closing up. Van Tuong offers to lead the little girl back to the front cabin. Still a bit grumpy, Tu Van spots Tu Mong picking up radishes. Without a second thought, the little girl rushes over to help. On the way back, a beautiful song catches Van Tuong's attention, echoing from outside the central court. In a small pavilion under an ancient tree, the person playing and singing is none other than Lin Kin Hoa. Seeing her, Van Tuong freezes for a moment, then closes his eyes to soak it in. He recognizes her as one of the 4 legendary singers of the Heaven Capital Nation. In the future, Lady Kin Hoa will be known as the most talented musician in the land. Hearing her now brings back a wave of nostalgia. In his past life, while he was serving in the Black Armor Guard, he was a huge fan of hers. 3 years from now, she will be a national treasure. Seeing her here confirms the rumors he heard that Qin Hoa once worked as a singer on the Hong family transport ships. Thinking about it, he almost wants to run up and ask for an autograph while he has the chance. As the sun begins to set, the announcement for ship number 802 to depart echoes through the air. The energy conduits are disconnected one by one. After a quick final check, the ship's engines roar to life. It quickly pulls out of the port. The ship is always a bit shaky during takeoff, so Tu Van's family sits in their room, trying their best to stay calm. But this time, the turbulence is on a whole different level. In cabin number 3, Fikach is shaking like a leaf, while Nyla just sits there, completely used to it. She knows he is deathly afraid of the feeling of zero gravity. Meanwhile, in the secret room of the first-class cabin, Van Tuong is focusing on his alchemy formation. A glowing sphere of light forms, and dozens of freshly made pills are neatly arranged on the table. Feeling the shift, Van Tuong realizes the ship has taken off. Luckily, he used a formation to stabilize this room, so he does not feel much of the shaking. The pills are finished in no time. He has already prepared gifts for the old man and everyone else in his family. Channeling soul power into his hands, he sweeps all the pills into their bottles. Even with his current Earth-rank cultivation, refining 8-star pills is still a bit of a stretch for him. Outside, the ship pushes its engines to the limit, blasting forward at an incredible speed. They have just started, but the ship is already hitting supersonic speeds, causing the whole interior to vibrate violently. Tu Van's family is clinging to their seats, looking pretty miserable. Tu Van is still waiting at Van Tuong's table, wanting to sit with him. A moment later, the door opens, and Van Tuong walks out looking perfectly relaxed, despite the ship shaking like it is about to fall apart. Seeing him, Tu Van shouts out, telling him to come sit next to her. He happily agrees, but his steady walk catches Tu Van's mother off guard. She cannot believe he is walking so smoothly on a ship that is tossing everyone else around like rag dolls. It is clear to her now that this kid is definitely not your average teenager. Tu Van's mother can't help but wonder what his secret is. Nearby, Shen Ruoe is watching him with wide eyes too. She realizes Van Tuong is micro-adjusting his body movements to perfectly neutralize the ship's vibrations. At first, she thought it was some kind of special footwork technique, but then she realized it was pure physical control and experience. She can hardly believe it. Just how old is this kid supposed to be? On the other hand, Thang Kim Thuy is already green in the face from motion sickness. As Van Tuong sits down, Tu Van reminds him to buckle his seatbelt. She curiously asks him what he was doing in there. Van Tuong just smiles and says he was sending a message to his family to let them know he is on his way. I'm finally going home. I buckled my seatbelt just like Xiao Wen told me to, even though it wasn't really necessary. It feels like an eternity, since I could actually say I was heading home. Yunxiang spoke those words softly as the spaceship tore through the air, heading straight for the edge of the horizon. In Yong'an City, at the Song family's marquee mansion, the butler received Yunxiang's message and rushed to report it immediately. Yunxiang was expected to arrive around noon tomorrow. This butler was Song Mu, the overseer of the Song mansion's eastern courtyard. Hearing the news, Song Jingzong couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He wanted to welcome Yunxiang personally and ordered the butler to notify everyone in the Song family to come home for dinner the next day. On top of that, he told Song Yunjin to deploy 2 warships from the military to escort Yunxiang's spaceship. At the same time, the screen was displaying information regarding Zuo Ci's host. However, Song Mu felt it was a bit inappropriate to use military warships for a personal matter. The moment he spoke up, Song Jingzong's voice turned cold and sharp with anger. Just make up a reason. Do I really have to teach you how to handle such a small thing? Not daring to say another word, Song Mu immediately bowed and left. Once the butler was gone, Song Jingzong sighed and looked at the photo on his desk. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. Not only had Yunxiang suddenly healed his broken soul veins, but he also seemed to have gained incredible power. Song Jingzong wondered if Yunxiang's mother, his own daughter-in-law, had actually foreseen all of this. Meanwhile, back on the spaceship, things had finally settled down. An announcement echoed through the halls for all the passengers. It mentioned that a song and dance performance would soon begin in the central hall. Standard passengers could watch it on their cabin screens, but VIP guests were invited to enjoy the show in person. Inside the top-tier Heaven cabin, Xiao Meng had returned with food. While munching on a bun, Xiao Wen asked her how her injuries were healing. Xiao Meng beamed as she thanked Yunxiang for his medicine. She praised it as a miracle drug, saying her wounds had completely healed after using it. Her body even felt stronger than before. Hearing this, Shen Ruoe couldn't help but blush, guessing that Yunxiang must have given her that same medicine back then. Seeing that Xiao Meng was out of danger, Xiao Wen finally felt at ease, though she didn't stop cursing those cruel people from the Sea Realm. She grumbled that Yunxiang was way too patient. If it were her, she would have beaten them senseless. Mid-sentence, Xiao Wen suddenly froze. Yunxiang thought she was choking, but she suddenly let out a loud gasp. "These buns are way too delicious," she screamed. Skeptical, Yunxiang took a bite himself. He noticed a subtle, gentle sweetness and a special sauce inside the filling. He guessed it was a blend of soy sauce and honey, a unique culinary style from the Lang family in the Mid-River region, mixed with the Bitterwater Kingdom's techniques. A wave of nostalgia hit him. The last time he tasted this was in his past life, back when he was at the Black Armor Guard headquarters in Lin City. Seeing everyone's glowing reactions, Xiao Meng explained that this was a special recipe from Lady Jinghua. Speaking of her, Xiao Meng informed Yunxiang that the performance in the central hall was about to start. She asked if they wanted to go watch it live. Outside, the spaceship glided swiftly over winding rivers under the night sky. The central hall was glowing with shimmering lights, illuminating the performance stage. Jinghua's voice rang out, as clear and beautiful as a songbird's. In the stands, the live audience was small and scattered. Guided by Xiao Meng, Yunxiang and Xiao Wen's family arrived to watch the show in person. When Zhang Daikui saw Yunxiang sit down in the very center seat, he was completely stunned. Even as the second young master of the Zhang family, he didn't have the status to sit in that section. He wondered what kind of background these people had to receive such an honor. Besides him, Naira also noticed Yunxiang's arrival. She whispered to Phage beside her, "Look, that kid is actually sitting in the Supreme Diamond VIP area." Phage, who had been engrossed in the dance, jerked his head around. His face shifted between pure rage and sheer terror. Even though she was an outsider, Naira knew that the Supreme Diamond section belonged strictly to the occupants of the Heaven Cabin. Only the most prestigious guests, those most valued by the Hong trading firm, were allowed there. Just as she suspected, this boy was no ordinary Earth-rank fighter. She even thought about finding a way to get on his good side. Phage didn't answer. He just let out a frustrated, cold huff. While standing there, Xiao Meng caught sight of Phage, and her hair stood on end from fear. Yunxiang noticed her reaction, and his curiosity was piqued. Once they got back, he'd have to see if these two thugs from the Sea Realm had any use. Sensing Xiao Meng's anxiety, Yunxiang didn't hesitate to pull her over to sit next to him. "Don't be afraid," he said calmly. After the first act ended, an elderly host stepped onto the stage to introduce the next performance. It was a drama based on the Great Battle of Yuanding City, adapted from the true story of a legendary hero. Imagine a lone warrior turning the tide of an entire monster invasion. This show is titled, The Lone Rider Slaying the Demon Horde. Right away, Yunxiang feels something is off. His face goes dark, and he is totally speechless, praying, this is not what he thinks it is. The play begins with an actor playing a civilian trapped in a sea of fire. He screams for help in terror, and then 3 Tao-Ti monsters emerge and begin their attack. Xiao Wen gets more and more sucked into the performance. She can't stop praising the show. Next, 3 actors in Wei Yuan type mechs step out for a fierce battle against the beasts. The fighting is brutal, but after a while, all 3 Wei Yuan mechs are sent flying. The monsters close in, ready to feast. Xiao Wen is too scared to watch as the mechs fall. Suddenly, another mech appears and starts taunting the beasts. According to the narration, this is the Spirit Soul General, Zuo Ci. The audience starts buzzing as his heroic reputation precedes him. Word of Zuo Ci turning the tide of the war has spread fast. Everyone is amazed by his sheer power. On stage, Zuo Ci covers himself with a cloth and begins his transformation. The crowd watches with wide eyes, and Xiao Wen is no exception. In the blink of an eye, the actor has swapped into a different costume. He transforms into the bright red Zuo Ci mech, making one audience member shout out in excitement. That man confirms it really is Zuo Ci, as he saw him with his own eyes back in the city. At Zuo Ci's command, 2 men in black bring out the Sky Piercer halberd. Then comes the Crimson Fire Dragon Horse. Just like that, Zuo Ci starts chasing the monsters all around the stage. Watching this, Zhang Dagui can't help but look up to the Zuo Ci mech, seeing him as the ultimate role model for all Spirit Soul Masters. Xiao Wen cheers for Zuo Ci, her eyes sparkling like stars, while Yunxiang is the only one who looks like he's about to cry from embarrassment. He's so mortified, he wants to bury himself alive. This play feels like a personal punishment. But it doesn't stop there. The show must go on. The plot even includes a scene where Zuo Ci rescues a princess in distress. At this point, Yunxiang is completely speechless. Where the hell did a second princess come from? Yunxiang can't help but think of the second prince, Tian Zehai. If that guy ever found out about this, he would definitely hack these people to pieces. Gradually, the play reaches the climax. The battle against the heaven-tier beast, Chongyi. The two sides engage in an earth-shattering battle, driving the audience wild with excitement. Zhang Degui is especially moved, watching with tears streaming down his face and his blood boiling. He sighs, thinking Zuo Ci is a true man among men. After winning the battle, the princess offers to give herself to him, but she's rejected. Zuo Ci replies that his heart belongs to the world, and he has no room for women. Shen Ruo Wei's eyes well up with tears as she remembers that day. Could the person who saved her be just like that too? By now, Yunxiang is physically cringing. He shivers and curses under his breath, thinking this script is way too cheesy and absolutely ridiculous. His words accidentally reach the ears of those sitting nearby, and they stand up in a rage to confront him. Apparently, Yunxiang had been making weird comments throughout the whole show. They claim he's not only disrespecting Lady Jinghua, but also being insulting toward the hero in the play, so they demand an apology right now. Zhang Dagui leads the charge, putting immense pressure on Yunxiang. He marches up to him with two massive bodyguards in tow. He fumes while demanding an apology, and both bodyguards bark at Yunxiang at the same time. Internally, Yunxiang is calling them psychos, but on the outside, he keeps apologizing, admitting that he spoke out of turn. Seeing this, Nyla turns to Feige with a playful grin, wanting to go help Yunxiang out. She figures it's a good chance to make a new connection. Feige looks skeptical, thinking Nyla just wants to join the chaos for fun. Nyla laughs it off, insisting she's a good judge of character. She has a feeling this Yunxiang guy definitely comes from a powerful background. Even though Yunxiang already apologized, Zhang Degui and his gang won't let it go. They claim his apology was way too half-hearted. They demand a more sincere attitude. At this point, Xiao Wen can't take it anymore and snaps at them. She calls Zhang Degui a fatty, yelling that they already apologized, so why won't they drop it? Being called that makes Zhang Degui explode with rage. He barks back at Xiao Wen, but then Nyla and Feige join in, mocking Zhang Degui for being a fat pig. Loser, you're just a big fat pig. Even though he's fuming, Zhang Degui holds back, warning the passengers from cabin number 3 not to go looking for trouble. He scoffs internally, looking down on those from the lower sectors as nothing but unrefined savages. Already hot-headed, Feige pulls out a soul talisman, using the excuse that Zhang Degui's shouting is ruining the show for them. Seeing this, the fat guy's bodyguard steps forward and calls them lower sector barbarians to their faces. Hearing that makes Feige even more furious. Feige snaps back at the bald old man, telling him to watch his mouth or he'll kill him in 2 minutes. The old bodyguard can't hold back either, and whips out his own soul talisman. Luckily, Zhang Degui stops him. Just as the tension reaches its peak, a voice rings out from the stage. She asks everyone to settle down for her sake. Everyone is stunned to see Jinghua. This time, Lin Jinghua isn't hiding. She has finally revealed herself. Standing on stage next to the host, she commands the room. Zhang Degui immediately bows to her with deep respect. As for Feige, he's completely smitten by Jinghua, his head spinning with love while he stands right next to Yunxiang. Van Tuong sat in his chair, mesmerized by Jinghua. Even though she has not hit it big yet, he can already see the undeniable aura of a future superstar. Right now, she has no idea that one single song is about to skyrocket her to fame, making her one of the 4 legendary singers of the Tiandu Kingdom. On stage, Jinghua continued her speech, mentioning she had heard the argument from backstage and had come out specifically to mediate. She asked everyone to listen to her for a moment. Hearing this, Truong Dai Kwai rubbed his head and smiled sheepishly, more than willing to play along. First, Jinghua thanked Truong Dai Kui for his passionate support of their work. However, she clarified that the stories in her lyrics were actually based on rumors she had pieced together. She admitted to adding a lot of artistic flair, so it was far from being the absolute truth. She guessed that Van Tuong had actually fought in that Great War, and, as a veteran, he would obviously have a different perspective on the events. She noted that exaggerations are often unavoidable when adapting things for commercial performances. She then asked for Van Tuong's forgiveness. Hearing her humble words, Van Tuong forced a smile and complimented the play, saying it was actually quite good. Seeing the situation had calmed down, Jinghua skillfully shifted the mood and invited the guests to continue enjoying the show. She announced that the next song would be performed by her alone. With Jinghua asking so nicely, Truong Daiquai did not dare to disagree. He even apologized to those around him, admitting he had gotten a bit too heated earlier. Tuvan was still fuming and kept trying to provoke him, while Phi Cash went as far as sliding a finger across his own throat in a threatening gesture. They were clearly showing their hostility toward the bald old man on Truong Daiquai's side, who just let out a cold snort and turned away despite his anger. The show then resumed. The host excitedly introduced Jinghua's solo performance, a song titled General Soul Monument. The music started with a crisp, elegant sound as Jinghua sat in the center of the stage, her voice soaring through the air. The entire venue fell into a deep silence, with not even a whisper to be heard. Van Tuong listened intently to every word. He remembered this song. It was one of the pieces Jinghua wrote before she became famous and left the Eastern continent. It had been over 10 years since he last heard it, and it filled him with a powerful sense of nostalgia. Back in the day, Van Tuong was a hardcore fan of hers. Even after all those years, he still remembered many of her songs like they were burned into his brain, especially the ones that made her a household name. Most were from her album, A Battle of Gods. Though Van Tuong was not sure if she had even finished writing those yet, the song came to an end. Jinghua bowed deeply to show her gratitude. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, begging for just one more song. Touched by the overwhelming response, Jinghua happily agreed to an encore and let the audience pick the song. Immediately, Truong Daiquai shouted out. He said he heard Jinghua had recently composed a new song called Burning Passion. He asked if they could have the honor of hearing it. Jinghua initially declined, explaining that the song was still a work in progress, but the crowd would not take no for an answer, chanting the name Burning Passion over and over. Faced with their persistence, Jinghua eventually gave in. She thought to herself that even though she had not figured out how to finish the ending yet, maybe she could find some inspiration during the live performance. Down in the audience, Van Tuong certainly knew about Burning Passion. This was the exact song that turned Jinghua into a superstar and one of the 4 famous singers. He was surprised to realize she had written it this early. Under the shade of the trees, Jinghua sang with an elegant grace. Her voice was so sweet and soul-stirring that even the world's biggest pop stars would be put to shame. Halfway through the song, Van Tuong instinctively started singing along with her, his mind drifting back to the countless life and death battles of his past life. Without realizing it, he had fully immersed himself in the music, letting his voice ring out. By the time he snapped out of it, the entire crowd was dead silent. Even Jinghua was frozen on stage, which left Van Tuong feeling completely panicked. He frantically looked around, having no clue what he had done to make everyone react like that. He saw Jinghua on stage with her head bowed, her body trembling slightly. Tumong leaned in and whispered the reason to him. Jinghua had not finished the ending of the song, but Van Tuong had just sung the perfect conclusion. Van Tuong's eyes widened in shock. A wave of pure regret washed over him. He realized he had done something he really should not have. But the reaction on stage was unexpected. Jinghua was not upset at all. Instead, she was deeply moved by the lyrics Van Tuong sang, especially the line, "The one who returns will be me." That ending had been bothering her for so long, and now everything had finally clicked. She bowed deeply to Van Tuong in gratitude. Jinghua felt a surge of emotion, vowing that just like the song said, she would one day return to the Lin family with her head held high. Van Tuong was at a total loss for words, standing there completely frozen. A moment later, Jinghua's eyes welled up with tears of joy. Thanks to Van Tuong's unintended guidance, the knot in her heart had finally been untied. She could not believe she had found a true kindred spirit here. She never expected this man to understand her soul so deeply. Van Tuong, on the other hand, looked beyond embarrassed. He awkwardly accepted the praise, but inside, he felt like a total fraud, like a student who had been caught cheating on a test. Out of nowhere, Jinghua's body began to glow with a mystical light fueled by her soul power. It took a moment for Jinghua to realize she was actually breaking through. She had been stuck at the peak of the yellow rank for so long, she never imagined that just hearing Van Tuong hum would shatter her bottleneck. An overwhelming sense of power surged through her, leaving her gasping in shock right where she stood. She couldn't even control her expression. It felt like the soul power of the entire world was flooding into her, being absorbed greedily by her body. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light shot up from the airship into the sky. Seeing this, Truong Daiquai fell backward in pure disbelief. Who would have thought Jinghua was a soul master, and one about to break through to the mysterious rank at that? On the other hand, Van Tuong didn't look surprised at all. When your mind finds clarity and you learn to let go, those walls holding you back naturally start to crumble. But then, dark clouds began to swirl in the sky, crackling with violent lightning. Looking up, Van Tuong's face instantly twisted with worry. If he wasn't mistaken, this disturbance was a rift. The sky, which had been clear just moments ago, was now swallowed by total darkness. On the stage, Jinghua lay flat on her back, panting heavily from exhaustion. Right then, Truong Daiquai stood up and bowed, congratulating her on reaching the mysterious rank. A crowd of others followed suit, standing up to offer their praises, everyone except Van Tuong. Forcing herself to sit up, Jinghua softly thanked them. She then turned to Van Tuong and asked if he was free, wondering if he could come to her room later to give her a few pointers. Without a second thought, Van Tuong turned her down, saying it wouldn't be appropriate. This left Jinghua completely baffled. At that same moment, the airship plunged into a pitch-black sky, like a massive storm was about to swallow them whole. Inside the control room, voices screamed out in panic, reporting that a rift had been detected in the airspace. The moment he heard the news, the commander ordered the crew to floor it and get out of there immediately. But the captain immediately barked a different order. Instead of speeding up, they had to stop, and within seconds, the airship was encased in a solid, shimmering barrier of protection. An emergency announcement about monster sightings blared through the halls, ordering all passengers back to their cabins so the ship could make a run for it. The announcement had barely finished when a gargantuan rift tore open the sky. Bifang beasts, flying monsters as numerous as ants, came pouring out and swarmed toward them. They opened their maws, firing blinding energy blasts directly at the airship. Thankfully, the Grand Array held firm, and the ship took no direct damage. However, the impact sent violent tremors through the entire hull. The shaking sent people tumbling everywhere. On the stage, Jinghua was caught completely off guard, losing her balance and falling over. Just as she hit the floor, Van Tuong lunged forward, scooped her up in his arms, and carried her to safety. Staring at the enemy, Van Tuong recognized them as Bifang. Individually, they weren't strong, but with a swarm this massive, in the command center, the communications officer was spiraling into a panic, unsure of what to do now that they were completely surrounded. The captain was just as stressed, cursing under his breath. If they kept the defense up, the ship didn't have enough power to break through and escape. With no other choice, he started gathering forces for a counterattack while simultaneously blasting out a distress signal to the nearest city. Soon, the ship's military forces were mobilized, returning fire at the beast swarm. The exchange created a frantic rain of bullets and energy between both sides. The goal wasn't to win, but simply to keep the defense array from failing. Countless barrages from the beasts slammed into the shield, causing it to grow thinner by the second. A critical danger alert echoed through the ship. Inside, Truong Daiquai was being carried off to a safe zone by 2 bodyguards. This made Truong Daiquai feel incredibly humiliated. He was a yellow rank soul master, for heaven's sake. In times like this, he should be out there fighting. He stubbornly demanded his soul card, ready to risk his life for the ship. If he didn't do something, he knew none of them would make it out alive. Meanwhile, Phi Cash asked Nyla if they were going to step in. After a moment of silence, Nyla admitted that the fat guy was right. The defense array was about to collapse. Once the ship was breached, everyone would be dead. At that moment, Van Tuong pulled a soul card out from his jacket. Shen Ruoe happened to see it, and her eyes went wide with shock. She recognized it as her own soul card. She thought she had lost it in battle, but it turned out Van Tuong had been holding on to it. The realization made her face turn bright red. She couldn't help but wonder, had Van Tuong been carrying it with him this entire time? Outside, the beast swarm continued their relentless assault. Fortunately, the defense array was still blocking the worst of the damage, but the violent shaking was unavoidable, and purple streaks of light continued to hammer against the barrier. Under such a fierce onslaught, the array was already on its last legs. To make matters worse, a crew member suddenly screamed out in terror. The monsters had found a weak point in the energy shield right above the array room. The captain immediately ordered the security team to head there and hold the line. But the crew member delivered even worse news. The fighting at the bow was too intense, and the security team was pinned down and couldn't pull away. Hearing this, the captain gritted his teeth and let out a furious curse. Sweat is pouring down his face as he desperately pins all his hopes on the guests. He's praying that a powerhouse among them will step up to face the enemy. If not, total annihilation is a certainty. At the same time, inside the central court, the guests are frantically evacuating in a mass. They're all scrambling to find a way to a safe shelter. Despite the chaos, Qin Hoa remains calm, doing her best to guide and reassure everyone as they move. Their destination is the deck, the most heavily armored part of the ship. A massive crowd of guests is fleeing like a panicked swarm, running blindly just to stay alive. Outside, the monsters suddenly halt their assault, simultaneously gathering energy for a massive blast. Boom! They fire all at once into a single point, creating a massive beam of light with such power that the entire ship shakes violently. Everyone inside is knocked off their feet. Cracks begin to appear on the defensive barrier and start spreading rapidly. Stray beams of light begin to pierce through, striking the ceiling of the central court. Debris rains down on the floor below. Several dancers have fallen, and before they can even get back up, they're in more. Seeing this, Qin Hoa screams out a warning in shock, but it's already too late. Countless massive boulders are falling straight toward their heads. With their limited strength, those girls have no way to dodge in time. Just then, a card flies in at lightning speed, expanding into a barrier to protect them. The dancers inside huddle in fear, covering their faces and completely unaware of what happened. A moment later, they all look up, stunned. They have no idea how they're still alive. Across the room, Qin Hoa quickly turns her head and realizes that young man was the one who acted. She's blown away that Van Tuong could create a formation in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Van Tuong isn't even paying attention to her. He's staring at the sky with a grim expression. Following his gaze, the monsters have begun pouring through the cracks in the barrier. They let out screeching cries just like vultures. Over by Truong Dai Kwai, they see the nightmare unfolding as well. He shouts his companion's name. Taking the hint, the bodyguard named Vo immediately leaps into the air. At the same time, he tosses Truong Dai Kui a soul charm, telling him to stay sharp and protect himself. Gripping it tight, Truong Dai Kui is filled with anxiety. He tells the bodyguard to be careful. High in the air, Vo begins his star soul construction. A second later, the star soul solidifies into a physical form. The invading monster doesn't even have time to react. Vo slams into it with sheer force. The two sides engage in a brutal aerial dogfight, neither side willing to back down. Using his agility, Vo slowly gains the upper hand, landing heavy blows on the beast's stomach. Below, Van Tuong continues to observe the situation. Suddenly, the system sends out an alert, detecting a high-level threat that Van Tuong can't possibly face. It demands that Van Tuong leave the area immediately, but he remains unfazed, weighing his options. If the Star-Lord system considers it a super-tier threat, it definitely isn't just these Baifang monsters. What could it be? Could a Saint-tier beast have appeared? But at this altitude, there's no way he can lead this many people to safety. As he thinks, Van Tuong glances over at Tu Van's family. Right now, besides Lubu, who he's finished copying, he only has 2 Soul General cards he picked up. It would be perfect if he had a general like Cao Ren or Bai Qi who possessed the ability to fly. Just then, Vo gets hit by a counterattack and slammed face first into the ground. Nyla and Phage haven't made a move yet. From their perspective, the bodyguard's civilian-grade mech is far too weak to handle a Baifang bird. They have no choice but to step in and help. Phage curses with a look of pure contempt, calling old man Vo useless. A second later, Nyla has constructed her Star Soul. This mech is a mass-produced model using basic technology. It doesn't cost much on the market. Meanwhile, Vo is struggling to get up, coughing on the ground. He forces himself up, cursing under his breath. Above him, the monster is already charging a blast to finish him off. Suddenly, a flash of light streaks across and hits the monster right in the mouth, stopping its attack dead. Seeing this, Vo gasps in surprise. Looking over, he sees Nyla inside her mech, having just fired a soul power shot. With one look, the old bodyguard recognizes the Soul General as Nyrabatha from the lower realm. He immediately stands up, regaining his fighting spirit. He can't let some kid from the lower realm look down on him. Nyla and Vo start working together. Combining long-range fire with close-quarters combat, Vo leaps high and swings his axe. Meanwhile, Van Tuong is keeping things steady. He knows the area will soon be caught in the crossfire, but the lower deck isn't necessarily safe either. So, Van Tuong lets them decide for themselves. As soon as he finishes, Thang Kim Thui chooses to head down. Tu Mong also confirms it's the safest bet. Hearing that, Van Tuong leaves Tu Van's family in Tu Mong's care. He asks if there are any small lifeboats on the ship. Tumong replies that there's only one specialized boat meant for the staff. Tumong knows there is only one specialized boat meant for the staff. She holds the baby tightly in her arms. Little Van was dead set on staying with Van Tuong. She believed that as a Star Soul Master, he'd definitely be able to protect them. She felt that being by his side was the only way to stay safe. Seeing this, Tham Dai stepped in to talk some sense into the girl, telling her they'd only be a burden to Van Tuong. They couldn't help him anyway. Seeing Nguyen Vai still hesitating, Tham Dai called out, urging her to move fast, but Nguyen Vai told them to go hide first. She was a Star Soul Master too, and she could fight. In her heart, Nguyen Vai had already made up her mind. This time, she wanted to fight side by side with Van Tuong. Up on the roof, Nyla and the bodyguard, Vo Van, were locked in a fierce struggle with a beast. Both sides were at a standstill, with no clear winner in sight. Suddenly, Nyla let out a scream, saying she would hold the beast down. She yelled for Vo to find an opening and land a killing blow. Without a second thought, Vo agreed, admitting to himself that the kid really did have the advantage when it came to speed. Using that speed, Nyla drew the beast's attention, making it chase after her. Seeing her chance, she screamed for Vo to strike. That was all he was waiting for. The old man swung his axe with everything he had, thinking he was about to take down the Baifeng, but suddenly, another one appeared out of nowhere. It slammed right into Vo, sending him crashing into the ground. Down on the airship, a second enemy had already emerged. Truong Dai Qi gasped in shock. He was about to yell that there were two Baifangs, but his voice caught in his throat as he looked up. Countless more Baifangs were starting to swarm in, their numbers growing at a terrifying rate. They quickly began charging up their energy blasts. Sensing the danger, both Kin Hoa and Nuoc V screamed out a warning. The blasts rained down on the courtyard, threatening everyone below. At that moment, Truong Dai Qi's other bodyguard leapt up and manifested his star soul. With a massive boom, the entire area was swept by the blast and engulfed in a sea of fire. As the smoke cleared, the old bodyguard stood his ground. He had managed to pull out his shield, just in time to block the attack. He looked back, worried about Truong Dai Qi, who had been scared half to death and was now sprawled on the ground. The kid was stuttering, unable to even form a word. Over by Kin Hoa, she had already manifested her star soul to protect the three dancers. Nuoc V did the same, and the two of them spread out their formation to support each other. Looking closely at Nuoc V, you could see little Van and her parents were safe inside. She wondered if this was a barrier that Van Tuong had set up. She frantically searched the area for any sign of him. Through the smoke and dust, Van Tuong appeared inside a protective shield of his own. He was holding the young girl, Nyla, by her collar. Even though she was being hauled around like that, Nyla didn't mind at all. She was too busy being awestruck by Van Tuong's power. To be able to block a beast's attack with his bare hands, it was just too terrifying. A second later, Van Tuong let go and vanished into thin air. She stood there, completely stunned. Not far away, Truong Dai Qi was having an internal crisis, trying to convince himself that he'd be fine. He told himself he just had to act like the hero from Wen Din City and give it his all to turn the tide. As long as he had courage, he could overcome anything. His entire face was twisted in fear, dripping with cold sweat as he stammered while trying to manifest his star soul. A moment later, he succeeded. Truong Dai Qi summoned his soul armor, but he ended up plopping right down on his butt. Seeing this, the old bodyguard shouted his name, as Truong Dai Qi's entire body wouldn't stop shaking. He kept muttering to himself that he could do it. Up in the sky, several beasts began to dive down, but the old bodyguard didn't flinch. He immediately braced himself to fight back. Behind him, Truong Dai Qi was still panicking, unable to even figure out where his weapon was. The old bodyguard blocked a diving beast with his shield, doing everything he could to protect the frantic Truong Dai Qi. He was getting desperate. Not caring what it was, Truong Dai Qi just grabbed something, jumped up, and whacked the beast on the head. Meanwhile, Van Tuong had moved to Little Van's. He told them not to head down to the lower deck anymore, saying they'd actually be safer if they stayed near him. Little Van and Tham Dai didn't argue, but Thang Kim Thui was confused and asked why, since the fighting up here was so brutal. Wouldn't it be safer below deck? Van Tuong explained that even stronger monsters were about to show up. He told them to keep an eye on the situation and act accordingly. If things went south, he'd find a way to get them out of there. Hearing that, Tham Dai wondered if Van Tuong had some way of flying. Thang Kim Thui was just stunned that even more powerful beasts were coming. Considering the airship's current defenses, he didn't even want to imagine what that would be like. A moment later, he thought of the other people on the ship and asked Fan Tuong if he was really just going to leave them to die. He suggested they go talk to the captain, but before he could finish, Tham Dai kicked him. She barked at him to drop the noble martyr act immediately. He could barely take care of himself, yet he wanted to worry about everyone else. Right then, out in the courtyard, the beasts suddenly, one of the bee fangs spotted an opening and dove straight down. Nuoc Vai saw it and screamed for Kin Hoa to watch out. A split second later, the beast closed in and fired directly at Kin Hoa. She managed to roll back just in time to dodge, but it was a close call. Kin Hoa's mech slid backward across the deck. She quickly regained her footing, not daring to waste a single second. Neither Kin Hoa nor Nuoc Vai were easy targets. They quickly launched a counterattack against the beast. Over with Tham Dai, she sheepishly apologized for her husband, calling him a total bookworm who didn't know how the world worked. Xiao Wen was the same. She was so embarrassed she just stood there frozen, insisting she would follow his lead. Yunxiang didn't pay much attention to that. Yunxiang took full responsibility for their protection. Since he was the ones who brought them onto this ship, he felt responsible for the situation they were in, no matter what. He made it his top priority to ensure their safety first. Meanwhile, bodyguard Vo was being pinned to the ground by a massive beast. He could only rely on the weapon in his hand to hold it off for now. His entire body was covered in wounds, and he coughed up blood while struggling to curse through the pain. Just then, a mecha leaped high from behind the beast at lightning speed. The beast didn't even have time to react. It took a deep slash across its back, and blood sprayed everywhere, soaking bodyguard Vo's mecha below. Caught off guard by the sneak attack, the beast let out a thunderous roar. It turned back in a rage to counterattack, but Fikach didn't give it the chance. The blade in Fikach's hand pierced straight through the head of the Bifang. He killed it instantly. Only then could bodyguard Vo let out a sigh of relief, setting aside their previous grudge to thank Fikach. Very quickly, another Bifang took the place of the one that had just died, aggressively lunging at the two of them. While defending, Fikach called out to bodyguard Vo. He told him that he owed him one for this. And so, Fikach and the old bodyguard fought back to back. They formed a two-way defense, with no blind spots. Below them, Zhang Daiki and the others were still tangled up with another Bifang. A sudden pounce came from behind, and bodyguard Ma was sent flying despite having a shield in his hand. Seeing this, Zhang Daiki rushed over. He was so worried that he left himself wide open to the beast. The monster immediately lunged at him, slamming Zhang Daiki's face into the dirt. At that moment, Jinghua was being snatched by a Bifang and dragged high into the air. One small slip-up had put them in mortal danger, and the three dancers below could only cry out in panic. Helplessly, they prayed for Jinghua's safety. The Bifang beast dragged Jinghua up high and then threw her straight toward Ruo Wei. Neither of them could dodge in time and they collided, crashing hard against the barrier wall. Right at that moment, the Bifang began charging a pink energy blast to finish them both off. Jinghua and Ruo Wei couldn't even stand up in time, watching in total despair. They both thought they were dead for sure. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the Bifang's tail and yanked it down with sheer force. Yunxiang, clad in his Lubu soul armor, savagely slammed the Bifang straight into the ground. This sight left everyone completely stunned. Watching closely, Jinghua's eyes widened as she stammered, asking who this person was. Ruo Wei, on the other hand, looked overjoyed. She recognized him as Yunxiang. Before the slammed Bifang could even recover, it was skewered and killed by the Sky Piercer. His entire Lubu armor was glowing bright red as he held his war spear, literally tearing the beast apart. His eyes flashed with a lethal glint. High above, the swarm of beasts that filled the sky began to descend one by one. Zhang Daiki lay flat on the ground, covering his face, letting the Bifang use its sharp beak to relentlessly tear at his flesh. He was terrified beyond belief, screaming for someone to save his life. Seeing this, Yunxiang turned his gaze toward them. Sensing the threat, the Bifang that was pecking stopped and opened its mouth wide, screeching at Yunxiang. Yunxiang just let out a thunderous shout, "Shut up!" At the same time, he hurled the Sky Piercer straight at the beast, causing a massive explosion. In an instant, the Bifang was blown into tiny pieces. Scraps of the monster scattered everywhere. A moment later, Zhang Daiki finally dared to look up, and as soon as he saw Lu Bu, he vaguely recognized him. Wasn't this the spirit general from the play earlier? This surprise made Zhang Daiki think his eyes were playing tricks on him. Looking up at the sky, Yunxiang began to count the number of enemies. 7 of them had already breached the inner part of the formation. With the combat power of the ship's defense squad, even including the passengers, he feared they wouldn't be able to hold out for long against their attacks. Initially, Yunxiang had planned to save as much energy as possible to deal with the hidden threat the system had warned him about. But now, he had no other choice. Next, Yunxiang ordered the system to activate Lu Bu's Earth-tier armament. The system began retrieving data, unlocking the sky-piercing cloud bow. Once it was unlocked, Yunxiang performed a full diagnostic. The sky-piercing cloud bow was Lu Bu's most powerful long-range weapon. Although its power was incredible, the energy consumption was massive. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to use it. As time passed, the mechas began to show signs that they could no longer hold their ground. The swarm of Baifangs was like a storm, relentlessly pouring in. Both Fei Catch and the old bodyguard looked grim. They were terrified, not knowing what to do, when suddenly a series of flower wheels appeared in the air, attacking the beasts. Everyone watched this scene in confusion, crying out in shock. Very quickly, Fei Catch realized these were Nyla's flying wheels. Since the armament was still in its testing phase, Fei Catch wasn't happy. Instead, he cursed under his breath. Because this was their ultimate trump card. Following Nyla's command, the lunar discs returned to her mecha. They spun around Nyla like countless glowing orbs within. Nyla gave a mischievous little smile. She asked if she had arrived just in time. In front of her, 3 Baifang beasts were roaring madly. As they attacked, both bodyguard Vo and Fei Catch immediately gathered by Nyla's side to fight together. Looking at the swarm of beasts, Fei Catch asked Nyla what they should do. Even with 3 against 3, they weren't guaranteed to win. The beasts seemed to sense the threat and began to concentrate their fire toward this new defensive line. However, the enemy didn't seem to make a move. Finally, Fei Catch decided he wanted to charge in and risk it all, rather than stay in this stalemate. He was terrified that another one of those things might show up at any second. In response, Nylap figured she could use the flying ring to briefly suppress 2 of them, giving Fei Catch and the old bodyguard a chance to take one down. Hearing the order, Fei Catch immediately agreed and told the old bodyguard to target the weakest-looking one so they could finish it off together. Despite his hesitation, the old veteran agreed. He would draw their attention so Fei Catch could circle around for a backstab. Just like that, Nylap activated the rattletail trap as a decoy. The problem was, the old bodyguard had no idea what that even was. Seeing his confusion, Fei Catch quickly explained that it was a support formation used to lure the enemy and pin them down for the frontliners. Before he could finish, he brushed it off because they were out of time. At that moment, Nylap finished her countdown to 3. As soon as the words left her mouth, a streak of light flashed past. It instantly obliterated all 3 Tatfuang monsters right in front of them. All 3 people froze in their tracks as that beam of light ripped through the grand formation. On the outside, any Tatfuang caught in the blast was shredded into tiny pieces. That single strike wiped out an unbelievable number of enemies. By the time the light faded, the swarm of beasts had significantly. On the ground stood Van Tuong, his entire body shrouded in crackling lightning, holding a massive and intimidating new weapon from Lu Bu. Fei Catch and the others were completely baffled. They couldn't wrap their heads around what just happened, while they were still trying to set up their formation. In one corner, Van Tuong was freely sweeping through the monsters inside the array. The rest of the survivors were left in a state of utter confusion. In the blink of an eye, the monsters they were struggling against had vanished. The old bodyguard rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. He wondered if he'd finally gotten so old that he was starting to hallucinate. Beside him, Fei Catch was just as stunned and asked in confusion. He asked Nylap if she also saw a flash of light just now. Nylap quickly confirmed it, saying the enemy had simply disappeared in an instant. Over in the corner, Van Tuong was relentlessly firing his bow. It took a moment for Trung Dai Kui to recognize him and let out a shocked scream. He wondered if that was the Astral Soul General from the play they saw earlier. Could it be the hero from the Great Battle of Than Nguyen Din City? This revelation immediately caught everyone's attention. They all turned to look, wondering if this really was the legendary hero of Than Nguyen Din City. Under their watchful eyes, Van Tuong remained silent, continuing to power up his weapon. Internally, he was actually feeling a bit embarrassed. He had used a bit too much strength and accidentally punched a hole through the ship's ceiling. He just hoped it wouldn't cause any casualties. Suddenly, Kin Hoa shouted at the top of her lungs, warning Van Tuong to watch out. Hearing her, Van Tuong immediately went on high alert, looking in the direction she pointed. A swarm of Tatfuang was diving down like crazy. Looking at them, Van Tuong didn't flinch for a second and ordered the system to unlock the next level. Sky-shattering Star Claw. A notification chimed as the sky-shattering Star Claw was successfully unlocked, and then the sky-shattering Cloud Bow began to transform. The weapon's form shifted, turning into a 3-pronged claw attached to his arm. Lu Bo officially had a brand new weapon. Van Tuong aimed straight at the incoming swarm and delivered a single swing that sliced the lead Tat Phuong clean in half. The other two monsters slammed on the brakes, trying to put some distance between them. Van Tuong scoffed and thrust the Heaven Claw straight through the beast's body. He finished it off effortlessly. The last monster took the chance to scramble away, letting out terrified chirps as it fled. Unfortunately for it, Van Tuong had no intention of letting it go, as he suddenly leaped high into the air. The terrified beast pushed itself to the limit to escape, but it was too late. The Heaven Claw in Van Tuong's hand slammed down hard. His arm suddenly erupted with a massive explosion. He hoisted the Tat Phuong high into the air, a sight that left everyone watching in absolute awe. They marveled at how he was so powerful it seemed impossible. Even Kin Hoa was no exception, her cheeks turning bright red as she watched him. She was deeply impressed, seeing him kill several high-level monsters in the blink of an eye. She wondered if this man could be the one to help her. Beside her, Nuoc Vai covered her mouth in shock, realizing Van Tuong had become so much stronger. Truong Dai Qui's eyes were sparkling, his mouth hanging open as he cheered in total admiration. He screamed that this was freaking legendary. He shouted that this was exactly what he expected from the hero who turned the tide of the battle at Than Nguyen Din City single-handedly. Standing tall, Van Tuong held up the Tat Phuong's corpse as a show of dominance before tossing the beast's body onto the ground. His expression remained serious as he scanned the area, waiting for the final boss to show its face. Meanwhile, a skeptical Phi Cash was questioning Nai Lap. He asked if that was really the senior from the first-class Heaven cabin. Nai Lap confirmed that it was indeed him. Phi Cash's heart skipped a beat, feeling incredibly lucky that he hadn't tried to pick a fight with the guy. Nai Lap's gaze was full of mockery. She joked that according to the laws of the capital, a week from now would have been the 1-week memorial service for Phi Cash's death. The old bodyguard chimed in, saying they should probably call this day next year his death anniversary, because he'd be nothing but a photo on an altar. Phi Cash didn't even try to deny it. He knew he'd dodged a bullet. Just as they caught their breath, Nai Lap warned them to get ready. More monsters were coming from behind. Right in front of the three of them, a massive pack of Tat Phuong was slowly closing in, forming a deadly swarm. Their numbers are completely overwhelming. Even the command center is surrounded by monsters. "Captain, we're in deep trouble." A crewman panicked, announcing the shields couldn't hold any longer. It will fail in 10 seconds. Sitting in the commander's chair, the captain's heart sank to his stomach. He cursed through gritted teeth, wondering why reinforcements had not arrived yet. With no other choice, he had to push on. He ordered the crew to broadcast distress signals on every channel, praying for a miracle. Suddenly, a monster's face slammed into the camera feed. It sent the entire crew into a state of pure terror. They screamed in unison as the beasts finally found their hiding spot. Outside, a monster was relentlessly pecking at the glass with its sharp beak, desperate to break through. No matter how reinforced the glass was, cracks began to spiderweb across it. The captain could not stay seated anymore. He jumped up and ordered everyone to retreat to the back. Suddenly, the Bifang monster attacking the glass let out a sharp cry, catching the old captain's attention. With a sudden thud, a sharp spearhead pierced right through it. Its body was sliced wide open. Van Tuong had arrived just in time, wiping out the beast attacking the command center. Van Tuong grabbed the Bifang by its neck and tossed it aside like a common bird. The sight left the captain and everyone else frozen in shock. They could not believe such a powerful master was among the passengers on this flight. A crewman nearby stared with his eyes wide open. He stammered, recognizing that Red Star Soul General. A moment later, seeing that crimson halberd, he was absolutely certain. He shouted that this was the hero who saved Nguyen Din City. Hearing this, the old captain felt his blood pumping. He yelled excitedly, realizing it was that great man. What an absolute honor. To think such a hero was on his ship. Both of his kids were huge fans of the Red Star Soul General. For a moment, the captain forgot the danger outside, turning to his crewmen to say that once they were safe, he needed to get 2 autographs from the hero. Before the crewman could react, the captain was already calculating. 1 for his oldest daughter, 1 for his youngest, and then he wondered if he should get 1 for each of his wives as well. The captain looked deep in thought, considering asking for 6 autographs. but then he hesitated. He figured he should go in person. Maybe he could even snag a selfie with the hero. Hearing this, the crewman's jaw dropped. Just how many wives did this captain have? The more he thought about it, the more his heart ached as he fought back tears. He told himself to work hard and get promoted to captain. Once he was the captain, he would get 8 wives. Outside the barrier, the swarm of monsters was endless, pouring into the defensive formation one by one. The ship's guards felt helpless as they fought. There were just too many monsters, and the defense team was taking heavy losses. Retreating to save their lives seemed like the only option. However, the captain of the guards stood his ground, reminding his comrades they were the security for this ship. For Hongxi, the safety of the passengers came before everything else, but his words fell on deaf ears. The soldier beside him was trembling, his spirit broken. He cried out that he had an 80-year-old mother and young children at home. Before he could finish, the captain cut him off. Who here does not have a family? But Hongxi's death benefits are massive. It is enough for a family of 3 to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. At those words, the man beside him froze. His whole body trembled as he swallowed hard. A second later, his fighting spirit ignited, and he began fiercely attacking the monsters. He screamed as he fired his weapon. Fine then. He would put his life on the line. If he died here, at least his wife and kids would be filthy rich. Unfortunately, his attacks barely scratched the monsters. One beast ignored the hail of bullets and dived straight for the 2 of them. Seeing this, the captain did not hesitate to shove his comrade out of the way. He took the Baifang's hit himself. With a loud crash, the captain was sent flying back. The guard he saved screamed in desperation, but he was too far away to help. A swarm of Baifangs gathered around them like a dark cloud. The captain was badly wounded and could not get back up. Right then, the monsters closed in, using their sharp beaks to tear him apart. His mecha suit was ripped away piece by piece, causing him agonizing pain. Soon, the helmet was torn right off his body. Inside, the captain knew he was finished. He calmly accepted his death, even if he did not want to go. In fact, a faint smile touched his lips. With his death, the payout would clear all his family's debts. Just then, the Phoenix Heaven Spear streaked through the air, impaling the monster and making it shriek in agony. Startled, the captain looked up to see what happened. The security guard was just as shocked, his heart filled with wonder. Before their eyes, the towering figure of Van Tuong stood firm, his spear driven through the monster's body, as he held it up until it stopped breathing. Yunxiang casually tossed the corpse aside, his movements smooth and practiced. It took the captain a moment to regain his composure before sitting up to thank him. Yunxiang didn't even glance back, his eyes fixed on the sky above. He couldn't help but think how much easier this would be if he had Cao Ren or Ao Bing by his side right now. Next to him, the captain and his comrades dropped to their knees in gratitude, a sight Yunxiang was all too familiar with. He calmly told them to retreat, telling them there was no need to throw their lives away. With that, he looked back up at the swarm. Assessing the numbers, there were 13 enemies on the left and 90 on the right. Yunxiang pulled the Heavenly Phoenix behind him, selecting a skill to unleash. Suddenly, he pivoted hard on his heel, creating a whirlwind of blade-like gusts around his body. An instant later, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring straight into the air. He tore through the monster's formation. Down below, the Security Council members were huddling together, every single one of them severely injured. Some were barely clinging to life, their hearts filled with frustration that they couldn't even take down a single beast. These monsters were simply too fast. High above, Yunxiang shifted his weapon into its dragon tongue bow form. He drew the string back, aiming carefully as the arrowhead began to glow with a terrifying, overwhelming aura. Yunxiang loosed the shot, firing a beam of light into the sky. Just before impact, the arrow split into countless smaller streaks. A massive volley rained down on the flying beasts. The attack was so fast they didn't even have a chance to dodge. The moment that light touched them, the monsters were vaporized in instant explosions. The entire sky lit up like a massive fireworks display, the booms drowning out the sounds of the ongoing battle. With just that one move, Yunxiang wiped out 20 monsters. The captain and his men could only watch in absolute awe. They never imagined someone could fight like this. It was terrifying to think a single strike could decimate such a massive swarm. The charred remains of the monsters rained down, a dazzling yet grim sight that captured everyone's attention. Suddenly, the surviving beasts let out a series of shrill, panicked cries. The security team tensed up, realizing they were calling for backup. In response to their calls, A fresh wave of monsters swarmed in to replace those who had fallen. Even so, Yunxiang remained calm, analyzing the situation. He estimated the larger ones were at least Earth tier in strength. This made him wonder, was this the threat the system had warned him about? Before long, the Baifang birds gathered into a massive flock. They stopped their individual attacks and began charging their energy beams together. The sky was soon bathed in a deadly purple glow. Terrified, the two security guards begged Yunxiang to use that skill again. But Yunxiang's expression turned grim. He knew this was a genuine crisis. With such a dense barrage of beams, he might be able to dodge, but the ship below wouldn't stand a chance. The light in the monster's maws grew larger, ready to fire, when suddenly, a volley of artillery shells tore through the air. Golden shells streaked toward the monsters, their power rivaling even Yunxiang's arrows. After the smoke cleared, only a few high-level Baifang birds remained. Their coordinated attack had been completely shut down. Not far from the transport ship, two warships were closing in at high speed. Someone recognized them and shouted out in joy. Those were Tiger-class warships. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Sensing a new threat, the monsters quickly turned their attention toward the newcomers. They lunged at the warships, only to be met by a wall of heavy artillery fire. Volley after volley slammed into the Baifang flock, creating a chain reaction of explosions in midair. In an instant, the tide of battle turned in humanity's favor. These were the Tiger-class warships of the Song family's Crimson Phoenix army. They were the main combat vessels of the Heavenly Capital Kingdom's military. Inside the command room, the crew was stunned. Overjoyed that help had arrived, they didn't hesitate to establish a connection with the two warships. The main screen flickered to life, revealing a female general in full battle gear, radiating an aura of absolute authority. Beside her stood a stern, expressionless old man. The general's voice rang out, announcing they were the Song family's Crimson Phoenix army. They had come from Juan City to provide support. At those words, everyone on the transport ship gasped. It was really the Crimson Phoenix army. The communications officer was moved to tears. Help was finally here, and he wasn't going to die today. However, the old captain didn't share their excitement. He stared at the two warships with a grave expression. He found it strange that the Song family's elite forces would show up here. Why would a powerful tycoon come all this way just to save them? His subordinates weren't as suspicious, thinking the captain was overthinking it. They figured the Crimson Phoenix army was probably just passing through on another mission. The old captain decided to set his doubts aside for now and gave the order to deactivate the defensive shields. All hands to the engine room, push it to the limit and regroup with the Red Phoenix fleet immediately. Right after that, the transport ship's defensive barrier flickered out. In its place, the twin thrusters at the rear, the sudden jolt caught everyone off guard, sending them tumbling to the floor. A few quick thinkers scrambled to find their footing and shouted out warnings. "Grab onto something! Hold on tight!" Only Van Tuong remained standing tall and unshaken, as if the massive G-force didn't affect him at all. Thanks to that burst of speed, the transport ship closed the gap between them and the two warships in no time. Van Tuong watched them approach with a look of suspicion. If he remembered correctly, the Red Phoenix Army was an elite unit founded by his eldest sister, Tong Van Cam. Facing the two warships, the Baifang beasts were completely overwhelmed. The fleet's coordinated fire brought the flying monsters crashing down. Their sheer power turned the tide of the entire battle. Inside the command deck of the flagship, Tong Van Cam and her advisor watched the chaos unfold in silence. After a moment, Tong Van Cam turned to the old man beside her, addressing him as Instructor Dai Mok. She asked him if he was absolutely sure their little young master was really on that pathetic, run-down civilian ship across from them. After all, that kid was the most notorious playboy among the 4 young masters of Juan City. Since when did he become so The old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he hesitated. He suggested that perhaps the boy had finally started to grow up. He also reminded her that he was now just the steward of the Tong family's East Wing, so she should stop calling him by his old title. Hearing this, Tong Van Cam offered a quick apology, acting as if it had just been a slip of the tongue. The old man then pointed her toward a figure clad in crimson Star Soul armor. The moment she saw it, Van Cam had her answer. If she wasn't mistaken, that was the same powerhouse who appeared in Yuanding City and saved the Second Prince's group. Seeing that person there made Van Cam feel a strange sense of relief for Van Tuong. Her brother might be a total loser, but his luck was certain. If that expert hadn't been on board, there was no way a transport ship like that would have survived this long. The old man stayed silent, lost in thought. He knew that when Tong Van Cam finally realized the expert was actually her trash brother Van Tuong, she was going to lose her mind. Outside, the transport ship finally entered the defensive perimeter of the two warships, finding a temporary moment of safety. Compared to the smaller vessel, the two warships were like unbreakable steel giants on the front lines, showing zero fear against the swarm of Baifang beasts. Despite the heavy fire, the monsters continued their relentless assault, diving toward the warships in a frenzied wave. Receiving the latest data, Van Cam calmly ordered the fleet to lock on. The heavy cannons mounted on the sides of the warships unleashed a literal rain of fire. The destructive power was beyond words. In an instant, the Baifang swarm was engulfed in a sea of flames, left with no chance to even fight back. Back on the transport, Van Tuong told the security team to find a safe spot and recover their strength. But just as the words left his mouth, the system suddenly blared a warning. It had detected a super-tier rift reaction. The system screamed at Van Tuong to evacuate the area within 5 seconds. The notification flashed repeatedly. Van Tuong's expression froze. He couldn't find a way out in time. The transport ship had already taken too much damage to pull off another maneuver. There were holes everywhere. In the central atrium, the survivors began to gather. Deactivating their star, Truong Dai Kui was drenched in sweat, gasping for air as he looked over at Feiga, actually offering him a bit of praise. He admitted that Feiga actually had some skills back there. Truong Dai Kui huffed, still calling Feiga a low-tier peasant, but he couldn't deny the guy's combat prowess. Ignoring their banter, Nayla's eyes were practically glowing as she calculated the insurance payout from the Hongxi Corporation. She estimated they'd have to pay out a fortune. She felt incredibly lucky that she had the foresight to buy the most expensive premium safety insurance beforehand. Not far away, Jinghe bowed slightly to Ruowei, thanking her for fighting by her side and offering her a drink to rest. Taking the cup, Ruowei looked at Jinghe with admiration. She never imagined that a girl with such a beautiful singing voice would also be a powerful mystic rank star soul master. The two spoke warmly to each other, the shared danger having brought them much closer than before. Suddenly, Van Tuong dropped down from above, landing right next to them and causing everyone to jump back in shock. While swallowing some recovery pills, Van Tuong urgently told them there was no time for small talk. He reached out his hand and told Xiao Wen's family to jump on, because they needed to leave this very second. This sudden move left Tham Kim Thui completely baffled, unable to process what was going wrong now. Up in the sky, the beasts had stopped their attack. Instead, they were scattering in a blind, frantic panic. Watching them flee, Van Tuong's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth, hissing that they were officially out of time. As soon as he said it, a massive crack tore through the sky. Compared to this one, the previous rift looked like child's play. From within the pitch-black darkness, 3 crimson lights bled out, radiating an overwhelming sense of dread. Under the horrified gaze of everyone present, something truly colossal began to crawl through the spatial rift. The two warships looked like pathetic little gnats compared to the beast, and Yunxiang's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He stared in utter disbelief as he realized this was a kunpeng. How could a god-tier beast show up in a place like this? In an instant, the massive kunpeng surged through the rift and entered the human realm. Its body was pitch black and covered in lethal spikes, with each one looking as massive as a mountain. At that moment, the Star-Lord system issued a warning. The host had missed the chance to escape, and it was now calculating a backup plan. The kunpeng's body was so colossal that neither the mechs nor the two warships could even hope to compare. Every single one of its feathers radiated a crimson light, emitting a terrifying aura that crushed everything in its path. Inside the command center, the crew members stared with wide eyes, speechless. One finally managed to choke out a question to the captain, asking what on earth that thing was. The old captain was just as stunned, looking up at the kunpeng with a face full of terror. Even Yun Jin was paralyzed with fear. She turned to the man beside her, trembling as she asked, "What is that thing covering the entire sky, butler?" Despite the shock, the butler remained strangely calm, wondering if this was the creature the third lady had mentioned. A god-tier kunpeng from the Sky City. A second later, the Star-Lord system finished its backup calculations. Yunxiang stood frozen, watching the kunpeng glide overhead, his mind racing with suspicion. Something felt off about this kunpeng's form. It felt like there was a strange, fluctuating soul power hidden deep inside its belly. Suddenly, the kunpeng opened its massive maw and took a deep breath, instantly creating a violent vortex like a raging hurricane. Seeing this, Yunxiang knew things were about to get ugly. He screamed for everyone to cover their ears and immediately activated a soul talisman formation. Just as he suspected, the Kunpeng let out a thunderous roar, sending a massive shockwave of sound tearing through the air. Everyone on the ships and inside the mechs collapsed at once, clutching their ears in agony. Screams for help filled the air as people began bleeding from their eyes, noses, and mouths, overwhelmed by the intense pain. Not a single person was left standing against the Kunpeng's sound wave. Just like that, their star soul armor was completely shattered. Little Yun's family and the others were protected by the formation, but they weren't faring much better. They dropped to their knees, covering their ears and struggling to hold on. Yunxiang gritted his teeth, pouring everything he had into maintaining the barrier against that overwhelming power. But trying to block a sonic wave that powerful was nearly impossible, even for him. He was pushing his limits. He tried to reassure Xiao An and the others, shouting that they just needed to hold on for a little bit longer, while the sounds of agonizing screams echoed from outside the formation. Over with the captain, the old man was howling in pain as he tried to resist, blood streaming from every inch of his face. The crewman beside him was in even worse shape, screaming at the top of his lungs like a dying animal. A few guards managed to stay conscious, holding their mechs together despite the pain to clear a path for the others to get below deck. Meanwhile, the butler was conjuring a shield to block the sonic waves and protect Yunjin. Even in her dazed state, Yunjin recognized it as heaven-rank chi. It took a long time before the roar finally began to fade. Once the pressure lifted, Yunjin let out a long breath, gasping. What kind of insane power was that? That was terrifying. To her horror, the butler replied that it was just a normal roar from the Kunpeng, not even a real attack. Yunjin was stunned. She couldn't believe that a world-ending sound like that was just a simple growl. If it roared a few more times, everyone here would be dead. The butler was already showing signs of exhaustion. Veins popped out on his forehead. Even his heaven-rank chi shield could barely withstand those sound waves. If it happened again, he wouldn't be able to hold the line. With a grim expression, he told Yunjin they had to find a way to stop the Kunpeng. They couldn't let it roar again. Following his lead, Yunjin immediately ordered all warships to prepare for battle. The cannons were aimed at the massive beast, as both warships quickly changed their course. Every gun barrel was deployed and locked onto the Kunpeng. They were ready to fire on her command. A blinding light erupted from the Kunpeng's eyes, but just as they were about to pull the trigger, Yunxiang rushed in to stop them. He demanded they stand down immediately, leaving both the butler and Yunjin staring at him in shock. Yunxiang dropped his Star Soul general form and patched himself directly into their communication line. He urgently told the Crimson Phoenix army to listen to him. When he introduced himself as Song Yunxiang, Yunjin instinctively called out, "Little young lord." Realizing her mistake, she quickly covered her mouth and corrected herself to Master Yunxiang. On the other end, Yunxiang recognized the voice and asked, "Uncle Demu?" He couldn't help but wonder why the man was there. The butler explained that he had been sent by the old young lord to bring him back home. Beside him, Yunjin's eyes widened in total disbelief. Her mind was racing with a million questions about who this young master really was. A total loser ending up inside a Red Star Soul General? How is that even possible? Hearing the word home brought a nostalgic smile to Van Tuang's face. It had been forever since he last heard it. Pushing those feelings aside, he expressed his gratitude to both warships. But he needed them to listen carefully. He ordered them to close the cannon ports immediately before starting his explanation. This creature is the Kunpeng, a peak god-tier beast. It is definitely not an enemy you guys can handle. Based on its behavior, as long as we do not show any hostility, we are nothing more than tiny specks of dust to it. It won't go out of its way to kill us, but if a tiny fly starts poking at it, things will get ugly real fast. After explaining, he ordered the warships to cut all power sources and deactivate every single mecha. He wanted the ships to go into a complete free fall toward the ground. Hearing this, Van Cam thought she was losing her mind. Shutting down all power? Won't we just? Before she could finish, Van Tuang already knew what she was thinking. He reassured them that the moment they were out of the Kunpeng's detection range, they would restart everything and blast out of there at full speed. Old Captain Hong could not believe his ears. They were at an altitude of 10,000 feet. One tiny slip-up and they would be nothing but meat pies on the ground. Despite the risk, Van Tuang remained firm and insisted they follow his lead. This is the only shot any of us have at making it out alive. I have seen the Kunpeng swallow half a city in a single breath. If it decides to attack, there is absolutely nowhere to run. After hearing that, the old captain was completely stunned. unable to utter a single word. As for the old butler, he did not hesitate for a second and told Van Cam to follow Van Tuong's orders immediately. She agreed without a moment's delay. With everything set, Van Tuong gave the final instructions. On the count of 3, every ship would cut its power and deactivate their Star Soul generals simultaneously. As soon as Van Tuong finished the countdown, all 3 ships did exactly as told, plummeting straight down toward the Earth. The falling speed increased rapidly, causing everyone inside to scream in terror. The passenger cabin of the Hong vessel was a total disaster. People were not prepared. The command deck was not any better, with the captain and his crew tumbling all over the place. Only Van Tuong remained standing, his feet planted firmly on the floor. With a flick of his hand, a lifting array enveloped Xiao Wen, Naila, and Zhang Daigui to keep them safe. The lives of everyone on those 3 ships were now in Van Tuong's hands. He closed his eyes, intensely calculating their trajectory. Their altitude was dropping fast, and as it did, the distance between them and the Kunpeng visibly increased. Seeing this, the swarm of Baifang beasts immediately gave chase, numbering in the tens of thousands. They were closing in fast, but Van Tuong stayed focused on his calculations, refusing to act too early. Finally, the moment arrived. He roared, "All ships, engines on, maximum thrust, break away toward the 316 position." The 3 plummeting ships suddenly jerked to a halt before their engines roared to life, propelling them forward with everything they had. The gap between them and the beasts widened instantly, and the situation finally started looking up. Every bit of power was diverted to the engines, leaving them with 0 defenses. Suddenly, the transport ship hit a major snag. Its energy reserves were almost completely drained. As their speed began to drop, the old captain's face turned pale with horror. The flicker of hope they just had was vanishing fast. Maintaining that defensive array earlier had sucked up way too much power. It looked like they were finished. Sure enough, the transport ship started lagging behind. The warship's crew noticed immediately and reported it to Van Cam. The old butler's expression grew grim, realizing that Van Tuong and his group must have just survived a massive battle. With no time to waste, Van Cam ordered ship number 3 to aim for the transport ship's wings and fire the tow cables. In an instant, several massive grappling hooks were launched, piercing straight through the hull of the transport ship. The entire vessel shook violently from the impact, sending another wave of panic through the people inside. Unaware of the plan, the old captain assumed the beasts were tearing the ship apart and issued a final command to his troops. "Even if we do not make it out, we aren't going down without a fight. Prepare to die in battle." But a moment later, a crew member shouted that the ship was actually picking up speed. Looking closer, they realized the Red Phoenix warships were using cables to tow them along. A look of pure relief washed over the old captain's face. They had been saved from the fall, but bad news arrived from the warships once again. Because their overall speed had dropped, a group of high-tier beasts was about to close in on the Hong vessel. Warning alarms blared throughout the ship. Even Van Cam could tell they were in a tight spot. She turned to the crew and barked, "Can we use the cannons yet? It is hard to believe, but right now, every bit of power is being diverted straight to the engines. If they fire the cannons, the ship will slow down to a crawl." With no other choice, Van Cam has to deploy the Wei Vian Thuk squad to intercept the enemy. As soon as the orders go out, soldiers from 3 different squads rush to the launch deck to back them up. Standing in perfect formation, they activate their Tin Han soul charms. Behind them, the hangar doors slowly creak open, revealing a row of Tin Han Tuong warframes on their platforms. These Wei Vian Thuk models are decked out in the signature crimson of the Shichlone army, each wielding a massive longsword. The female captain barks out orders, telling the troops to get ready for a do-or-die shootout. Her soldiers let out a thunderous roar, ready for blood. In the blink of an eye, they split up, forming battle lines on both the left and right. A swarm of vicious beasts charges in, walking right into the kill zone. That is the signal. A torrential rain of bullets pours from both warships, shredding into the monsters. The Tat Phuong beasts shriek in agony as they are riddled with holes, but they keep pushing, trying to kamikaze into the ships. But the Wei Vian Thuk pilots are not letting a single one through. Following Van Cam orders, they pour on the heat, keeping their rate of fire at a maximum. They cannot let the formation break. But as time passes, the barrage on the left starts to thin out. Seeing an opening, one Tat Phuong lunges forward on a suicide run. Van Cam screams in rage. What the hell is the left squad doing? A split second later, the beast slams its body into the ship right where the Wei Vian Thuk are stationed, throwing the entire defensive line into chaos. The rest of the swarm seizes the moment, firing off blinding flares to scatter the Ui Vien Tuk squads, sending them scrambling for cover. Seeing the disaster unfolding, Van Tuong does not hesitate for a second. He diverts half of his firepower to bail out ship number 2. He tries to steady them, shouting, "Do not panic, switch to blades, we are going hand to hand." The Ui Vien Thuk units close in for some brutal close-quarters combat. Just as ship number 3 is about to be overrun, a volley of arrows slams into the monsters. The survivors are overjoyed to be alive. Realizing the sisters from ship number 1 are backing them up, morale skyrockets from the depths of despair. The squad leader raises her sword high into the air. She rallies her comrades to wipe out the remaining enemies and fix the firing line. Leading the charge, she plunges headfirst into the swarm of Tat Phuong. It looks like the tide is finally turning. But then, another massive flock appears out of nowhere. The captain's heart sinks as she desperately yells for everyone to brace for impact. Suddenly, a massive beam of light tears across the sky, completely vaporizing the new wave of monsters in an instant. Charred carcasses rain down from the sky. The captain stands there, shell-shocked, looking around to see who could have pulled off such a shot. High up on the roof of the transport ship main deck, she sees Van Tuong. He is still holding his Liat Kung bow, the string still humming from that last shot. His soul power is completely drained. He is gasping for air, looking like he is about to collapse from the strain. Without missing a beat, Van Tuong starts popping pills like candy. The Fathian arrow has insane power, but the drain on his soul energy is just as brutal. He does not have a choice, though. The monsters have already spotted him and are changing their target to him. They swarm together, blotting out the sun and forming a literal cage of death around him. As soon as his soul power recovers, Van Tuong lets loose a barrage of arrows, turning the sky into a field of explosions. Not a single Tat Phuong survives the blast. Both the old butler and Van Cam have been watching him the whole time, and they have seen exactly what he is capable of. Van Cam stares at the monitor, frozen in disbelief. Every single shot is blowing multiple monsters to hell. How can this be the same useless, skirt-chasing Van Tuong she once knew? In the middle of the madness, Truong Dai Kwai is not just standing around. He starts barking orders to everyone nearby. Focus on the tail. We cannot just sit back and expect that hero in the Tin Hon Tuong to do everything for us. Every able-bodied fighter quickly spreads out to their positions. No one argues, they just move. The teamwork is seamless, especially between Nyla and Fikash. Fikash handles the herding, pinning the enemies down so Nyla can finish them with her Kim and Guyet Luon. Beams of light erupt from Fikash hands, forcing the beast to scramble. Seeing his chance, he screams for Nyla. She gets the hint and launches her moon wheel to go for the kill. But at the very last second, their perfect plan falls apart. Nyla Moon Wheel misses the mark completely. She is confused, wondering what went wrong. But then the others stop their attack too. They realize the beasts have stopped coming at them. Up in the sky, the entire swarm has frozen in place. A few of them start chirping and gesturing with their beaks towards something in the distance. Suddenly, the Konbang lets out a deafening roar that shakes both the swarm and the ships. After that, the beasts just turn around and fly away. They are just leaving the 3 warships alone? Everyone is stunned, wondering if they are actually retreating. A female crew member excitedly reports the news to Van Cam. Only then does she finally let out a long breath of relief. The heavy burden was finally lifted. At the same time, Van Tuong felt the same way, though he was still a bit puzzled as to why the horde of beasts had suddenly retreated. Gasping for air, he continued to replenish his soul power. It looked like they had finally managed to escape the Kunpung's territory. Over on the warship, the female crew members couldn't believe they had actually won. They started screaming with joy, completely throwing their professional. The atmosphere on the transport ship was just as electric. No one could believe they had actually managed to escape from monsters of that caliber. Cheers erupted from every corner. The old butler remained as calm as ever, knowing deep down that their survival this time was entirely thanks to Van Tuong. Having just escaped the jaws of a giant beast, even Van Cam had to admit it. Still, she couldn't help but wonder how Van Tuong knew so much about the Kunpung's habits. Just as she was about to press him for answers, Van Tuong made an excuse and cut the communication, leaving the rest of the work for them to handle. And so, the transport ship was towed by the 2 warships, making a slow and steady return home. As for Van Tuong, he exhausted what little energy he had left to walk over to Little Van's family before losing consciousness shortly after. Nuoc Vai had to carry him on her back all the way to his room. Everyone they passed bowed respectfully to Van Tuong, even though he was completely out cold. Unbeknownst to him, 4 hours later, the warships and the transport ship were already closing in on Vinan City. The docking announcement woke Van Tuong up. He sat up dizzily and saw Nuoc Vai sleeping right there beside him. Van Tuong couldn't help himself and rushed to the window to look out. He was finally back in Vin An City. Vin An City is located in the southeast corner of the Tiandu Kingdom, a fortress city built into treacherous, high-altitude terrain. To the east, it borders the Hai Thui Kingdom, and to the west, it sits against Vin An Mountain at the tail end of the southern wilderness range. This place is a vital gateway between the Central Plains and the southern wilderness, serving as a key military base to defend against the southern monster tides. For nearly 20 years, the Tiandu Kingdom and the Hai Thui Kingdom have maintained a joint border defense agreement. Both sides utilized the southern wilderness's natural landscape, linking the Hai Kong and southern wilderness mountain ranges to build a unified defense line. This indirectly fueled the rapid population and economic growth of Vinan City. At the Vin, an airport, the two warships didn't stop, but continued further into the city's interior. The Hongxi transport ship, battered and torn after the Great Battle, looked like a total wreck as it finally pulled into the dock. The old captain hurried over to thank Van Tuong, and while he was at it, he asked for autographs for his daughter and a few older ladies. Seeing the sheer number of autographs the man was asking for, Van Tuong was speechless. He wondered just how many daughters the guy actually had. Old Mok walked up to check on Van Tuong. The moment he saw him, Van Tuong's face lit up with a bright smile as he ran over and gave Old Mok a big hug, overcome with emotion. It really had been a long time. Old Mok was a bit embarrassed by the sudden affection but didn't pull away. He just thought Van Tuong was being a little dramatic. After all, it had only been a few months for him, but he had no idea that for Van Tuong, it had been several decades. Van Tuong's words left Old Mok completely confused. After the laughter died down, Van Tuong's expression became quiet and suspicious. He realized Old Mok was suppressing his power level. On the surface, he appeared to be at the late profound stage, but in reality, he was a mid-stage Heaven Realm master. This revelation left Van Tuong stunned. He secretly gritted his teeth, realizing how incredibly weak he had been in his past life. He used to think the only Heaven Realm master in the Song Mansion was the old man himself. He never imagined that Old Mok, who had raised him, was actually even stronger than his grandfather. Old Mok glanced at Little Van's family and asked who they were. Van Tuong introduced Nuoc Vai and her parents. He also introduced Old Mok to them. Immediately, Little Van's entire family bowed deeply to show their respect. Shen Dai's eyes narrowed as her suspicions were confirmed. It really was that Song family, a true noble clan. They were from Tiandu City, and even their butler was stronger than Nuoc Vai. Old Mok then curiously asked if the Shen family head, Shen Hua, was related to them. According to Shen Dai, he was indeed her father. Hearing this, Old Mok's tone became even more welcoming. He offered to arrange a ship to take them home. Feeling a bit awkward, Shen Dai politely declined and told Van Tuong he should come visit them whenever he was free. Van Tuong happily agreed and asked Little Van if she had saved his contact info yet. The little girl patted her backpack with a bright smile, saying it was all set. Van Tuong was always extra sweet to her, and even offered to take her out for a meal. Little Van was overjoyed, and asked if she could bring her sister, Nuoc Vai, along too. Hearing that, Nuoc Vai looked flustered, but didn't object. Van Tuong patted the little girl's head and nodded in agreement. As long as Little Van was happy, she could bring whoever she wanted. After that, Old Mok reminded Van Tuong that their ship had arrived. The two groups said their goodbyes and left. Van Tuong watched Little Van's family walk away for a moment before following Old Mok. Just as they were about to enter the tunnel, a frantic voice called out. Kin Hoa came running toward them, out of breath, leaving Van Tuong stunned for a moment. Before he could even react, Kin Hoa rushed forward and grabbed him. The two were reunited in the most unexpected of circumstances. Before Van Tuong could even process what was happening, Kin Hoa started rambling about everything that had happened while they were apart. She pressed a note into Yunxiang Song's hand with a soft reminder. She would be staying in Vin An for 2 weeks, and if he had the time, he should come find her. Blushing with embarrassment, she hurried away before Yunxiang could even get a word out. Holding the note in his hand, Yunxiang stood there completely baffled. Behind him, Old Mok whispered a reminder about the family banquet organized by the old master tonight. His fiancée was invited too. The name Hin Hin Kong flashed through Yunxiang's mind, that woman. He didn't have a single good memory of her. In his past life, right after he narrowly escaped the desert of death and returned to Vin An City, She had brought a heaven-tier powerhouse to call off their engagement. Hearing Old Mok's urge to move, Yunxiang grew even more eager for tonight's party. Every uncle and cousin who once looked down on him as a loser, Yunxiang's song was about to show them exactly what a true genius looks like. At the runway near the back entrance of Vinan Airport, a landing zone for small starships. In the middle of the pad, a ship sat waiting. The pilot was passing the time by lighting up a cigarette. He was Habak, the private driver for the Song Mansion's East Wing. Habak suddenly noticed Yunxiang walking toward him. Yunxiang greeted him warmly and asked about his health. In front of the boy, Habak always maintained a strictly professional demeanor. He responded and invited him aboard. As he got closer, Yunxiang sensed something off in the driver's reaction. Habak asked a question, looking a bit confused. Yunxiang didn't answer, but his expression was filled with shock. He then stepped onto the ship. Just as they were about to take off, Habak suddenly turned around and asked Yunxiang point blank. He wondered if the boy had already broken through to the Earth tier, and if his broken soul veins were finally healed. But as soon as he spoke, Old Mok told Habak to focus on driving. Realizing the hint, he gave an awkward apologetic smile, while Yunxiang sat in the back, lost in thought. He never expected Uncle Habak, a mere driver, to be a middle-stage heaven-tier expert. Yunxiang realized this because of his own sudden surge in power. At his current cultivation level, he had accidentally let it slip. Normally, only those at a higher stage can see through the cultivation of someone lower. Since Old Mok had to warn Habak, it seemed the old man knew way more than he let on. Meanwhile, the transport ship was slowly entering the maintenance bay. Inside, Dai Qitrong was still fast asleep. His bodyguard had to shake him awake. He sat up, his mind a complete fog, remembering nothing, which made the old guard very uneasy. The guard quickly checked on him. After a moment, Dai Kuai's eyes went wide as he remembered everything from yesterday. He and that legendary hero had actually fought side by side. Without a second thought, he jumped up, desperate to find Yunxiang and treat him to dinner to strike up a friendship. The old guard then told him they had already left the ship. Hearing this, Dai Kui couldn't believe his ears. Tears of sorrow turned into frustration. He ordered his men to find a way to track them down. He absolutely had to cling to this powerful ally. Back on the ship, Yunxiang brought up the Kunpeng. Old Mok explained the situation to avoid causing a panic. He had already used military clearance to silence the Hong transport crew and the passengers. Then, Yunxiang asked Old Mok for one more favor. He had run into two people from the Xia region on the ship and got into a scuffle. He asked Old Mok to investigate them using the card they gave as compensation. Taking one look at the card's design, Old Mok realized its origin. It was a style used by the 6 great noble families of the Xia region. Seeing how knowledgeable Old Mok was, Yunxiang didn't hesitate to ask more. He learned that the Xia region was controlled by the royal court, with the barbarian king leading the nobility. The 6 major tribes were split into 3 factions. The stability faction was led by the Lin family of Saman. They controlled 70% of the Xia region's technology and economy. The expansion faction was led by the Mulu family. This group controlled half of the Xia military. The neutral faction was led by the ancient Mao nobility of Suku. Their influence was deeply rooted in politics. While listening to the lecture, Yunxiang pulled out the note from King Hoa. It listed an address in Vinhan City. Old Mok happened to see it and quietly reminded Yunxiang about his fiancée. Regarding Hin Kong, Yunxiang simply agreed, telling Old Mok he'd keep his distance. Then he asked Old Mok if it was possible for the Xia region and Dilun kingdom to secretly team up and launch a pincer attack on the Thiendu kingdom. Old Mok didn't deny it, but thought the chances were slim. Going to war didn't fit the interests of the stability faction. On the outskirts of the city, at the Marquis of Juan's estate home to the Song family's east wing, the ship slowly touched down on a wide landing pad. As the dust settled, a group of people could be seen gambling near the front gate. A crowd of servants surrounded an old man in a wheelchair. Turns out, the old man in the wheelchair was no ordinary person. He was busy cleaning out the servants' pockets. A second later, everyone's attention shifted. Yunxiang stepped out of the ship, catching many off guard. They grumbled that their losing streak was because Yunxiang had returned, so they quickly packed up their things to avoid him causing another scene. Right after that, the servants lined up in perfect order to welcome him home. An old man in a wheelchair greeted Van Tuong with a huge smile. That was Ma Tam, the gatekeeper of the East Courtyard in the Tong Mansion. Seeing him, Van Tuong responded with just as much warmth. As he spoke, Ma Tam used his cane to push himself up. asking Van Tuong if he had a good time at the martial arts academy this past year. He teased, asking if the boy had brought back a wife for the old marquis yet. Before Ma Tam could say another word, Van Tuong rushed over to cut him off. In reality, he wanted to probe the old man's cultivation level. He never expected that Ma Tam was actually a mid-tier heaven rank expert. Ma Tam invited Van Tuong to his place to relax and sit down for a few games of chess. Hearing this, old Mok, who was standing behind them, quietly reminded Van Tuong that the marquis was already waiting in the central courtyard's main hall. With that, Van Tuong politely declined the old man's offer, promising they would hang out and have a few drinks another time. But Ma Tam wasn't done yet. He mentioned that the Spring Evening Pavilion and the Red Sleeve attraction had just gotten some new tea in stock. He said he was just waiting for Van Tuong to get back so they could go enjoy it together. Obviously, the tea he was talking about was the kind made of flesh and blood. Feeling awkward, Van Tuong hurried away and left them behind. Ha Bak Chiet, walking at the back, started mocking Ma Tam. He asked how a guy with broken legs could still go out and play with girls. Without missing a beat, Ma Tam shot back that his legs might be crippled, but the one between them was still in perfect working order. Once Van Tuong was out of earshot, the two of them began communicating through telepathy. Ha Bak Chiet noted that Van Tuong had already. Ma Tam had noticed it too. Not only had Van Tuong restored his soul meridians, but he had also just tried to. After saying that, both Ma Tam and Ha Bak Chiet fell into a deep silence, neither one sharing their private thoughts. Following Old Mok's lead, Van Tuong walked quickly through the mansion. As he walked, his mind was racing with thoughts about Uncle Ma Tam. He remembered the man had been the gatekeeper of the East Courtyard since he was a child. Because he was such an interesting guy, they had been very close back then. He hadn't just taught Van Tuong how to gamble, he was the one who taught him all his tricks and even how to pick locks. Van Tuong never suspected that Ma Tam was hiding his mid-tier heaven rank power behind a fake profound rank front. Very soon, Van Tuong and Old Mok arrived at the doors of the main residence. Standing there waiting was an old man with hair as white as snow. He carried an incredibly majestic aura, and this was none other than Tong Kin Trung, the head of the Tong family. He looked at Van Tuong and let out a series of happy chuckles. Van Tuong greeted the old man, saying, "Grandpa, I am home." In the blink of an eye, the elder Tong appeared right in front of Van Tuong to check his cultivation. Realizing the boy was already at the earth rank made his mood even more ecstatic. He then told Van Tuong to follow him into the study. He wanted to spar and chat, demanding to hear everything that happened over the past year. Looking at his grandfather's back, Van Tuong's expression turned solemn. Originally, he thought his grandfather was at the peak of the heaven rank, but he was wrong. This man was definitely a semi-saint. He was likely even stronger than Old Tu. Van Tuong realized that in his past life, his own strength had been too low to sense their true realms. He never imagined the Tong family was hiding so many trump cards. However, Van Tuong didn't feel happy about it at all. If the Tong family had a semi-saint and 3 mid-tier heaven rank experts protecting them, yet they were still wiped out in his previous life, it meant that during the southern wilderness monster tide, his current preparations were nowhere near enough to change their fate. Suddenly, Van Tuong turned his head to look back. For a brief moment, he sensed the faint aura of a saint rank. Though the scent was incredibly weak in the wind, he was certain of it. Van Tuong wondered if the Tong family was hiding an actual saint rank expert too. A real, genuine saint. This only added to his confusion regarding the secret cards the Tong family was holding. His own preparations felt like adding a tiny decoration to a massive masterpiece. In his heart, Van Tuong cursed, wondering if the only way to survive was to make every single one of them reach the saint rank. Inside the study, Van Tuong and the elder Tong sat down across from a game board. Van Tuong won the first match easily. This made the elder Tong sigh, saying it looked like he couldn't afford to go easy on the boy next time. Van Tuong laughed heartily. He claimed it was just luck. In reality, he was trying his best to hold back, playing at only 30% of his skill. There was no way his grandfather could see through him. After the game, the elder Tong dismissed Old Mok. Once the door was closed, the old man slowly began clearing the board. He signaled that he wanted to play one more round. A thought flashed through Van Tuong's mind, and he decided to ask him a question. He asked if the old man had received news from Than Nguyen Din. The elder Tong confirmed it and praised Van Tuong. He was impressed that the boy had gathered so many ancient manuals in such a short time, and had even become the host for Zuo Ci. Van Tuong's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought to himself that if he told the truth that he was a regressor from 60 years in the future, it would be way too shocking. It would be better to explain it as having accidentally entered a secret realm within an illusion array, where he experienced 60 years of having made up his mind. Van Tuong told him that story. When he finished, the Elder Tong didn't seem to pay it much mind. Instead, he kept his focus on the board. After a series of moves, the Elder Tong lost the game yet again. During that time, he suddenly said that every single piece on the board has to follow the rules of the game. But what happens if a piece accidentally leaps right off the board? As those words sank in, a shocking realization flashed through Yunxiang's mind. Meanwhile, over in the Lord's Manor of Yong'an City, inside the manor, Kong Xingxian was throwing a fit, refusing to marry Yunxiang. She swore she'd never take a husband with crippled soul veins. Hearing that, her father, Kong Fan, roared in anger. If it weren't for the Song family's help back then, the Kong family wouldn't even exist today. Not to mention, this engagement was set 20 years ago. Besides, he'd heard that Song Yunxiang had performed heroically in the Battle of Yuanding City and had become the host for Zuo Ci. But before he could even finish, Jingxin made her contempt crystal clear. So what if Song Yunxiang has some battle achievements? How could he ever compare to Sun Xia? Her words only made Kong Fan even more furious. He screamed at Xingxin, calling Sun Xia nothing but a street rat and an orphan who'd never amount to anything. But Xingxin shot back, revealing that Sun Xia was now the leader of the White Dragon Gang. On top of that, he told her he was about to become the host for Cao Ren in 1 month at the very latest. Even if Song Yunxiang is Zuo Ci's host, with his playboy attitude, there's no way he could ever keep up with Sun Xia. Kong Fan was left speechless. Right then, a voice like rolling thunder boomed through the room, followed by a loud laugh. The newcomer immediately mocked the Song family, calling them a tiny, insignificant clan. Recognizing the voice, both Kong Fan and Jingxin froze. Looking shocked, they both rushed outside to see. Right before their eyes, a figure came soaring toward them. Kong Fan was stunned to see that his father had finally finished his secluded meditation. Xingxin was mesmerized by his ability to fly through the air. Approaching them was a somewhat chubby, clumsy-looking old man. He waved his hand at Xingxin. She had no idea that true flight was a technique reserved for the divine realm. He had just broken through to the heaven realm, so he was barely able to walk on air. This was Kong Zheng, the head of the Kong family. As soon as they heard he'd reached the heaven realm, both father and daughter were absolutely floored. Seeing their reaction, Elder Zheng smirked with pride. He then told them to follow him inside to talk. In front of the old man, both of them were on their best behavior. As Jingxin helped him walk, she started digging for info. "Grandpa, how do you compare to the old marquis of the Song Manor now?" Elder Zheng gave a haughty snort, saying Song Jingzhong had been stuck at the early heaven realm for years and had likely hit his limit. Since he'd just broken through himself, he was confident he could go toe-to-toe. Jingxin was thrilled. She begged Elder Zheng to take her to the Song family to call off the engagement. "And if anyone objects, we just beat them up." Kong Fan immediately cut her off, telling her to stop being so reckless. The Song family was once a great clan from the Heaven capital, after all. But before he could finish, Elder Zheng interrupted. He'd already overheard their entire conversation. On the contrary, he felt Xingxin and Sun Xia were a perfect match, and it would benefit the Kong family too. Kong Fan couldn't help but argue. Sun Xia is clearly just a thug, while the Song family. But once again, Elder Zheng cut him off. Xingxin is the only one in her generation. If she marries into the Song family, she'll only be guaranteed a quiet life for a few decades. But if we get the host of Cao Ren to marry into our family, in 3 years, never mind a century of wealth, we might even be able to return to the main Kong clan and reclaim our heritage. Kong Fan stopped arguing. He honestly hadn't thought that far ahead. Elder Zheng continued, saying that now that he'd reached the heaven realm, he was on equal footing with the Songs. An alliance is just the icing on the cake. As for Sun Xia being an orphan, we can have him marry into the family and pour all our resources into training him. Kong Fan felt like a light bulb had gone off. He realized this was a brilliant plan. Elder Zheng then turned back to Xingxin. "Are you absolutely sure this Sun Xia kid is the host for Cao Ren?" Xingxin nodded, with total confidence. "Sun Xia would never lie to me." Elder Zheng pushed further, asking if she was confident she could get him to join their family. Xingxin's face turned bright red as she shyly admitted it. She and Sun Xia had already crossed that line, so of course he would. Kong Fam slammed his hand on the table and shouted in agreement, declaring they would head to the Song residence right now to break off the engagement. But then, he suddenly paused. The old man felt that even if they wanted to cancel the betrothal, they needed a proper, justifiable reason to save face. This was something Kong Hin hadn't thought through yet. Originally, she planned to use the excuse that the family wouldn't allow her to marry someone with broken soul, but Song Vantuong had already been cured. Elder Tron, looking fired up, told them to just pick whatever reason they wanted. He was now a heaven-stage powerhouse and looked down on everyone. To him, the fist of the strong was the only logic that mattered. Why fear anyone? Despite this, Kong Pham still felt uneasy. The old marquis of the Song family also possessed early heaven-stage cultivation. To his surprise, Elder Tron's fighting spirit only intensified. If Song King Trung dared to lift a finger, the elder wouldn't mind tearing the Song estate apart. He had come prepared. As he spoke, Elder Tron pulled out a pill. He hadn't hesitated to pay 5 times the auction price for it. It was a high-quality item from the Hong family, a 3-star pill called the Strength Strengthening Round. Meanwhile, over at the Song estate, Van Tuong was confused and asked Old Man Song to clarify his words. What exactly did he mean by the technique of jumping off the chessboard? The old man's smile was full of hidden meaning. However, he just brushed it off, saying it was nothing, and that he only wanted to undo a move. He then shifted the conversation to the secret realm where Van Tuong had found his lucky break. Van Tuong's eyes were fixed on the board, but his mind was elsewhere. He had a feeling the old man definitely knew some deep secrets. After hesitating for a few seconds, Van Tuong continued his story about wandering into a super-ancient secret realm. It was there that he gained. Because of that, he knew that in the near future, the southern wilderness would face a monster horde unlike anything seen in history. The entire southern wilderness would be wiped out. Every soldier of the Song family would be slaughtered. The beast tide would swallow Vingen City whole before surging. Later, the Diluan kingdom would invade for a final showdown at the capital. After that, he ended up in exile in the Bitch Thui kingdom. He found protection under Empress Song. Van Tuong recounted everything that had happened over those many years. Outside the study, Elder Mok was still waiting. As time ticked by, a loud shout suddenly caught his attention. Song Kim, the head butler of the inner court, came rushing in looking for the old master. Unlike the frantic Song Kim, Elder Mok remained calm and asked what was wrong. Catching his breath, Song Kim reported that the condition of that person wasn't looking good. Hearing this, Elder Mok finally looked flustered. He asked doubtfully to confirm if it was really that person. Once Elder Mok finished, Song Kim demanded to see the old master immediately. Even so, Elder Mok raised his hand to stop him. Seeing Song Kim's confusion, Elder Mok explained sternly. The Marquis and the young master were discussing something vital and could not be disturbed. Inside, Van Tuong had reached the part of the story where he sacrificed himself. He explained how he then woke up from the vision. After finishing, he gave a self-conscious laugh, figuring his grandfather would find the whole just as he was about to say more, the old man suddenly cursed, saying, "Damn it, 60 years is exactly 1 full cycle." He complained that Van Tuong, hearing the muttering, Van Tuong asked what he meant. Setting that aside, the old man asked about the Star-Lord system. He wanted to know if the ability to copy the Star Soul generals of others was actually real. Everything was finally starting to make sense to him. So this was the double insurance his daughter-in-law had mentioned. Though, he suspected she never expected Van Tuong to be such a slacker. The kid actually managed to live another 60 years before finally kicking the bucket. Sitting across from him, Van Tuong confirmed it and brought up the misunderstanding back at Yuan Ding City. Everyone believed he was the host for Zuo Ci. In reality, he had simply taken Zuo Ci's soul jade. Telling the truth finally brought Van Tuong. At this point, his grandfather was likely the only person who truly believed him. The old man warned Van Tuong that he must keep this a total secret. He told him to never reveal the Star-Lord system to anyone. Using Zuo Ci as a shield was actually a brilliant move, so he should just keep using that identity to hide the system. In his past life, Van Tuong hadn't intentionally hidden the system. But the first time he actually copied a Star Soul general, back then, he thought the system could only warn him of danger or detect incoming formations. Suddenly, the old man stood up. He said it was time to hand a few things over to Van Tuong. Van Tuong looked back at him with a confused and questioning gaze. The old man explained that these were things Van Tuong's mother had left behind. Everything he knew actually came from her. She had once prophesied that one day Van Tuong would become powerful, either because his soul veins healed themselves or because he traveled back through time. The more he heard, the more confused Van Tuong became. According to the old man, his mother told him not to be surprised when that day finally came. She told him that no matter what Van Tuong said, he had to believe him. As he spoke, the old man handed Van Tuong a wooden box. Furthermore, his mother had left one specific message. The laws of time are not something human strength can defy. Beneath the star web, everything is just a piece on the board. As soon as those words left his grandfather's mouth, Van Tuong was completely stunned. How did his mother know about the star web? Who exactly was she? At this point, the old man admitted that the chess match they just played was just him mimicking his mother's style. He hadn't been able to grasp much of its true meaning. He could only count on Van Tuong now. Suddenly, the sky began to ripple with a violent surge of energy. Both the old man and Van Tuong felt an immense pressure coming from outside. Someone was forcing their way into the Song estate. Everything now rested on Van Tuong's shoulders as the air turned heavy with a powerful presence, shaking the very foundation of the house. Both Old Man Tong and Van Tuong sensed it instantly. This wasn't the first time Van Tuong had felt that fading saint-rank aura. But this time, it was clearer than ever before. Before he could even react, he saw his grandfather burst through the door in a massive hurry, shouting for Van Tuong to follow him right now. The urgency was off the charts. Van Tuong and the two head butlers scrambled to keep up with the old man's frantic pace. While they ran, Tong Kim whispered that the person they were going to see wasn't doing well at all. Trailing behind, Van Tuong couldn't help but scan Tong Kim's cultivation level. The result left him puzzled. Was the East Wing really the only special place in the entire Tong estate? A second later, Tong Kim finally noticed Van Tuong was there. He was about to protest his presence, but Old Man Tong cut him off with a look, signaling it was fine. It was finally time for Van Tuong to know the truth. After reaching the central courtyard, the four of them stepped into an elevator hidden right in the middle of a lake. Van Tuong watched in curiosity, already guessing. As the seconds ticked by, the elevator plunged deeper and deeper, going way past where the normal hidden rooms would be. That's when Van Tuong's jaw dropped. When the doors finally opened, they stepped out into a massive underground world that looked exactly like the surface, complete with stunning views and fresh air. Van Tuong quickly realized they were still deep underground. Everything was lit by advanced artificial lights. He never imagined the Tong family had such a massive hidden facility. The group slowly made their way deeper into the complex. There were plenty of maids here, tending to the grounds. Eventually, they reached the main palace. Old Man Tong ordered the two butlers to stay and guard the entrance while he led Van Tuong inside. As soon as they stepped in, Van Tuong saw a frail, white-haired man lying weak on a bed. Old Man Tong rushed over, calling out to him as third uncle with a voice full of worry. The old man slowly opened his eyes, coughing several times before answering that Tong Trung had arrived just in time. Tong Trung then helped his uncle sit up, asking about his health. Standing to the side, Van Tuong observed silently. He was certain that the aura he felt earlier came from this old man, someone he had never even met in his past. If this man truly was a saint rank, Van Tuong figured he must be the host of a legendary Star Soul general like Su Win. On the bed, the old man looked incredibly fragile. He knew his time was up, fearing he had less than 1 month left to live. It was only then that he noticed Van Tuong standing there. Old Man Tong quickly explained that this was his grandson. The old man let out a soft sigh, remembering Van Tuong as the boy born with a broken soul vein. Tong Trung then introduced the man to Van Tuong as his third uncle. That made him Van Tuong's great uncle. Van Tuong immediately knelt to show his respect. Seeing that Van Tuong had already reached the early earth rank, the old man couldn't help but praise him, saying a moment later, he realized the boy's broken soul vein had been completely healed, making him even happier. Suddenly, Van Tuong reached out to support his great-uncle's hand, secretly commanding his system to copy the old man's Star Soul general immediately. But after a long moment, there was absolutely no response from the system. This sent Van Tuong into a total panic. He couldn't understand why the system wasn't reacting. Just then, his great-uncle was hit by a sudden, agonizing wave of pain. Before Old Man Tong could react, a violent explosion of saint-rank aura erupted from the great-uncle's body. Caught off guard, both Old Man Tong and Van Tuong were blown back. Thanks to his half-saint cultivation, Tong Trung managed to stabilize himself and throw up a protective barrier. Van Tuong was sent flying into the air, but he managed to keep his cool and land firmly on his feet without falling. Seeing this, Old Man Tong was genuinely impressed and gave Van Tuong a nod of approval. He was amazed that the boy didn't get hurt, even when facing a saint-rank shockwave. At this point, Van Tuong was certain. This was the exact same energy he had sensed before. He turned to Old Man Tong and asked if this man was the secret saint-rank powerhouse hidden within the Slowly, the aura faded away, leaving the old man coughing violently again. Tong Trung rushed to his side, his face full of concern. After his coughing fit subsided, the old man explained what just happened. Since his life force was almost gone, his body was like a leaking balloon, and his saint-rank soul power was just spilling out uncontrollably. He was quite surprised to see that Van Tuong hadn't been injured by the massive aura spike. He chuckled weakly and praised him, saying he'd expect nothing less from the son of those two. He guessed that Tong Trung had brought Van Tuong here because he intended to make the boy the family's top priority for training. Tong Trung confirmed it. He explained that Van Tuong had encountered a miracle outside, which not only restored his soul power, but also made him exponentially stronger. He told them about the vision from the secret realm, where he saw a terrifying future. In just over 1 month, a massive monster tide from the southern wilderness would completely swallow Yong'an City. The great uncle fell into deep thought before asking Van Tuong if he saw anyone from the Tong family who managed to survive the slaughter. Without a moment's hesitation, Van Tuong answered that the entire family was pretty much wiped out. That revelation left both old men in total shock, and they both cried out in disbelief. However, Tong Trung managed to compose himself quickly. Even though what Van Tuong saw in that illusion seemed impossible, it was better to be safe than sorry. He felt they needed to start preparing immediately. There were some secrets that it was finally time to share. Hearing this, the great uncle understood and said he wanted to tell Van Tuong himself. Van Tuong sat down cross-legged, listening intently. His great uncle began by telling him that his name was Tong Bin Shuyen. He was once one of the 8 legendary generals of the celestial capital and the host of the heroic spirit, Cao Ren. Before the story could even finish, Yunxiang let out a shocked cry. He was stunned because this made no sense. It didn't align with anything he had experienced in his past life. Plus, he had just been in contact with his great-grandfather. His Star-Lord system hadn't shown any reaction either. Even though it seemed impossible, Old Man Song firmly confirmed the facts, though he was puzzled by the boy's sudden outburst. Could it be that in the future Yunxiang came from, he never actually saw his great-grandfather? He didn't even need to ask for an answer. Great-grandpa Shuyen already felt like he wouldn't last that long. In response, Yunxiang confirmed that was exactly the case, and there was more. He explained that Cao Ren's future host was a young man named Sun Sha. Great-grandpa Shuyen didn't find this strange at all, as his own life force was almost completely drained. Once he passed, Cao Ren would manifest as a soul jade again to seek out a new host. That young man was likely the next successor in line. The more Old Man Song thought about it, the more it galled him. He hated that he couldn't find a way to heal his uncle. Grandpa Zhu Yen could only let out a heavy sigh. He had already accepted that his time was running out. Suddenly, remembering Yunxiang's tales, Old Man Song asked if there were any pills in the south that could extend one's life. He declared that if they could get their hands on just one, the Song family would gladly give up every cent they owned without a second thought. After thinking for a moment, Yunxiang replied that a 7-star life-sustaining pill could grant an extra 3 to 7 years of life. An 8-star version could add 5 to 10 years, while a 9-star pill could extend a person's life by 30 years or more. This news gave Old Man Song a glimmer of hope, and he eagerly asked if Yunxiang had a way to get one. He remembered the boy had saved a prince. Maybe they could ask the royals for a favor. Yunxiang just gave a mischievous little smile and shook his head, saying they didn't need to involve the imperial family at all. He dropped a bombshell, saying he actually knew how to craft all 3 of those pills himself. This news sent Old Man Song into a total state of shock as he shouted for confirmation. He was so worked up he couldn't help but rush over and grab Yunxiang by the shoulders to interrogate him. He demanded to know when his grandson had learned alchemy, especially something as advanced as life-extending medicine. Gently removing his grandfather's hands, Yunxiang calmly explained. He admitted that longevity and eternal life pills were still a bit beyond his current level, but a 7-star life-sustaining pill was well within his reach. Even hearing it directly from Yunxiang, Old Man Song struggled to believe it. He knew that even the royal alchemists could only manage 6-star pills, and even then, they had a success rate of only 10%. Yunxiang didn't say a word. He simply reached into his robe and pulled out a pill. An impossibly rich medicinal aroma instantly filled the air. Even Great-Grandpa Suyen's eyes went wide as he stared. He stammered, unable to form words, but he could feel the power coming off it. Just by the aura alone, he knew it was at least a 7-star pill or higher. Old Man Song stood there, looking even more terrified than amazed. He wanted to speak, but his voice failed him. Yunxiang then casually mentioned it was an 8-star heaven spirit pill that he had whipped up on his way over. He explained that it could raise a heaven-tier cultivator's power by 1 sub-realm with 0 side effects, though it only worked the very first time you took it. The name Heaven Spirit Pill made both old men recoil, their pupils shrinking to pinpoints as they gasped. Without hesitation, Yunxiang handed it over to his grandfather. Before this, Yunxiang had assumed his grandfather was just a run-of-the-mill heaven-tier warrior, but now it was clear he needed the boost. Still, he told his grandfather to decide for himself how to use it. Old man Song's eyes were glued to the pill. As he took it, his whole body trembled with pure excitement. Right then and there, he made a decree. From this moment on, Yunxiang would hold the same authority as the head of the Song family. All resources and personnel were his to command. His only request was that Yunxiang must find a way to craft a life-extending pill for his great-grandfather. With a relaxed vibe, Yunxiang told him to chill out and not rush. First, he needed to give great-grandpa Shuyan a thorough medical checkup. As he stepped forward to take his pulse, the old man suddenly pulled his hand back. He then held out his right hand instead, explaining that his other arm was a prosthetic made from advanced biotechnology. Yunxiang looked on, confused. Great-grandpa Suyan pulled back his sleeve to reveal a patchwork of scars. During the Great War years ago, he had lost half of his right side and nearly died, which was why his body was so withered. He had been hiding beneath the Song estate ever since. Looking at the mechanical arm, the old man chuckled to himself, noting how realistic it looked. That revelation finally made everything click for Yunxiang. No wonder the system hadn't reacted. He should have noticed something was off sooner. Looking closely at the arm, Yunxiang felt something wasn't right. He guessed it wasn't a product of this era, but likely ancient civilization tech found in some ruins. The moment his fingers brushed against his great-grandfather's hand, the Star Lord system pinged. A notification popped up. Heroic spirit host detected. It continued its scan and finally identified the spirit as Cao Ren. A small smile played on Yunxiang's lips, but suddenly, the system issued an error warning, detecting a 7% flaw. There was an error within the spirit soul of Cao Ren, and the system began an automatic repair process. Yunxiang let out a sudden shout of surprise. His outburst worried the two old men. Pulling himself together, Yunxiang shifted the conversation back to his great-grandfather's health. He theorized that because the old man's physical body was incomplete, it was messing with the 2 spirit-soul meridians in his system. He followed up by asking, "Your cultivation hasn't improved at all since you were injured, has it?" Great-grandpa Zuyan confirmed it, noting that not only had it stalled, but even all the spirit herbs he'd used over the years hadn't helped one bit. "The best I can do right now is keep his cultivation level from dropping too fast, and that is it." Van Tuong understood the situation perfectly. First, he would find the ingredients for the life-prolonging pill. Then he would figure out a way to Upon hearing those words, old man Shuyan was shocked once again, unable to believe his own ears as he asked for confirmation. Is there really a way for these missing limbs to grow back? Van Tuong calmly confirmed it, saying that time was of the essence, so he would go and find the materials for the life-prolonging pill first, and they could talk. Then, he took out a bottle of 5-star pills called the Spring Renewal Pill, which was an upgraded version of the Rejuvenation Pill. Although it could not increase a person's lifespan, its healing properties were incredibly potent and could help soothe his constant pain. Holding the bottle tightly, old man Shuyan was deeply moved, while old man Song patted Van Tuong on the shoulder and told him to go ahead, as he would handle the orders for Song Kim and Song Mok. Every resource the Song family owned was now at Van Tuong's total disposal, while outside, the 2 old stewards remained on high alert, standing guard. Seeing Van Tuong walk out, old man Mok immediately asked if he was planning to head back to the East Wing. In response, Van Tuong told them to stay here and wait for orders instead of escorting him back. After speaking, Van Tuong headed back to the elevator, and as he rode it up, he began looking into the system notification error. According to the system, an unknown cause had led to the corruption of the Star Soul General stats, and it was currently marking the damaged area to begin a slow repair process. There were about 140,000 seconds remaining, and a short while later at the east wing of the Song Mansion, where Van Tuong lived, a group of maids was busy cleaning his bed. The atmosphere was incredibly rushed and hectic. After a while, Lian Wei finished her work and let out a sigh of relief, guessing that young Master Van Tuong would be quite pleased with the result. Hearing that, Tung Lam snorted coldly, not hesitating to call Van Tuong an annoying jerk. She asked Lian Wai if she had already forgotten how he used to bully her, causing Lian Wai to turn bright red with embarrassment. She did not hesitate to defend Van Tuong even though he was not there, but looking at the bottle of patchouli, Tung Lam found it even more irritating and mocked Lian Wai for being so thoughtful toward that pervert. Lian Wai immediately spoke up to clarify that Van Tuong was no longer a loser and that he could cultivate normally now. The more Lian Wai defended him, the more Tung Lam enjoyed teasing her, saying that even if he was not a loser, calling him a pervert certainly was not wrong. This made Lian Wai incredibly frustrated, and the two of them continued to bicker back and forth until Than Dai started to get annoyed. She reminded both Lian Wai and Tung Lam not to be so disrespectful when Van Tuong returned. Both of them obediently listened without a word of protest, while next to them, Tutu stretched her tired arms and complained about being hungry. However, her behavior did not escape Than Dai's notice, and she was immediately given a stern reminder. Than Dai warned Tutu not to think her laziness had gone unseen, but Tutu just gave a playful and mischievous apology. Tung Lam could not stand the sight of it and called Tutu a lazy bum, but Than Dai immediately scolded her as well. With a serious look, Than Dai asked them if they had forgotten their etiquette classes, telling them not to use such foul language like the common guards at the gate. Suddenly, Tutu jumped up, claiming she desperately needed to use the restroom, so Than Dai had no choice but to tell her to go and come back quickly. That was exactly what she wanted, and Tutu skipped away happily, though her real goal was to sneak into the kitchen for a snack. Once outside, Tutu ran into Tu Van and pointed a finger at her, bossily telling her not to be lazy. In terms of age, Tu Van was younger than Tutu, but despite Tutu's antics, Tu Van remained completely expressionless. She simply uttered a soft sound and turned to walk away, which left Tutu fuming with nowhere to vent her anger, so she decided to follow Tu Van. She started lecturing her using the same tone as Than Dai, but no matter what she said, Tu Van only responded with a quiet sound, forcing Tutu to run around and block her path. She shouted at the younger girl, saying that if she did not listen to her seniors, she would be transferred and sent to the outer court to shovel manure every single day. Just then, a hand was placed on Tutu's head as a voice asked who she was planning to send to shovel manure, causing Tutu to look back in confusion. Suddenly, Tutu's eyes widened and filled with tears because the person standing right in front of her was none other than Van Tuong, and she started stammering, unable to find her words. A second later, she excitedly threw her arms around Van Tuong in pure joy, but he quickly pulled her off and warned her not to get any snot on his clothes. Nearby, Tu Van remained expressionless, thinking to herself that this man must be Song Van Tuong, the host of Zuo Ci. Setting the frantic Tutu aside, Van Tuong stepped forward to face Tu Van directly. He noticed how cold her gaze was, and in his memories of his past life, he had never encountered this person before. While Van Tuong was wondering about her, Tutu chimed in with an annoyed tone, explaining that she was just a trainee maid who had been transferred from the outer court a few days ago. She followed up with a series of harsh insults, but Van Tuong remained silent, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. He activated the system to scan the girl in front of him and immediately realized that Tu Van was actually an agent from the Dailon Nation. She was undercover with a mid-level yellow-grade cultivation, using a microchip implanted in her body to mask her energy and look like an... Seeing Van Tuong staring at her so intently, she began to show signs of nervousness and confusion. Zisu stepped right up, waving her hand dismissively to mock Su Yun. With a chest that flat, what is there to even look at? She sneered. She didn't hesitate to flaunt her own curves, leaving Van Tuong completely speechless. Hearing a familiar voice, Lian Wai also came running out to see what was happening. It was exactly as she thought Van Tuong had finally returned. She called out to him happily, and Van Tuong waved back with a smile. Following close behind Lian Wai were Than Dai and Tung Lam. Than Dai stared at Van Tuong, her shock hidden beneath a calm surface. Going from the yellow rank to the earth rank in just 1 year was absolutely unbelievable. Meanwhile, Van Tuong was quietly sizing up Than Dai. Discovering she was already at the early stage of the earth rank, he realized she was definitely no ordinary girl. In his memories, she had been by his side from the very beginning. He wondered if she was one of his grandfather's people, secretly placed there to watch over him. Down in the underground secret chamber, Old Man Song waited a moment before finally stepping out. On the way back, he called for Old Mok and declared that starting today, every man and every resource of the Song family was under any instruction from Van Tuong was to be treated as a direct order from the head of the house, no questions asked, just immediate execution. Old Mok nodded, accepting the directive. Furthermore, Old Man Song summoned the likes of Aka and Akim. The shadow guards of the Song estate were to protect Van Tuong's life at any cost. This was when Old Mok truly looked stunned. Before he could even ask, Old Man Song confirmed that the shadow guards were now officially under Van Tuong's control. The entire Song estate was being handed over. Old Man Song believed that with the shadow guards in Van Tuong's hands, their true potential would finally be realized. At the same time, Van Tuong had headed back inside, where the maids were pampering him with joyful enthusiasm. Feeling the weight of this lavish lifestyle, he couldn't help but sigh. Life used to be so carefree, it actually made him feel a bit nostalgic. Zissou carefully blew on some tea before offering it to him. Van Tuong took the cup and took a slow sip. While he drank, he observed everyone around him. Then, he called Zissou over to give her a specific task. Leaning into her ear, Van Tuong whispered for her to keep a close eye on the maid named Su Yun, but warned her to stay safe while doing it. After hearing this, Zissou shared her own thoughts, admitting she'd felt something was off about that girl for a while. Afterward, Van Tuong dismissed all the maids so he could get some rest. Every maid followed his orders instantly, treating Van Tuong like their own little king. The last one to leave was Thon Dai. She didn't forget to remind him that she was stationed right below his room and that he could call for her whenever he needed anything. As the door clicked shut, Van Tuong turned his attention to a small wooden box. The material looked ordinary enough, but as he moved to open it, he realized it was protected by a level 3 security formation. His grandfather hadn't mentioned a password at all. Not wanting to waste time, Van Tuong told his system to hack straight into it. While he waited, he recalled his grandfather's final words. Everything beneath the star grid is just a game of chess. What did that even mean? He couldn't figure it out yet. Soon enough, the system successfully cracked the formation. There were 12 different sets of possible passwords. Van Tuong picked one at random and entered it. He felt like the sequence looked strangely familiar. To his surprise, he got it right on the very first try. The moment he saw what was inside, Van Tuong's expression froze in shock. He recognized one item as the Star Step Gate. In his past life, he had heard those 3 words mentioned among the Black Armor Guards. Rumor had it that many of the secret combat techniques used by the Black Armor Guards were linked to the Star Step Gate. However, those 3 words were practically forbidden among the guards. No one dared to speak them aloud. Next, he picked up a jade piece. The craftsmanship was incredibly delicate, but he had no idea what it actually did. Then came the mask. The moment he picked it up, it activated on its own. On the front, it read, "The Faceless Masses," and on the back, "Form follows the heart." Van Tuong couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind it. What confused him most was that the mask had no eye holes. How was he supposed to see? Driven by curiosity, he pressed it against his face. Surprisingly, despite having no holes, he could see outside perfectly. What is more, when he looked in the mirror, the mask was not even visible on his face. It took a moment for him to realize something was wrong. He looked in the mirror again, and cold sweat began to pour down his back. For a split second, his eyes looked like they were about to pop out of his head. Suddenly, he had regained his appearance from his past life, a middle-aged man in his 60s. Hearing his shout, Thon Dai pushed the door open and rushed in. Van Tuong didn't have time to fix it. The moment she saw his face, Thon Dai froze in her tracks. She immediately pulled a dagger from her boot, her gaze sharp and dangerous as she demanded to know who he was. Van Tuong could only stammer, trying to find an explanation. Just moments before, Old Mok had arrived with 2 shadow guards to see Van Tuong. Following her orders, Thon Dai told them to wait there while she went upstairs to check in. Standing behind Old Mok were 2 young men. The brown-haired one was Cao Kai Ha. He looked serious and cold. The white-haired one was Ma Kim Hoa, who seemed much more relaxed and mischievous. Back with Thon Dai, she entered Van Tuong's room only to find a strange old man standing there, instantly putting her on high alert. She immediately demands to know where Van Tuong is. Caught in the middle of a misunderstanding, Van Tuong desperately tries to explain, but before he can finish his sentence, Thon Dai strikes out at him. Thanks to his incredible reflexes, Van Tuong easily catches her hand in a single move. He pins her down to restrain her, but just as he's about to speak, Thon Dai lets out a loud scream, cutting him off mid-sentence. Van Tuong quickly covers her mouth with his hand. While trying to explain, he suddenly remembers the phrase, he wonders if this power can actually change his appearance based on his thoughts. With no other choice, he decides to give it a shot. A second later, he transforms into an exact copy of Thon Dai. This shocks her even more, and she tries to scream again, but she's completely silenced. Van Tuong makes a playful face. amazed by this power. No wonder it revealed his true form earlier. It turns out, this is how his subconscious truly perceives himself. Right then, the people outside come rushing up. Just as Old Tong and his group burst in, Van Tuong manages to switch back to his original form just in time. However, the position he and Thon Dai are in looks a bit compromising. Feeling the awkwardness, Van Tuong tries his best to. He claims he was just messing around with Thon Dai. From the back, Ma Kim Hoa pushes forward, teasing Van Tuong for being such a player. She calls him a role model for them all. Old Ma clears his throat and reminds Van Tuong about the banquet tonight. He mentions Kong Hin Hin, Van Tuong's fiancée, once again. Having heard it a million times, Van Tuong just waves him off. Standing nearby, Thon Dai finally realizes the whole thing was just a misunderstanding. Before she can say anything, Van Tuong signals for her to keep quiet. Even though it was a mistake, Thon Dai still feels guilty and steps aside to fix her clothes. Van Tuong asks Old Mok why he's really here. Instead of answering right away, Old Mok invites him to the study. As for Thon Dai, Van Tuong tells her to clear the table and put his things in the bedroom. A bit later in the study, Van Tuong asks if Thon Dai was someone his grandfather sent. Having no choice, Old Mok admits it, even though it was supposed to be a secret from Van Tuong. She is an Earth rank elite from the 2nd Shadow Guard unit of the Song Manor, essentially one of his subordinates. Mentioning the Shadow Guards makes Van Tuong remember those who risked their lives to lead him out of Vingan City in his past life. According to Old Mok, the 1st unit handles combat, the 2nd handles intel, and the 3rd is for protection. He was ordered by the old Marquis to set everything up. From now on, all the Shadow Guards will follow Van Tuong's orders. He is now the sole master of every Shadow Guard. Old Mok then introduces the 2 guards beside him as the captains of units 1 and 2. But when Van Tuong hears their names, he's left speechless. Aha and Akim? What kind of weird names are those? Just then, Cao Kai Ha and Ma Kim Hoa both kneel down to greet Van Tuong. After hearing their formal introductions, Van Tuong is even more impressed. Those are definitely some interesting names. Old Mok immediately tells him to watch his tongue, explaining they are orphans and were named by Van Tuong's mother. At the mention of his mother, Cao Kai Ha looks deeply grateful. According to her, his name belongs to a legendary hero from an ancient civilization. Ma Kim Hoa's name, on the other hand, comes from some myth from a super ancient civilization. They were both nameless orphans, and if it weren't for the 3rd madam, they probably would have starved to death in some slum long ago. A super ancient civilization? Van Tuong thinks to himself. He has no memory of his mother at all. Who exactly was she? When it comes to his parents from his previous life, Van Tuong doesn't have many memories of them either. He recalls his grandfather saying that 16 years ago, they simply vanished without a trace. To the public, it was announced they died suddenly in an accident. Van Tuong was only 2 years old at the time and couldn't remember a thing. In his youth, he was too busy wasting his life away. He never gave these things a second thought. Later on, he was just too exhausted from wandering to even care. After decades of fighting for survival, he had long since forgotten his parents. Van Tuong wonders, did I miss something important? After a moment of thought, Van Tuong turns to Old Mok. He asks if Old Mok is sure his parents weren't involved in what happened 16 years ago. At this question, Old Mok hesitates, unable to give a straight answer. This doesn't surprise Van Tuong. In his memories of his past life, everyone kept his parents' past a secret. If they won't talk, they won't talk. Van Tuong doesn't push Old Mok. Instead, he tells them to prepare for a trip to the Song family cemetery. He wants to pay his respects to his parents. Back in the room, Van Tuong glances at Thon Dai and asks Old Mok if he can officially command her now as well. Old Mok answers that it's a given. He then tells Thon Dai to come forward and greet young Master Van Tuong, as he is now the sole master of the Shadow Guards. Thon Dai immediately stepped forward and knelt down to show her respect. Van Tuong nodded slightly, feeling touched that she had been silently protecting him for all these years. To show his appreciation, he pulled out a medicinal pill as a reward. The moment she saw the pill, Thon Dai was completely stunned. Beside her, Old Wood and the others were no exception, their hearts nearly jumping out of their chests. For Old Wood, one look was enough to tell him that this was a 6-star medicinal pill. On the market, its price would easily reach into the millions. Seeing their confusion, Van Tuong explained, "This is a 5-star Earth Spirit pill. It has no side effects and can instantly boost an Earth-grade cultivator by 1 sub-rank." Hearing that, both Cao Kai Ha and Ma Kim Hoa widened their eyes in absolute shock. They couldn't believe their ears. A 5-star pill that could actually force a level up in the Earth grade? Holding the treasure in her hand, Thon Dai was so overwhelmed she started breaking into a cold sweat. Even in the imperial city of Tiando, this was considered a priceless artifact. Van Tuong's next words were even more mind-blowing, as he casually called it a 5-star pill and said he had plenty more where that came from. He thought to himself that since he needed people right now, he would focus on picking out the most trustworthy ones and boosting their strength. As for Cao Kai Ha and Kim Hoa, Van Tuong encouraged them to work hard, promising that no one would be left behind. Upon hearing those words, both of them knelt down sincerely, swearing to follow Van Tuong to the death and fight until their very last piece of armor was shattered. Once things were settled, Van Tuong had Old Wood arrange a car to the memorial park. He also ordered the second intelligence team to investigate someone for him. A moment later, in the skies over Thiendo, Cao Kai Ha and Ma Kim Hoa were speeding through the air, escorting the Dong Mansion's airship. Inside the ship, Ha Bok Triet from the Song family turned to Third Elder with a confused look. Why is a crippled old man like you tag along when the young master is just going to pay his respects at the cemetery? Third Elder gave a sly smile and talked about how much Van Tuong had changed since his return. At that moment, they both looked back toward Van Tuong. He was busy putting together a list of medicinal ingredients he needed to buy. He then sent the list over to the chief manager of Hong Trading for a review. The old manager was a bit flustered. He hadn't even heard of many of these herbs before, but he didn't think it would be a major problem. He just needed to find an expert to look into it, and everything would be clear. After they finished their call, the manager walked thoughtfully down the hall to the center of the palace. He then bowed respectfully to the person sitting across from him. Standing before him was Hong Nok Tu, the direct heir of the Hong family, who was in charge of all business operations for Hong Trading. Over in Nam Shao, she was looking through the information on Van Tuong and couldn't help but murmur, "How interesting." Noticing the manager, she told him to arrange a trip. She wanted to personally go and meet this lord of the Song family. Meanwhile, in a certain valley, where mountains rolled and countless small islands floated in midair. In this desolate wasteland, someone was actually cruising through on a small motorcycle. Taking a closer look, it was none other than Atan. After riding for a while, she contacted an outpost, reported her ID number, and requested permission to enter. After her ID was verified, she was cleared to pass through. Without missing a beat, Atan suddenly veered off and headed straight for a massive waterfall. Surprisingly, a huge hidden base existed right behind the falling water. As the entrance opened, Atan zoomed inside and slammed on the brakes, causing the bike to skid in a long line. Taking off her helmet, Atan let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, I am back home. After getting settled, Atan walked deep into the base. At that same moment, a young girl came running out, her face covered in tears. The second she saw Atan, the girl couldn't hold back and burst into loud sobs. The little girl hugged Atan so tightly she could barely speak. Atan was confused and asked, "Tu Nam, weren't you supposed to be with Master in Bok Chow?" Stuttering, Tu Nam recounted the whole story. Their master had been ambushed by the Di Luan nation while trying to save her. Hearing the news, Atan was horrified. She dropped her helmet and hurried after Tu Nam to find their master. According to the girl, she was in medical bay number 3. Inside the treatment room, 2 medics were frantically trying to concoct an antidote, but they still hadn't had any luck. They had already failed 12 times in total. Despite that, they didn't give up and tried every possible way to save her. Atan burst through the door and called out loudly. Hearing the familiar voice, the woman on the bed slowly opened her eyes, her face showing signs of extreme exhaustion and weakness. Atan rushed over in a panic, unable to believe that her master, a heaven-grade powerhouse, could be reduced to such a state. The woman's voice was incredibly faint as she struggled to respond to Atan. This was Zoa Nuong, the legendary ace assassin of Tai Yuyen. Noticing the strange markings appearing on Zoa Nuong's hand, Atan quickly realized she had been poisoned. The medic explained, "Zoa Nuong's physical wounds aren't the main concern, but there is a strange toxin eating away at her soul and her 2 primary meridians." This news made Atan even more distressed. She couldn't even begin to guess what kind of toxin it was. Furthermore, she wondered if even Tai Yuyen's technology was unable to save her. "We still can't synthesize a cure," the medic says, letting out a frustrated sigh. "They've tried 12 different formulas, and every single one failed. Right now, the best they can do is use tech to block the toxin from reaching her brain. But even with that, Shauna is running out of time. She doesn't have long left." While speaking, the medic shows the toxin charts to Ethan. This is King Yi, a new breed of poison born in this era. Even the massive Tai Yuyan database doesn't have a single recorded antidote for it. Their research shows it's a chemical substance cross-linked using soul power, forming a complex elemental toxin. It feels eerily similar to the ancient alchemy techniques of old civilizations. Hearing the word alchemy, a spark goes off in Ethan's head, and he immediately asks for confirmation. Wait, are you saying an alchemist might actually have a way to cure this? Technically, yes, the medic replies, though he doesn't look hopeful. But alchemy in the East is primitive, and the process is way too slow. It relies entirely on an alchemist's intuition and experience. The Tai Yuyan medical system just can't work with something that inconsistent. Ethan's eyes cloud over as he thinks back to Van Tuong. Before leaving, he had handed her a bunch of pills, telling her she'd eventually need them. Snapping back to reality, Ethan pulls out Van Tuong's storage card. Check these, he says, dumping out every single pill he was given. See if any of these will work. The sheer volume of pills leaves the two medics speechless. They scramble to grab the bottles and start inspecting them. Rejuvenation pills, mostly 3-star ones. There are bottles they don't even recognize, but they're clearly high-grade cultivation boosters and combat enhancers. Suddenly, a plain white bottle catches the medic's attention. He pops the cap and takes a sniff, and his face instantly lights up. He starts shouting for his team to analyze it right away. He's betting this is the cure. Sunam, completely blindsided, stammers out, "Ethan, where the hell did you get all this? You didn't rob the Hongxi Chamber of Commerce, did you?" Ethan shakes his head, totally flustered. "No, some weird guy just gave them to me." Seconds later, the screen flashes the results. The elemental structure of the pill is a perfect match for the toxin. It's the real deal. The powder from the white pill is neutralizing the poison they extracted from Shauna perfectly. Hearing the news, Sunam is practically jumping for joy. Based on their calculations, they need 2.5 pills for a full recovery. And wouldn't you know it, the bottle has exactly 3. They rush off to start Shauna's treatment. Meanwhile, Ethan is deep in thought. He wonders if this was all just a massive coincidence. This whole situation only makes him more desperate to find out who Van Tuong really is. Over at Tai Yuyan headquarters, a hooded figure walks down a grand hallway, enters the main hall, and kneels. He addresses the figure on the throne as the High Priestess. She's dressed in ancient mystical robes that radiate an aura of absolute authority. On the screens before her, footage of Van Tuong's battles is playing on loop. She asks for an update on Shauna, and the subordinate reports everything that happened. The pills Ethan got from Target 691 successfully neutralized the toxin. The High Priestess's eyes narrow at that code number. That target is Tong Van Tuong. As she swipes through the data, she sees his ability to copy Star Soul generals. Only that person should have been able to do that. She starts to wonder, has Tong Van Tuong's body been possessed by someone else? But if that's true, why didn't they use the vessel she had specially prepared? The hall falls into a heavy silence as she sinks deeper into her thoughts. Meanwhile, at the Tong family cemetery, the air is still and cool, shaded by lush green trees. Van Tuong is burning spirit paper at a grave when he suddenly lets out a loud sneeze. "Great," he mutters. "Who's talking smack about me now?" Ma King Hoa, standing nearby, smirks. "Maybe it's some girl who's missing you, Van Tuong." Old Mok lets out a sharp cough to keep them on track, and Ma Kin Hoa quickly shuts up. Van Tuong isn't just here to pay his respects. He's been using the system to scan the grave, but he can't find any remains. Just as I thought, it's a cenotaph. Was my old man trying to pull the wool over everyone's eyes? Ever since he got the mask of all faces, he's known one thing for sure. His parents were definitely not ordinary people. He wonders what secret they disappeared with. Suddenly, Ma King Hoa's watch pings. He checks the message and immediately reports to Van Tuong. They've tracked down Tuan Ha. He's a low-life thug from the Vinyan slums who's done time for grave robbing. Lately, he started his own gang called the White Dragon Gang. He's declared himself the leader and makes a living by raiding tombs and stealing. Van Tuong asks for his location. He's hiding in an abandoned house at number 13 Dakao Alley in the North District. The shadow guards are already there. With this intel in hand, Van Tuong was ready to make his move. Outside the cemetery, 2 old men were waiting as usual. Elder Tam was bad-mouthing Kong Hin Hin, convinced she was nothing but trouble. Now that Van Tuong had found his own path to power, there was no reason to marry a woman like that just to hide the Song family's true potential. Habak Chiat looked skeptical and asked if Tam was suggesting they call off the engagement, but the old lord would never agree to such a dishonorable move. Elder Tam let out a long sigh and continued, Van Thuy from the second branch has always had a crush on Kong Hin Hin. We should just push the engagement onto them and let that idiot deal with her instead. Besides, regarding the original agreement, the third lady had already betrothed Van Tuong to an older girl anyway. As they were talking, Van Tuong and his group finally emerged. Once on the airship, Van Tuong ordered them to head straight to Dachau Alley in the North District. The Song family's private airship tore through the sky at breakneck speed. Sunset hit the North District, illuminating abandoned house number 13. The place was a complete wreck, living up to its name. Jung Ho came shuffling through the gate carrying a massive sack with a wide grin, telling his boss that they hit the jackpot this time. The monkey gang had secured quite a few treasures on this run. Tuan Ha sat up and barked at his lackey, telling him to show some respect and call him leader. Sucking up with a greasy smile, Jiang Ho opened the bag and carefully laid out each item in front of Tuan Ha. Once finished, he submissively asked Tuan Ha which ones they should keep. Outside, the rest of the monkey gang waited by the gate while Tuan Ha stared at the pile, deep in thought. In his mind, he kept calling out to Old Man Du, begging him to identify which items were actually worth something. A second later, a voice finally answered. Second row, second and third from the left. First row, the first, third, and fifth items. Hearing that, Tuan Ha put on an act of being an expert and pointed out the items Old Man Du had mentioned. His lackey was thrilled but confused, quickly asking for confirmation. Tuan Ha then told Jiang Ho to tell the monkey gang that he would handle the sales for them. The price is a 7% cut. Plus, they have to cover all the shipping costs and the bribes needed to grease the wheels. The terms were so brutal that even Jiang Ho felt bad for them, but Tuan Ha didn't give a damn. He controlled the distribution channels, so his word was law. He told his lackey to relay the message to the guys outside. Leave the goods and come back for the money in a month. If anyone complains, I am holding their pay for another month. To top it off, Tuan Ha told his man to throw the worthless junk back at them. Little did he know, two people were watching his every move from a distance. It was none other than Van Tuong and Ma Kim Hoa. Hidden inside a stealth array, Ma Kim Hoa was absolutely blown away. It does more than just distort light. It blocks sound and even hides soul power fluctuations. This is the ultimate tool for an assassin. Suddenly, Van Tuong told Kim to move in closer for a better look. Kim was hesitant, worried that any closer would get them spotted. Van Tuong told him to relax and follow his lead. The two of them crept up to Tuan Ha's house and successfully made it onto the roof to watch in silence. At this moment, Tuan Ha was alone, but he was still talking out loud. He asked Old Man Du if any of the items could boost his cultivation. The voice replied with a flat no. Tuan Ha figured it was worth a shot. He knew he could not get lucky every single time. Still, making over 100,000 coins from selling this haul was a pretty good deal. Then, Tuan Ha brought up Tao Nyan, asking if the old man was sure he would become the new host. The voice from the ring sounded incredibly certain. As long as they worked together, it would happen. He could feel Dao Nan's life flame was about to flicker out. On the roof, Van Tuong was lost in thought. This Tuan Ha was a bit different from the one he had encountered in his past life. Looking at the soul power ripples, Van Tuong became even more certain. A moment later, his eyes fixed on the ring on Tuan Ha's finger. The energy coming from that ring belonged to the person he knew back at the Mecha Academy. The person inside was currently communicating with Thang Kim Thuy, and they seemed to be getting along perfectly. Thang Kim Thuy mentioned that the trip had been dangerous, but everyone made it back in one piece. When asked about the people at the academy, she said they were busy as hell. Right now, Professor Nam Quach was leading them to oversee a shipment. Curious, Thang Kim Thuy asked for more details and learned it was a special request from the Mech Dean. Currently, Nam Quach and Tu Nguyet were monitoring the mech fabrication process. Nam Quach tried to ease her mind. Within 3 days, he promised to solve the technical bottlenecks and start mass production. Tu Nguyet then asked about the production scale and total output. Nam Quach was extremely confident. As long as the material supply stayed steady, they would definitely deliver the full order before the deadline set by Grandmaster Song. He even planned to give his master a massive surprise. As he spoke, Nam Quach began inputting the final data. Nam Quach stayed up all night, racking his brain to create a masterpiece that would blow Grandmaster Song's mind. He wanted something with the defense of a heavy shield, the destructive power of cannons and flying swords, and the mobility of an airborne jump pack. The screen slowly flickered to life, revealing a massive, unbelievable mecha. Nam Quach called this the final form of the Goliath type. He was sure that once Grandmaster Song laid eyes on this, the man would be desperate to take him on as a personal disciple. Despite Nam Quach's excitement, Xiao Yue just gave a half-hearted compliment, saying, "Wow, impressive." In her head, she was thinking, isn't this just slapping every piece of gear together? Even if he could build it, the soul power consumption would be insane. After hearing the director's lecture, the workers in the back couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. They refused to spill any secrets to Thang Kim Thui, since the factory had its own strict rules. Thang Kim Thui knew better than to push it, so he switched the topic to forging materials. His in-laws happened to run a metal and mineral business. He promised that if they ever needed anything, he'd pull some strings to make sure they got top priority. The factory staff played along and accepted the offer, but said they'd have to run it by Nam Quach first. Then they hung up immediately, not giving Thang Kim Thui a chance to say another word, basically blowing him off. Seeing how worried Shen Dai was, Thang Kim Thui rushed to find an old classmate from the Tiandu Forging Academy. No matter what, he had to land a contract to prove to his wife's parents that he actually had some business talent. Meanwhile, Van Tuong and Ma Kim Hoa were still tailing Tuan Ha. Suddenly, Ma Kim Hoa got a tip from Team 2 saying that Kong Hin Hin was on her way. But Van Tuong's mind was completely occupied by the ring on Tuan Ha's finger. The soul power vibrating from that ring was definitely someone he knew. Van Tuong wondered, who exactly is this Tuan Ha guy anyway? He absent-mindedly asked, wait, which Lady Kong? Ma Kim Hoa explained, that is Kong Hin Hin from the Kong family, your fiancé. Remembering who she was, Van Tuong frowned. What the hell is she doing here? Checking the map, Ma Kim Hoa saw she was only 2 gates away from their location. Van Tuong didn't think she was actually coming to see him, though. Ma Kim Hoa hesitated but decided to speak up, saying he had heard rumors that Kong Hin Hin was personally close with the leader of the White Dragon Gang. Worried Van Tuong would blow a fuse, Ma Kim Hoa quickly tried to calm him down, saying they were probably just baseless rumors. In reality, Van Tuong didn't even flinch. He then told Akeem to pull back. The only thing he cared about was that eerie ring on Tuan Ha's hand. On the way back, Van Tuong didn't forget to tell his men to keep a close watch on the area, handing over 200 invisibility talismans for Akeem to distribute. When Akeem took them, he was completely floored. 200 invisibility talismans? That is right, it was the exact same stealth trick he had just used. Unlike Akeem, Van Tuong thought they were garbage, calling them weakened versions that only helped mask one's presence a bit, just to give the secret guards a little extra protection. Holding them in his hands, Ma Kim Hoa was ecstatic, feeling like he had just hit the jackpot. He quickly excused himself from Van Tuong to go get things organized. Seeing the sun going down, Van Tuong decided it was time to head back to the manor and get ready for tonight's party. It looked like things were about to get interesting. At the Song family's outer courtyard banquet hall, a small warship slowly descended. A woman stepped off, wearing a vibrant red robe. Waiting for her were Song Yunxiang and her son, Song Yunrui. As soon as they met, Yunxiang started mocking her. Oh, Van Cam, aren't you busy with military affairs? What brings you back for a simple family dinner? Did you run out of money and come home for a free meal? Van Cam ignored her, walking past with a cold gaze and a sharp figure, only giving a disdainful huff. Meanwhile, Van Tuong was setting off with Thandai and Lian Wai. He had changed into formal attire. Old Mu and Cao Gai Ha were there to greet him. Once everything was ready, Van Tuong gave the order to move out. Inside the banquet hall, Song Yunxiang and several others had arrived early. Looking around, he asked, "Where is my eldest son?" "Lady," he softly explained. "Song Than said he is tied up with military business and cannot make it. He will be back at the end of the month when he is on leave." Hearing this, the old man didn't react much and just asked about his second son. Lady Trin spoke up, "Song Ba has a social engagement today." Old man Song took a sip of his tea and pressed for more details. As he kept questioning her, Lady Trin got flustered, stammering and unable to give a straight answer. Before she could finish, the old man slammed his teacup down and roared, "Social engagement, my ass! Tell that brat to get his ass back here right now." Seeing the tension, a concubine quickly jumped in to mediate, saying, she heard from her husband that the Truong family from Central Prov, it is a massive business deal. That calmed the old man down a bit, though he still grumbled, the Truongs are nothing but new money snobs. Just then, Van Tuong and Old Mu walked in. Old man Song's mood instantly brightened, and he happily told the boy to take a seat. The concubine even stood up and pulled out a chair for Van Tuong with a warm smile. After finishing all the questions about the academy, Van Tuong looked at Auntie. In his memories, Auntie was different from everyone else. From beginning to end, she had always treated him with nothing but genuine kindness and a sincere heart. He heard she used to be a maid in the eastern courtyard of the Tong Manor in Tiandu City. He wondered if that was the reason why. Suddenly, Elder Tong told Van Tuong to sit right next to him, which immediately caught everyone's attention. Van Tuong felt a bit awkward, but he followed his grandfather's lead. As he walked past, Auntie Zhao caught a strong whiff of medicinal pills coming from him. Auntie Zhao chuckled and asked, "Is Van Tuong carrying something good? That pill scent is so strong, it must be at least level 3 or higher." Van Tuong replied politely, but in his mind, he remembered exactly who she was. She was his second uncle's concubine, a former medical secretary who managed the Tong family's pharmaceutical business. Once he reached his grandfather, Van Tuong asked about his second uncle. Lady Trin answered for him, saying he was too busy to make it. As Van Tuong sat down, he started thinking back to his second uncle. Tong Ba was in charge of all the Tong family's worldly businesses, and he was the type of man who put profit above everything else. In his past life, when Van Tuong was useless, that man always looked down on him with total contempt. Lady Trin had that same business mindset. She only cared about what people were worth, but luckily, they still had some lines they wouldn't cross. Even when things got tough, they would put the family's collective interests and honor first. Noticing that first uncle's seat was also empty, Van Tuong asked about him. Hearing that, Lady Ha explained his first uncle's difficult situation. He was currently in charge of guarding the southern frontier. Because of that heavy responsibility, he couldn't just leave whenever he wanted. In his past life, Van Tuong knew his first uncle well, a stubborn, upright soldier who used to despise Van Tuong for being a playboy. In his past memories, his uncle was at the peak of the Earth realm. But thinking about it now, that was probably just a cover to fool the world. After a bit more chatting, a loud voice suddenly echoed from outside. The newcomers were Van Koi and the old butler of the northern courtyard, Old Tho. Seeing her son dressed so sloppily, Lady Ha immediately snapped at him, telling him to go change because he looked like a total mess. Van Koi rushed over to butter up his mom, saying he came straight from school and didn't have time to change. Lady Ha just sighed, too tired to even argue. Elder Tong waved it off, saying it was fine. This was just a family dinner to welcome Van Tuong home, so there was no need to be so formal. The moment he saw Van Tuong, Van Koi didn't hesitate to call him kid. Van Tuong's mood shifted slightly as he shot back, asking if the boy had forgotten his manners. "Shouldn't you be calling me big brother?" In Van Tuong's memory, Van Koi was the only son of his first uncle, a natural-born genius who was incredibly gifted without even trying. He had broken through to the Earth realm at only 16, which made him so arrogant he wouldn't even look at anyone else. But he was a good person at heart. During the monster tide, he fought to the very end to protect the retreating citizens and eventually died of exhaustion. Back in the present, Van Koi arrogantly challenged Van Tuong, saying he'd only call him brother if his cultivation level was actually higher. At that moment, Van Koi was at the initial Earth realm. Van Tuong just gave a small smirk and pushed his chair back to stand up. Standing across from him, Van Koi kept mocking him, saying that for years Van Tuong had been stuck at the initial Yellow Realm, and even after a year at the Martial Academy, reaching the Middle Yellow Realm would be his absolute limit. Suddenly, Van Tuong's aura began to pour out and expand, leaving Van Koi standing there with his jaw on the floor. He couldn't believe Van Tuong actually had an Earth Realm aura. Even Lady Ha and Lady Trin were stunned, letting out cries of shock. Auntie couldn't help but stand up in disbelief, wondering if it was because of the Auntie was deeply moved, feeling like things were finally going right. Deep down, she had always known he could do it. Van Tuong was truly that man's son. As for Van Koi, he still couldn't accept reality. He was even more shocked that Van Tuong's soul veins had somehow been healed. Van Tuong just smiled at him and told him to go ahead and say big brother. Van Koi was annoyed and refused to back down, arguing that Van Tuong had to actually be stronger than him. Since they were both at the initial Earth realm, Van Koi claimed he was still the family's #1 genius. Seeing that he wasn't convinced, Van Tuong took out a pill and tossed it into his mouth. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from Van Tuong, brightening the entire room. Sensing the intense aura of a breakthrough, Van Koi could barely keep his footing as he let out a loud scream of shock. In just a split second, Van Tuong had jumped from the initial Earth realm straight to the Middle Earth realm. He looked at the boy and asked mockingly, "How about now?" In an instant, Van Koi pulled a total 180-degree turn. He threw himself onto the floor, grabbing Van Tuong's leg and started sucking up to him. He declared that from now on, Van Tuong was his one and only big brother. Van Tuong was speechless, mocking him for how fast he had changed his tune. Staring at the pill in Van Tuong's hand, Van Koi's eyes went wide with greed. Forget calling him brother, he said they could even discuss him calling Van Tuong grandpa if that's what it took. All he wanted was the pill. But before he could finish, Elder Tong smacked him right on the head, scolding him for talking a bunch of nonsense. Setting that aside, Song Yunchi was now acting like a little puppy, desperately clinging to Yunxiang and begging for a single pill to try. The sight was so pathetic that the ladies nearby— A split second later, the lady auntie spoke up, asking about the pill in Yunxiang's hand. She excitedly gasped, asking if it was the legendary 5-star Earth. As soon as the words left her mouth, everyone in the room, except for Old Man Song, was completely shaken. A treasure like this, even the imperial family of the Heaven Capital probably— Seeing their reactions, Old Man Song let out a faint smirk. He thought to himself that they were getting shocked way too easily. They really had no idea what true greatness looked like. Lady, his eyes were glued to Yunxiang. She had heard that even the entire Wei Ding Marquis Mansion only possessed a single 5-star pill, which had been passed down through generations for over 400 years. Meanwhile, Lady Cheng had her own schemes brewing. She'd heard that the Hong Trading Company had recently caught the eye of a powerful master of alchemy. Just a few days ago, they made a massive fortune selling simple but the pill in Yunxiang's hand, its value was literally beyond calculation. Shortly after, Yunxiang confirmed it. Yes, it was indeed the 5-star Earth Spirit pill. The lady auntie recalled reading in ancient texts that a 5-star Earth Spirit pill had absolutely zero side effects and could help someone at the Earth rank jump up an entire subrealm instantly. That was exactly right. Yunxiang only felt it was a bit of a shame that it only worked the very first time you used it. Old Man Song had been silent the whole time, but in his heart, he was overwhelmed. He knew that this single bottle of Earth Spirit pills could elevate the Song family's power to an entirely— Even though he had already mentally prepared himself back at the third uncle's place, he still had to struggle to suppress his surging excitement. Watching Yunxiang, lady, he couldn't sit still anymore. These were 5-star spirit pills, but they were for cultivation. If they were combat-type pills, they would become the ultimate treasures used to protect a clan for centuries. She felt that if she could just get one pill for Jin and Qi, what would it matter if she had to swallow her pride a little? However, even though she hadn't mistreated Yunxiang over the years, she hadn't exactly showered him with love either. If she suddenly started acting overly affectionate now, she was afraid people would see her as a pathetic opportunist and look down on her. But while she was still hesitating, Lady Cheng had already made the first move. On the surface, Lady He looked calm, but she was fuming inside. She couldn't stand the thought of being beaten to the punch. In a panic, she barked at her son to hurry up and pour some tea to apologize to Yunxiang. Old Man Song was just about to enjoy his tea when his cup and saucer suddenly vanished. Song Yunchi had performed a somersault, swiping the old man's tea set and performing a flop. By the time he landed on his knees, he was already holding a fresh cup of tea on a tray, offering it respectfully to Yunxiang. This move made Old Man Song furious, but he had to bite his tongue and endure it. These damn kids have no manners. Yunchi was acting as humble as humanly possible, treating Yunxiang like his own grandfather as he offered the tea. He kept rambling on with apologies for his past behavior until Yunxiang felt awkward. He finally told the boy to just focus on behaving well from now on. If he did, Yunxiang wouldn't hold a grudge. At first, Yunxiang thought about adding the kid to his team, but he quickly dismissed the idea. The kid's talent wasn't bad, he just needed some harsh training to solidify his foundation. That should be enough to help him break through to the heaven rank, just for the fun of it. A moment later, Song Yunxiu and Yun Jin arrived. Yunxiu and her son walked in and politely greeted Old Man Song. But when she saw Yunxiang sitting in the seat of honor, Yunxiu froze. She forced a bright smile, but her mind was racing. Why on earth was that loser sitting in her father's chair? Even if Old Man Song favored Yunxiang, it shouldn't have changed her mother's attitude this much. Knowing her mother's personality always putting profit first, she was being so polite to Yunxiang that it bordered on flat-out flattery. Her train of thought was shattered by Song Yunrui's sudden shout. The brat openly criticized Yunxiang, saying he didn't deserve to sit there and demanding he get up immediately. Seeing her son act like such an idiot, Yunxiu cursed him in her head. He really had no idea how to read. She quickly covered her son's mouth and scrambled to make an excuse. As Yunxiang greeted them, he remembered that Song Yunxiu didn't care much for cultivation, but she was incredibly sharp. She was a bit greedy, but she knew exactly when to back down. She was a real fox, just like Headmaster Gu Yuting. She was nothing like that moron Song Yunrui. His talent was lower than Yun Qi's, yet he was incredibly arrogant. He worked hard just to maintain his genius image, but unfortunately, he spent all his time sucking up to Kong Xingxin, which was why he and Yunxiang never got along. Furthermore, he was the only member of the Song family lucky enough to survive the Great Beast Tide. In the final battle at the Heaven Capital 3 years later, the Black Armor Guards were completely wiped out. Azan died, and Yunxiang, under the Empress's protection, ended up drifting to the Bishui Kingdom in the God Capital. That's where he ran into Song Yunrui again, who seemed to be hunting someone down. An unexpected reunion followed by a hurried goodbye. As time slipped away, the two finally made peace. Suddenly, Van Tuong had a chilling thought. Years ago, Song Van Thuy mentioned hunting down that lowborn brat. Could that be linked to this massive beast tide? Is there a traitor hiding within the Song family direct bloodline? Just then, Van Cam walked in and greeted everyone. Her attitude toward Van Tuong had shifted completely. She looked at him with an unreadable, deep expression. If she hadn't seen the report from Red Phoenix Pass with her own eyes, she never would have believed the hero of Nguyen Din City was actually Van Tuong, facing a god-tier beast without breaking a sweat and leading everyone to safety. She really couldn't figure him out. Seeing her, Van Tuong quickly gave a respectful salute. He remembered Van Cam as a highly capable female general. Her only flaw was always being stressed about the military budget. Van Tuong then thanked her for sending the airship to pick him up. Realizing Van Tuong was in the dark, Van Cam explained it was all Grandpa's idea. This answer made Old Man Song very happy. He praised Van Cam and offered to cover all her travel expenses. But Song Van Tu couldn't resist using that as an excuse to mock her. Hey Van Cam, the only thing that could make a great general like you abandon her post for a family dinner is getting Grandpa to pay your bills, huh? After saying that, Song Van Tu thought to herself that her eldest sister used to despise everything about Van Tuong. But now she was acting so polite. This made her even more certain that Van Tuong had truly made something of himself. Suddenly, Van Tuong stood up and offered to pay for the Red Phoenix Army expenses instead of Grandpa. Old Man Song didn't object, but he did mention something. Lately, Van Tuong had raked in a massive fortune of several million, so this amount probably seemed like pocket change to him. Van Tuong humbly replied that real wealth comes from money making money. Breaking a sweat for labor didn't really count as a big win. Thinking back, Van Tuong realized he was spending money faster than he could earn it. He only had a few dozen million left in his pocket. Suddenly, Van Tuong's eyes flickered. He sensed someone else arriving. Sure enough, a second later, Song Thuong walked in, followed by Song Tich and Song Hoa. Seeing them, Van Tuong happily greeted his uncle and aunt. When Song Thuong saw Van Tuong, he rushed over and slapped his shoulder with a hearty laugh, acting incredibly friendly. He even whispered that they should go out for a few drinks later. As they shook hands, Van Tuong sensed his mystic stage cultivation level. It was a genuine early rank. Van Tuong had suspected his uncle might be hiding his true power, but it looked like he was just overthinking it. Seeing that the whole Song family had finally gathered, Old Man Song ordered his subordinates to call Van Chu and Van Hoa. As for Van Tuong, Song Thuong kept insisting that he come sit next to him, but Van Tuong politely declined the offer. He told his uncle they could catch up privately later. He remembered rumors that this uncle was born to Grandpa's second wife. His talent was far below his 3 older brothers, and he was still stuck at the early mystic stage, even at nearly 40 years old. His status in the family, it was probably even lower than Van Tuong's in his past life. Then, Song Hin greeted Van Tuong, but her eyes suddenly narrowed. She made a casual comment about his height, but inside, she was stunned by his power level. She wondered if he had already surpassed her. Returning the greeting, Van Tuong thought back to his previous life. He knew Aunt Song Hin was a prep school teacher who had recently been promoted to management. She was a genuine early Earth stage. Reaching that level before 30 wasn't bad at all. She was definitely stronger than most teachers at the Martial Academy. However, Van Tuong didn't see anything suspicious about them. Could the traitor Van Thuy mentioned years ago be someone else? Since he couldn't figure it out, Van Tuong focused his attention on him, looking for a chance to investigate. Suddenly, someone called his name. He looked over just as a little girl dove into his arms, pouting. She complained that since he wasn't home, no one took her out for good food. Van Tuong playfully teased her about never growing up. To his surprise, she said she didn't want to, because adults have too many rules to follow. Van Hoa was the youngest in the family, and she was the sibling Van Tuong felt closest to among all the Song children. A moment later, another girl stood before Van Tuong, leaving him momentarily dazed. This was Van Chu, the second daughter of his second uncle, Song Ba, born to Aunt Zhao. He felt a bit awkward as he returned her greeting. In his memories, he and Van Chu rarely ever spoke. She was a girl of few words, exactly the type of person he struggled to deal with. At Old Man Song's request, everyone began to take their seats. Van Tuong invited Van Hoa to sit next to him, but she shyly declined, saying it wasn't a good spot. Apparently, every time they ate, whoever sat there would get a massive lecture from Grandpa. Hearing this, Van Tuong was totally speechless. He teased her for being a clever little brat. Looking around the room, Old Man Song gave an approving nod. He called for the servants to bring the wine so they could share a toast. Before he could finish his sentence, Song Van Koi interrupted him. His actions made everyone nearby stare in shock. He eagerly jumped up, wanting to pour wine for Van Tuong himself. This was completely unheard of. Anyone not in the loop watched with pure confusion. They couldn't understand why this arrogant kid, who used to despise Van Tuong, was acting like this. Why on earth are Van Tu and Van Thuy suddenly sucking up to Van Tuong? Just as Lord Tong was about to start the banquet, Old Mok spoke up. Wait a moment, please. To recap, Lord Tong had also invited guests from the Kong family. That reminded Lord Tong of the matter. He raised a glass and took a drink as a self-penalty. Old Mok wanted to go hurry the Kong family along, but Lord Tong stopped him, calling Kong Pham a mere kid, even if he is technically the city lord. He is basically just a government dog, so we should show him at least a little respect. Waiting a bit won't hurt. Hearing that the Kongs were coming, Van Thuy's eyes went wide. He leaned over to ask Van Tu, is Kong Hin Hin coming tonight too? Seeing this reaction, Van Tu was totally disgusted. She told her brother to stop being so damn overexcited. After all, Kong Hin Hin is engaged to Van Tuong, making her his future sister-in-law. Unexpectedly, Van Thuy got even more arrogant, convinced that Kong Hin Hin would never settle for a loser like Van Tuong. Once he breaks through to the Earth rank and proves he is the Tong family genius, he will ask Grandpa to change the marriage contract. Van Tu cringed the more she listened, wondering why every guy was so obsessed with Kong Hin Hin. She could tell with one look that the girl was a total manipulative fake. Still, Van Thu defended her, telling Van Tu to stop looking at people with such bias. Suddenly, Van Thuy narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you just jealous because Hin Hin is more popular than you? But it makes sense. She has class, she is sweet, and she definitely has a better body than you." As he spoke, Van Thuy glanced directly at Van Tu's flat chest. Van Tu flew into a rage instantly, screaming at Van Thuy that she was going to grind him into 100 pieces. Luckily, people nearby managed to hold her back. Not staying a second longer, Van Thuy excitedly ran outside to welcome the Kong family, ignoring everything Lady Trin said. Lord Tong did not even bother to care, just letting the kid do whatever he wanted. A moment later, Thon Dai informed Van Tuong that Ma Kim Hoa had returned and wanted to report to him and the Marquis. Before Van Tuong could say anything, Lord Tong agreed. He stood up, told everyone to keep chatting, and led Van Tuong's group to the side room. Van Koi tried to follow them, but Thon Dai slammed the door in his face. This blatant snub left him standing there like an idiot, completely stunned. Inside the room, a Kim and a Ha both bowed in greeting. Without wasting time, Lord Tong told them to get to the point. With that, Ma Kim Hoa pulled out several photos he had secretly taken. Looking at them, Van Tuong broke into a sweat. They were all shots of Kong Hin Hin and Tuan Ha being extremely intimate. According to Ma Kim Hoa, based on intel from the second unit of the hidden guards planted in the Kong household, their patriarch had reached the heaven rank and planned to take Tuan Ha. They planned to use tonight's banquet to publicly break the engagement in front of everyone. The old man of the Kong family even mentioned wanting to make a move against the Tong family. Just now, Kong Hin Hin had lured the city lord and the old man to secretly test Tuan Ha's abilities. The entire conversation was recorded. After speaking, Ma Kim Hoa played the recording of Kong Hin Hin and Tuan Ha. The sweet talk and flirting in the recording left Van Tuong's group completely speechless. They were beyond words. In short, Van Tuong now had all the intel he needed. It seemed their confidence stemmed from the old man reaching the heaven rank. Beside him, Lord Tong had a meaningful look on his face. He could not understand what the Kongs were thinking. Were they trying to make him die of laughter? Lord Tong then left the decision to Van Tuong. If he wanted to keep the engagement, the Tong family would not mind revealing a few of their secret trump cards. Without a second thought, Van Tuong said, "No need. Just call it off directly." As for our trump cards, we do not need to show them yet. Van Tuong said that, but Lord Tong felt that was not enough. They were already stepping on the family's honor. They had to at least show a little something. But Van Tuong was not finished with his thought. We will not show the old trump cards, but the new ones are fine. Hearing Van Tuong call their names, a Kim, a Ha, and Thon Dai were all wide-eyed and confused. Even so, they followed Van Tuong's orders. He pulled out 2 vials of pills and said, "Right now, I am going to help all 3 of you break through. Let's go see just how powerful this heaven-rank old man really is." Out in the hall, Van Khoi pressed his ear to the door to eavesdrop, but no matter how hard he focused, he could not hear a thing. There was not even a ripple of soul power. He wondered, is Grandpa so loaded that he even set up a high-level array for a side hall? While he was thinking, a hand grabbed his ear and pulled him away. Van Cam angrily scolded Van Khoi, telling him to sit properly at the table. This was no way to behave. Just as she finished, a massive wave of soul power suddenly surged out. It made everyone freeze in their tracks. It felt like a bolt of electricity had flashed through their minds. Although the sound was faint, Van Cam could feel it. This was the vibration of someone breaking through to the heaven rank. Van Khoi felt it too. Just as he was about to say something, Van Cam covered his mouth tightly. In the back, Van Tu also noticed the door. She could vaguely feel the soul power fluctuating. Their cultivation levels were way too low to see what was really going on, so they could only guess by the looks on Van Cam and Van Khoi's faces. Van Tu, on the other hand, could practically smell the money in the air. Tong Tik also felt that massive vibration from earlier. He was sweating buckets and looked so dead serious that it made Tong Thuong start to worry. Trying to keep his cool, Tong Tik chose to keep his mouth shut. As for Van Khoi, the guy was absolutely buzzing with excitement. He was dead certain that Van Tuong was still hiding some high-grade loot, and that recent commotion was definitely his doing. Hearing this, Van Cam was completely in the dark. Van Khoi then filled her in on everything that had happened. He told her how Van Tuong had swallowed an Earth Spirit pill right in front of them. He had jumped straight from the early Earth rank to the mid-Earth rank in one go. The moment she heard Earth Spirit pill, Van Cam was floored. She couldn't believe Van Tuong actually possessed a treasure like that. Looking back, Van Khoi was even proud of himself for being quick enough to drop to his knees and call him Big Brother. Van Tuong had even promised that if he behaved himself for the next few days, he'd give him one too. After saying that, he even tried to talk Van Cam into calling Van Tuong Big Brother as well. He figured she might get some perks too, and save herself 2 or 3 years of grueling cultivation. By now, Van Cam was lost in thought and wasn't even listening to Van Khoi. She felt like Van Tuong was being way too reckless. She really thought he'd come back with some major growth, but it turned out he still had that same old spoiled young master mentality. Why would he just hog such a precious treasure for himself while his own siblings were right there? If they'd sold that pill, it would have covered the Crimson Phoenix Army's expenses for months. Remembering what Van Khoi said, she turned to grill him. She couldn't help herself and grabbed Van Khoi by the collar. "Did you just say Van Tuong has more than one of those pills?" Van Khoi was being shaken so hard, his head was spinning. He managed to choke out that he'd seen Van Tuong pull out at least 10 of them. When she heard the answer, Van Cam's expression turned to pure shock, and she started stuttering, unable to get a word out. Meanwhile, Van Tu had been keeping a close eye on the North Court siblings from the start. She suspected those two had definitely discovered something big. She planned to ask her mother about it later. Realizing she was making a scene, Van Cam covered her face to pull herself together. She kept reminding herself that she was the commander of 800 female generals in the Crimson Phoenix Army. It's just 10 5-star pills, right? She absolutely couldn't let her siblings see her acting like a country bumpkin who'd never seen the world. But just as Van Cam let out a sigh of relief, another wave of soul power erupted. This time, it was twice as intense as before. The force was so strong, it shattered the wine bottles on the table and even knocked Van Cam to her knees. She stared in total disbelief. She couldn't believe 2 people had just broken through to the heaven rank in such a short time. Van Khoi was no exception to the shock. His face went pale and his head spun. He thought that if he'd just been thick-skinned enough to follow them inside, he might be a heaven rank expert by now too. Inside the room, Van Tuong and Elder Tong were sitting cross-legged, watching intently. Thon Dai had collapsed on the floor, her body radiating a strain. Looking at the formation in the room, Van Tuong couldn't help but look down on it. It had crumbled after only 3 people reached the heaven rank. His casual comment made Elder Tong even more terrified. He never expected Van Tuong's skill with formations to be just as insane as his alchemy. To think this grand formation could only handle 3 breakthroughs. Was this guy even human? Elder Tong had spent a fortune hiring a formation master to set up this one-time use grand array. As for Elder Mok, his mind was completely blown. Seeing Van Tuong use external force to help 3 people break through to the heaven rank like this was just unheard of. These old guys had always hidden their true strength, but now they felt totally worthless. After a moment, Van Tuong walked over to check on Thon Dai. Thon Dai was drenched in sweat, unable to believe she'd actually reached the heaven rank just like that. To her surprise, Van Tuong complained that she was too slow and had wasted too much of his effort. A Kim and a Ha were already at the peak of the Earth rank, so they only needed 1 pill each. But since Thon Dai was only at the early Earth rank, he'd had to empty his pockets just to push her all the way up to the heaven rank. In reality, that was only 5% of what Van Tuong actually had. The debt of gratitude was so massive that Thon Dai pledged herself as a death warrior for the Tong family. She swore to obey any command and be Van Tuong's personal blade. Next, Van Tuong pulled out a talisman. Since Thon Dai's natural talent was limited, he figured using brute force to get her to the heaven rank was still worth it. Once he activated the purifying talisman, Thon Dai was completely enveloped in a glowing sphere of water. It quickly washed away every bit of impurity from her body. By the time it finished, Thon Dai was spotless, with no sign that she'd just undergone a massive breakthrough. With that done, Van Tuong turned to a Kim and a Ha and asked if they had stabilized their power. As soon as he spoke, both of them stood up, feeling perfectly fine, sensing the heaven rank power surging through her. A Ha just wanted to manifest her soul armor and find someone to scrap with. A Kim couldn't hold back either and started walking on thin air, something he'd been dying to try for a long time. "This is incredible," he shouted. Seeing this, Van Tuong quietly told them to stop showing off, but in his mind, he was thinking differently. The heaven rank was basically just preschool. The saint rank was where the real journey began, and based on their talent, they were still a long way off from ever reaching it. Reaching the heaven rank isn't a problem at all. Just take your time and keep grinding. Suddenly, Kim Ma felt the soul power in his body connecting to somewhere in the sky. Hearing this, Dai Ha couldn't help but be shocked. He was also at the heaven rank but didn't sense a thing. They had no idea that those words had sent a shiver down Yunxiang's spine. Immediately, the name StarNet popped into Yunxiang's head. I didn't expect Kim to be able to sense its existence. It looks like he has a real gift for spiritual awareness. Maybe I should look into getting him a reinforced sensory mecha later. Elder Tong chimed in, calling it the heavenly way. Kim Ma's expression was beyond shocked, like he'd just discovered some world-shattering secret. He used to be confused, but it turns out soul power really does originate from the will of the heavenly way. After speaking, Elder Tong winked at Yunxiang, and the hidden meaning was clear as day. He guessed his grandpa was afraid he'd accidentally blurt out the words StarNet. The term heavenly way is commonly used across all continents. After all, most at the saint rank and a few at the heaven rank can sense it. Dai Ha was already itching for some action, asking Yunxiang what they should do next, maybe go out and bag some heaven rank experts. We could pick a fight with the Kong family and see what happens. Obviously, Yunxiang wasn't on board with that. There was no need to clash with the Kongs just yet. Yunxiang's original plan was to have the 3 of them step out to intimidate Old Man Kong. It would be best to resolve this matter in a humble and peaceful manner. As soon as he finished, Kim Ma had an idea. Why don't he and Kat go change into the East Court's gatekeeper uniforms? Then Thon Dai can act as the headmaid to welcome the Kong family. After a brief silence, Yunxiang burst out laughing, slapping Kim Ma's shoulder and praising him, as the idea was perfectly to his liking. Nearby, Elder Tong and Old Mu quietly watched the mischievous younger generation. Old Mu was a bit hesitant about revealing their power like this, but Elder Tong didn't see any problem with it. It's actually quite good. The Tong family has been in the shadows for over 10 years. It's about time we showed those guys a few tricks. If you don't drop your pants, how will you know who can pee the farthest? As he spoke, Elder Tong tried to look profound, but his last comment made Old Mu feel a bit awkward, so he gave a light cough to remind the elder to watch his language. At the main gate of the Tong mansion's outer court, a crowd of servants was already lined up to form a path, with Yun Tui Tong and the middle court steward standing in the center. Not long after, the Kong family's airship gradually arrived. Yun Tui Tong was filled with anticipation. To him, the Kong family were prestigious guests like no other. Suddenly, countless streaks of light appeared in the sky, creating a strange phenomenon. This scene immediately made Yun Tui and those beside him go on high alert. Yun Tui's expression was one of pure shock. He couldn't see the person's face clearly, but he saw them walking through the air, something only a heaven-rank powerhouse or higher could manage. The old steward of the middle court was terrified, stammering that the newcomers seemed to be wearing the East Court's uniforms. Not long before that, the Kong family had begun their journey to the Tong residence. Sitting inside the airship, Hin Kong couldn't stop talking about Tuan Ha, asking Elder Kong what he thought of him, insisting he was definitely better than those lazy, spoiled rich kids. Sitting opposite her, Elder Kong nodded in agreement. Just now, while Hin Kong and Tuan Ha were talking, he and her father had taken the opportunity to observe him. Although Tuan Ha came from a poor background, there was an extraordinary heroic aura between his brows. He truly was a great talent. As for Yunxiang Tong, he had met him a few times. Not only were his soul veins defective, but his personality didn't even come close to Tuan Ha. Because of that, he felt Hin's judgment wasn't bad at all. Receiving this praise, Hin Kong became even more delighted. On the contrary, Pham Kong felt the elder was exaggerating. He saw that Tuan Ha only had a black rank cultivation, and with that little strength, he wasn't even as good as a city lord's guard. It was then that Elder Kong revealed something special. He sensed an extraordinary aura coming from Tuan Ha. He suspected the boy truly was the host of the Star Soul General, Cao Ren. After he spoke, Pham Kong still couldn't believe it, but Elder Kong relied on his heaven rank cultivation, as his spiritual sense was infinitely stronger than those at the earth rank. Moreover, he had once served that great lord, so there was no way he could mistake that kind of extraordinary aura. Pham Kong's heart was still full of hesitation. What if Tuan Ha used some underhanded tricks to deceive them? He felt they couldn't bet everything on Tuan Ha just yet. At this point, Hin Kong couldn't help but shout, not hesitating to yell at her father to defend Tuan Ha. In her eyes, it was Yunxiang Tong who had used some dirty trick to pose as the host of Zuo Ci to trick everyone. Although Pham Kong was angry and wanted to lash out, Elder Kong stopped him, telling the two of them to stop arguing. They could take the opportunity at this Tong family banquet to act. If Yunxiang Tong turned out to be too pathetic, they would cancel the engagement immediately. If Elder Tong dared to say a single word, he could just use it as an excuse to get angry. On the other hand, if Yunxiang Tong really was the host of Zuo Ci, he even suggested that his granddaughter should play both sides, continuing to secretly foster Yunxiang while biding her time to eventually swallow the Song family's entire estate. This was music to Kong fans' ears. The two had finally found common ground. But what about Kong Hin? She couldn't care less what her father and grandfather were plotting. All she knew was that she was breaking this engagement today, and she was going to raise hell at the Song residence. Back at the main gate of the Song Manor, Song Yunrui and the old butler were backing away in sheer terror. Song Yunrui asked in disbelief if the girl standing before them wasn't the head maid of the East Court. Across from him, Thon Dai gave a slight nod. She informed them that they were there on Yunxiang's orders to welcome the guests. As the Kong family came into view, the butler of the central court warned Song Yunrui to be careful, noting that the aura coming from those three was far from normal. He feared they might even be at the heaven grade. Song Yunrui didn't need to be told twice. He had seen them literally walking on thin air. He didn't miss a single detail, questioning the old butler while trying to make sense of the situation. He had seen those two gatekeepers before, and they definitely weren't your average guards. He suspected they were part of a secret group trained by the Marquis himself. Song Yunrui's mind immediately went to the secret shadow guards. The butler quickly hushed him, reminding him that the shadow guards were one of the family's deepest secrets. He doubted old Marquis Song would deploy them for such a trivial matter. Hearing that, Song Yunrui figured he was probably right. While they were talking, the Kong family's airship arrived and slowly touched down in the middle of the wide courtyard. Seeing this, a flustered Song Yunrui barked orders at his subordinates to get ready. The airship doors hissed open, and Kong Hin was the first to step out. Naturally, she was met with a very respectful greeting from Song Yunrui. Catching sight of him, she seemed a bit surprised and asked who Song Yunxiang was. Standing tall, Song Yunrui formally introduced himself. On the surface, Kong Hin acted like she was incredibly impressed by him. She went on about how he was so hardworking and humble, despite being a young master from such a powerful family. But on the inside, she was disgusted, cursing him out and thinking he was a total moron. To her, Song Yunxiang was absolute trash, and she assumed this cousin of his wasn't any better. That idiot Song Yunrui couldn't see through her act at all. He actually thought she was complimenting him, and just stood there smiling like a fool. One look was all she needed to know he was already obsessed with her. It made her want to vomit. A second later, Kong Fan and Old Man Kong stepped down and asked about the man in front of them. In front of others, Kong Hin Hin played the part of the perfect daughter, acting sweet to her father and praising Song Yun Rui to the skies. Song Yun Rui tried even harder to show off in front of the Kong family, but Kong Fan was just as good at the game. He walked up and patted Song Yun Rui on the shoulder, showering him with praise and saying he was truly a remarkable talent. He acted as if he knew all along that Song Yun Rui was the second young master, the legendary business genius of the Song family. That was all the encouragement Song Yun Rui needed to start bragging endlessly about his father. He didn't hesitate to claim they were the most successful people in all of Nanzhou. Meanwhile, Old Man Kong was scoffing internally, seeing right through Song Yun Rui's pathetic attempt to sound important. He thought the kid was just an ignorant loudmouth. Suddenly, a dangerous glint appeared in his eyes as he let out a cold snort in his mind. If that was the case, he would release his heaven-grade aura to show everyone here who was really in charge. With that thought, Old Man Kong unleashed a massive wave of pressure, sending the people around him stumbling back. The more he showed off, the more he poured into it. Song Yun Rui and the old butler were both struggling just to stay on their feet. They eventually realized that this man was a heaven-grade master. Even Kong Fan and Kong Hin Hin were starting to feel the heat. He wasn't even distinguishing between friend or foe anymore. Kong Fan knew his father was trying to intimidate the Song family right out of the gate. Old Man Kong's heart was full of disdain, and he almost felt a twisted sense of pity for Yunxiang. He figured they shouldn't blame him for flexing his power. They should blame the Song family's head for being such a fool. Everyone around them collapsed to the ground, except for 3 people. Thon Dai stood perfectly still, not moving an inch. After a moment, she turned and whispered to Kim, asking if it was time to move. Once she got the signal, all 3 of them released their own overwhelming pressure, crushing Old Man Kong's aura in an instant. Old Man Kong's presence vanished completely. Kong Fan's face went pale with shock, unable to understand how a heaven-grade aura could be shut down so easily. Could those 3 nobodies really have done that? Kong Hin Hin was just as lost, asking her grandfather why he had suddenly stopped. The central court butler was about to speak up, but Song Yun Rui cut him off, keeping his eyes glued on the people in front of them. Realizing the situation had changed, Kong Fan humbly cupped his hands and asked for their names. Thon Dai turned slightly to face him. She gestured toward Kim and a cat, introducing them as the Song Manor's gatekeepers, and herself as the headmaid of the East Court. She added that they were acting on young master Yunxiang's orders to specifically welcome the honored guests of the Kong family. As soon as she finished, the entire area fell into a deathly silence. As for Old Man Kong, he stood there frozen, his mouth hanging open as cold sweat poured down his face, completely unable to believe what was happening. How the hell does the Song family have 3 Heaven Realm masters? This was the only question screaming inside the old man's head. Back at the banquet hall, Song Yunxiu was absolutely stunned when she heard her mother, Lady Cheng, mention that Song Yunxiang possessed earth spirit pills. The 2 of them leaned in close to whisper, and the more they talked, the more shocked Yunxiu became, unable to believe that Yunxiang actually had his hands on such a rare treasure. Lady Cheng was both frustrated and dead certain as she told her daughter that Song Yunxiang had used one right in front of them, and the effect was so overwhelming it practically forced Song Yunqi to his knee. Thinking back, Song Yunxiu realized it made sense. She had already noticed that the 2 sisters, Yunxi and Yunjin, were acting very strange lately. By this point, Yunxiu understood exactly what Lady Cheng was implying. If he had over 10 earth spirit pills, then Yunxiang must have a powerful alchemy master backing him. A look of pure excitement began to wash over Song Yunxiu's face as she tried to calm Lady Cheng down. This deal was definitely going to belong to their West Wing. Hearing this, Lady Cheng shot a worried glance to the side. Yunxiu immediately understood that her mother was afraid Aunt Zhao would snatch the opportunity away, so she let out a— Lady Cheng nodded to her daughter, and having received her answer, Yunxiu felt a wave of anxiety. The medical business currently held by her father was entirely managed by Aunt Zhao. It looked like they would need a very careful plan. Just then, the study door swung open, and the Song Elder led everyone back out, leaving everyone in the hall gasping in surprise. With just one glance, Yunxiang took in the situation outside. Both sisters, Yunxi and Yunjin, were at the Earth Realm, so they had undoubtedly felt the energy fluctuations from the breakthroughs in the hall just moments ago. Sure enough, a second later, Song Yunxi sidled up and whispered, asking if Yunxiang was testing out something cool. Yunxiang didn't deny it, and just gave a casual hum in response. Taking that as confirmation, Song Yunchi became even more eager to suck up to him, even offering to help in any way he could. He mentioned that if there were any more pills to test, he wouldn't mind being the guinea pig. As soon as he reached his seat, Song Yunxiang politely stood up and pulled out a chair for Yunxiang. It was a complete 180-degree flip in attitude. Yunxiang didn't reject the gesture and calmly sat down, giving her a simple nod of thanks. At that moment, a servant entered to announce that the Kong family's airship had arrived. Yunrui and several members of the East Wing were already out to greet them. Upon hearing this, the Song elder let out a soft sound of anticipation, his expression blank but his eyes full of hidden meaning. The Song elder then beckoned the butler over and whispered for old Mu to go get things ready. After that, he and Yunxiang shared a knowing smile. They looked so delighted that everyone around them scratched their heads in confusion. Song Yunxiang had been paying close attention from the start and could tell that Yunxiang and the elder looked like they were about to watch a very entertaining show. She wondered to herself if they had dug some kind of hole for the Kong family to fall into. Meanwhile, at the main gate of the Song Manor, Qingdai politely invited the Kong family inside after things had settled down. She acted as if nothing out of the ordinary had just happened right in front of Song Yunrui. Kong Xingxin walked in with an air of pure arrogance. But after a few steps, she realized her father and grandfather were still standing frozen at the entrance. Hearing her question, Kong Fan nodded frantically and turned to check on Elder Kong. He saw that Kong Chuan's eyes were wide with terror. Even now, he couldn't believe it was real. The Song family actually had 3 Heaven Realm Masters, and they looked incredibly young. Looking closer, he realized they were all dressed in servants' clothes. This realization acted like a slap to the face that snapped Elder Kong out of his shock. He convinced himself that the Song family must have used some kind of dark sorcery or cheap trick to deceive him. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Even if there were Heaven Realm Masters that young, why would they ever be willing to serve as mere house staff for the Song family? Reclaiming his superior attitude, Elder Kong coldly told his son to move out. He snorted inwardly, wanting to see what other tricks the Song family was trying to pull. And so, the Kong family followed Qingdai and the others along the entrance path until they reached a turn. Suddenly, Elder Kong pulled his son back and handed Kong Fan a gentleman's sword soul avatar. He whispered to his son that if anything went wrong, he should take Xingxin and run immediately. Taking the item, Kong Fan asked about the old man with a worried tone. There was only one of these, so if he took it, what would happen to Elder Kong? In response, the old man pulled out another backup, soul talisman. As he spoke, Kong Chuan scanned his surroundings and accidentally spotted a dark shadow standing not far away. This immediately made the hair on the back of his neck stand up, and he stared intensely at the spot. A moment later, that dark shadow suddenly turned and glared right back at him. A massive surge of overwhelming spiritual pressure slammed into Elder Kong's legs, forcing him to his knees in pain. He lost his grip on the soul talisman, and it went clattering to the ground. Seeing this, Kong Fan was completely baffled and rushed to support the old man, asking what was wrong. Elder Kong's face was twisted in struggle as he growled out a demand to know who was there. But when he looked back at the spot where the shadow had been, there wasn't a soul in sight. For a moment, Elder Kong wondered if he was just getting too old and seeing things. But as his thoughts cleared, his expression became even more terrified. Sweat poured down his face as he stared at the glowing embers in the shadows, realizing someone had just been there. This meant he hadn't been hallucinating. Just then, Kong Hin Hin turned back to ask a question, but Kong Fan chose to hide the truth. He told his daughter to go ahead while the Elder Kong collapsed to the ground, his entire body trembling so hard he couldn't stand up. It took a lot of effort from his son to finally get him back on his feet. The air on the road was eerily silent, and the elder's heart sank to the pit of his stomach. He kept telling himself this couldn't be real. How could the Song family possibly have a powerhouse of that caliber? Suddenly, he felt a strange presence. Glancing toward a dark corner out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure sitting in a wheelchair. The figure was watching him intently. The elder's eyes widened in sheer terror, and he nearly screamed out loud. The mysterious person frowned slightly, releasing an overwhelming pressure that made the elder's heart skip a beat. He immediately spat out blood and tumbled backward. Seeing this, both the Kong family and Song Van Tui were caught off guard. They rushed over to check on him, but the elder, still sitting on the ground, frantically insisted he was fine. He made up an excuse, saying he had simply tripped. Kong Hin Hin didn't buy it and asked about the blood on his mouth, but he claimed he'd just accidentally bitten his tongue. The intense stress had him gasping for air as he stole a quick glance back at where the mysterious figure had been standing. But now, the spot was completely empty, leaving him even more panicked. Thandai and her group watched in silence without saying a word. Though she hadn't been warned, Thandai figured those two must have made a move. Back at the East Wing, she had sensed they were deep and mysterious, but she never imagined they were heaven-tier experts with such bizarre techniques. Atop a nearby building, two figures stood tall and imposing under the moonlight. A moment later, Old Mok appeared beside Habak Chie and Mak Tam. He reminded them of the Marquise's specific instructions. They were told only to isolate and lock onto the Kong Elder without alerting the others. This kind of mental torture was truly ruthless. Old Tam let out a cold snort to vent his frustration. If they hadn't been worried about the court's reputation, he would have crushed Kong Zhuyan like a bug for causing trouble at the Song residence. His words left Old Mok speechless, and he had to remind Old Tam to watch his language. Meanwhile, the Kong family members were being escorted to the entrance of the banquet hall. As for Kong Zhuyan, he was still reeling from the shock. He finally believed the Song family had hidden powerhouses, and he couldn't believe they'd kept so many masters a secret. He thought they were incredibly bold. He decided that once he returned, he would report to the court that the Song family was hiding treasonous intentions. Suddenly, the elder felt something was wrong and clutched his chest even tighter. Even though those two experts had only targeted him without disturbing the others, their power was undeniable. Showing off that much strength made the elder wonder, did the Song family even intend to let him leave alive? At that thought, his eyes bulged with fear. Feeling like his end was near, his steps became heavy and shaky, and cold sweat drenched his face. He realized he had underestimated the world's heroes. This wasn't just a dinner, it was a death trap. As he thought this, he pulled his hand away from his son. He reached into his sleeve and pulled out a medicinal pill. He wasn't about to just sit there and wait for death. If he used this power-boosting pill, he could form his spirit soul and fly away through the air. Not even the Song family's experts would be able to catch him. As for his son and granddaughter, he could only offer them a silent apology. Just as he was about to swallow the pill, Old Mok suddenly appeared right behind him. A cold voice spoke up, making the elder jump out of his skin. The pill slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground. Acting as if he saw nothing, Old Mok politely invited him inside, saying the Marquis had been waiting for a long time. The elder's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He could sense that this man was even more powerful than the two monsters from before. Sensing the elder's confusion, Old Mok introduced himself as the steward of the East Wing and once again politely gestured for him to enter. Facing a powerhouse of this level, Kong Zhuyan could only stammer in agreement, not daring to utter a single word of protest. Thandai led the way, entering the hall to announce their arrival. Master Song set his teacup down and shouted with a sharp, piercing gaze. He ordered the musicians to play a welcoming song for their distinguished guests, specifically, a funeral dirge. Hearing this, Thandai was stunned and asked him to clarify. Fortunately, Master Song was only joking. Shortly after, the Kong family entered the banquet hall. Upon seeing Master Song, Kong Hin immediately curtsied to show her respect. Beside her, Kong Fan also gave a polite martial greeting. Everyone in the Song family, except for Master Song, stood up to return the gesture. On the surface, Master Song remained perfectly hospitable. After some polite small talk, he told his daughter-in-law to step back and offered the seat opposite Song Van Tui. Van Tui was doing his best to stay close to Kong Hin, inviting her to sit next to him. Looking around, Master Song asked about the Kong Elder. Hadn't they said he was coming too? Just as he finished speaking, the elder shuffled in with an incredibly humble and submissive attitude. This behavior made Pham stop and think. Ever since Elder Kong set foot in the Tong estate, he had been acting completely bizarre. Could it be that his sharp spiritual sense picked up on something special about the Tong family? As he rushed inside, Elder Kong called out to Elder Tong with a forced, overly bright smile. Despite being the elder of his own clan, he acted like a lowly subordinate, falling over himself to apologize for being late. But the moment the words left his mouth, Elder Tong's eyes narrowed into a sharp glare. Elder Kong's face went pale, and he looked so terrified that he actually lost his footing, slamming down onto both knees in a desperate kneel. At that sight, the entire hall fell into a every eye in the room was fixed on him. Hin felt her blood boil with embarrassment. How many times now had her grandfather humiliated himself like this today? He was a heaven-rank powerhouse, yet he was acting like a total clown. Suddenly, Twang spoke up, breaking the tension. Even if you are late, I don't think a self-punishment like this is necessary, Elder Kong. His sarcastic comment was the breaking point. The members of the Tong family couldn't hold it back anymore, muffled snickers echoing through the room. As for Elder Tong, he suppressed his own amusement, offered a few polite words, and signaled for someone to help Elder Kong up. Elder Kong could only play it off, claiming he was just so excited to see Elder Tong that he tripped over his own feet. As long as you are all right. Now, take your seat, Elder Tong said, his voice cold and commanding. He spoke as if he were the one in charge, completely asserting his dominance. Despite the disrespect, Elder Kong could only nod and obey like a scolded child. Before sitting, he turned to Old Mok with a submissive air, explaining that he had accidentally dropped a precious treasure on his way in. He claimed he was in such a hurry to pay his respects to the Marquis that he didn't have time to look for it, so he begged Old Mok to have the servants search for it, promising he would be forever grateful. Old Mok calmly reassured him, saying that nothing lost in the Tong household stays lost for long. He then turned and shouted to the servants, repeating the elder's request. He announced that whoever found the treasure would receive a massive reward. A thunderous roar of, "Yes, sir," erupted from the servants, their energy shaking the room. Nearby, Elder Tong gave Tuong a subtle thumbs up, clearly impressed. If he wasn't mistaken, Elder Kong's sudden trip earlier was definitely the result of some sneaky little array Tuong had set up. Tuong just gave a playful smirk and whispered back, "Didn't you lend a hand too, Grandpa? We're both guilty." With that, he signaled the servants to bring out the feast. A long line of maidservants filed in, placing an endless spread of delicacies and fine wine on the tables. Even with the lively atmosphere, Elder Kong couldn't enjoy a single bite, his heart racing with anxiety. Beside him, Hin Hin kept glancing between her father and grandfather. They were supposed to be here to aggressively break off the engagement, so why were they sitting here peacefully eating dinner? Realizing they weren't going to act, she decided she would have to be the one to speak up. Without a second thought, Hin Hin stood up to address the room. But she barely got half a sentence out before Elder Kong cut her off with a harsh shout, warning her not to be so rude. In his mind, he was screaming at his granddaughter, wondering if she was trying to get him killed. Fam was no different, telling Hin Hin to listen to her grandfather and just watch for now. Hin Hin sat back down, her face a mask of pure confusion. The moment she sat, Elder Kong and Fam both stood up, bowing deeply to Elder Tong to apologize for her behavior. They blamed it on her being spoiled at home. But Elder Tong just laughed it off with a wave of his hand. He even went as far as to praise her, calling her a brilliant young lady and the crown jewel of the Kong family. Following Elder Tong's lead, the entire hall raised their glasses for a toast, and the atmosphere finally began to relax. But Hin Hin was losing her patience. She had to find another way. If her father and grandfather wouldn't let her speak, she would just have to use that idiot Thui to get what she wanted. When Thui noticed Hin Hin looking his way, his heart practically skipped a beat. He immediately leaned over to brag to Tu about it. At that moment, Tuong received a message on his phone, and he stood up to ask his grandfather for a moment to step away. Once he was in the side hall, Tuong answered the call. It was the head manager of Hongxi. He had news regarding the 4 rare herbs Tuong had requested. Their merchant guild had found a way to secure one of them. It was currently being transported from the northern province through their branch in Langam City. 2 of the others were only found in the lower region, so they could get them, but it would take some time. The real problem was the final main ingredient, the infinite flower. It was incredibly rare. They had only found a single lead. One plant held by the Mokmak clan in Sadu City. Sadu City, located in the lower region, was a massive military stronghold surrounded by the deadly Death Desert. Its primary purpose was to fend off the beasts of the South Wilderness and keep the demon tribes in check. As the lower region expanded eastward into the desert, more people flocked there, and the city grew. Over the past 100 years, Sadu City had undergone several massive expansions. Within its 300-foot-tall walls, 4 distinct districts had formed. The noble families lived in the inner city, protected by layer after layer of fortifications, enjoying lives of absolute luxury. Meanwhile, 90% of the city's military forces were stationed in the West District. Even though it sat outside the 3 main city layers and only shared a connection with the outer wall, the West District was actually the most heavily fortified and well-defended area in all of Sadu City. The Mid-City District, built around the inner core, is the beating heart of Sadu City, where commerce, auction houses, and slave markets thrive alongside luxury dining. On the outermost edge lies the outer city, a grim place reserved for refugees, slaves, and fallen wanderers just trying to survive. According to the head manager of the Merchant Guild, the Mok family is in possession of the Infinite Flower in the western district of Sadu. They're heavy hitters in the expansionist faction. The Mok family controls over 60% of the military strength in the west, making them one of the 3 most powerful forces operating openly in Sadu City. While we could try to negotiate using the Hongthi Merchant Guild's influence, the expansionists are notoriously hostile toward Thiendu merchants, so it won't be easy. This news made Van Tuong frown. He asked how long it would take for the other items, besides the Infinite Flower, to be delivered to Vin An City. After doing some quick math, the head manager estimated it would take about 10 days. But there was a catch. Van Tuong narrowed his eyes, sensing something off, and asked for the details. The manager explained that the remaining 2 ingredients, Heaven's Weight and the Purple Sand Egg, are in the hands of researchers controlled by Samelin and the Havuk Kingdom. They won't take gold for them. They're only interested in trading for high-level beast materials. Van Tuong had to hand it to them. Those guys really knew how to play their cards to get what they wanted. The manager continued, noting that the specific beast materials they demanded are only found in the southern wilds and the Desert of Death. Since the Hongthi Guild only buys what's available, the timeline was too uncertain. Realizing this, Van Tuong told him to send over the list of required beast materials. He would track them down personally. It was actually perfect timing. Van Tuong needed some real combat to stabilize his Earth rank cultivation anyway, and he already had plans to head to the Desert of Death to find this. Recalling his past life, he remembered that he had stumbled into that secret realm while crossing the Desert of Death about 4 months from now. If he left for the southern wilds tomorrow to hunt those beasts, he'd still have more than enough time to make it. When Van Tuong took the responsibility of gathering the materials, the head manager looked like a massive weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He was confident the rest of the supplies would be ready in 10 days. With the plan set, Van Tuong decided he'd personally visit Sadu City to see if he could pry that Infinite Flower away from the Mok family. Before hanging up, the head manager offered one last piece of advice. He warned that the Mok family is incredibly formidable, so a peaceful trade is the best way to go, urging him not to do anything reckless. Van Tuong reassured him, saying he'd be careful and keep things under control. Meanwhile, back at the banquet hall, Kong Hin Hin stood up and made her way over to Song Van Thuy to offer a toast. Her sweet talk and constant flattery made Van Thuy's cheeks turn bright red as he hung on every word she said. She played him like a fiddle, claiming he was the most talented member of the Song family, and that it was a total injustice for Old Man Song to be so biased toward Van Tuong. Over with the elders, Old Man Kong was busy respectfully offering toasts to Old Man Song. Between drinks, he was silently praying to his ancestors that Hin Hin wouldn't cause a scene at the Song estate. He had just recently broken through to the Heaven rank, and really wanted to enjoy a few more years of the good life without any drama. Van Tu overheard Hin Hin's whispering and didn't hold back. She bluntly called her a green tea snake and warned her not to try any of her games in the Songhouse. She made it clear that if she did, things would end very badly for her. Hearing the threat, Kong Hin Hin immediately acted submissive, making excuses while hyping Van Tui up to the moon right in front of Van Tu. Van Tu's face darkened as she issued one final warning. She told Hin Hin not to think she was blind. If she didn't want to see a headline tomorrow morning about a girl's body being found in the street, she'd better stop right now. Van Tu's killing intent was the real deal. If anyone tried to use her brother as a tool for their schemes, she wasn't going to show a shred of mercy. Kong Hin Hin just gave a graceful, fake smile as if the threat didn't bother her at all. Then she leaned in and whispered that since Van Tu was now managing the business, tax issues were bound to happen sooner or later. She hinted that with just a word from her, the tax department would make life very difficult. Van Tu immediately knew this was a direct threat. Her hatred for Kong Hin Hin spiked to a whole new level, but Van Tui, standing right there, was totally clueless. He actually thought Hin Hin was being sweet and trying to help Van Tu with the business. Van Tu felt completely helpless, mostly because of her brain-dead brother. On the other side of the room, Van Koi had been watching the whole time and whispered to Van Cam that the two girls were at each other's throats. He found it hilarious that the idiot Van Thuy was actually taking the Kong girl's side. A second later, Van Tuong stepped out from the side room. As soon as she saw him, Kong Hin Hin flashed a radiant smile and greeted him warmly. Van Tuong remained completely expressionless, only giving her a cold, brief glance. Seeing this, Old Man Kong could only curse internally, hoping his granddaughter wasn't on a suicide mission. Meanwhile, Kong Fan was just confused. He thought his daughter hated Van Tuong. Old Man Song watched closely as well, sensing that Van Tuong was about to stir the pot again. He wondered who the kid was planning to hustle this time. But to everyone's surprise, Van Tuong and Kong Hin Hin started chatting and laughing like they were the best of friends, with no sign of annoyance on his face at all. Naturally, seeing this made Van Thuy's blood boil with jealousy. He scoffed to himself, convinced that Van Tuong was just full of hot air. Why on earth is Xingxin acting so cozy with him? Yunrui's grip on his wine glass is so tight it looks like it's about to shatter. This is not going well at all. He's dead set on humiliating Song Yunxiang in front of everyone. This nasty little plan is finally starting to take shape in Song Yunrui's head. He's an Earth-grade powerhouse, after all. And in front of a beautiful girl, raw power is the ultimate turn-on. Just like that, Song Yunrui slams the table and barks out Yunxiang's name. He whips out a soul talisman, demanding a star soul duel right then and there. At that exact moment, both Yunxiang and Song Yunxiang have the same thought. The big brother totally swallowed the bait. Yunrui starts shouting the terms of the duel, saying the winner gets total authority, but before he can even finish, Yunqi delivers a massive kick that sends him face-planting onto the floor. Even Yunxiang didn't see that coming. Yunrui scrambles to his feet, swearing and screaming at Yunqi, asking if he's lost his damn mind. Yunqi stands his ground, barking back that Yunrui is being a disrespectful brat for talking to his older brother like that. Flexing his own strength, Yunqi challenges Yunrui in front of everyone. Yunrui starts whining, demanding to know why Yunqi is even getting. Yunrui is absolutely fuming. No matter what happens today, he's going to make Yunxiang look like a total loser in front of Song Yunxiang. After thinking it over, Song Yunrui stands up and tries to play it cool. He claims he didn't mean anything by it, saying that since the brothers haven't met in a while, they should just have a little Star Soul spar to liven up the party. He adds that Yunxiang must have learned a ton after 1 year at the academy, so why not show off a few moves for Grandpa and the elders? He remembers that when Yunxiang left last year, he was only at the middle yellow grade. He's betting that the guy hasn't even hit the mysterious grade yet. To make it fair, he says he'll suppress his cultivation to the same level, so he's not just bullying the weak. Everyone at the party is dead silent. In their heads, they're all calling Yunrui a total moron. He's acting so high and mighty now, but he's going to regret it in about 5 seconds. Yunqi wants to step in, but Yunxiang stops him, saying he's down for a little friendly spar. Lady Cheng tries to stop her son, but Yunxiu holds her back. Yunxiu figures, this is the perfect chance to see what Yunxiang is actually capable of. Besides, if Yunxiang can knock some sense into that idiot Yunrui, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. At least family won't kill him. If he keeps letting some manipulative girl lead him by the nose, the real world is going to chew him up and spit him out. With Yunxiang's okay, Yunrui excitedly tells the butler to prep the training grounds. Suddenly, Elder Song waves his hand and speaks up. No need for all that. Just let the two of them settle it in the courtyard right outside the hall. Then he turns to Elder Kong and suggests he contribute something too. Elder Kong nods along out of habit, then suddenly freezes as he realizes he's walked into a trap. Elder Song beckons him over, telling Elder Kong that since he's traveled so far, he should put up a little something as a prize for the winner. Elder Kong is hating every second of this. He's a guest from out of town, so why the hell is he the one who has to cough up a prize? Reading his mind, Elder Song doesn't give him a single chance to say no. After a bit of taunting, Elder Kong has no choice but to pull out a rejuvenation pill he won at the Hongxi auction. This thing was incredibly hard to get, but if these two young men are going to entertain him, he'll suck it up and offer it as the prize. Immediately, Kong Fan whispers for him to stop, reminding him that the rejuvenation pill is a priceless treasure. It's literally a lifesaver, but Elder Kong is determined. He knows that if he doesn't bleed a little for the Song family today, this pill won't be enough to save his life anyway. As for Song Yunxiang, he'll deal with her when they get home. Watching this, Yunxiu is completely stunned. She can't believe Elder Kong would give up something so valuable. And never mind her uncle. Why are her mom and aunts acting so calm about this? Seeing the massive prize, Song Yunrui gets even more hyped and thanks Elder Kong in advance. He acts like the pill is already in his pocket. He knows the rejuvenation pill is top-tier medicine. It can literally pull someone back from the brink of death. On the battlefield, it's basically an extra life. You can't buy it for any amount of money. Song Yunrui is practically drooling just thinking about it. This time, he won't just humiliate that brat Yunxiang. He'll walk away with a legendary treasure. He plans to give the pill to his father later, convinced it'll make him think much more highly of Song Yunxiang. Once that happens, he'll beg his grandfather to change the marriage contract. It's the perfect plan. Meanwhile, Song Yunxiang is terrified seeing how upset Elder Kong is. She feels like she's just made a huge mistake. Still, she thinks she can fix this. Once that idiot Yunrui wins the pill, she'll just trick him out of it and give it back to her grandfather. By the time Song Yunrui snaps out of his daydream, Yunxiang is already gone. According to the butler, he's already outside waiting in the courtyard. Riding a wave of excitement, Song Yunrui hurries after him. But first, he invites Song Yunxiang to come out and watch the show. For a moment, Song Yunxiang doesn't know if she should go or not, so she looks around to see what the others think. Elder Kong understood exactly what his granddaughter was thinking. He turned to Elder Song and suggested that they should head outside as well. Elder Song replied that there was no need for that and ordered a maid to bring over a panoramic projection. In no time, the maid set up the device on her wrist. A massive screen appeared in the middle of the banquet hall, showing the empty lot outside. There stood Van Tuong, tall and imposing. He looked absolutely magnificent. Even Song Van Tui was caught off guard, finding the way Van Tuong stood there with one hand in his pocket, surprisingly cool. But he still looked down on Van Tuong, thinking he would soon have the guy groveling under his feet. Van Tui told himself that soon enough, he would be the only one looking that cool. With that thought, he pointed a finger at Van Tuong and barked. He warned Van Tuong not to blame him for not giving a heads up. He said a man needs to know his place, clearly hinting that Van Tuong wasn't good enough for Kong Hin Hin. Facing him, Van Tuong didn't even flinch. He told Van Tui to stop wasting breath and just get on with it. Van Tui let out a cold snort. He wanted to see just how much longer Van Tuong could keep acting tough. A split second later, Van Tui activated his Star Soul armor. It was a mech modeled after the Wei Vian style. On the other hand, Van Tuong wasn't in any rush at all, even as Van Tui leveled his sword at him. He pointed the blade right at Van Tuong's face, demanding to know why he hadn't equipped his armor yet. Then, he started making assumptions. He claimed Van Tuong was just trying to stall for time. It made sense, after all, since the guy had defective soul veins. He could only maintain his armor for 3 minutes. Hearing this, Van Tuong flashed a wicked, playful grin and tossed out a soul charm. It triggered a blinding, supernatural phenomenon. A barrier had been set up around the clearing. Van Tui gasped in shock and started complaining. He accused Van Tuong of using dirty tricks for an ambush, never imagining the useless loser would come so well prepared. As the dust settled, Van Tuong finally equipped his Star Soul. A terrifying figure began to emerge from the haze. The sheer pressure of his aura forced Van Tui to shield his face and stumble back. He was utterly terrified, unable to believe that Van Tuong's level was actually higher than his own. But the surprises weren't over yet. A flash of light streaked toward him, slicing clean through the wrist joint of Van Thui's mech. He screamed in agony and tumbled backward. The moment he looked up, Van Tuong's sky-piercer halberd was already pressed against his throat. From inside the cockpit, Van Tuong spoke with pure mockery. He joked that Van Tui actually looked better with just one arm. Beaten and broken, Van Tui stammered, refusing to believe the person in front of him was really Van Tuong. His pupils shrank with rage as he insisted this couldn't be Van Tuong because he was just too powerful. To his surprise, Van Tuong actually admitted he was Song Van Tuong. But deep down, he thought to himself, I'm the Song Van Tuong from 60 years in the future. Meanwhile, about 100 miles away from Sadu City, a group of people was traveling on camels. Their destination was, of course, Sadu City. They chose camels because it was relatively safe. It was slow, but they were less likely to run into high-level monsters. While the old leader was taking a drink, one of his subordinates suddenly looked at the sky and shouted in terror. The old leader turned around, annoyed, and told the guy to speak properly. He told him to spit it out. The man struggled to get the words out, pointing to the sky and shouting that there was a giant fish up there. Back at the Song estate, Van Tuong had taken out Van Thui's arm in a single move. Everyone who saw the crimson mech was floored. They all began to wonder what kind of star soul this was. What kind of general could have such a majestic and powerful appearance? Gasps of shock filled the banquet hall as they realized just how terrifying Van Tuong was. With just one strike, he had crippled Van Thui's elite academy mech. Kong Pham watched closely, thinking to himself, it turned out the rumors were true. The man with the broken soul veins had indeed become the master of Zuo Ci. Standing nearby, Elder Kong asked a question. To him, this didn't look much like the legendary Zuo Ci he had heard about. Kong Pham explained that since the elder had been in secluded meditation for 5 years, he wouldn't know the latest news. Word around Nam Chao was that Zuo Ci could shapeshift into other Star Soul generals. It could even use the abilities of the general it copied. Elder Kong's jaw dropped in shock. If that was true, The power was absolutely broken. Slowly, the guests in the hall began to accept the reality of what they were seeing. Lady Trin and the person next to her both asked Elder Song in disbelief if that really was Song Van Tuong, with a calm expression. Elder Song let out a hearty laugh and asked them if they had ever heard about the Battle of Nguyen Din City. Van Tu did the talking, saying she heard that in that battle, a Crimson Star Soul general appeared, holding a 10-foot-long sky-piercer halberd. It was like a weapon from the gods, turning the tide of the war all by itself. Song Tich added that she had heard in a school meeting that this Crimson Star Soul was the one who flipped the script on the battlefield. It was a mech from the great Mecha Academy of Nam Chao. The pilot was a first-year student whom everyone had been praising. They called him a hero at the victory banquet, but no one expected it to be Van Tuong. After hearing that, the crowd was hit with another wave of shock. They all looked up at the mech on the screen with newfound respect. As for Elder Song, he burst into a proud laugh, confirming that their guesses were spot on. The hero of the Battle of Nguyen Din City was indeed his grandson, the heir of Song Qin. When he showed up, Madame Cheng and her group were completely stunned, and Gu Zhen finally regained consciousness. Madam, he turned to Elder Song and asked if he had known about this all along. In response, Elder Song said, the Heavenly Star Bureau was also looking out for Yunxiang's safety, so they kept everything related to Zuo Ci a secret. It is too late for them to find out now. He planned to officially announce the news during tonight's banquet. After thinking for a moment, Madam, he gasped in shock. If Yunxiang is Zuo Ci's master, then does that mean the Chu on Marquis Mansion is about to have a saint-rank fighter? This news had Madame Cheng so worked up she was breaking into a cold sweat. If the Song family returned to its peak, her voice would carry much more weight back at her parents' house. For the sake of Shu heir and Rui heir, she wanted to grab a piece of the Song family business. Too bad, though. Her relationship with Yunxiang was pretty terrible, but she didn't care about her pride anymore. She was going to do whatever it took to suck up to him. Over on Su Yun's side, she was crying tears of joy. Suddenly, Elder Song burst out laughing and asked Elder Kong what he thought, nearly scaring the man out of his skin. Elder Kong immediately stood up and offered his congratulations to the Song family, begrudgingly praising Yunxiang's extraordinary talent. He claimed it was an honor for both the Song and Kong families. Then, he turned to ask Kong Shinhin for her opinion. She just stood there, completely stunned. On the outside, Kong Shinhin acted like she agreed, but on the inside, she was seething with frustration. She hated this. She felt Zuo Ci was nothing special and definitely couldn't beat Xunxia's Cao Ren. But a second later, Elder Song shut the Kong family down. He said the Song family's glory came from their ancestors' blessings. So what did the Kong family's luck or misfortune have to do with any of it? Despite being insulted like that, Elder Kong didn't dare fight back. He just sat there with a sour face and took it. Song Kang's eyes filled with tears as he silently cursed Yunxiang for breaking his promise. In the Song family, the two of them were known as the useless ones. They promised they would drink and slack off together, but now that Yunxiang was suddenly so brilliant, it looked like Song Kang was the only loser left in the family. Suddenly, Song Xin patted Song Kang's shoulder and said expectantly, "Look, Song Rui is starting his counterattack." Outside, Song Yun Rui had pulled himself back up. One of his arms was gone, but lightning was still pulsing around him. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he refused to believe it, thinking Yunxiang was just using some kind of illusion. He was determined to expose the trick right now. Song Yun Rui activated his severed armor reconstruction skill. His severed arm slowly began to solidify and reform. This actually caught Yunxiang a bit off guard. He thought it was pretty interesting that this kid actually possessed such a high-level combat skill. This move required incredibly complex calculations and precise construction techniques to work. If it failed, it would drain a massive amount of soul power, making it worse than just re-equipping from scratch. Basically, only a hard-working genius could master this with 100% accuracy. Since Song Yun Rui could pull it off, he was actually somewhat of a talent. In that case, Yunxiang decided to test his abilities by using the same rank. Suddenly, Yunxiang deactivated his soul armor, which shocked Yun Rui. A moment later, Yunxiang pulled out an Academy soul talisman. He equipped the mighty distant form. The crowd gasped in shock, wondering if this was another one of Zuo Ci's abilities. Song Yun Rui was also confused because Yunxiang's aura had changed, shifting to the peak of the profound rank, just like his own. As he lunged forward to attack, Song Rui felt he was right. That Earth rank aura, and that previous mecha appearance must have been an illusion. With his spirit soaring, Song Yunrui leaped into the air and unleashed his finishing move. But as he swung down, Yunxiang calmly stepped aside, avoiding the strike without breaking a sweat. Yunrui glared and swung his sword again, but Yunxiang just casually jumped out of the way. He kept dodging, causing Song Yunrui's face to twist with pure rage. He threw everything he had into attacking Yunxiang. Not far away, Xia Beizhe and the third elder were watching the fight. After a while, Xia Bei's expression changed as he turned to the old man. He asked if the third elder was the one who taught Yunxiang the black armor guard movement technique. Surprisingly, the third elder was thinking the exact same thing. He thought Xia Beizhe had taught him. The two were baffled, eventually guessing it must have been Qing Dai. They figured she must have been secretly training with Yunxiang. Behind their backs, inside the barrier, Song Yunrui continued to relentlessly hunt Yunxiang down. After a moment, Yunxiang suddenly did a somersault to create some distance and summoned a longsword. Before Song Yunrui could even react, Yunxiang leaped high into the air to counterattack. Yunrui watched him closely. He realized Yunxiang was mimicking his own moves. Just as he was about to counter it, Yunxiang's shadow suddenly appeared right next to him. The speed was so insane that Yunrui couldn't react in time as Yunxiang circled behind him. With a sudden kick, he sent Yunrui flying. In that split second, Yunxiang made his judgment. Yunrui's combat skills were decent, but his actual combat experience was pathetic. Taking a kick he never saw coming, Yunrui went face first into the dirt with his butt up in the air. Tong Vanthui snapped, his face twisted in rage as he barked insults at Van Tuong for using such dirty tricks to deceive him. Van Tuong just looked down on him with pure contempt, mocking how pathetic and incompetent Van Thui looked. With a smirk, he let out a devious little laugh. Since he had the perfect chance to dig for info, he figured he would mess with Van Thu's head a bit first, to see what he could find. Putting on an air of superiority, Van Tuong began to lecture him, saying Van Thui spent way too much energy on useless theories, which explains why he never got any. He told him that his own uncle had looked down on him from the very beginning, and that he was even more pathetic than that outcast everyone talked about. Every single word stabbed into Van Thui's heart like a knife. Van Thui was both furious and terrified. How on earth did Van Tuong know about the existence of those people? He wondered if Van Thu's theory was actually true. Meanwhile, everyone in the hall was gasping in shock at the raw power Van Tuong was displaying. No one expected him to be this strong. He was beating Tong Van Thui so badly that the guy couldn't even fight back. It was like a cat toying with a mouse in an open field. Van Tuong's overwhelming aura dominated the entire room, forcing everyone around him to look up at him in awe. Van Koi's eyes were practically glowing, and his jaw dropped as he praised Van Tuong's last move, calling it absolutely incredible. Van Cam was no different. She felt that Van Tuong's combat experience was impossibly rich for his age, and she couldn't help. What exactly did Van Tuong go through during this past 1 year? Thon Dai couldn't help but blush, thinking to herself how cool and powerful he had become. But when she turned to her side, Old Mok was nowhere to be found. With a sudden whoosh, Old Mok reappeared right next to Habak Chiat and the third elder, scaring the daylights out of them. The third elder nearly had a heart attack. Before he could even finish, Old Mok cut them off and demanded an answer. With a more serious expression than ever, Old Mok questioned them. How did Van Tuong know the movement techniques of the Black Armor Guard? When exactly did the two of them teach him that? The third elder immediately denied it. They had been laying low for so long, precisely because they didn't want the higher-ups to think the Tong family was becoming too powerful or still linked to the Black Armor Guard. Seeing their reaction, Old Mok didn't doubt them, but he fell into deep thought. That was when the third elder shared his own suspicion, suggesting that this might have something to do with Dichlan. But Old Mok dismissed that idea without a second thought. For years, Commander Ditch had put his heart and soul into trying to revive the legacy of the Black Armor Guard, both in the shadows. Bak Chiet let out a sigh, feeling like this wasn't such a big deal after all, since a simple movement technique shouldn't be top secret. Besides, Van Tuong is the son of the third master, so what if he knows a few combat skills his own father created? After he said that, no one asked anything else, as if they had finally found the answer they were looking for. Inside the barrier, Tong Van Thui slowly struggled to his feet. He didn't understand what Van Tuong was talking about, but his mind was racing with doubt. This reaction was a bit unexpected for Van Tuong. He had suspected that the mole was linked to that womanizing second uncle of his, so he had just lied to Tong. Finding his resolve again, Tong Van Thui declared he wouldn't be fooled twice, and suddenly charged at Van Tuong with every ounce of his strength. His speed was impressive, even making Van Tuong admit that his explosive power wasn't half bad. The moment he got close, Tong Van Thuy unleashed a combat skill, thrusting his twin swords directly at Van Tuong's mech, aiming to pierce right through it. Just when it looked like he had the win in the bag, Van Tuong's mech suddenly blurred and vanished, revealing it was nothing but an afterimage. By the time Tong Van Thuy realized what happened, Van Tuong had already appeared behind him in midair, grabbing the head of Van Thuy's mech, and taking. This scene made Old Mok and the others jump to their feet in shock. Was that the 7-star stride? The third elder looked completely stunned. If it was just a movement technique using soul power to float, that would be one thing, but the 7-star stride was something that couldn't be easily explained. While the three of them were debating whether to contact Commander Ditch, Old Mok wasted no time and hurried off to report to the old Marquis first. Back in the banquet hall, everyone was buzzing about Van Tuong's movement technique, amazed that he could actually step off the air itself. That technique was so eerie. Kong Pham was stunned and found it hard to believe, feeling like Van Tuong had the same legendary aura as that man from years ago. Beside him, Elder Kong was even more shaken. He knew very well that the 7-star stride belonged to the Black Armor Guard, and his suspicions began to grow. What was the connection between Van Tuong and that woman? A bad feeling washed over him, making him realize that the secrets within the Tong family ran far deeper than he thought. As for Old Man Tong, he looked incredibly proud, wearing a smug grin as he took in Van Tuong's spectacular performance. The only one who couldn't sit still was Kong Hin Hin, as everything was going completely opposite to what she had planned. If she had known this would happen, she never would have come up with such a plan. Still, Kong Hin Hin felt that Van Tuong was no match for Tuan Ha. Later on, she would have Tuan Ha lead the White Dragon Bang to reclaim what was lost, and give Van Tuong a piece of her mind while he was at it. Grabbing Song Van Thuy by the head, Van Tuong demanded an answer. If someone were called a bastard by this brat, who would that person be? Song Van Thuy's mecha was in ruins, and he stared blankly for a moment, completely dazed. Without hesitation, he blurted out that it would be Van Tuong. Before he could finish, Van Tuong unleashed a palm strike that completely shattered his mecha. Song Van Thuy slammed face first into the array and plummeted to the ground, looking absolutely pathetic. A moment later, Van Tuong stepped on him and asked again, warning Song Van Thuy to think very carefully before opening his mouth. Elsewhere in Sa Diu City, where the desert sands blurred the horizon, several heads suddenly poked out from the dunes. They had all been knocked down by Storm, that massive beast. With no other choice, they had buried themselves in the sand, just to stay alive. Recalling how the monster had spat something out, the old leader composed himself and ordered his subordinates to go check it out. Not far from them, a massive sand crater had just formed. Two merchants crept toward the edge and peered into the bottom. What they saw was a massive, glowing red crystal. Stunned by the discovery, they immediately reported it to the Mok family in Sa Diu City. The old leader had no idea what it was, but anything spat out by a god-tier beast was definitely no ordinary object. Meanwhile, Van Tuong was still interrogating Song Van Thuy while pinning him down. Lying on the ground, Song Van Thuy had become much more obedient. He denied knowing what Van Tuong was talking about, wondering why the guy even cared about such a thing. He planned to discuss things with Van Tu once this was over. However, Van Tuong saw right through every bit of his act. It was clear this guy was holding out on him. Not wanting to force it, Van Tuong planned to have a secret guard tail him for an investigation. Pulling his foot back, Van Tuong coldly told Van Thuy to just forfeit. This caught Song Van Thuy completely off guard. Was Van Tuong really letting him off that easily? With a snap of Van Tuong's fingers, the surrounding array slowly faded away. Everyone in the banquet hall cheered, unable to believe that Van Tuong had won such an easy victory. Old Man Song reflected deeply. After a battle like this, even without those pills, no one in the Song family would ever dare look down on Van Tuong again. It was the star-dissolving array. Old Ma quietly returned to his spot next to Thondai. Seeing him, Thondai immediately asked for his opinion. Should they deal with that sneaky maid? With a quick glance, Old Mok realized she was just a trainee maid. She had been moved in from the outer courtyard. Old Mok told Thondai not to jump the gun, guessing that Van Tuong already had a plan in place. Just as Old Mok predicted, Tavan was hiding in the bushes, silently watching everything. She was busy recording the details of the fight, completely unaware that from another building, Tu was watching her and taking notes as well. In the banquet hall, Old Man Song snatched a pill from Old Man Kong, leaving the latter filled with regret. He even slyly asked if the battle just now was spectacular or what. Despite his frustration, Old Man Kong had no choice but to play along. He praised Van Tuong's strength, calling him a dragon among men and saying he was worlds apart from his own daughter. Hin hin hin. Just as he finished, Van Tuong walked in and interrupted, telling Old Man Kong there was no need for such modesty. Kong Hin Hin immediately put on a fake smile and showered him with praise, though she was secretly gnashing her teeth in rage. She cursed Song Van Thuy for being such a useless loser, forcing her to rely on Tuan Ha instead. Old Man Song held the rejuvenation pill tight. He didn't want to let go, figuring Van Tuong wouldn't need it anyway, so he might as well keep it safe. In response, Van Tuong didn't care for it at all, calling it a low-grade pill that would leave toxins in the body. He had much better stuff. With that, Van Tuong tossed Old Man Song a bottle containing dozens of pills. As soon as Old Man Song held it up to look, Old Man Kong standing nearby was stunned and couldn't help but shout. He realized these were top-grade rejuvenation pills, and there was an entire bottle of them. This news sent a shockwave through all the ladies in the hall. Everyone's eyes went wide as they stared. Some, throwing shame to the wind, immediately seeing this, Old Man Song quickly tucked the bottle away, telling them not to even dream about getting one. He claimed it was a gift of filial piety from Van Tuong. At that moment, a maid walked in and offered a pill to Old Mok. According to her, they found it in the courtyard. Hearing this, Old Man Kong rushed over to grab it, confirming it was the pill he had dropped. But since he had just seen those top-tier pills, this ordinary pill now looked like complete garbage to him. Having completed the task, Old Mok kept his word and told the maid to go to the storehouse for a reward. Unexpectedly, Van Tuong wanted to reward her himself. Seeing that she had no cultivation and likely lacked talent, Van Tuong pulled out 2 pills and explained that the pink one was a 4-star jade skin pill. The blue one is a 4-star spirit master pill. I have 2 choices for you, pretty lady. The jade skin pill can make your skin as flawless as white jade, but the spirit master pill? That will grant you the talent to actually start your cultivation journey. These 2 items looked like ultimate treasures to everyone in the hall, and honestly, no one could keep their cool. Even Old Man Song was stunned. Seeing the maid hesitate, Yunxiang even offered cold hard cash as a reward instead. Before he could even finish his sentence, the maid dropped to her knees in excitement and chose power without a second thought. Seeing her choice, Yunxiang let out a smirk and handed her the blue pill. At that moment, Song Yunxiang had no idea that a single pill given on a whim would give birth to a legendary and fierce female general on the eastern continent in the future. Meanwhile, the rest of the guests just kept on eating and drinking. With the skirmish over, everyone stuffed their faces. Song Yunrui was nowhere to be seen, and even though everyone had their own hidden agendas, they all played nice on the outside. Kong Xin made an excuse about feeling unwell and ditched the party early. Neither side brought up the engagement again until Old Man Song officially called it a night. Everyone scattered back to their own homes. As Yunxiang was leading his crew back, he spotted a shady figure lurking around the manor. Without skipping a beat, Yunxiang signaled a Jin and a Ji to take care of it. They moved like lightning, ambushing the shadow and beating him within an inch of his life. Turns out, that guy was none other than Old Man Kong. Even after taking a beating, the old man looked happy to be in front of Yunxiang. Yunxiang, on the other hand, played dumb. He asked why the old man had crawled back after leaving. Old Man Kong looked dead serious, clearly fighting a massive internal battle. A moment later, he threw his pride away and knelt before Yunxiang, swearing to be his loyal dog from that day forward. A little while ago, after leaving the Song Manor, Old Man Kong couldn't shake a bad feeling. Kong Fan was totally confused by his behavior. They had made it out safely, after all. But Old Man Kong was deep in thought, realizing he had underestimated just how deep the Song family's roots really went. Even the servants in Song Yunxiang's eastern courtyard were at the heaven grade. When Kong Fan heard that, he nearly lost his mind. Old Man Kong didn't hold back, admitting that everything they thought they knew about the Song family was probably a lie. Legend says, when the late emperor suddenly died, the imperial father-in-law triggered the 8 generals' choice, leading to the brutal battle of the imperial tomb. Every major family was crippled. The Saint-grade experts from the Zong and Song families both fell, allowing the king of the north, the current emperor, to swoop in and take everything. The Zhong family's attempt to seize power failed miserably. The Song family took the fall for the royal massacre and was exiled to the borderlands. So, Old Man Kong suspected the Song family was just playing the long game, hiding at the border to rebuild their strength. If that Saint-grade ancestor wasn't actually dead, plus with a genius like Song Yunxiang appearing. Kong Fan realized where he was going with this and was left speechless with terror. In a person's life, there are only a few choices that actually matter. With that, Old Man Kong leaped off the airship and headed straight back to the Song family. Meanwhile, in the flashiest district of Yonggan City, Zhang Daqi and his gang were tossing back drinks. After another round, Zhang Daqi was feeling great. Across from him sat Songba, the second master of the Song family, who was showering him with over-the-top praise. Zhang Daqi tried to act humble, but he couldn't hide the smug look on his face. Trying to be a big shot, he even offered to buy some Song family wine to honor his ancestors, but Songba just waved him off. This wine was called Heaven's Descent, brewed personally back when the Songs were still in the imperial capital. The technique had been lost for ages, and they only had a tiny bit left. He claimed he'd only crack open a jar for a true hero. Hearing that, Zhang Daqi was stoked and enthusiastically toasted Songba again. As they were enjoying the booze, a subordinate suddenly reported that Songba's wife was demanding he come home immediately. Even CEO Zhao sent a similar message, saying there was urgent business to discuss. Zhang Daqi was in a good mood and told Songba to go ahead. So, Songba politely excused himself and left. Clutching the wine jar, Zhang Daqi didn't give a damn about anything else and started pouring drinks for himself, completely ignoring the rest of the Song family. Once they were out in the hallway, Songba told Mei Dai to protect Zhang Daqi at all costs. He was worried Zhang Daqi's psycho older brother might try to take him out while he was in Song territory. Mei Dai went to handle it right away. Now, only Zhang Zha was left by Songba's side, looking totally unimpressed. Songba asked if the party for Song Yunxiang was over yet. In response, Zhang Zhao told him about the fight between Yunxiang and Yun Rui. The result was a total blowout defeat, which caught Songba completely off guard. Shortly after, he discovered his wife was looking for him to ask if they should go to the East Wing to personally apologize to Song Yunxiang. Relying on his sharp instincts, Songba immediately sensed that things weren't that simple. Based on his wife's personality, she would never normally act this way. Could it be that Song Yunxiang had returned with some incredible power? With that thought, Songba and his subordinates slipped out through the hotel's back door. As they walked, Songba sighed to himself, wishing his own son was even 1/10 as capable as Zhang Chao. Hearing this, Zhang Chao quickly took a step back, maintaining a respectful distance. Songba waved his hand, signaling him to relax. Since no one else was around, he told Zhang Chao to stay by his side and keep learning. He promised he would eventually find a way for the boy to return to the Song family and officially recognize his lineage. Zhang Chao's eyes sharpened as he performed a deep bow of gratitude. He and his brother had no other desires. They only hoped to fulfill their mother's dying wish. Songba let out a long, heavy sigh. Songba silently admitted to himself that the Song family truly owed that woman a great debt. Meanwhile, at the South Baron Great Wall, inside the Iron Wall Army camp, Captain Zhang went to see the commander-in-chief. At that moment, the commander was focused on a video recording of the Kunpeng. He casually told his subordinate to let the visitor in. This man was Song Qing, Song Yunxiang's eldest uncle. Zhang Mu entered and knelt on one knee to report that General Liu and the Shishui faction had contacted them to conduct a live combat test of the new Star Soul generals. This new model needed to pass through the Iron Wall Army's camp. Just as he finished speaking, the cook in the room rushed over to hand him a letter. After seeing that all the conditions were met, Song Qing gave his approval. He then gave further orders to his subordinates. He told them to arrange 2 squads to secretly escort the group. Receiving his orders, Zhang Mu immediately left to get to work. While holding a bowl of soup, the male cook wondered aloud why the women of the Shishui kingdom were running all the way to the Tiandu kingdom's territory. Just to test new armor? Weren't they afraid of their mecha secrets being leaked? Song Qing didn't find this strange at all. The relationships between allied nations are delicate. Keeping your strength on par with your allies is the only way to maintain a long-lasting peace. Hearing this, the old cook finally understood. Was Shishui just trying to show off to them? Song Qing didn't bother to answer. Instead, he just told the man to go get more salt. Back at the Song family's East Wing, Elder Kong was groveling on the ground before Yunxiang. He admitted he had been blind before and vowed to be Yunxiang's loyal dog from now on. For his past offenses, Kong Zheng was willing to work like a slave for Yunxiang to atone for his crimes. Facing him, Yunxiang didn't look surprised at all. He told the old man that working like a slave sounded a bit too dramatic. It seemed Elder Kong had weighed the pros and cons before finally making his move. In his heart, Elder Kong cursed. What choice did I have? If he hadn't made a move quickly. He was terrified those heaven rank experts would have ended him in his sleep. Despite all these thoughts, only a split second had passed. Elder Kong continued to clasp his hands to show his sincerity, claiming he never cared about personal gain. His Kong family had always looked to the Song family as their leader, and that would never change. If Yunxiang didn't despise him, he was willing to serve as a mere servant in the Song manor. Elder Kong was in a state of absolute panic, never imagining Song Yunxiang had become this powerful. Even the maids guarding the doors and the servants were all heaven rank. He was a proud, early-stage heaven rank expert, but in this east wing of the Song family, there wasn't a single position prestigious enough to even give him a bit of face. The more he thought, the more he tried to hype himself up, searching for any competitive edge he might still have. Suddenly, Elder Kong's eyes widened as an idea hit him. He asked Yunxiang if the East Wing needed a chef. He reminded him that years ago, he used to serve a certain high official in the central province. Yunxiang chuckled and told Elder Kong to stand up. The old man jumped up instantly. He acted like a dog following its master's command, his behavior almost comically exaggerated. Yunxiang saw how desperate the old man was to serve. It just so happened he had a mission for him. Elder Kong knelt again to accept the order, swearing he would follow it even if it meant his death. Seeing him kneel so much, Yunxiang was honestly at a loss for words. While telling him to get up again, he pulled out a bottle of medicinal pills. From what he knew, the other families likely still had 4 Earth-rank peak ancestors. Elder Kong confirmed this was true. Originally, Yongan City had 5 first-class families, and besides him, all those other old guys were stuck at the half-step heaven rank. Even in second-class families like the Shen and Zhao families, they each had an Earth-rank late-stage expert. Looking at the bottle of pills, Elder Kong didn't dare to guess its contents. He never expected Yunxiang to hand this to him. Yunxiang told Elder Kong to go on his behalf and help all those old men break through to the heaven rank. Elder Kong's hands trembled as he took the bottle, unable to hold back his tears. He realized these were obstacle-breaking pills. He had only ever heard of such pills in legends. Inside, Elder Kong wanted to cry. He had spent 5 years of agonizing, secluded cultivation just to reach the heaven rank. He thought he had finally widened the gap between himself and the others. Before he could even enjoy showing off, those old fogies were about to catch up to him. Yunxiang calmly asked if Elder Kong understood his intent. Elder Kong asked hesitantly, did Yunxiang want to bring them all under his control? Yun Tuong gave a slight nod. Elder Kong finally got the message. Yun Tuong was planning to make his move on the ancestors of those other families. He wanted to bring their forces under his wing. Yun Tuong mused that the old man's intuition wasn't bad at all, and if he did a good job, a heavenly spirit pill would be his reward. Clutching the pill, Elder Kong was fired up, ready to work himself to the bone to repay this massive debt of gratitude. Once things were settled, Yun Tuong dismissed him. Just as Elder Kong was about to leap over the corridor, Yun Tuong called him back. It made the old man jump out of his skin. He stood there like a kicked puppy, waiting for instructions. Yun Tuong coldly brought up the engagement. Hearing this, Elder Kong threw himself onto the ground, terrified that Kong Hin Hin's past behavior had finally pushed Yun Tuong too far. To calm him down, he promised Yun Tuong he would bring her over right away. He even went as far as saying Hin Hin wasn't worthy of Yun Tuong, suggesting she could just be a lowly concubine if he didn't mind. Cutting him off, Yun Tuong stated flatly that he had zero interest in Kong Hin Hin. He just wanted to find a dignified way to call off the engagement. As for what Hin Hin thought, he couldn't care less. Elder Kong's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He couldn't believe his ears. Yun Tuong just narrowed his eyes and called him a smart man. He implied he didn't need to be taught how to handle this. Understanding the hint, Elder Kong didn't dare argue. He vowed to get it done right. He turned to leave in a hurry, terrified Yun Tuong might change his mind. He even timidly asked one last time if he could go. Yun Tuong told him to stop jumping over walls and just walk out through the front gate like a normal person. Once he was gone, Yun Tuong let out a sigh of relief. Even though things took a weird turn, he'd finally cleared up the engagement mess. Suddenly, Old Mu called out. Yun Tuong addressed his concerns, as the old man was worried the Kong family hadn't truly surrendered. He feared they were only acting out of fear of the Song family's power, or just trying to play both sides. Ma Kim Hoa agreed, noting that the situation seemed suspicious. Kong Hin Hin went straight to Tuan Da the moment she returned. They felt Old Mu was right, and that keeping the Kong family around was just asking for trouble. They even suggested wiping them out that very night. But Yun Tuong immediately shot that down, saying it wasn't that deep. Then, he dropped a bombshell. Vin and City would soon be the site of a massive war. Millions of monsters would tear down the walls, and countless people would be torn apart in the crossfire. Every bit of strength would be needed. It would give the Thien Do kingdom and the human race a glimmer of hope. He told them to focus on the big picture and the survival of the nation. There was no need to waste power on petty grudges. Hearing this, Thon Dai was deeply moved. Even old Mu was touched by Yun Tuong's magnanimity, seeing how he could set aside his pride for the greater good. Yun Tuong's maturity really made them see him in a new light. However, Yun Tuong's real thoughts were miles away from their sentimental feelings. He had plenty of schemes up his sleeve. He was using a carrot-and-stick approach to keep them in line, training them to be tools he could use. In the coming beast tide, the more manpower, the better. Remembering his plans, he asked old Mu to prep a shuttle. He had a trip to make tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the southern wasteland Great Wall, 10 miles outside the Iron Wall Army camp, a transport ship from the Hai Thui Kingdom touched down. Their mechs, named Su Nu, were sleek and white. It perfectly matched the style of a nation made up entirely of women. While the guards were on watch, a dark figure suddenly blurred toward them. It was a pitch-black mech moving at insane speeds. The two Hai Thui mechs immediately took a defensive stance. A second later, the black mech leaped high and landed right in front of a blue-haired woman. The armor retracted, revealing the pilot inside. Truong Mo came to pay his respects. Standing before him was General Liu, who was there to receive the approval documents from the commander. Liu Nin thanked him politely, and Truong Mo wasted no time, taking off immediately. Inside the transport ship sat 3 experimental Huyen Nu mechs. After getting the documents, Liu Nin went inside to inform the princess. She also asked when they would start the mission. Luang Hoan ordered them to move out right away. She'd been waiting for this for a long time, itching to test these 3 new mechs on some monsters. Back at the Song Estate's east wing, Yun Tuong had changed clothes and was waiting for the shuttle old Mu promised. A small, high-tech ship slowly emerged from a metal crate. Stepping aboard, Yun Tuong gave a satisfied nod. Not bad. Ha Bok Triet wanted to make a few more tweaks, but Yun Tuong declined. He said he'd handle it himself when he got back. With that, he fired up the engines and took off. Ha Bok Triet shouted after him in shock. Was he really leaving right this second? The old man didn't think it was a good idea to head out so suddenly. Elder Mok also tried to talk Van Tuong out of going alone, suggesting he take at least a few shadow guards for protection. Thon Dai was worried and wanted to tag along, but Van Tuong stood his ground. He insisted on going solo so he could move freely. It is just more efficient that way. Then, he tossed Elder Mok and Thon Dai 2 spatial compression cards, explaining they contained high-grade pills. He wanted them to handpick some talented recruits and do their best to train a few top-tier fighters. Even the maids in the inner and outer courtyards were not to be left out. Their combat strength needed to be pushed to the limit. Elder Mok and Thon Dai both nodded in agreement. As the hatch slowly opened, Van Tuong moved upward while giving them his final instructions. He would be gone for 3 to 5 days, maybe a week, but he promised to be back within 10 days for sure. With that, Van Tuong hit the gas, and the shuttle shot off at a blistering speed, leaving nothing but a streak of light in the sky. Back in the side hall, Tongba heard a noise and looked confused. It sounded just like a shuttle engine. That thing has some serious specs. Mrs. Trin chimed in, guessing that Van Tuong had probably snuck out to play again. Because of that, she gave Tongba a piece of her mind. She had told him to find Van Tuong yesterday, but he only bothered to show up at the old marquee place this morning. Tongba kept his cool, figuring it was better to talk to his father first. Otherwise, they would just keep chasing Van Tuong in circles. Even if those 2 old fogies teamed up, they probably could not pry those treasures away from him. Right then, Elder Tong walked in. Having heard the entire, he asked what treasures they were gossiping about, and everyone in the room immediately stood up to pay their respects. Elder Tong took his seat in the center and asked Tongba why they were there. Seizing the moment, Tongba started rambling. He claimed he was too busy with official business yesterday to throw Van Tuong a welcome home party, so he wanted Elder Tong to host one instead. He planned to hold a banquet at Vinon Tower tonight. Before he could finish, Elder Tong cut him off with a heavy sigh. He saw right through their little scheme. They were obviously still after Van Tuong's stash of pills. Embarrassed, Tongba tried to deny it. He argued that Van Tuong was part of the Tong family, so keeping such valuable treasures to himself was a waste. He suggested the Tong family should take over the Shuimu group. By using their business model to manage those resources, they could maximize the profits. Just as he finished speaking, Elder Mok and Thon Dai walked in. Elder Tong smiled and asked if that noise earlier was Van Tuong. Elder Mok confirmed it. He also mentioned that Van Tuong was heading to the southern wilderness to hunt monsters, and then he would make a stop at Sand Eagle City in the lower realm. After hearing that, Elder Tong acted like it was no big deal and told them to head out. On the other hand, Tong Ba and the others were freaking out. He demanded to know if Elder Mok had misheard, fearing Van Tuong would just end up as monster bait. Before Elder Mok left, Elder Tong asked when Van Tuong would be back and got his answer. Elder Tong gave a thoughtful nod, but Tong Ba panicked and told them to wait, screaming that the southern wilderness was crawling with monsters. Even the Iron Wall army struggled there. Van Tuong going alone was basically a suicide mission. Ignoring his yelling, Elder Mok and Thon Dai calmly walked away. After a moment, Elder Tong told his son to pipe down and then played several clips of Van Tuong recent fights. He shoved the footage in their faces to see if they still dared to scheme against the kid. The room was filled with gasps of shock. No one could believe this was the same useless Van Tuong they used to know. Meanwhile, Van Tuong was soaring through the clouds. Even he was blown away by the shuttle performance. This thing is a beast. On his way, Van Tuong accidentally crossed paths with a transport ship heading in the same direction. Inside that ship, Luang Hoan spotted Van Tuong. With just one look, Van Tuong recognized the ship as belonging to the Hishui kingdom. He wondered why they were hanging around the Iron Wall army territory. Luang Hoan was equally curious about the Tiandu kingdom shuttle. Not only was it matching their altitude and speed, but the pilot clearly had some insane skills. Suddenly, the shuttle accelerated and blasted past the transport ship, making Luang Hoan cry out in surprise. She noticed the pilot was not affected by the high-altitude winds at all, meaning the ship must have a built-in formation. Encountering someone this strong by chance only solidified Luang Hoan's belief that the Tiandu kingdom was full of hidden masters. It was a shame Hishui only recruited women. Otherwise, she would have loved to kidnap that guy and use him to test their mechs. 4 days after Van Tuong left for the southern wilderness, a small spacecraft slowly touched down at the Tong Estate landing pad in Vinan City. Elder Tu stepped out and looked over the city, feeling a bit nostalgic. The last time he was here was over 30 years ago. Instructor Thon Nhi followed behind him, and he was immediately stunned by the view. He never imagined Van Tuong home would be this luxurious. To him, this was the definition of filthy rich. Down below, Thon Dai was already waiting to greet them. Elder Tu nodded back to her, but as he sized her up, he realized just how strong she was. He started to hold the Vinan Marquis estate in even higher regard. Even one of Van Tuong's maids had such a high level of cultivation. Thon Nhi, whose cultivation was pretty low, didn't notice a thing and greeted Thon Dai properly while secretly admiring her incredible figure. Then, Elder Tu got down to business. It seemed Van Tuong had already briefed them, as they brought everything exactly as he had requested. After confirming the details, Thon Dai offered to lead them inside. As they walked, Thon Nhi couldn't stop gushing over everything he saw in Van Tuong's home. There were so many beautiful girls around. He felt a mix of jealousy and admiration, thinking Van Tuong was living the absolute dream. In the outer courtyard of the Tong estate where VIPs were received, Elder Tong and Elder Mok had been waiting for a while. Once they got the message, Elder Tong sent for Van Cam. After the maid left, Elder Mok explained Van Tuong's instructions. The Mechanical War Institute had brought over a prototype mecha. Elder Mok felt that he and Thon Dai could handle the reception themselves without Elder Tong's personal involvement. However, Elder Tong suspected the visitor might be Van Tuong's mentor. Since they had traveled from afar, he felt he owed them basic respect. Soon enough, Thon Dai led the group to the front door. Every time he saw a maid there, Thon Nhi sighed with envy. He seriously considered quitting his job just to work at Van Tuong's place. Even though he didn't know if the Tong family was hiring, he felt his profound rank cultivation was more than enough. He was confident he could easily be the captain of the guard. He imagined hiding his true power and then revealing it at a critical moment to win over a beauty's heart. Seeing the look on Thon Nhi's face, Elder Tu was completely speechless. He told him to tone it down and not let his desires be written all over his face. They then stepped into the courtyard. Thon Dai was a bit surprised to see Elder Tong there as well. With a polite smile, Elder Tong graciously invited Elder Tu and the others to take a seat. Elder Tu let out a hearty laugh. He mentioned how he was actually a bit intimidated that Elder Tong had personally come out to meet them. Realizing this was Elder Tu, the semi-saint, Elder Tong's attitude became even more respectful as he acknowledged the man's prestigious background. He expressed how honored he was in front of everyone. On the other hand, Elder Tu remained humble, saying he wasn't even worth mentioning in front of Marquis Tong. The two sides got along perfectly. Once seated, Elder Tong jokingly scolded Van Tuong for having the nerve to let a semi-saint do all this legwork. He promised to give the boy a talking to later. But Elder Tu replied that he was the one who insisted on coming along to deliver the goods. It had nothing to do with Van Tuong at all. Moments later, Van Cam walked in and paid her respects to Elder Tu. Elder Tong introduced her as Van Tuong's cousin and also introduced the two men as honored guests from the Mechanical War Institute. After hearing that, Van Cam greeted them respectfully. According to Elder Tong, Van Tuong had asked the Institute's factory to manufacture a batch of mechas a few days ago. Specifically, a portion was for the Scarlet Phoenix Army. As Elder Tu was explaining this, he was once again left speechless by Thon Yi's behavior. Thon Yi had completely forgotten where he was, his eyes glued to Van Cam. He was so smitten that he would even mind being stepped on by her. It wasn't until Elder Tu cleared his throat that Thon Yi snapped out of it. Feeling flustered, he quickly opened the suitcase to reveal a series of Soul Seal components. There were 30 mechas in total, all of the specialized Mighty Distant model that Van Tuong had designed. Meanwhile, at the South Phoenix wasteland, the bodies of slaughter beasts were scattered everywhere. The ground was a complete mess, stained with patches of purple blood. The one responsible for this carnage was none other than Van Tuong. His weapon, the Sky Phoenix, swept through the air, slicing the beasts in half as easily as if he were cutting through tofu. After every kill, Van Tuong would lean down to dig out the void crystals. Most of them were high grade. He casually tossed them into a pile. There, the void crystals had already formed a small mountain of vibrant colors. Looking at the pile, Van Tuong even felt it looked a bit tacky. Once he finished off the last of the beasts, Van Tuong deactivated his soul armor and walked toward his spoils. Looking back, Van Tuong realized he might have overdone it with the killing. He figured just 1/10 of this would be enough to trade for herbs. He planned to keep some for upgrading his mecha and sell the rest for cash. Several days of non-stop combat had perfectly stabilized Van Tuong's foundation. Before heading to Sand Eagle City, he planned to break through to the late stage of the Earth rank first. After a while, the surrounding beasts were drawn in by the scent of battle. They began to swarm the area. Right in the middle of them, Van Tuong created several layers of barriers to begin his breakthrough. The beasts attacked with everything they had, but they couldn't even scratch his defense, which was as solid as bronze. Van Tuong was suspended in mid-air, encased in a layer of ice. His arms were wrapped around his face, looking like an embryo in a womb. Suddenly, lightning began to crackle around his fists, and his aura started to skyrocket. A moment later, Van Tuong threw his arms back, shattering the ice around him as his overwhelming presence filled the air. The surrounding barriers transformed into pillars of light. Then they faded away. Van Tuong drifted down to the ground, feeling the raw power surging through his veins. The soul power inside him was as vast as a late-stage Earth-rank cultivator. The current him was likely 3 times stronger than he had been in his previous life. Based on this, he calculated that once he reached the Saint rank, he could potentially unleash 5 or even 10 times the combat power of his past self. This sudden phenomenon only served to drive the surrounding beasts into a deeper frenzy. The beasts roar, throwing everything they have at the barrier while looking around. Van Tuong lets out a faint smirk. He's gathered quite a crowd of monsters here, but they can't even break through a puny little heaven-tier defensive array. All that preparation he did seems like a waste now. With 3 layers of defensive arrays stacked up, and the outer layer still holding strong, Van Tuong realizes he might have been a bit too cautious. The 4 symbols array covering north, south, east, and west is as solid as bronze. No matter how much the beasts claw and scratch at it, it doesn't budge an inch. To Van Tuong, these monsters are nothing more than raw materials delivering themselves right to his door. Since they're so eager, he won't be polite. With a snap of his fingers, Van Tuong lets the barrier membrane slowly fade away. For a moment, the monsters freeze in place, watching the array shatter into pieces. Seeing that nothing is holding them back anymore, they all pounce toward Van Tuong at once. Their growls echo through the entire sky. If a normal person saw this, they probably wouldn't even be able to stand. In an instant, the swarm of beasts collapses inward, focusing their attack on Van Tuong. Suddenly, countless beams of light pierce through the monsters and burst outward. An explosion erupts right in the middle of the pack, creating a pillar of light that shoots straight into the heavens. Van Tuong's voice rings out, "Star Soul Armament." The beasts are forced back, flying in every direction. They immediately feel the overwhelming threat and retreat. They stare at Van Tuong, who has now donned the Lubu Star Soul. He immediately commands the system to equip the sky-shattering claws. With this weapon, Van Tuong is looking for a close-quarters brawl. He wonders if he can finally pull off a heaven-tier combat skill. Since he can't figure it out just by thinking, he'll have to find the answer through real combat. He merges the Lubu armament with a heaven-tier skill. Lubu's eyes ignite with a fierce red glow. The sky-shattering claws retract and cross over his chest. Double sky-shattering strike. Heaven-tier skill, sky-shattering dance. As he shouts, Van Tuong unleashes his claws. He kicks up a massive storm. In the blink of an eye, an entire section of the monster horde is wiped out. One by one, they turn into dust and blow away in the wind. Even so, Van Tuong isn't all that surprised. He originally wanted to replicate another set of sky-shattering claws, but using these felt surprisingly good. He's not done yet. Van Tuong wants to test another heaven-tier skill, like the Black Armor Guard's sevenfold wave. Once decided, Van Tuong once again combines the double sky-shattering claws with the void-piercing sevenfold wave. Before the skill is even released, a storm begins to condense around the mecha. After a loud shout, Van Tuong lunges forward with incredible speed, throwing a series of heavy punches with power like never before. Monster blood sprays across the sky in a long arc. A void rift crystal flies out, and Van Tuong snatches it instantly. After that one move, the area around Van Tuong is littered with monster corpses. Not a single beast was lucky enough to survive. To avoid damaging the core crystals, he suppressed 70% of his power. Even then, the impact was nothing short of impressive. A second later, Van Tuong waves his hand to activate his soul power. Countless strands of soul energy flow out, covering every void rift crystal on the battlefield. He gathers them all in one place. Van Tuong actually managed to score another pile of useful treasures. At first, he thinks about keeping the useless ones to sell to that second prince for a few billion to spend on fun, but he quickly dismisses the idea. He remembers that guy is broke, so he'll need to find someone much richer. While he's calculating his profits, he turns his attention toward the last heaven-tier beast. Van Tuong doesn't even look at it as a threat. He's still calmly thinking about how to make money. He isn't sure if the Hong Trading Company can handle a shipment this large, so, for now, he stores it in the system space. He'll deal with it later. After observing for a bit, the Qiangqi beast roars directly at Van Tuong, radiating an intense pressure. While stowing the crystals, Van Tuong tries to calm the beast down. Growling more isn't going to help you, because this thing is about to be dinner. The Qiangqi leaps from the cliff, pouncing from high above, while Van Tuong plants both feet firmly on the ground. He crouches low, condensing surges of soul power that overflow into his surroundings. Then, with a massive bang, Van Tuong fires a blinding beam of light, completely obliterating the heaven-tier beast. It turns into a mid-air explosion. The power of this one strike is so great that even Van Tuong is forced to slide back. The heaven-tier beast takes the hit head-on and shatters into tiny pieces that rain down. Only, the void rift crystal inside remains unscathed. Not letting it fall, Van Tuong quickly uses telekinesis to catch it. Not too long ago, he was forced to use cheap tricks just to survive a fight with a heaven-tier monster. But in his current full-power state, he can finally have a proper head-on battle, holding the heaven-tier beast crystal. Van Tuong can't help but feel excited. This is high-quality stuff that can be used to upgrade the mass production machines. He'll have to find some more when he gets the chance. Checking his watch, Van Tuong suddenly sighs. This place is always out of the signal range. He wonders if Principal Gu followed his instructions and delivered the mass production machines to the Tong family. After taking a moment to assess the situation, Van Tuong realized that 5 days had already slipped away, and time was no longer on his side. His first priority was heading to Saju City to handle some business, but that place was a long trek from here. He suddenly thought of Tao Nan. If he used him to fly, he would be several times faster than any shuttle. Once again, Van Tuong checked the system for Tao Nan's repair progress, but the system didn't give him an answer. Meanwhile, 100 miles away from Saju City, in the restricted zone of the God Rank fragment, it didn't take long for the area to be turned into a temporary base, with fences put up to protect the mysterious object within the sand lake. A spaceship sat stationed not far off. Everyone inside was watching the base ahead, sensing the overwhelming power of a god-rank aura. Hearing this, the bald old man nearby asked skeptically, "So, does that mean our ancestor actually has a chance of breaking through?" The young man nodded, confirming the possibility. They had to get their hands on that god-rank item for the Hodian family. He felt that this trip to Sadio City was going to be well worth it. This young man was Ho Dien Han, the young master of the Ho Dien clan from the Havuk kingdom. Standing beside him was Ho Dien Fat, one of the 4 Ho Dien elders. Seeing that they wanted to make a deal, Mok Kim didn't look interested at all. He flat out refused, stating that the Mok family had plenty of money and nothing to worry about. But Ho Dien Han was certain he wouldn't let them. At that, Mok Kim gave a faint, mocking smile and politely said he was looking forward to seeing what they had to offer. Meanwhile, in another part of Sadio City, a desert town, the atmosphere was incredibly bustling and lively. The streets were packed, and more importantly, the slave trade here was highly popular. Naturally, the slaves were all captured beastkin. In a certain tavern, a young man sat watching a slave deal take place. Seething with rage, he gripped his wine cup so hard that his hand began to tremble. Just a few steps away, a mysterious, cloaked figure slowly approached. She had come because she sensed a half-beast aura, but found the young man was only an Earth-rank hybrid. Realizing he was one of the merfolk, the woman felt a wave of disdain, though she was also a bit surprised. To think a little bottom feeder from the Longhai Kingdom would show up here. She smirked as her thoughts turned toward the god-rank fragment. Thanks to that relic, all the major power players were gathering in Sadio City, making things very interesting. Outside the tavern was the marketplace. It was the auction square for beast slaves. In a dark corner, 2 men dressed just like that half-beast youth quietly slipped into the tavern. They were speaking the merfolk language. These 2 had already noticed the woman who had walked in ahead of them. Lam Lai couldn't read her cultivation level at all, and asked the man beside him what he thought. He hoped she at least had Earth-rank cultivation. Based on his experience, Lam Qian judged that she was probably just a nobody. She is likely just a commoner at the Heaven rank, who came to Sadio City to try her luck with the God-rank fragment. Hearing this, Lam Lai was even more impressed by Lam Qian. He truly was a top-tier warrior among the royal guards of the Merfolk King. But as they headed up the stairs, Lam Lai noticed the girl was nowhere to be found. Lam Qian didn't care one bit. He dismissed her as an insignificant character not worth their time. The 2 merfolk then walked over to the young man. They bowed respectfully to greet him. According to them, this man was a prince named Lam Khan. The prince of the Longhai Kingdom was a hybrid of merfolk and human blood. Seeing the 2 newcomers, Lam Khan wasn't surprised at all. On the contrary, he had been waiting for them to discuss their next move. As he asked for their report, Lam Khan reminded them to speak in the common tongue. "Don't draw too much attention to us." Lam Lai then reported that the traitor who stole the god Jade was currently in the western district of Sadio. They had located his exact position. Hearing this, Lam Khan was a bit puzzled. As the western district was a military-controlled area, how did that guy manage to get in there? Lam Keen spoke up with a grim expression. According to his investigation, the traitor was Lam Chao. Taking advantage of the Merfolk King's birthday, he used the excuse of presenting a gift to plot and steal the Merfolk tribe's god Jade. After being put on the Longhai Kingdom's most wanted list, he fled toward Thiendo. The Merfolk King sent the princes out, dividing the forces into several routes to hunt him down, but, as Lam Qian had suspected, the traitor didn't take the sea route. Upon reaching Thiendo, he intentionally set a trap to lure the princes while he slipped ashore through the Havuk Kingdom. Havuk was a mortal enemy of the Longhai Kingdom. He fled all the way to Sadio City, planning to take a flight to the central continent. Normally, he would have been on a spaceship by now, with Lam Keen and Lam Lai trailing right behind him. But a few days ago, the god-rank fragment suddenly appeared outside Sadio City. According to the rumors, Sadio City went into full lockdown mode, and Lam Chao was trapped inside. It completely ruined his escape plan. Lam Khan already knew all this and told Lam Qian to get to the main point. Continuing, Lam Qian guessed that since Lam Chao was of the Longhai royalty, he definitely knew some secrets about the god Jade. He had been stuck at the Heaven rank for decades. Lam Qian suspected that Lam Chao stole the god Jade to break through his bottleneck, and now, the appearance of the god rank fragment was an added bonus. Lam Chao is basically trapped here, hiding out with the Mok family just to scrape together some crystal fragments and find the right moment for a breakthrough. Listening to this, Lam Khan felt like something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Still, it cleared up a lot of his doubts. Now, He was curious if the jade spirit was still on Lam Chao. Lam Lai replied that they didn't dare get too close, fearing they might spook the target and ruin everything. Lam Qian chimed in, asking Lam Khan if he was worried that scoundrel would trade the jade spirit for some god fragments. He didn't think so. The jade spirit was either on him or hidden away somewhere. Lam Khan felt like everything was going a bit too smoothly, but he didn't have any other choice. The inheritance of the Ao Bing spirit soul was way too important, so he had to play along. Besides, with that item in his hands, he was confident he could take down Lam Chao. Shortly after, Lam Khan led his men toward the western district. They left without realizing someone was hiding right at the next table. Having heard the entire story from start to finish, the girl fell into deep thought. The Merman clan's jade spirit was likely the very thing left behind by that old man, Lam Am, the previous host of Ao Bing. Not far from Zadiu City, Van Tuong was moving at top speed. By the time he realized it, his shuttle had entered a signal zone. Just then, Old Man Mok called. Seeing that Van Tuong was safe and sound made the old man incredibly relieved. Van Tuong explained that there was no signal at all back in the southern wilderness. Right now, Old Man Mok was at the training grounds where the Crimson Phoenix Army was stationed. He wondered if Van Tuong had gone deep into the central region since there was no signal. The southern wilderness? Putting that aside for a moment, Old Man Mok reported that the Martial Arts Academy had delivered the experimental mechas as planned. Hearing this, Van Tuong let out a soft "oh" and asked how they felt about them. It turned out the Crimson Phoenix Army was still in the middle of testing the new mechas, so there were no final results yet. On the field, a line of orange mechas was unleashing heavy fire, filling the air with smoke and flames. Each unit had its own role, coordinating perfectly with the others. They all followed Van Cam's orders in unison, forming a seamless, impenetrable battle squad. Every weakness was covered, and before long, a swarm of simulated beasts was wiped out under a rain of bullets and bombs. But this wasn't the end. A second later, a wave of flying beasts was deployed. Without flinching, the mechas immediately launched an aerial assault. The beasts shrieked as they dove down like a shower of arrows. Down below, the mechas followed Van Cam's orders and switched to machine guns. With these weapons, a storm of bullets suppressed every enemy that dared to get close. Finally, only a few wounded beasts remained, their combat power hitting rock bottom. Seizing the moment, 2 airstrike mechas rocketed upward for close-quarters combat. Below them, the flying sword-type mechas launched long-range attacks. A flurry of daggers shot out, swirling through the air and tearing the beasts into pieces. In no time, the experimental mecha squad completed the mission again. The slaughtered beasts fell from the sky like dead bugs. Even though the enemies were gone, the dreadnought formation stayed on high alert, worried some might still be alive. Sure enough, a beast lunged through the smoke a second later. Prepared for it, 2 defensive mechas swung their blades and instantly neutralized the threat. At this point, the simulation test was officially over. All stats were maxed out, and the kill rate was flawless. Everyone watching was frozen in place, unable to believe the results right in front of them. Van Cam let out a soft smile and asked the people around her what they thought. Looking through the clearing smoke, the experimental squad hadn't lost a single person. On Van Cam's command, they all exited their mechas. Inside were all young, vibrant girls. After that fight, everyone looked pumped and excited, feeling like they hadn't even had enough fun yet. One of them looked thoughtfully at the soul talisman in her hand and assessed the situation. She felt that these mechas not only had more power and durability, but their energy consumption was actually lower. On top of that, the soul power conversion was much more efficient. Hearing this, the onlookers couldn't wait to give it a try. The excitement was unlike anything they'd felt before. On the other hand, Van Cam and Tufu were happy but didn't show it much on the outside. As for Tong Hyo, she cried out in amazement that these mechas were way too strong, far exceeding their expectations. Tham An silently double-checked the data. If the entire Crimson Phoenix army could switch to this new model, their overall combat power would at least triple. Hearing this, Amat was even more impressed. She turned to Van Cam and asked where she got such high-quality gear. She hadn't heard anything about Tai Haiyan Heavy Industries releasing new products. Bach, too, agreed, believing that Tai Huyen didn't have the technical expertise to build mechas at this level. Facing these questions, Van Cam gave a small smile and said, "These mechas actually come from the Namshao Martial Arts Academy. It was built using a blueprint designed by her cousin." Of course, the masters at Taishuan Heavy Industries put in a massive amount of effort too. The moment the words left her mouth, Everyone gasped in shock at the name Song Yunxiang. A few people couldn't help but burst out laughing in mockery. They were all wondering if this was really the same useless trash Song Yunxiang they once knew. They still remembered how 2 years ago, back in the Crimson Phoenix Army, he was caught harassing a new female recruit and got a brutal lesson from the commander-in-chief. That a lazy, spoiled playboy could actually create a high-tier mech like this? They just couldn't wrap their heads around it. Zifu remained silent, having already witnessed Yunxiang's true power firsthand on the Hong family ship. With that much combat power, and being a master crafter on top of it, these people were going to lose their minds when they finally saw him. Meanwhile, at the south port of Yong'an City, at the Iron Wall Army outpost along the South Wasteland Great Wall, a series of experimental mechs had just been delivered. When Song Cheng heard from Yun Kuei that these were all Yunxiang's creations, he couldn't hide his absolute shock. Yun Kuei beamed with pride, insisting that his brother had made every single one of them. Talk about being a total legend, right? Song Cheng sat in deep thought for a moment before calling his subordinates. He ordered them to find the most suitable pilots from every camp for these new mechs. His goal was to form an elite, enhanced special operations battalion in record time. On top of that, he used the Iron Wall Army's authority to contact suppliers and buy up every bit of raw material they could find. Looking back at the row of mechs, Song Cheng was overcome with emotion. They were truly magnificent. He realized that if the entire army could be equipped like this, they wouldn't just be defending the South Wasteland Great Wall, they could conquer the entire region. Standing nearby, Yun Kuei had to bite his lip to keep from laughing out loud. If his father knew that Yun Kuei also had those miraculous pills, the man would probably want dozens for every single soldier in the Iron Wall Army. At the same time, Yunxiang was streaking through the sky at top speed, while Old Mu caught him up on everything that had happened lately. Luckily, things were going smoothly. Yunxiang expected to reach Sand Eagle City by dusk. Suddenly, Old Mu remembered something important. According to the Shadow Guard's intelligence, a god-tier treasure had appeared just outside Sand Eagle City a few days ago. The city was now under a total lockdown. Because of that, Old Mu warned Yunxiang that he had to be extremely careful. After a few quick words to reassure him, Yunxiang cut the connection and thought about the news. He didn't know what the treasure was, but everyone had a fair shot at it. He decided to get there first and figure it out later. Donning his oxygen mask, Yunxiang pushed the shuttle to its absolute limit. The ship blasted forward, looking even more terrifyingly fast than before. Outside the West District of Sand Eagle City, Lan Kun and his men tried to enter but were stopped for questioning. After some negotiating, Lan Jian pulled out a credit chip to bribe the gatekeeper. The bribe worked, and the man led them inside. As they walked, the guard warned them that this was a VIP passage, and if they saw anyone, he'd claim they were traitors from Tiandu. He also warned them that the West District wasn't like the outside, it was crawling with powerful masters. To keep the plan moving, Lan Jian played the part of a humble guest, claiming they just wanted to see the famous luxury hot springs in the West District to broaden their horizons. After a while, a group of people appeared in front of them. The gatekeeper immediately whispered a warning for everyone to stay quiet. Lan Jian tried his best to act natural. Staying composed was the only way to fool the people here. Despite his preparation, Lan Jian remained incredibly cautious. He told Lan Li to protect the prince immediately if anything went wrong. Taking the order, Lan Li gripped a soul talisman tightly in his hand. Up ahead, the gatekeeper signaled them to stay silent while he went to greet the others. The two guards began speaking to each other in a lower realm dialect. They were about to pass each other smoothly when Hu Yangxing suddenly noticed Lan Kun under his heavy cloak. He coldly ordered them to stop, then asked in the Naga tongue, "Have we met somewhere before?" Lan Kun's eyes narrowed, sensing a probe. He threw back his hood and responded calmly. He asked Hu Yangxing what he wanted, pretending they weren't very familiar with the lower realm's language. Seeing that they were humans, Hu Yangxing felt a surge of suspicion and demanded to know who these three were. The guard, caught off guard, started to panic. When the other guard reminded him who they were talking to, he gasped in terror. Realizing he was facing the Huyan family made him tremble. Lan Kun's trio immediately went on the defensive, sensing that these newcomers weren't friendly at all. Pulling himself together, the guard claimed the three men were Tiandu traders from the Central Plains. He said they were there to deliver goods to Master Tai. As he spoke, the guard gave Lan Kun's group a subtle wink. Across from them, Hu Yangxing let out a curious hum, which Hu Yanfu explained from behind him. Master Tai is the youngest of the four talents from the Mai family, Mai Jin's younger brother. Realizing this, Hu Yangxing let out a small smile and told the guard to get back to work. The guard didn't need to be told twice. He rushed Lan Kun's group away, fearing they'd be exposed if they stayed a second longer. With the danger past, everyone except Lan Kun breathed a massive sigh of relief. Those Huyan family members were nothing but trouble. Lam Khan had been secretly keeping tabs on Ho Dian Han. He was still very focused on those three. Lam Khan ordered Ho Dian Fat to have someone tail them. Ho Dian Fat looked confused and asked if Ho Dian Han thought there was something wrong with them. Ho Dian Han's entire face twisted in disgust. He said those three merchants from earlier reeked of seafood. He was allergic to that stuff, so it made him beyond uncomfortable. This irritation was practically baked into the Ho Dian family bloodline. Ho Dian Fat still didn't quite get it. To him, that fair-skinned man just looked like a regular human. Before he could even finish, Ho Dian Han cut him off and told him to just trust his gut and go investigate. In the middle of the crowded street, Ho Dian Fat's figure vanished without a sound. Only Ho Dian Han remained, strolling through the bustling slave trade district with a sly smirk on his face. He had heard that the quality of the female succubi in Sadio City was the best in the lower kingdom, and seeing them in person, the rumors were definitely true. It just so happened that his spell was being split, making it the perfect time for him to find some company in the western district of Sadiu. Up on a rooftop, Lam Khan's group was relentlessly searching for Lam Chao. Lam Qian was getting more pissed by the second, shouting in frustration. They had worked their asses off chasing him all this way, while Lam Chao used the power of the Jade Merman Pearl to disguise himself as a human. He was living it up here, and the more Lam Qian looked, the more he hated it. Hearing that, Lam Lai couldn't help but want to take a look too. Lam Qian was fuming so hard, his head was practically smoking. He handed the surveillance over to Lam Lai. Taking the binoculars, Lam Lai started scouting. He marveled at how this thing could see right through anti-peeping arrays. On the other side, Lam Chao was living his best life. He was in a bathhouse surrounded by countless human girls. Getting bored of that, Lam Lai shifted his focus to the women-only bath area. Not even 3 seconds later, Lam Qian clocked him on the head. Nearby, Lam Khan just sat silently on the ground. After a moment, he finally asked for an update on Lam Chao. Lam Qian gave him the rundown and told Lam Khan he could see for himself. Lam Khan waved him off. Just waiting around wasn't going to work. He figured they should just sneak in directly. Lam Lai thought that was a bad idea. They were relying on the arrays on their cloaks to hide their merman aura. If they went into the baths, they would have to strip, and then the cat would be out of the bag. Despite that, Lam Khan took off his outer cloak, planning to go in alone. Just then, Lam Qian reported that the traitor was finally coming out. Immediately, Lam Khan led his men to strike. Unbeknownst to them, a girl had been watching them ever since they arrived. She had finally figured everything out. A traitor from Longhai had stolen Ling Gao Bin's soul inheritance, and now a half-demon prince and his pathetic lackeys were chasing him here. Before this, she thought they were after the god-tier fragments. This unexpected windfall made Hoang Duam feel like a predator waiting for the right moment. Hoang Duam was actually one of the 4 saints of the Hai Thui Kingdom, and her real age was a total mystery. But the surprises kept coming. Even a great saint like her was being secretly shadowed by another old man. If she was the predator, then he was the one who would swallow everyone whole. A little while earlier, Van Tuong landed just outside the desert of Sadiu City. Even though he used a stealth array, he put his shuttle into his system space just to be safe before blending into the city. At Van Tuong's command, a vortex appeared in his palm, sucking the shuttle inside. From there, he walked the rest of the way to Sadiu City. He tried to keep as low a profile as possible. His first plan was to trade for the herbs that Manager Hong had already arranged. He pulled out the faceless mask and put it on. He had kept it in his system space and hadn't had a chance to really study it yet. This was the perfect chance to change his look before sneaking into the city. In an instant, Van Tuong transformed into a young boy. He took on the appearance of Fei Cash, a commoner from the lower realms. It was a good disguise, but it wouldn't work for the upcoming trade. Dealing with the staff of the Samelin family in that form wouldn't be appropriate. So, Van Tuong switched to the look of Instructor Thon Nhi. Still not feeling it, he changed into a middle-aged man. With every step he took, he became someone different. The sounds of his transformations echoed in a quiet corner, but he still couldn't find a look he liked. Soon after, inside Sadiu City, at the city market, an old man in a hooded cloak walked in. A waitress approached him and asked for Manager Lo. Taking off his hood, this old man was none other than the future version of Van Tuong from his previous life. The maid quickly led him to see Manager Lo. Hearing someone was looking for him, Lo Vin rushed out to greet the guest. With every step, Van Tuong became a different person, the sounds of his changing forms filling the alley, but he still hadn't found the right look until he entered the Sa Diu city market as an old man in a hooded cloak. When the waitress found him, he lowered his hood. This old man was none other than the future version of Van Tuong from his past life. The maid quickly brought him to Manager Lo. Seeing his visitor, Lo Vin scrambled to receive him. Van Tuong replied that he was sent there by Manager Hong from Nam Chao. Before he could even finish introducing the trade, Lu Vin suddenly cut him off and signaled him to lower his voice. He invited Yun Tuong to another spot to talk. Lu Vin had already received instructions and suspected that Yun Tuong was someone from the Tong mansion. Although it wasn't exactly right, Yun Tuong decided to just roll with the identity, claiming he was working for the young master of the Yun family. He was here specifically for the heavenly root and the purple sand egg. With this information, Lu Vin was now completely certain. As it turned out, the people sent by the Sama Lam family had been waiting for a long time, and they were also asking about the monster materials they needed. Inside the private guest room were an old man and a young girl. The girl curiously asked the old man about the spirit herbs. The heavenly root and the purple sand egg were both rare spirit herbs from the old man's private collection. While they weren't considered priceless, their supply was incredibly scarce. Why would he pay out of his own pocket to trade these two precious medicines for monster materials? This girl was Jianya, a concubine's daughter from the Sama Lam family with no inheritance rights. After hearing her question, the old man gave a low-toned explanation. This time, they were representing the Sama Lam family to fulfill a commission for the Mac family regarding research data for a new mecha. If he could speed up the research progress even a little bit before heading back, he didn't mind paying out of his own pocket. He had high hopes for the Mac family's use of the Star Soul General, Sun Win, to develop this new mecha. This old man was Master VNT, a level 4 master craftsman. Even so, Jianya still felt he didn't need to show up for the trade, and she felt the Mac family should have just sent some servants to handle it. Just as she finished speaking, Lu Vin led Yun Tuong into the room. He introduced the boy as the buyer for the heavenly root and the purple sand egg. After a few greetings, both parties took their seats. The trade proceeded very smoothly under Manager Lu Vin's guarantee. Although they were shocked by the high quality of the crystals Yun Tuong produced, nothing unexpected happened. Once the trade was over, both sides said their goodbyes and left. The two herbs were now in Yun Tuong's hands. Now, only the boundless ore from the Mac family remained. Yun Tuong planned to head to the Mac family estate in the West District first. He decided to wait until nightfall to make his move. In the West District of Sandstone City, Yun Tuong used his 100 battles technique to easily slip inside. No matter how heavily guarded the military zone was, Yun Tuong walked through it like it was nothing. He used a hidden formation to stay out of sight. Yun Tuong moved directly across the rooftops of the buildings. Suddenly, he sensed something and stopped to investigate. Not far from him was a woman radiating a saint-level aura, which immediately caught his attention. Even though she had 2 layers of concealment, Yun Tuong was certain he wasn't mistaken. What puzzled him was that he had no memory of this person's aura at all. Could she be someone he never met in his past life? Countless questions flashed through his mind as he wondered who she was monitoring. Unable to tell, Yun Tuong had the system scan the area, and he accidentally spotted Lin Kun's group of merfolk. The soul power fluctuations from the blue-haired guy felt vaguely familiar to Yun Tuong back in the inner city of Sandstone City. At a high-end slave club, Hu Dianhan strolled around. He had run off to this place to enjoy himself. The girls crowding around him were all from the beast tribe with animal ears, and they were desperately trying to please him. While he was enjoying the attention, an old man approached and introduced himself as Abbas, the manager of the second-floor VIP area. As soon as he arrived, he showered Hu Dianhan with praise, calling him extraordinary and generous. Having heard it all before, Hu Dianhan felt annoyed. He told the man to get lost if he didn't have anything important to say. Seeing such a tyrannical attitude, the manager only became more humble and subservient. He asked if Hu Dianhan was satisfied with these cat girls. Hu Dianhan just replied that they were all right, basically top-shelf merchandise. Taking the hint, the manager named a price, saying that if Hu Dianhan paid up, he could take both cat girls home to play with whenever he wanted. He pointed out that both of them were bred by this shop and came with official bloodline certificates. They were definitely not untamed wild beast folk. As soon as he finished, both cat girls started begging Hu Dianhan to buy them. They showed off every talent they had. After a moment of silence, Hu Dianhan decisively bought them both, leaving the manager deeply impressed. Suddenly, Hu Dianhan asked about Wildcat Girls. He had heard that the shop recently acquired a top-tier specimen. The manager confirmed that it was true, but that she had already been reserved by a customer. Ignoring that, Hu Dianhan acted bossy. He told the manager to bring her out for a look, and if he liked her, he was willing to pay double. However, the manager still politely declined. He explained that she was reserved by the fourth young master of the Mac family. They simply couldn't afford to offend a family like that. Hu Dianhan let out a cold snort. That was the second time today he had heard that name, so he compromised and asked the manager to just let him see her. Even this request was rejected at first. The manager said hesitantly that the girl hadn't been tamed yet and was still locked in the dungeon for training. If he really wanted to see her, Hu Dianhan would have to follow him down there. Without a word, Hu Dianhan agreed immediately, feeling extremely excited. In the taming room in the basement, the manager led Hu Dianhan to a girl who was tied up tightly. According to the manager, this girl is a top-tier horse demon, reserved specifically by the fourth young master of the Mach family. Word has it she was the strongest warrior of the horse demon tribe, fierce and untamable, though she looks incredibly fragile right now. Capturing her cost them 5 Earth-rank elders. They only managed to lure her into a trap by using foals as live bait. The two cat girls beside Ho Yanhan are shaking with terror, desperately begging him to get them out of there. While the manager is talking price, Ho Yanhan gets a call from Ho Yan Fat, who praises him for having the foresight of a god. Those three are definitely trouble. According to Fat, they are tailing a new heaven-rank guest who just joined the Mach family. His investigation revealed that this guest is actually a traitor wanted by the Longhai Kingdom. Fat wants to alert the Machs, but Ho Yanhan stops him, telling him to just send over the coordinates first. Hanging up, Ho Yanhan tosses the manager, a soul charm loaded with the cat girl's ransom. He tells him to keep the change and, without waiting for a reply, scoops up both cat girls and bolts. The manager tries to call out, but the kid is gone. With that kind of skill and wealth, he figures he must be from a major noble house. Glancing back at the horse demon, he decides not to take any chances and prepares to deliver her to the young master immediately. Over at the Western Hot Springs, Lam Kun's group is lying in wait, keeping a close eye on Lam Chao. Trailing them is the Saint-rank Huang Duo Am, and tailing her is none other than Van Tuong. Every time Duo Am moves, Van Tuong is right there. She thinks she is the hunter, but Van Tuong is the real predator in the shadows. He is planning to take them all out. Down below, Lam Chao strolls casually, completely unaware he is being hunted. Suddenly, the old man stops. He shoots a quick glance behind him, and then vanishes in a burst of speed. Lam Qian's team is stunned. They have been spotted. Without a choice, the three of them give chase at full tilt. Lam Qian realizes Lam Chao is heading for the city gates. Up on the rooftops, the old man is pushing his limits to escape. He leaps across massive gaps in the skyline, his movements alerting the guards below. Lam Qian shouts out tactical orders as they pursue. A massive city wall blocks their path, but they do not slow down. Lam Lai springs up, grabbing onto the crumbling stonework. He uses his own body as a platform to boost Lam Qian higher, while Lam Kun uses 2 guards as stepping stones to clear the wall. Lam Chao is nearly caught by the perimeter guards, but before they can react, Lam Kun is already right behind them. He blurs past the sentries. Once they are clear of Sand Eagle City, Lam Qian yells for Lam Kun to summon his spirit soul. Up ahead, Lam Chao looks back and is visibly shaken when he sees who is gaining on him. Suddenly, 2 shadows streak overhead, instantly summoning mechs to block Lam Chao's path. The old man curses. He says only a Longhai idiot would use Heavenly City tech for desert camouflage. Anyone could spot it a mile away. A few miles outside the city, Lam Kun's team successfully corners the traitor who stole the treasure. Despite being surrounded, Lam Chao does not look worried at all. In fact, he looks downright smug. He mocks them, saying he expected a prince to chase him, not a bunch of half-blood mutts. Lam Qian snaps, leveling his sword and screaming at Lam Chao to shut his mouth. Hand over the treasure now, or die. Lam Kun tries a calmer approach, still addressing him as Uncle Lam. The merfolk treasure is too important. He promises to beg his father for mercy if Lam Chao just surrenders now. Surrender? Lam Chao laughs. That is exactly what you would expect from a mutt born from a human woman. You talk just like them. He sneers, saying only weak humans and useless demons would ever choose to live on dry land. His noble merfolk tribe carries the blood of true dragons. Their place is in the endless deep sea, not this dirt. As he speaks, he secretes a soul charm behind his back. A second later, his spirit soul erupts into a massive pillar of golden light. The sand beneath him turns into a violent whirlpool, releasing a pressure wave that slams Lam Qian and Lam Kun backward. By the time they recover, Lam Chao has vanished into the sand. Damn it, the bastard dived into the dunes. Lam Qian yells in frustration. Within seconds, a massive sand vortex traps both of them in the center. Lam Chao's voice echoes from the depths, mocking them for being stupid enough to hunt a peak heaven rank master. "You arrogant trash," Qian screams, firing off a desperate beam of energy. The blast accidentally clips Qian's own sword, sending the attack spiraling off target. The clash between these high-level masters kicks up a massive sandstorm, the sheer power shaking the entire desert. Now, Lam Kun and Lam Qian are forced to fight for their lives against the overwhelming power of the traitor, Lam Chao. It was only then that Lam Kun and his squad realized they had walked right into an ambush. According to Lam Chao's guess, there was a reason Lam Kun acted so damn confident. It was because that old bastard, the Dragon Sea King, had handed him a secret weapon to deal with him, the Dragon Binding Stake, an artifact specifically designed to suppress the merfolk race. Even the great Lord Lam Am, the previous host of the Huabing Spirit General, was taken down by this very same treachery. But whether Lam Kun was carrying the Dragon Binding Stake or not, Lam Chao didn't feel even a shred of fear. If they can't even see him, what good is a weapon? As he finished that thought, Lam Chao let out a cold, mocking laugh. His enemies were losing their trump card before the real fight even began. Terrified, Lam Qian asked Lam Kun what their next move was. Lam Kun tried to keep his subordinate calm, shouting, "Don't panic." He then ordered Lam Qian to find a way to draw the enemy's fire. He needed Lam Chao's attention elsewhere so he could find the perfect opening to use the Dragon Binding Stake to chain him down. Hearing the plan, Lam Qian finally caught on. His eyes widened as he looked at Lam Kun. Seeing this, Lam Kun whispered under his breath, telling Lam Qian to just stick to the plan they had discussed earlier. Lam Qian let out a sharp cry of realization. In an instant, he retracted his twin blades. He slammed his feet into the ground, launching himself high into the air, and pulled out a ranged weapon while still mid-flight. Lam Qian began firing relentlessly into the sand below, screaming insults and provocations at Lam Chao with every shot. The exchange of fire tore up the desert landscape as the battle raged on. Meanwhile, back at Sand Dune City, Hong Du-am was putting her Saint-tier power to work, easily slaughtering a wave of city guards. Bodies were scattered everywhere behind her. As she watched the battle unfold from afar, Hoang Du-am let out a smug, satisfied smirk. She had no idea that a figure had been tailing her for a long time. Yunxiang was watching from the shadows, confused by her intentions. Was this Saint-tier expert just here to watch the chaos, or was she waiting for the perfect moment to strike? In another corner of the city, a group of reinforcements was rushing to report the situation. They had tried to radio for help multiple times, but every frequency was dead. The captain was getting a bad feeling about this. There were so many battle mechs outside the city walls, yet Sand Dune City hadn't even sounded a single alarm. Their only choice now was to head to the West District and report directly to the Mai family. After running for a bit, the soldiers ran into two people blocking their path. They immediately skidded to a halt, raising their guard. They shouted, demanding to know who was standing in their way. Facing them were Hu Yanxing and Hu Yanfa, who stepped forward calmly to ease the soldiers' nerves. "Calm down," Hu Yanxing said, introducing himself as a guest of young master Mai Kim. He then asked what all the commotion was about. One of the soldiers whispered to the captain. He mentioned he had seen these two with General Mai Kim earlier that morning and heard they were from the Hu Yan family. The name Hu Yan sent a shock through the captain. He and his men immediately bowed in respect, their attitude shifting to one of humble apology. According to the captain, they were guards from the West District, and tonight was the turn of Squad 13 to patrol the area. He explained that several people had just tried to force their way over the walls. There were battle mechs stationed 10 miles outside, and someone had sabotaged the warning arrays. Their communication gear couldn't reach their superiors or command center. On top of that, a mysterious powerhouse had suddenly appeared and only a few of them had managed to escape the slaughter, and they were now racing to the Mai residence to beg for reinforcements. After hearing the story, Hu Yanxing let out a soft "oh," glancing at Hu Yanfa with a knowing look. So, the Mai family still doesn't know about this? The captain, feeling a bit suspicious, confirmed they didn't, and was about to tell the two Hu Yan members to get to safety. But suddenly, Hu Yanxing and his partner lunged forward with a roar. The soldiers were caught completely off guard, standing there like statues. The captain's eyes bugged out in terror as he tried to shout for them to wait, but he was struck in the neck and knocked out cold instantly. The rest of the soldiers met the same fate. In the blink of an eye, the two Hu Yan members had taken down the entire squad. Hu Yanxing and Hu Yanfa stood behind the fallen soldiers. Hu Yanfa gestured, suggesting they should just finish them off for good. But Hu Yanxing shook his head, telling him to just leave them there. Right now, they needed to get to the merfolk civil war and join the fun. With that, the Hu Yan duo surged with soul power and blurred away, heading straight out of the city. Back on the battlefield, the clash between Lam Kun and Lam Chao was getting even more violent. Lam Kun held his ground at the center of the fray. Up above, Lam Qian kept up his aerial bombardment, screaming his lungs out to provoke Lam Chao into showing his face. But compared to Lam Qian's frenzy, Lam Kun stayed dead calm, watching the situation and constantly warning Lam Qian not to be too reckless. Suddenly, from beneath the sand, Lam Chao, encased in his battle armor, burst out directly behind Lam Kun. Even though Lam Kun reacted with lightning speed, he still took a deep gash from Lam Chao's blade. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lam Kun acted immediately. He seized the chance to grab Lam Chao's arm in a death grip, a triumphant smirk appearing on his face as he mocked him, saying he was the real fool for underestimating them. Lam Chao realized too late that Lam Kun was the one holding the dragon binding stake. Before he could process it, Lam Kun let out a deafening roar. "Lam Qian, now!" On that signal, Lam Qian charged from behind, summoning the dragon binding stake. A thick surge of lightning condensed in an instant. It transformed into a long, slender orange mace. From the distance, Hong Duam watched every single move. This was the first time she saw the dragon-slaying mace mentioned in the records of the old empire. From the side, Van Tuong watched the weapon intently. In his past life, he remembered it falling into the hands of Huyen Han of the Southern Song, so he couldn't hide his shock. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the divine weapon of the 9th Great Ant. Lam Khan used every ounce of his strength to pin Lam Chao in place, screaming for Lam Qian to hurry up. He was reaching his limit and couldn't hold on much longer. Inside his mecha, Lam Qian's expression suddenly turned twisted. "Don't worry, Your Highness," he replied coldly. "I'll help set him free." The dragon-slaying mace in Lam Qian's hand suddenly split into dozens of razor-sharp blades. Gripping it tight, Lam Qian lunged forward, skewering the chest of Lam Khan's mecha. The blow made Lam Khan cough up blood, his mind reeling as he struggled to understand what was happening. A second later, Lam Khan was blasted by bolts of lightning from the mace. His mecha was instantly torn apart, and the weapon ran clean through his body. Lam Khan let out an agonizing scream. Moments later, Lam Qian descended to the ground, still holding the dragon-slaying mace. Pinned to the end of the mace, Lam Khan looked like a fish on a hook, completely unable to fight back. Lam Chao deactivated his armor and walked over to Lam Khan's side. He sneered, saying he was right about Lam Khan being a total idiot. Did the boy really think he was the one doing the scheming? Did he honestly believe a few pieces of junk could keep up with a peak, heaven-grade mecha? Lam Qian knelt before Lam Chao, addressing him as master with the smug look of a winner. Lam Chao gloated, revealing he had ordered Lam Qian to intentionally lure Lam Khan into this trap. As he spoke, he let out a satisfied, sinister laugh. He kept hurling insults at Lam Khan, calling him a fool, every word designed to cut deep, but Lam Khan just lay there, silent and unresponsive. After a moment, Lam Chao realized Lam Khan had passed out, which only made him more annoyed. All that grandstanding for nothing. Lam Chao frowned and barked at Lam Qian, ordering him to wake the brat up. On command, Lam Qian unleashed a surge of lightning into Lam Khan's body, putting him through a world of pain. The sheer agony forced him back to consciousness. Seeing this, Lam Chao looked even more pleased. "So," he sneered, "how do you like the taste of the dragon-slaying mace?" The moment Lam Khan opened his eyes, they were burning with pure hatred. Summoning what little strength he had left, Lam Khan choked out a question. "Why?" Uncle Qian, he was a veteran of the royal guard, directly serving the Prince of Longhai. Why would he betray the kingdom like this? Lam Qian offered a cold apology. He explained that his loyalty had belonged to Lam Chao from the very beginning. Hearing this, Lam Khan's pupils shrunk to pinpricks in total shock. After the initial shock, it all started to make sense. This meant Lam Chao had been plotting this for a very long time. Trying to stay calm, Lam Khan demanded to know his motive. With a wicked grin, Lam Chao said he just wanted to borrow a bit of Lam Khan's merfolk essence blood, right? This only confused Lam Khan further. What on earth was merfolk essence blood? Lam Chao asked rhetorically. Do you know why the merfolk jade has been a legendary treasure for thousands of years? Back when the beasts of the West Sea were rampant, the merfolk were forced to flee their home and head to the Middle Lands to seek protection from the human empire. It was then that Lam Dong, the first host of Nabin, gained the power of the Star Soul General. He fought for 3 days and 3 nights, single-handedly slaughtering tens of thousands of sea monsters. Using the supreme divine power of the Ngao Bin's Star Soul armor, Lam Dong quickly brought peace to the Endless Sea. The merfolk reclaimed their ancestral land, honored Lam Dong as their lord, and founded the Kingdom of Long Hai. Everyone knows that when a Soul General's host dies, the Star Soul General returns to its jade form to wait for its next worthy master. To make sure Ngao Bin would protect the merfolk forever, Lam Dong went to extreme lengths until a descending immortal finally taught him a secret technique. At the cost of his own life force, Lam Dong used that secret ritual to seal the Ngao Bin soul jade. He created the merfolk jade as the greatest legacy for his people. That is the true history of the merfolk jade. Every time a host of Ngao Bin reaches the end of their life, the treasure reactivates the seal, drawing the soul back into the merfolk jade to wait for the next. Listening to this, Huyan Han realized this inheritance method was almost identical to his own Huyan clans. Hoangdia Am, however, felt it was a tragedy that such a technique had been lost to history. If it hadn't been, her kingdom could have sealed soul generals as legacies for 1,000 generations, and conquering the Middle Lands would have been only a matter of time. Van Tuong's eyes narrowed. He realized this was the story from the merfolk's point of view. The version he heard in his past life was that the King of Long Hai had been officially appointed by the Heavenly Empire. Back with Lam Khan, his limbs were still shackled by purple lightning. He kept his head low, speaking in a cold, hollow voice. So, to awaken the Ngao Bin Star Soul General, you need merfolk essence blood? Lam Chao summoned a dagger and nodded. That's right. To trigger the inheritance, you need essence blood specifically, the blood of 3 members of the merfolk royal family. His original plan was to use Sand Eagle City as a shortcut to the Heaven Capital Kingdom and set up a deadly ambush with allies inside and out. He intended to capture both princes, but out of nowhere, a god-tier shard appeared and completely trashed those plans. Suddenly, Lam Khan let out a satisfied smirk. It finally clicked why they needed 3 people with royal blood. That's why the Dragon Sea King ordered each prince to lead their own army and split up to hunt down Lam Chao. It was all to keep Lam Chao from gathering the 3 royals he needed. Now, since only he and Lam Chao were here, Lam Khan wondered what the old man's next move was. It looked like a total dead end. Lam Khan glanced at Lam Qian and mocked Lam Chao, saying if he tried to claim that guy was his son, he would die laughing. Lam Chao's eyes narrowed as he barked, Lam Khan, you moron. If I were truly out of options, why would I have lured you all out here in the first place? Lam Khan froze in shock, looking at Lam Chao with total confusion. Nearby, Yunxiang was completely speechless at how stupid this guy was. That dumb look was unmistakable. He was exactly like that merman prince who got sold out in his past life. He is the type to help his kidnappers count the cash. Sensing the Sand Eagle City guards closing in, Yunxiang knew things were about to get messy. These guys have been yapping for way too long. As he moved, Yunxiang cursed under his breath. Damn villains. Why do they always have to give a monologue in the middle of a plan? He shot a glance at Huang Yaoyin and realized he did not need to worry about her. Her stealth was not exactly world-class, but with her saint-tier cultivation, those city guards probably would not even notice her. Just as Yunxiang suspected, Huang Yaoyin was standing right above the guards, but they did not have a single clue she was there. They could not sense a thing. The guards chased after Lam Chao's group, and the second they reached the city gate, they opened fire to suppress them. They demanded Lam Chao and his crew disarm and surrender. But facing a hail of bullets, Lam Qian did not even flinch. He drew his bow and aimed straight at the guards to retaliate. Put my hands up, my ass. Get lost. You think these pathetic guards can stop me? With just a few shots, Lam Qian took down several men, making the rest hesitate. However, using their massive numbers, they quickly regrouped, hoping to force a close-quarters fight. Swinging his dragon descent mace, Lam Qian kept the soldiers at bay, buying enough time for Lam Chao to equip his gear. Once he was ready, Lam Chao told Lam Qian to stop firing and drag Lam Khan toward the god-tier shard. The moment Lam Qian pulled back his mace, Lam Khan was hit with a wave of agony. Every second felt like brutal torture. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Ignoring the noise, Lam Qian quickly rushed to follow Lam Chao. Leaving the guards paralyzed by lightning, Lam Khan could not even struggle anymore. He was like a fish on a chopping block, at their complete mercy. Just like that, Lam Chao and Lam Qian arrived at the shard in record time. The captain, seeing them from a distance, the guard captain realized what they were up to and shouted to his subordinate. He ordered the sentries there to protect the god-tier shard with their lives. Right at that moment, one of them received a message from T.G.M.O. General T and the elite guards were on their way. High above, Huang Yaoyin kept a close eye on everything, wondering if that merman intended to use the shard's energy. Was he trying to trigger the Ao Bing inheritance? Meanwhile, the Hu Duyen group took out their soul talismans and decided to give chase. Yunxiang spotted them immediately. With more and more people joining the chaos, he wondered who these new guys were. He could not figure it out, so he brushed it off and followed Lam Shou. Surrounding the shard, there were dozens of guards forming a tight perimeter. But a split second later, every single guard was wiped out by a barrage of fire. Moments later, Lam Chao and Lam Qian landed, and Lam Chao de-equipped his gear to approach the shard. He let out a dark laugh and told Lam Khan to listen up. He was finally going to explain why only 2 of them were necessary, and how they could still gather 3 portions of royal blood to activate the inheritance. From his pouch, Lam Chao pulled out a small vial containing blood essence. According to him, this vial held the essence of Lam Gao, the previous master of Ao Bing. It was a shocking discovery from the last time he had been here. He had come into contact with the shard's energy and never imagined it could make dormant blood start boiling again. Once again, using this essence, Lam Chao poured it onto the Ao Bing soul jade, and the jade reacted instantly. This step was finally complete. Lam Chao gave Lam Khan a cold, meaningful look. As for Lam Khan, he stared at the scene in absolute shock, unable to comprehend how any of this was possible. Outside the barrier, the 2 members of the Hu Dian group arrived just in time to witness the whole thing. Hu Dian fought was starting to panic. He frantically asked Hu Duyen Han if they should step in and stop it. Beside him, Hu Duyen Han was completely baffled. This ritual was 90% similar to the Neja Spirit General ritual. If the key and the ritual of the Hu family, Hu Duyen Han narrowed his eyes, thinking fast. Before the 3rd part of the key could be infused, he knew he had to move. He gambled that Lam Chao wouldn't dare equip his mecha suit right now, fearing he might miss the chance to enter the secret realm. If that was true, this was the perfect opening. Without a second thought, Hu Duyen Han acted decisively. He ordered Hu Duyen Fat to either disrupt the ritual or find a way to seize the inheritance for themselves. All this time, Lam Khan remained paralyzed, his body locked tight by the tree Jiang Long. Lam Chao approached slowly, a dagger glinting in his hand as his cruel intentions became clear. He held the blade in front of Lam Khan's face and sneered, "Now, it is your turn, dear nephew." With a quick flick, he sliced deep into Lam Khan's flesh, causing blood to spray everywhere. Lam Chao's eyes narrowed, flickering with a sinister light. He began muttering a strange incantation, drawing Lam Khan's essence blood onto the blade of his dagger. Nearby, Huang Du Am watched every detail of the ritual, her eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. She was surprised that these energy fragments could actually activate the essence blood left behind by Lam Am. It seemed she would have to bring a portion of this god-tier fragment back to Hai Thui. Who knows, it might even be enough to wake the Holy Emperor from his long slumber. Van Tuong was also watching from the side, keeping a close eye on everything. He immediately recognized the essence, blood curse, Lam Chao was using it, belonged to the Beast Clan. What caught his attention was how much it resembled the ancient alchemy records of the spirit people. Whatever Lam Chao was planning, Van Tuong hoped he would finish the inheritance ritual successfully. It didn't matter who ended up with Nao Bin, because Van Tuong could just copy it for himself later. Using the essence blood curse, Lam Chao continuously drained the life force from Lam Khan's body. The pain was unbearable for Lam Khan, as his blood was pulled out, swirling around like ribbons of crimson silk. Moments later, the soul jade of Ngao Bin began to merge with the blood, the process accelerating by the second. The soul jade grew at an insane rate, quickly becoming massive. Then, the voice of Lam Am echoed from within the jade. It demanded the 3rd portion of royal essence blood. Lam Chao looked at the jade with greedy anticipation, but just as he raised his arm to cut himself, a sudden blast of energy shot straight at him. Thanks to a warning from Lam Qian, Lam Chao sensed the danger and managed to leap backward just in time. His reaction time was incredible, and he immediately turned to glare at his attacker. High above, Ho Dianhan didn't bother answering. He just unleashed a barrage of soul power directly at Lam Chao. Lam Chao cursed as he struggled to dodge the attacks. Seeing his opening, Ho Dianhan roared, "Ho Dian fought, kill the other merman now and seize that treasure." He knew that Lam Chao, despite his heaven-tier cultivation, wouldn't be able to easily form his mecha suit under this pressure. Within seconds, Lam Chao had retreated to stand beside Lam Qian. But before Lam Qian could even process what was happening, a heavy blow from Ho Dian Fat sent him stumbling to the side. Lam Qian didn't panic. He reacted instantly, using his elbow to brace himself against the ground before swinging a powerful kick back at Ho Dian Fat. But it was a trap. Ho Dian Fat caught Lam Qian's leg mid-air. Before the merman could escape, Ho Dian Fat used his sheer strength to crush the leg into splinters. He then sent Lam Qian flying with a brutal punch, but even that wasn't enough to take him down. While still in mid-air, he drew his sword and slammed it into the ground to steady himself. Lam Qian's face contorted with rage, veins popping on his forehead, but as he looked up, Ho Dian Fat was already there. Using Lam Qian's own severed leg as a club, he smashed the merman's head clean off. The backlash was his unprotected body slammed into the sand, and a moment later, a massive mecha foot stomped down, turning him into a puddle of gore. Seeing this, Lam Chao let out a gut-wrenching scream for Lam Qian, but it was far too late. His most loyal subordinate had been wiped from existence. Not even a scrap of his body remained. Unable to hold back any longer, Lam Chao pulled out a soul charm, not caring if it messed up the inheritance ritual. But just as Lam Chao's mecha suit began to form, a massive blast of soul power hit him square in the chest. Inside the cockpit, Lam Chao coughed up a huge spray of blood. The attack was devastatingly powerful, punching a hole straight through his mecha armor. Seizing the moment, Ho Dianhan waved his hand, using his soul power to seize control of the tree Zhanglong and trapping Lam Chao inside a cage of purple lightning. Howling in pain and shock, Lam Chao demanded to know how the Ho Dian clan could possibly know how to control the Tri Zhanglong. Realizing the threat was gone, the two Ho Dian men deactivated their armor and landed. They walked calmly toward Lam Chao, mocking his stupidity. They revealed that the Tri Zhanglong was actually a specialized weapon created by the Ho Dian family, specifically to hunt down. Lam Chao looked around at the ruin of his plans. Everything he had carefully calculated had gone up in smoke. There was nothing left. Veins bulged on his face as his features twisted with pure, unadulterated rage. He gnashed his teeth, let out a bitter laugh, and cursed himself for not realizing it sooner. The Ho Dian family? Of course. The searing heat of the purple lightning wrapping around him only fueled his burning hatred for them. Suddenly, he threw his head back and screamed toward the sky, begging the hidden expert above to intervene. He promised that the Long Hai country would reward them handsomely. His plea was aimed directly at Hong Duam, catching her completely by surprise. To think this heaven-rank merfolk could actually sense her presence. She has some real skill. But instead of showing herself, Huang Yaoyin figured it was better to wait for those two pests from the Huyan family to snatch Ao Bing's inheritance first. Then that would be much more efficient. The lack of response only made Lam Chao more anxious. He could feel a powerful powerhouse watching from the sky. The fact that they had not moved yet made him even more suspicious. This person was definitely a foe, not a friend. Seeing Lam Chao shouting like a madman gave Hu Yanfat a bit of a scare, so he quickly asked Hu Yanhan if he had noticed anything. But Hu Yanhan just laughed it off, completely unbothered. If a heaven-rank expert like Hu Yanfat could not sense a thing, what was the point in asking him? In his eyes, there was no hidden master. This fishy bastard was probably just bluffing to buy time. Hearing that, Hu Yanfat felt like a weight had been lifted. Ignoring Lam Chao for a moment, Hu Yanhan stepped toward the soul jade to examine it. If this thing was anything like the spirit pearl passed down through the Hu Yan family for generations, then all he had to do was, before he could finish, Hu Yanhan was cut off. Both Hu Yan family members spun around, their eyes widening in shock. Somehow, Lam Chao had broken free from the crimson dragon bind. Drawing his dagger, he charged forward like a lunatic. He did not know who had helped him, but it looked like heaven was finally on his side. Over by the crimson dragon bind, a formation had appeared to block the lightning strikes. The one behind it was none other than Van Tuong. There was no way he would let the Hu Yan family walk away with the soul jade. If they did, His plan to copy their abilities would go right down the drain. According to what he knew from his past life, Lam Khan should have arrived at the heavenly capital by now, and that traitorous merfolk had allies waiting in ambush within the city. He did not know the exact details, but in the end, Lam Khan was the one who obtained Ao Bing's inheritance. Now that the Huyan family was involved, everything was becoming It was all because of that divine tear fragment that suddenly appeared. It had completely derailed the original timeline. Van Tuong could not help but wonder, where the hell did that thing come from? Was this some kind of butterfly effect he had accidentally triggered? Back at the scene, both Huyan Han and Huyan Fat were on high alert. Being the one with the higher cultivation, Huyan Fat stepped in front of Huyan Han to shield him. Right as they were about to clash, Lam Chao suddenly leaped into the air, bypassed Huyan Fat, and sliced his own palm. He activated a blood curse, funneling his life force directly into the soul jade. Neither of the Huyan experts saw that coming, and they were too slow to react. Hiding behind the divine tear fragment, Van Tuong let out a small smirk. Perfect. Even Huang Yao Yin was caught off guard, but she did not move to stop it. She watched as Lam Chao's blood slowly merged with the soul jade. As the world began to distort, a booming voice echoed from within the jade. Inheritance ritual activated. The Dragon Sea secret realm is now open. The voice was not very loud, and Van Tuong only caught fragments of it, almost thinking he was hallucinating. A blinding light erupted from the soul jade, coalescing into a phantom image. It was the previous host of Ao Bing. A second later, the phantom introduced himself as the first host of Ao Bing, the great Lord Lam Am, King of the Dragon Sea. After the introduction, he called out to all merfolk to enter the secret realm. Endure the 3 levels of trials, and the final victor shall become the new host of Ao Bing. As he finished speaking, the soul jade generated a massive whirlpool, sucking Lam Chao and the Huyan group inside. Even Huang Yao Yin, who was nearby, could not escape the pull, and was dragged in. Finally, there was Van Tuong, looking completely fed up. He frantically activated his invisibility charm, while cursing under his breath. What kind of idiot designed this teleportation array? This is what they call out-of-the-box design? They did not even bother to add a filter to check who is actually supposed to be taking the trial. Meanwhile, at the Mok family estate in Sand Eagle City, the head of the house was fast asleep. He began tossing and turning, whimpering in his sleep and begging for mercy. Beside him, 2 women woke up groggily, assuming he was just having a bad dream. In his nightmare, Mok Bu was back on the battlefield at the border of the heavenly capital and the dead desert. The battle between the 2 armies was brutal. Just as they were deadlocked, a rain of projectiles streaked down from the sky, wiping out waves of Sand Eagle City guard. Yet, the heavenly capital soldiers standing right next to them were completely untouched. The Sand Eagle soldiers were torn to shreds by the hidden arrows, and their lines quickly collapsed under the overwhelming pressure. As the dust settled, it became clear that those projectiles were actually a swarm of flying swords. They were being controlled by a massive amount of soul power, dancing across the battlefield. After the slaughter was finished, they flew back, forming the wings of a radiant soul general in the sky. Each sword retracted into the wings of that spirit. Standing high in the air, the soul general Bai Qi radiated an aura of pure, blazing fire. Above the wreckage of the ground mechs, those who managed to survive Bai Qi's onslaught were absolutely paralyzed with fear. They realized their intel was dead wrong. They knew Bai Qi was a beast, but nobody expected him to actually show up on this battlefield. Left with no choice, they tried to band together for a counterattack, desperately hoping to just slow Bai Qi down. But with their primitive weapons, they couldn't even scratch Bai Qi's armor. 1 second Bai Qi was high in the air, and the next, he was already looming behind the Sand Eagle soldiers. His speed was so insane that the Sand Eagle troops completely lost their minds in panic. They wondered if they were just fighting his afterimages this whole time. Before they could even finish that thought, Bai Qi swung his blade and sliced through a whole row of mechs like paper. Sand Eagle City's forces were wiped out in an instant, shifting the tide of war completely in favor of the heavenly capital. The few survivors left watching could only tremble in pure terror. What little fighting spirit they had left vanished instantly, and they began screaming at each other to run for their lives. But against Bai Qi, they didn't have a prayer. He hunted them down and annihilated them in seconds. Only a tiny group on the edge of the canyon managed to seize a chance to tuck tail and run. Seeing Bai Qi closing in, a few desperate soldiers stayed behind to buy time for the city lord, Mok Bu, to escape. Mok Bu didn't even give them a second glance, only coldly acknowledging the loyalty of the men he was leaving to die. He promised he would look after their wives and children. Before he could even finish his sentence, those suicide soldiers were wiped out by flying swords in a heartbeat. Mokbu looked back and was nearly scared to death. He stood there frozen, as his last 2 bodyguards were taken out, leaving him all alone with his soul spirit general. Facing Bai Qi, he couldn't even last 3 seconds before Mokbu dropped to his knees in total surrender. Shaking so hard he could barely speak, he begged for his life. Towering over him, Bai Qi asked in a cold, majestic voice if he was the head of the Mok family. Not daring to tell a single lie, Mokbu confirmed it while sobbing for mercy. He even offered to give up his entire family fortune. Bai Qi couldn't care less about the money and told him to shut up, saying he would let him live for now. Then, he pointed his weapon toward the canyon nearby, marking it as a permanent boundary. He warned that if he ever caught a single soldier from Sand Eagle City daring to cross that line again, no matter the reason, Bai Qi promised he would personally march into Sand Eagle City and take Mokbu's miserable life. As he spoke, Bai Qi's eyes flashed with a lightning-like intensity that Mokbu couldn't even look at. He kept his head bowed low, promising to obey. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare step a single inch across that line. Back in Sand Eagle City, Mokbu was currently talking in his sleep before slowly waking up. His whole body was tense, and he was gasping for air as if he had just come back from a real war. Seeing him wake up, the 2 girls by his side rushed over to comfort him and calm him down. But it didn't seem to work. Mokbu's eyes were still filled with lingering dread. It had been a long time since that day he met Bai Qi. After regaining his composure, Mokbu ground his teeth in rage, clenching his fists as he cursed the name Nam Vinyi.